After dozens of breaths, the white light of those who are able to light and blind the life boundary gradually dissipates. The whole palace was in a mess. Some of the emperor's arrogant sons who came to the royal list were shaken, and even some of the weak followers were directly hit. Xiaobingning comes from the outside of the palace. With each step, a blue lotus flower can be produced under her feet. Fingmu looks at Beiqin's car coldly. "Who are you?" The voice of Beiqin car is magnificent, and the eyes are full of fear. He practices the secret code of cultivating body dug from the forbidden area in the north. It's so powerful that he can't carry the power of holy stripe, and can fight with the warriors in the cave with his bare hands. But it's such a strong body that can't resist the sword of the purple skirt lady in front of you. His palms were cut one after another, especially the mouth of the tiger, which was directly torn and flowed golden blood. The blood of Beiqin car is golden. Every drop of it is covered with mysterious runes. Obviously, the state of body repair is very high. Hiss. Beiqin's body has self-generated repair runes, but his tiger mouth is stained with a ray of sword qi, which hinders his runes from repairing his body. What a difficult woman. Beiqin car looks down at the mouth of the tiger that splits itself and spreads bursts of pain. He comes from the forbidden area of Beatty, and even has the honor to contact the original residents in the forbidden area. There may be an ordinary teenager who can easily crack the so-called Peerless Tianjiao in the list of dragon and phoenix. However, Beiqin car in front of this purple skirt woman to give him the feeling, and those northern restricted area aborigines also let people fear 2 points. Although very reluctant to admit, but just in the First World War, his Beiqin car has fallen. Xiaobingning's face is like ice frost, and a pair of phoenix eyes are twinkling with frightening breath. She sees Beiqin's car as air. "Try to touch him again, and I'll make sure you die miserably." Xiaobingning's voice is extremely cold, and the temperature of the whole temple has plummeted a lot. Tianjiao and predecessors present, in addition to Qin Sheng, have not reached the level of Shenfu. They feel like falling into an ice cellar, shivering with cold. Hearing this, Beiqin's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. There was a sullen air between his eyebrows that could drip from the water. He gnawed his teeth, his armor dazzled, and an ancient mural appeared. It was a god's residence fighting. The murals are lifelike. It's an invincible god's residence. The whole palace is filled with a sense of terror. The air seems to be freezing. Especially for the weak, their chest feels like being suppressed by a mountain peak. They blush one by one and are about to suffocate. Ah, it's disgraceful to use this method. Summer Bingning Jiao drinks, her eyebrow heart suddenly splits, shoots a purple electricity, turns into a knife. The purple electric knife is as dazzling as the Star River, giving birth to a huge purple lotus flower. In the center of the flower stamen, there is a goddess sitting with her knees crossed and her eyes closed tightly. Suddenly Maoran opens. For a moment, the whole temple is silent. It seems that this knife is left between heaven and earth. "Go!" Xiaobingning murmured, and the purple electric knife flashed by, faster than the real lightning. With a puff, he split the old shindi which was visualized by Beiqin car, and then hanged it to pieces. Chong! The sword light flashed, leaving a ferocious scar on the armor of Beiqin car. Poof! Beiqin's car is flying backwards, and blood is gushing in his mouth. Bang! Beiqin's car collided heavily on the stone pillars of the palace. The stone pillars need to be surrounded by several people. They infiltrated the few genuine stone to cast, and depicted a 7 or 8 level array. Their defense is terrible. However, even if it is such a stone pillar, it is also hit and broken by Beiqin's car. Chasm. Finally, the armor of Beiqin chariot, with mysterious symbols, comes to frighten the most powerful people in the cave. But such a half-spirit instrument actually split. You can imagine how appalling the purple electric knife just now is. What? The Northern Marquis's son was injured. That's right. It seems that the injury is not light. Who is that girl? Should the legitimate son of the King of the North also be killed? She has a very fresh face, but how can it seem that she is a little like Xia people in terms of breath? The peerless Tianjiao and the peerless strongmen of the old generation all look at Xia Bingning, and they all look with horror. Looking at the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties, the strong are respected, the powerful talents will be respected by the world. Beichen's car was so angry that he was about to spit blood. His chest was ablaze with anger. His eyes were ablaze with fire, even his eyebrows were burning with fire. Kiki. There are still purple electricity left in his body. Those purple electricity, with mysterious runes, imprison his physical strength. Boom. Beichen Kar silently recited the ancient incantation, and made one symbol after another on himself, finally lifting the confinement of the body's purple electricity. He stood up, looked at Xia Bingning, burning his angry eyes, and finally recovered a little calm, not being controlled by anger. Has anyone told me who she is? Beichen Kar comes from the forbidden area in the north, and has been exposed to the terrifying genius that the emperor's arrogant son can't imagine, especially the original residents from the depth of the forbidden area in the north. In front of his eyes, this purple dress, the heroine of the peerless woman, exudes a special breath, so that he is very familiar with. Beichen Kar is so arrogant and domineering here, but it's not so much in the north restricted area. There are too many people he can't provoke in the north, especially those geniuses who come out from the deepest part of the north restricted area. Beichen's car didn't fall into a big fight. A few years ago, he was on the edge of the forbidden area of Beatty. By chance, he met a gorgeous woman. After chatting up with her, he was hanged for a while. Originally, Beichen Kar was still very upset. Tell Beatty Ho about it. But when Beatty Ho saw the token of the gorgeous woman, he beat Beichen Kar to death and to life on the spot. He lay on the bed for a whole year, and then recovered slowly. At first, Beichen Kar was not convinced. A year later, Beatty Ho told him that there were too many horrors in the forbidden area. If he didn't use this kind of bitter meat plan, let alone Beatty Ho, maybe the whole Dayan dynasty would be affected by him. With such a profound lesson, Beichen Kar finally realized whether Xia Bingning came from the forbidden area. We adults, her name is Xia Bingning, the legitimate daughter of Xia clan. Finally someone told Beichen Kar, Xia Bingning's real identity. Xia's legitimate daughter? The Xia nationality that has been weakened to the point of no climate? Beichen Kar is first a congealing, and then his face quickly darkens. Xia nationality, which was also brilliant at that time, is a pyramid-like terror among the 10 royal families of Dayan dynasty. However, in recent years, each year has become weaker than the other. In the last 100 years, it has become too weak to be a climate. There have been rumors for a long time that there are at least 5 powerful marquis in the bottom 108 marquis families. We need to replace the Xia nationality. And the northern marquis is the biggest one. Beichen Che's face became colder and colder. It's really a narrow path for his enemies. His northern clans just want to pull the Xias, who rank 10th, off the list and replace them. But what I didn't expect was that the legitimate daughter of such a weak Xia family, a girl, was so fierce that she dared to fight with his Beichen Kar. Moreover, Beichen Kar also lost in a mess. If this matter is passed back to the north and heard by the father, he will be very disappointed with me, right? Think of here, the face of the North Qin Kar is hot and hot, the eyebrow flashed a erasure meaning. This time, Beichen's Kar finally started to kill. Even if it's the palace where the discussion is held, there will be the strong at any time. Maybe 1 or 2 of the strong will hide in the dark. Boom. Beichen Kar suffered from internal injury is finally healed, his hair flying, killing Xia Bingning. Xia Bingning's pair of phoenix eyes also stand up. 3,000 green silk are like the blue divine flame, beating wildly. How can she not understand what Beichen Car thinks? Now at Siamishi, the turbulent times have come up, and the emperor has made an order to make the list of princes. The top 10 princes and 108 princes will be reshuffled. Her Xia nationality is in danger. What's more, Xia Bingning's acuteness has penetrated Beichen's inner thoughts for a long time. Go to hell. You don't blame me for killing flowers. The voice of Beichen's car is cold, and it rises up one after another. Since someone told him that Xia Bingning didn't come from the depth of the forbidden area in the north, but from the weak Xia nationality for many years, he had no worries. It's just the weakest legitimate daughter of the royal family. If you kill her, you'll kill her. When the chaos comes, let alone the legitimate daughter of the royal family. Even if you kill her unimportant legitimate sons by mistake, the emperor will dare to fight with his father. Beichen Che has been in the forbidden area of Beatty for many years. He is very clear that the so-called emperor is just a person in power. If he really has absolute authority, how can he implement the enfeoffment system and enfeoffment the territory he has fought hard to return to others? After so many years in the north, the northern marquis has accumulated a foundation that ordinary princes cannot imagine. This is why Beichen Car is so arrogant and domineering. It seems that it doesn't pay attention to the people of the royal family and the whole family of the Middle Earth. Boom! This fist of Beichen Car transcends the power of the cave and shines brightly. At the same time, a pair of frescoes appear again behind him, and the ancient Shindi appears again in front of countless onlookers. This time, the fresco of Shindi is more clear. The Shindi is dressed in black armor, ragged, long hair with waist, and braided with numerous small braids, which are all made of real dragon roots. That is to say, a little braid represents a real dragon. It's too luxurious. The real dragon is very close to the gods. It was slaughtered, like this, to weave small braids. Such a pair of ancient fresco virtual shadows are presented in countless ways. They all look stupid, especially the prince in the dark. In fact, His Royal Highness has come for a long time. He has been hiding in the dark, observing all this, and just told Beichen Che that Xia Bingning's real identity was also what His Highness ordered people to do. It's not a conspiracy, it's power, it's invisible. Now, the bigger the scene, the better. The best result is to lose both. All this just happened between the lightning and flint. Even those strong people who were hiding in the dark didn't expect that Beichen Car, which was just in the Shinfu realm, could play such a terrible power, crossing a large realm and playing the destructive power of the cave realm. In addition, the fist of Beichen has the mysterious power of the fresco of Shindi, and it is not impossible to produce the power beyond a great realm. Some people sighed, looking at Xia Bingning's eyes, as if looking at the dead. This fist of Beichen Car is too terrible. It's cruel with some cruelty. He's going to destroy flowers with a hot hand. At this time, the toad with endless purple gold in the green burst out from Qin Sheng's shoulder. He rose against the storm, which magnified thousands of times in an instant. Longwei despised Beichen's Car with a pair of squint eyes, and then slapped lightly. This palm seems to be light, soft, and without any supreme power. Pah! But in an unbelievable sight, Longwei slapped Beichen's Car away. Click! Beichen Car, like a falcon with broken wings, makes a wail of broken bones, then falls to the ground again, setting off a huge shock wave. Even if there is a terrible blessing of runes in the temple, Longwei's slap still has a terrible power, breaking through the array runes, revealing a big pit, and also emitting hot blue smoke. Ah! Beichen Car howled loudly. It hurt so much that half of his face was broken. The sharp bone pierced his skin and showed the ferocious wound. He had never received such a wound before. He turned his hand and took out a big lump of stinking, black, dog skin plaster like things from the ring and pasted them on his face. These dog skin plasters look disgusting, but they are really useful. If someone else is changed and is slapped like this by Long Wei, it's estimated that even the soul and light are split and it's hard to recover after lying on the bed for a year and a half. And Bachin Kar quickly climbed out of the pit, although the pace is a little frivolous, but still full of grumpiness. It's really noisy. At your level, you dare to provoke my sister-in-law. Are you looking for death? Long Wei spits, a pair of slanting eyes despise the Bachin Kar that just climbed out. Bachin Kar spits blood. It turned out that he was a toad just beating him. Three Eyes Ice Toad in the cave. Uncle Wu, please give me a hand and kill them. Bachin Kar suddenly shouted. Phew! A figure came in from the outside of the palace. He was wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat. He had 2 swords in his hand and a sword under his arm. These swords didn't give out the so-called fierce sword. Although the black-robed warrior couldn't see the appearance, he felt that he was very old. In the temple, there is a dead silence. Shwa! All eyes turned to the black-robed warrior with 3 swords. It's a wonderful shape. It's not a sword array. It uses 3 war swords. However, all the heaven swords in the palace, even those old strong ones hidden in the dark. One by one, they all felt the pressure of the mountain. They just saw the words of the old man in black robe, and they already felt the symptoms of chest tightness and limb weakness. What a terrible old man. This is everyone's mentality. A xenophobic 3-eyed ice toad seems to have real dragon blood flowing inside. The old man in black, who was called Uncle Wu by Bachin Kar, had a hoarse voice, accompanied by the cold air of despair. Especially those weak people, who have just reached Tianjiao, feel that they have fallen into a dark abyss that has been excavated for tens of thousands of years, and are filled with cold bones. The strong in Vientiane. When Long Wei heard this, his hair stood up and his third eye almost cracked. As soon as Long Wei's voice came out, the whole palace was stormy, and there were countless hot eyes accompanied by horror. It turns out that he is the most powerful person in the Vientiane environment. The background of Bachin Kar is too high. Is there anyone who is the most powerful person willing to surrender his identity as a protector of the younger generation? That's the most powerful in Vientiane. How noble is the status and status. Looking at the whole Dian dynasty, the most powerful in Vientiane are very rare. You can even say it without hesitation that the 10 royal families of Dian dynasty are not all the most powerful in the Vientiane realm. For example, the Xia people, like Xia Bingning, whose Vientiane environment is so strong, have long fallen. Once the Xia nationality was like the sun in the sky. At the same time, it had 3 most powerful people in Vientiane. It's a pity that 2 of the most powerful people in Vientiane fell down in the last little annihilation, and the last one died in a great change in the family 100 years ago. The great change of the Xia nationality was very secret, but it was extremely bloody. Not only one of the remaining Vientiane realm and the strong fell down, but even the genius of the Shenfu realm died. This is also the most important reason for the rapid decline of Xia nationality among the 10 royal families of Dian dynasty. In the past 100 years, the Xia nationality has been keeping a low profile, sending out all kinds of Tianjiao in the family. Only when men enter the family and women get married, can they spend this 100 years. With the rise of Xia Bingning, the Xia nationality finally has hope. It's a pity that the Xia family had spent 100 years in counseling, and paid a lot of money before they had a chance to rise. Now Xia Bingning, the legitimate daughter, has offended the legitimate son of the northern marquis. That's the cause and effect. I've climbed onto the legitimate son of Shu family. Now I dare to let Shuheng take the green hat. Isn't that death? Yes, in my opinion, this summer Bingning is bound to die. In 9 out of 10, Shu people will not rescue her. Ha ha, are Shu people so stupid? The first son of the Northern Marquis, the protector of Taoism, is the most powerful in the Vientiane realm. You can imagine how powerful the original Marquis of Northern Marquis is. That is. Some of the powerful people in the temple have been talking and talking. This is to be afraid of making the most powerful man named Martial Uncle unhappy. Who dares to provoke the anger of the most powerful in Vientiane? Qin Sheng looks up, a pair of sword eyebrows slightly coagulate. He has some accidents. How rare is the most powerful person in Vientiane? I didn't expect that the protector of Bachin Kar was still a most powerful person. It's a little tricky. Qin Sheng rubbed his temple hard. The strongest in Vientiane is very strong, but it is not absolutely invincible. Qin Sheng's lifespan of 100 years can fully activate the 9 deaths skill, escape and steal the day. However, I'm afraid that it will affect the family of Dian capital. In addition, Qin Sheng's base card also has the black rune left by the leader of Wan Gaofeng. It's all ignited and should be able to carry it for a while. As for Long Wei, he has been back to the cave for a long time. He has many secret techniques. It's easy to fight hundreds of rounds across a large realm. However, if we get there, all the cards of Qin Sheng will be exposed. Qin Sheng's eyes flickered, and he really didn't want to expose his real strength. Small annihilation will come, more cards, then equal to more strength, increase their viability. Little Lord, are you sure you've killed all of them? Uncle Wu opened his mouth again, and his eyes flashed a faint breath of destruction. He glanced at everyone with a bad intention. Qin Sheng, a minion who knows life, can't get into Martial Uncle's eyes at all. As for Xiaobingning, there is something in the North Forbidden area on her body. However, Martial Uncle often haunts the North Restricted area, and has met many native talents in the North Restricted area. Although Xiaobingning has the breath of the North Restricted area, he is definitely not from there. He will kill when he kills. It's no big deal at all. As for Xiaobingning, she is the legitimate daughter of the royal family. If he is a warrior in Dongtian, he may be afraid of something, but his martial uncle is the most powerful in Vientiane. The Xiao family has not been the most powerful in Vientiane for more than 100 years. The legitimate daughter of the Xiao family killed him. At last, Uncle Wu's eyes stopped on Long Wei and said, "It's a pity to kill this strange three-eyed ice toad. Why don't you give it to me and be my war pet?" Bachin's car is full of vitality. The wounds on his face are healing at the speed that can be seen by the naked eye. However, the soul light has been damaged. There is still a long time for the real recovery. It's all up to Uncle Wu's taste. Anyway, the dog and the man must die. A trace of resentment flashed between the eyebrows of Bachin Kar. He returned to the Central Plains from the north. He wanted to make a surprise and let all the people of the whole Dian imperial dynasty look up to him. But it never occurred to me that when I was born, I wanted to show off and was beaten by Qin Sheng and Xiaobingning, a pair of dog men and women with red fruits, and even the soul light split. My God, you old dog, still want me to be your war pet? Long Wei is furious, a pair of squint eyes despise, spits out saliva crazily, the whole body releases halo after halo. Hearing this, Uncle Wu was angry. His narrow eyes narrowed into a straight line, waiting for him to be released again. Boom! The whole palace seems to explode, and the void is wildly twisted. It's under the condition that Martial Uncle deliberately converges his power. Otherwise, the whole palace will turn into a blood mist. Poof! Qin Sheng spits blood at his mouth and looks terrible. Is this the terror of the most powerful in Vientiane? It's terrible. It's just that 50% of the threats are leaked. It makes Qin Sheng spit blood. As for Gong Yunping next to him, he knelt on the ground directly and was about to fall. He was hurt badly in an instant. This is Gong Yunping's experience of Jukyo Hunyuanyua, whose physical strength is far greater than that of ordinary martial artists in Shinfu. Otherwise, just now that martial uncle erupts the prestige, he turned into a blood fog. Tianzizi in the temple, as well as other senior, strong men hiding in the dark, have taken their younger generation away from the battlefield. Who can bear the anger of the most powerful in Vientiane? Although they are not the target of the strong, they are most likely to suffer from the fish in the pond. As long as the young people below the cave are infected with a ray of fighting aftereffect from the Vientiane to the strong, they will die. Even if the big Luo Jingxian comes, it is impossible to save their lives. Even though the most powerful in the Vientiane realm are very rare, each move contains the supreme mystery. If you watch the battle from a close distance, you may suddenly realize what important mystery. But it's still a matter of life. Qin Sheng. Xiao Bingning holds Qin Sheng, and her pretty face is full of concern. I'm fine. Qin Sheng wipes the blood and shakes his head, indicating that Xiao Bingning doesn't need to worry too much. Long Wei. Qin Sheng shouted, do you want to do a big job? Long Wei has 9 purple halos all over his body. At this time, he put away his smiley face and asked, what are you going to do? When you say that the old dog has reached Vientiane, he probably has a lot of money. Qin Sheng grinned and his eyes lit up. Since this war cannot be avoided, wealth and danger demand, if his life is reduced by 100 or 200 years and he kills a powerful man in Vientiane, the gains may be amazing. Air. Long Wei almost fell to the ground. Qin Sheng's goods are terrible. When is the time? Long Wei wants to take him to escape. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng wants to rob the old man in front of him. Hiss. The onlookers who hide far away seem to have been hit by lightning, and the external focus and internal tenderness of Qin Sheng's words thunder. If before facing Beichen Kar, let's regard it as a kind of madness. However, in the face of the most powerful in the Vientiane environment, Qin Sheng still wants to ransack. Qin Sheng will not be stunned and confused, right? Ha ha, in the face of the desperate situation of death, maybe he thinks it's more dignified to die like this. Qin Sheng's words are undoubtedly an unarmed mortal. Facing the monsters coming out of the monster's wasteland, he not only has no fear, but also has a powerful one. Well? Martial Uncle's black robe drifted with his fierce breath. His tiger eyes became as sharp as spirit swords, as if they could pierce any armor. Interesting. Suddenly, Uncle Wu smiled coldly. Wushu was not angry. He was the most powerful man in the Vientiane realm, stronger than some descendants of the dragon nationality. When did you see a weak man like an ant challenge the dragon? The dragon will care? Perhaps, the dragon will not even frown, or even lift his feet to trample on the dead of their noisy ants are not interested in it. Beichen Kar, I promised your father to do it for you 3 times. Uncle Wu looked back at Beichen's car and said with a smile, this time it's free. When Beichen Kar heard this, it was very excited. Thank you very much, Uncle Wu. The salute of Beichen Kar. That's the most powerful player in Vientiane. It's a first-class player in the North Restricted Area. Generally speaking, to let the most powerful in the Vientiane realm give a shot, the cost that needs to be spent is absolutely not affordable for the warriors in the ordinary cave. However, Beichen Kar has a good father, let martial uncle protect the road for it 3 times. Beichen Kar has been very powerful, with many treasures. In general, even in the face of the powerful people in the cave, there is no problem. Back to 10,000 steps, behind Beichen's car, there is a behemoth named Beitihu. Which short-sighted warrior in the cave can ignore the Northern Marquis' attack on his offspring? People of this level are rare even in the whole Dian dynasty. This time, Wang Hobang, Tianjiao is like a cloud, plus such a big environment that small annihilation will come. For Beichen Kar, which has not yet fully risen, it is absolutely in danger. It can save a mobile phone meeting for the most powerful in Vientiane. For Beichen, it's a big profit. Wu Shu, dressed in a black military robe, his long hair flying wantonly, nodded to the Beichen car, and then stepped out. Shua. Martial Uncle's step is close to the end of the world. He comes to Qin Sheng in an instant. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and a cold spread out from his body. He felt that Wu Shu, who did not have much yuan power fluctuation, was like a god's residence climbing out of the abandoned tomb. A breath of death suddenly enveloped Qin Sheng's whole body. In the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, he was stared at by a powerful man in the Vientiane realm, which was no different from being stared at by the god of death. Qin Sheng turned his hand and offered a talisman made by Master Feng of Wangao Feng. This black talisman has been burned for a little half. I don't know if I can fight Uncle Wu for the rest. Qin Sheng's heart is empty. I'm going to cut off the most powerful one today. Qin Sheng suddenly clenched his teeth, and his face was full of perseverance. He ran the 9 death magic skill crazily. Then Qin Sheng obviously felt that his life force was slowly passing. Qin Sheng's body is very strong, especially the spirit. After 9 dead kung fu, he has washed the sinews and cut the marrow. Although he has not melted the shenfu, his lifespan is probably more than 12,000. Qin Sheng lost his 100-year-old Shouyuan when he first used the 9 death skill. Now Shouyuan seems to have a lot more, but if he tries his best to use the 9 death skill, he will soon waste it. Use mine. Suddenly, Xiao Bingning holds Qin Sheng by her white hands. She hands Qin Sheng a volume of scriptures. Qin Sheng looks at Xiao Bingning and takes the scripture. This volume of scripture is made of ancient dragon skin and tied with a dragon tendon in the middle. Just touching it, you can feel the unprecedented dragon qi. Qin Sheng felt that this was a volume of scripture, which was carried by the dragon's genuine leather. He wrote with the dragon's blood essence and sealed with the dragon's tendon. Hiss. Qin Sheng took a breath of cool air. He felt that there was a real dragon sealed in the ancient scriptures. At the same time, Uncle Wu held out a finger like lightning, and he extended to Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai. Kill you. Without any hesitation, Qin Sheng pulled out the dragon root and smashed the volume of Wushang scripture to Uncle Wu. Boom! The whole temple burst open. In the sky, there was a sense of terror rolling up the mat. The temple turns into powder. The genius in it is wrapped by scriptures. Otherwise, all of them will die. Shua. Countless onlookers all looked at the incredible scene in front of them. Even some human strongmen who were dormant in the depths of the magic dragon wasteland, they all looked up one by one at the volume of scriptures on the sky. Qin Sheng also looked up and was stunned. Obviously, even Qin Sheng was shocked by the scene. Only to see the sky above, the roll of dragon skin scriptures spread out, one by one scriptures stripped out, into a magnificent altar. The altar seems to be real, but it's also very dreamy. Even the most powerful in the Vientiane world, they can't lock the coordinates of this magnificent altar. Around the altar, there are countless corpses. Some are the corpses of real dragons, some are the skeletons of gods and phoenixes, and even some are full of light. Some of the deadly vital points are still mingling with blood, as if they died yesterday. The scene in front of us shocked everyone, including Uncle Wu, who wanted to crush Qin Sheng to death with one finger. At this time, the magnificent and ancient altar slowly turned. Those real dragons, gods, and phoenixes, and the human strongmen who had transcended the Holy Land, all of their bodies were crushed and gathered into the power of terror, so they were washed clean by the altar. Ow! Suddenly, on the altar, there was the roar of wild animals. The black altar has a claw, which is very huge and exudes a rotten atmosphere. Pooh! The black claws burst out of the altar without any sign, and smashed Uncle Wu's head with one claw. Ah! A shrill scream rose to the sky and spread to the far end of the demon-dragon wasteland. Martial Uncle was shot to break half of his head and flow to the ground. One of his eyes was shot to pieces and became a unicorn. But at this time Uncle Wu can't estimate any more eyeballs. It's important to live. Boom. Uncle Wu covers the rest of his head and bursts out a dazzling light. The furious Yuanli condenses into a pair of wings. He wants to fly high and escape. But the old altar gave him no chance to escape. Buzzing. The ancient and magnificent altar once again sent a strong vibration and burst out a bunch of light. This time, it's not a claw of a beast, it's a blood knife. The blade is scarlet. I don't know what kind of creature's blood it is stained with. I just landed in the sky of the magic dragon wasteland, and immediately dyed the whole sky red. Boom. Not only that, but also the thunder's full of destruction. No. Wu Lao looked at the bloody knife that suddenly appeared in the sky, and felt the destruction of the bloody world. He suddenly felt cold in his heart and was all over his body. Pooh. The altar manipulates the blood knife, takes it up and falls, cuts the old man in half, and the blood falls from the air. It's the blood of the most powerful in Qian. Every one of the most powerful is very rare. It can make the most powerful people spray blood in full view. This kind of thing can't happen once in 100 years. But now, the situation is that the old man is not only going to have blood, but also his life is going to die. The altar disappeared, and the volume of the supreme scripture was dimmed a lot, returning to Qin Sheng's hand. Power consumption is clean? Qin Sheng guessed. This volume of scripture is forged from dragon skin. It may take a lot of energy to use. Now that the power is exhausted, the altar will disappear. My face. No, what about my lower body? Uncle Wu fell to the ground, worthy of being the most powerful man in Qian. He was so hurt that he didn't die. He was so badly hurt that his head was smashed in half, even the soul light was cut in half, and the rest was swallowed directly by the altar, and he could not come back if he wanted to. That's half of Martial Uncle's soul power. The soul light depicts the dense marks, all of which are the essence of Martial Uncle's cultivation in recent years. Now that he has lost half of it, it is still unknown how many skills he can use. The most serious thing is that he was beheaded. The blood knife, which was summoned from the altar, had a mysterious power, which seriously affected his wound healing. Ah, it's killing me. No, it should be Martial Uncle with half blood. His face is ferocious and his eyebrows are full of killing. He is too angry. The most powerful man in the Vientiane world has been beheaded. Uncle Wu has found his lower body and wants to connect it again, even the life function of the strong, let alone just be cut back. Even after a few days and nights, he will be able to connect it again. But now his wound is affected by a mysterious substance, which can't be connected at all. Bang! Suddenly, a dark shadow fell from the sky, and Uncle Wu's head was directly stepped on the mud, and then half of his head, which had been repaired, cracked again. You dare to step on me under your feet, something like an ant? Washuxian was confused for a while, waiting for him to see who was so bold and who dared to humiliate himself. He was so angry that he almost fainted. It turned out that the guy who stepped on his feet and ate raw mud with his mouth was Qin Sheng, who could die with his fingers. Uncle Wu. Bachin Car howled loudly. He couldn't believe looking at this scene. Uncle Wu was always on the top. Even he had to be careful. In fact, that's normal. Bachin Car is not dissatisfied with the cold and arrogant Martial Uncle. Who says that Martial Uncle is the most powerful man in Vientiane? If his Bachin Car is the most powerful one in Vientiane, I don't know how arrogant he is. However, such a person who has always been high in his eyes was trampled under Qin Sheng's feet. That's the most powerful person in Vientiane. It's not a cat and a dog at all. Conversely, this unknown Qin Sheng is the real cat and dog. It's too much to accept. At first, everyone thought Qin Sheng lost his mind and was going to kill Uncle Wu. Everyone could not have expected that the fight of red fruit came so fast. Let Uncle Wu go, or I will. Bachin Kar roared loudly, his words with an indisputable tone. But it was a big foot who greeted him. Or Nima. Longwei can't help it. What is this Bachin Kar? Haven't you seen that even the most powerful people in Vientiane are trampled by Qin Sheng? Even dare to order Qin Sheng like this. What a wise man. There was a general silence in the four fields, even those old strong people who were used to seeing all kinds of big scenes and even survived from the last small extermination were awed. The followers of Beidihu's Vientiane environment, the first son of Beidihu, were both favored by Qin Sheng and his war, and a strange three-eyed ice toad stepped on the foot. His Bachin Kar is on the edge of the forbidden area in the north. Under the shadow of his father, he calls the wind and calls the rain, except for those who come out from the inner depth of the forbidden area and experience the experience of the God of Heaven. Never suffered such humiliation as today. His protector was trampled on the foot by Qin Sheng, a wild boy of unknown origin, and he was even more ugly, trampled on the foot by the war pet of the wild boy he despised. Let me go, my father is the Northern Marquis. Bachin Kar Gascaine and lost heart crazy, at this time even dare to threaten Longwei. Qin Sheng's eyes were cold, and he said, I've ruined him. Dare you? Bachin Kar roars, his whole body glows, offering a piece of rune paper from the eyebrow. A great figure appears in Longwei's eyes, the breath of terror bursts out in an instant. The figure of that great bank is similar to that of Bachin Kar, but it is more dignified. Beidihu. Beidihu has long been the most powerful man, and he can make martial uncle, the most powerful man in the Vientiane environment, become his follower, which shows how terrible his real strength is. Longwei snorted coldly. He made hundreds of fingerprints in a row to break up the figure that had not yet been condensed. If it's an incarnation of Holy Land, Longwei may really want to run away. But you are 108,000 miles away from the Holy Land. I can roll over my hands to suppress it. Longwei's squint despised and astonished words shocked all the onlookers. It said that the strong in Holy Land can separate a thread of incarnations and walk in the world of mortals. Especially some powerful ones in Holy Land have thousands of incarnations. Once they fight, all the incarnations will return to one, and the power that erupts will absolutely frighten everyone to death. The strongman of Holy Land is too terrible. It only exists in the depth of the forbidden area in the north, and may not be found. How strong is the Holy Land? The reason why the Vientiane realm is called the most powerful is that the 36 dynasties in the wasteland could not bear the tremendous power of the powerful in the Holy Land. That is to say, once the strong man of Holy Land comes, the small plane of the 36 emperors of wasteland will collapse and the void cracks will appear everywhere. From Longwei's words, countless onlookers also clearly got a terrible message that the Northern Marquis was actually attacking the Holy Land. That is to say, the Northern Marquis has reached the great achievement of the Vientiane realm and strike to the Holy Realm. No, my father's mark. Baichin's desperate roar is his father's mark of Beidihu. As long as he has enough time to activate it, it can become his avatar. Although it can't match the real strongman of Holy Land, it can sweep the general Vientiane to the strongman. This is also the biggest card of Bachin Kar. Click. Longwei stepped on the thigh of Bachin Kar, and the armor of Bachin Kar just resisted for a while, and then it broke. Ah! The shrill cry of Bachin's Kar distorts his face. What is it called? Longwei stepped on 3 feet again quickly. Click. 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 All the limbs of Bachin Kar are crushed by Longwei. Seeing this, countless eyes are dull. That's the son of the Northern Marquis. And Long Wei didn't know that the northern marquis was already attacking the Holy Land. Under this premise, Long Wei was so cruel that he abandoned the limbs of Bachin Kar. Those who know current affairs are Junjie. I advise you not to provoke my brother any more. Qin Sheng, toward the pain of the face distortion of the North Qin Kar, advised that, my brother, by soft not hard. If you die again, he will lose his life. Qin Sheng's voice was not loud, but it was full of murderous intention. Everyone was horrified. Before today, the onlookers would have mocked Qin Sheng's infatuated people for saying dream words. A small minion with a life-saving environment even dared to threaten Bachin's legitimate son. However, after all these experiences, everyone knows that Qin Sheng in front of them can't measure him with a normal martial artist. Qin Sheng is just a big devil. He is powerful and incredible. Although he hasn't smelted in Shinfu, he can easily crush Bachin Kar. This kind of person is too terrible. What do you want? Bachin Kar took a deep breath, put away the aggressive, domineering tone, bite teeth asked. Ha ha, what do I want to do? Qin Sheng smiles. I just sat down well, didn't you? Indeed, the temple just now is still there. Qin Sheng doesn't make trouble at all, but he is provoked by Bachin's Kar and lets him go. Just a few words of quarrel, let me die. Qin Sheng's eyes are a little cold and stern, maybe he is really dead after changing to other people. I would like to make an apology. Bachin Kar said, there is not much sincerity in the tone. Generally speaking, it's an apology. This Bachin Kar didn't even mention the apology, proving that it's not sincere at all. When Qin Sheng didn't care, this kind of strong second generation, from the bones of arrogance and despotic, let them sincere apology is more difficult than ascend the sky. However, Qin Sheng didn't put such a person as Bachin Kar in his eyes at all. As for whether he changed his mind sincerely, it's better to have some nuance in the spot. All right. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and said, lift your acceptance of the Lord. I'm not too aggressive. I can make a living by breaking the bank. What? You want my ring? Bachin Che is a bit muddled. There are many treasures in his Neji. The yuan stone is more than 100,000 yuan. You can even say it without hesitation. The treasures in his Neji are comparable to the national treasury of an affiliated country. What? No? Qin Sheng squinted, his eyes full of murderous intent. Friend, keep a line for everything. I'll see you later. Bachin Kar lightly said, you force too hard. I'll see you later. Then. Qin Sheng grinned and asked, are you threatening me? Long Wei, step on him. Qin Sheng suddenly gave an order, and the voice spread far away. Do you die if you don't agree? Everyone was stunned and shocked by Qin Sheng's ruthlessness. This is really too much for Woodlouse from the edge. You can bargain on the sky and pay back when you buy a charm. Okay. Long Wei, with big feet, burst out a large number of purple lights, accompanied by a terrible sense of killing. No, I will. Bachin's Kar was stunned. He wrapped the ring with his soul power, threw it in front of Qin Sheng, and dismissed the Lord. Very good. Let's take a step back and expand the sky. Qin Sheng is very satisfied with the smile, the North Qin Kar into the bag. Qin Sheng ran Uncle Wu and said, it's your turn to contact the Lord. Otherwise, I will take you on the road. Qin Sheng's words are full of undoubted flavor. Martial Uncle took a look at Qin Sheng. He hated him. He didn't expect that the most powerful man in all realms could walk horizontally even among the capitals of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Martial Uncle Wan didn't expect that. He was just planted in this seemingly life-saving situation. He didn't even survive the storm and thunder. The tiger falls and the son is bullied by the dog. Long Yu Shou, humiliated by the general of shrimp, soldiers, and crabs. Even if Uncle Wu doesn't want to, no matter how unwilling he is, he can only lift the acceptance of the Lord and dedicate the acceptance of the Lord to Qin Sheng in order to survive. Qin Sheng put both of them into his pocket, kicked them away with one kick, and said with great bravado, "Go away." Everyone was stunned. Especially the prince, who has been hidden in the dark, has been surrounded. The legitimate son of the Northern Marquis has always been arrogant. Even as His Royal Highness, he has not been respectful. Prince's Highness thought that this time Bachin Kar could knock out Qin Sheng, so he had to be obedient. But it never occurred to me that this Qin Sheng was much more powerful than before. The North Chen Kar not only failed to blow it up, but also personally raised the Wudlao's hand of Qin Sheng, and also caught himself. Even the defenders who have reached the Vientiane realm have been trapped. What a waste. The Prince's Highness gnashed his teeth in a low voice. His voice converged. There was no expression on his face, but there was some anger in his eyes. It's just an ant in a frontier country. Although he is Qin, he has nothing to do with the Qin family. His Royal Highness, the future Emperor of Dian Dynasty, can't even get rid of such ants. It's a joke. At the same time, Xiaochuan, who is also hiding in the dark, looks as if he is a ghost. He is scared. Qin Sheng is so strong? Xiaochuan was very difficult to accept. More than a year ago, Qin Sheng was still an ant in front of him. Xiaochuan can crush him to death with one finger. If it's not the last moment, Xiao Bingning will stand up and force him to death. He can't let him go at all. Thinking of this, Xiaochuan has a lot of regrets. He really has never regretted it before. If he was cruel at the beginning or went back to Dian City afterwards and slapped Qin Sheng to death, there would be no such thing now. Xu Henji is also a waste. In fact, Xiaochuan also told Xiao Bingning's fiancée, Xu Hengyi, about Qin Sheng's personal information. However, later, he also knew that Xu Hengyi was directly stepped into the ground by Qin Sheng. Now I offend Qin Sheng. If he hates to find me. Thinking of this, Xiaochuan is a little scared. Boom. At this time, in the sky of the war fortress, a very strong man rushed in. His golden armor had a very strong mark on his eyebrows and heart. Listen to your orders. The one in front of the Vientiane realm came from Dian Emperor. He had a hot golden sheepskin roll in his hand. This is the battle book of the Great Xia dynasty. Whoever can fight will be eligible to participate in this time's marquee list. Magic Dragon Wasteland, above the sky, the most powerful man in golden armor, his eyebrows and heart shot out the golden light. Shua. Countless hot eyes look up, looking at the one who exudes the supreme terror atmosphere, to the strong Prince Fan. His Royal Highness's face was awe-inspiring. Prince Fan was a king of a different surname, and he was taken down by the emperor himself. However, Prince Fan was indifferent to fame and wealth, addicted to practice, and had no Taoist partner for his whole life. As for his family, it had disappeared for a long time. This Prince Fan is not only powerful, among all the most powerful people in the Dian dynasty, he can definitely rank among the top 5 terrorist beings, but also the heart of the emperor and the most trusted follower of the emperor. The Prince's Highness and his followers, as well as the protectors hidden in the dark, communicate with each other. This time, the discovery of the Hunyuan mine shocked the father and the emperor, and he also sent Prince Fan to preside over the overall situation, for fear that he might assess some of our princes and sons. The prince said in his heart, "In the reign of Emperor Dian, there are several heirs who are qualified to pass on the throne. How fierce the battle is. There are so many examinations over the years. This time, the list of princes should be regarded as a big test. After this big test, I'm afraid that I will decide the last successor." At this time, His Highness, the 8th Prince, also appeared. He has been hiding in the dark. Qin Sheng made a lot of trouble, especially the northern marquis, the kind of powerful marquis, even the eighth prince dare not easily offend. In the king's house, he played with power and skill. Qin Sheng, a great devil, has unique potential and talent. However, he has a high degree of self-explosion, and can make good use of it. Maybe he will be more powerful in the event of seizing the throne in Kowloon. If there is a little carelessness, the eighth prince will set himself on fire, putting his future on Qin Sheng? After a long examination, His Highness the eighth prince didn't show his ruthlessness. For one thing, the chances of losing are too great. Second, he didn't really have a lot of contact with Qin Sheng. If he rashly put all the cards on Qin Sheng, not afraid of 10,000 just in case, Qin Sheng makes a city full of wind and rain, he claps his buttocks and runs away. In that situation, who is the eighth prince crying for? The real strength of the most powerful in the Vientiane realm of the northern marquis may be only 1 or 2 points weaker than the Prince Fan in the sky. In the end, the eighth prince gave up Qin Sheng and hid in the dark. He didn't come out to solve Qin Sheng's problems. This is also a kind of assessment of Qin Sheng. If Qin Sheng gets through this time, maybe he is really the son of a real dragon. The voice of Prince Fan was magnificent. He raised his hand and threw the volume of the war book from the Great Xia dynasty on the sky. The book of war rises against the storm, like a waterfall, pouring down from the sky. It was a very large volume of war, with the real works of the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Shua. With dazzling eyes, I saw the real work of the emperor from the Great Xia dynasty. I felt the pain in my eyes. I was infected by a horrible breath, and my body was shaking instinctively. Even, there are some weak-willed geniuses who suddenly pop and kneel on the ground. The power of the emperor in the Great Xia dynasty is not so easy to bear. This is the book of war from the Great Xia dynasty. It's as huge as a lofty mountain. It sends out the pressure that makes the people in the Shenfu area tremble. There is a strong man of the old generation. He is already in the cave. His eyes shine with mysterious light, with some runes, and he wants to peep at the secret of the war script from the Great Xia dynasty. After all, it was written by the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, which contains the highest mystery. If he is such a warrior in the cave, he will definitely have an unexpected harvest. Bang! It's a pity that the book of war written by the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty seems to have possessed the spirit of war. It shot a ray of death and pierced the brow of the old powerful man in Dongshenjing. The powerful Dong Tian who wants to peep at the book of war dies in an instant. His eyes are wide open, his mouth is wide open, and he can put a fist into it. He wants to say something, but the breath of death covers him instantly. Hiss. This scene shocked countless onlookers and breathed a cool breath. It's just a book of war. Even though it's as big as a mountain in the face of the storm, there's still such a terrorist attack. The one who just died is an old-fashioned Dong Tian strongman with great strength. I can't even carry it. It's written by the emperor's relatives. This scene makes those who want to try, all want to peep at the mystery of the emperor's own writing. A chill surged up in their hearts and spread to all parts. It's weird, it's tough, it's overbearing. This is the absolute force. I don't know how many times stronger than the martial uncle who just stepped on the foot of Qin Sheng and lived with his lifelong wealth. Everyone's change of color, the atmosphere at the scene was very strange for a while, and even some people counseled, dare not look directly at the war book suspended in the sky. Qin Sheng's eyes glowed, and he slightly turned the 9 death magic. A mysterious force covered his eyes, and the eyes turned into gold in an instant, and 2 rune marks were also generated in an instant. Wow! For a moment, Qin Sheng's eyes were extremely sharp, and the situation in front of him was instantly clear tens of millions of times. This 9-death magic skill really deserves to be the extreme heaven skill from 9 days and 10 places. It's too powerful. It just sends out a wave of breath. When it acts on your own eyes, you can make yourself not see clearly at all. What you can't see can be seen through at once. There is a huge black shadow in that war book. The black shadow may be the spirit of war hidden in it. It's cold and mysterious. Ordinary people can't see it at all. Even Qin Sheng doubted that he could not see through the prince fan on the dome that day. Why is that thing so like a big evil spirit? Qin Sheng felt strange as never before. He was found. There was a sound of hunting in the war books, and a shadow came from the war books and came to Qin Sheng. Hidden. Qin Sheng was startled. He recited the pithy formula in a moment. He was also dead, and had no life. Who? The cold and mysterious black claw, which is said to be shadow, is actually shadowless. Even Prince Fan did not see through. That black claw should be the prime culprit of the powerful Dong-Tian state who just peeped through the war books. One claw pierced its eyebrow. In fact, even Prince Fan thought that the warrior in Dong-Tian died in the power of the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. In fact, it was not in the root, but in the hands of a great evil spirit. What is the origin of the Great Xia dynasty? How dare you give us the next battle certificate of dying emperor? I'm still so crazy. I've also set up a killing array in the war books. When Qin Sheng felt the claws and teeth of the great evil spirit slip away from him, he was relieved and turned to Xiao Bingning. Xiao Bingning hears the words, her unique appearance is more than 2 points dignified. You should have heard that there are 36 emperors around the magic dragon wasteland. Xiao Bingning said earnestly, but these 36 dynasties are strong and weak, some are allied with each other, some are fighting with each other. I know that. Qin Sheng nodded. The 36 dynasties in the wasteland are not a whole. Where there are people, there are rivers and rivers. Where there are rivers and rivers, there are battles. The strength of the Dian dynasty, looking at the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, is only the middle and lower level. Xiao Bingning continued, and the power of the Great Xia dynasty is stronger than that of the Great Yan dynasty. 100 years ago, the Great Xia dynasty and our Great Yan dynasty fought for several years, because of the problem of border famine. At that time, our Emperor Dian suffered a lot. Xiao Bingning said a lot about the Great Xia dynasty and the Great Yan dynasty. It turned out that the Great Xia dynasty was an enemy. Now, seeing that the Great Yan dynasty found the Hunyuan vein, it won't hesitate to fight against us. Qin Sheng finally understood. It has to be said that this Hunyuan mine vein has great attraction to the whole 36 dynasties in the wasteland, many of them, such as the Great Xia dynasty and the Great Yan dynasty, which also have borders. I don't know how greedy I am for this Hunyuan mine vein. The people of the Great Xia dynasty are very fierce. They are on the other side of the magic dragon wasteland. They are not far away from the immortal mountain of the magic dragon. They like to fight when they disagree. Moreover, the Great Xia dynasty was very cruel, and those who followed me prospered and rebelled against me died. If they failed to do so, it would be the tragic fate of slaughtering the city and destroying the country. On the sky, Prince Fan in gold armor, his face was a little ugly. He didn't expect that the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty was so cruel. He set up a killing array on the war books that he couldn't even see, which killed the peepers. Prince Fan was so angry that his chest was full of anger. He really wanted to tear up the battle book with one hand, but he soon calmed down again. In fact, the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty is 2 points stronger than the emperor of the Great Inflammation he followed. The devil knows what level of progress he has made in these years, especially when he heard that in these years, the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty has found many things in the north restricted area. Think about it. Maybe this is one of the reasons why the Great Xia dynasty is so arrogant and domineering. Prince Fan took a deep breath. He suppressed his anger and returned to peace. He took a look at Tianjiao people in the war fortress. Whoever dares to fight will be named in the Book of War. Prince Fan's voice spread far and wide. This war fortress is too big. It is covered with a layer of magic dragon wasteland. When yin, all people face to face, you see me, I see you, but no one dares to go straight to the front and take part in the war. In the air, there is a sense of repression. The one who just died in the dark is a good example. It's just a peep. It's fatal. If you leave your name on it, what kind of cruel treatment will you experience? There was no one to stand out for a while. Shua. At this time, Qin Sheng stamped his legs hard and turned them into a rainbow light. In the eyes of countless stunned people, he rushed to the sky. Seeing this scene, countless onlookers came out with astonished eyes. That letter was written by the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. With terrible power, even the old Dong Tian strongman would die. What's more, Qin Sheng, a scum who didn't get through the 9 heavy storms and thunder. Is he looking for death? I really regard myself as the savior. If it wasn't for Xiaobingning's scripture, how could he hang and beat Uncle Wu? Countless figures are not optimistic about Qin Sheng. They look at Qin Sheng as if they were dead. The Prince's Highness was stunned. He didn't expect that Qin Sheng was so brave that he wanted to stay in the war at the first time. The Book of War shocked everyone so much that even the old-fashioned strong man in Dongxinjing was killed instantly. This is also a major reason why the heirs of the Crown Prince, the 8th Crown Prince, the 7th Crown Prince and so on didn't come forward at the first time. The majesty of Dian dynasty is very important, but now small extinction will come. How to live is the most important. Who can live to the end, then who becomes the ultimate emperor has the greatest probability. You want to keep your name on the Book of War, too? On the sky, the figure of the great bank, a golden armor, bloomed with bright light. Qin Sheng finally saw the appearance of Prince Fan. His mark was full of awesome power. Once activated, it would definitely break out and give up the power that martial uncle would despair. Prince Fan's eyes are as deep as the stars on the 9 heavy sky. His eyes are as bright as the stars. He can't help but wonder at Qin Sheng's hidden strength. After so many years, Prince Fan has never seen such a powerful person. Yes, I want to be king, too. Qin Sheng nodded, in a light and loud voice. The voice was not very loud, but it gave a strong voice, like the impact of a knife and a sword. As soon as the words fell, the onlookers on the whole war fortress were all sniffing. It's really funny. A martial artist who knows life and wants to be king. It's like this man is talking in his dream. If there is no war favorite, Rune or Xiaobingning, he can't even fart. The guy who can only borrow external force really takes himself seriously. Yes, just now Bachin Kar is on these external forces. Prince's Highness is also a cold face. I feel that Qin Sheng is really funny. Although it is said that Wang Hobang was issued by the emperor himself, as long as he performed well enough in this small extinction, or directly won the mineral vein of Hunyuan, he can be granted the title of the Marquis. Based on Qin Sheng's background in Xiaobingning, there should be some opportunities to seal the Marquis, but how could it be possible to seal the king? Feng Wang, even if you look at the whole Dian dynasty, there are 10 royal families. Apart from Prince Fan, there is no extra king. The meaning of Qin Sheng is very clear. He is either like being a king with a different surname or kicking out one of the top 10 royal families. No matter what kind, it's very difficult. It's even harder than climbing to the sky just by virtue of personal strength. For a time, noisy voice rushed in all directions. Prince Fan's eyebrows also showed some doubts. It was obvious that Qin Sheng was a little older. However, he felt that Qin Sheng was very young, maybe not even 30 years old. young and vigorous, who was not arrogant when he was young. Good. When Prince Fan raised his hand, he pointed to the book of war that had fallen from the sky and was more magnificent than ordinary mountains. He said, "Don't waste time. Keep your name. However, I would like to remind you that this war book bears the will of the Emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. If you are too low in cultivation, you will suffer a lot. If you are light, you will suffer from internal injury. If you are heavy, you will not see the sun tomorrow." Prince Fan reminded Qin Sheng and all the people present. Besides, there is the Emperor array of the Great Xia dynasty in the war book. Don't peep at it. Otherwise, you should see it when the warrior in the cave comes down. When Qin Sheng heard this, he couldn't help but glance at his lips. The Emperor array of the Great Xia dynasty is a great evil spirit. Of course, Qin Sheng is absolutely impossible to say such words. Qin Sheng is the one who wants to be king, how can he be afraid of these things? Long Wei is under the ground, shouting unconcernedly. Prince Fan took a look at Long Wei, and he was surprised. Unexpectedly, Long Wei was a follower of Qin Sheng. However, although Prince Fan was a little surprised, there was no greedy color in his eyes. The wasteland revives, and the forbidden area in the north also revives. There are many different species, some more powerful than Long Wei. Another point is that Prince Fan knows that Xia Bingning has a good relationship with Qin Sheng. Unless he doesn't want to live, he can't fight Xia Bingning's boyfriend. The reason why Xia Bingning rose in such a short period of time and soared to the cave like a rocket is that he has something to do with some of the hidden strongmen in the north restricted area. It is even rumored that Xia Bingning was taken in by big forces from the north restricted area. My dear, this is a wonderful thing. Although it's just a rumor, it's impossible to take risks even with Prince Fan's 100 courage. Although he is very beautiful now, he can be the top 5 in Dian dynasty, but compared with the big forces from the north restricted area, it is not worth mentioning. If you haven't been to the north restricted area, you don't know how vast the north restricted area is or how horrible the strong people are. Prince Fan once saw a humble village in the forbidden area in the north. A little boy, maybe less than 10 years old, killed a warrior in the cave with one slap. This scared Prince Fan, who was just a child, so powerful. Therefore, even if Prince Fan offended His Royal Highness, he could not offend Xia Bingning. The stronger the strength is, the higher you stand, the more you know, the more scruples you have. If it wasn't for Xia Bingning's relationship, how could he explain so much bullshit to Qin Sheng as Prince Fan? These psychological activities were all produced between the lightning and flint, and Prince Fan took back his eyes. Because Qin Sheng has been very close to the war, ready to leave a name on the war. In the hot eyes of countless onlookers, Qin Sheng came to the book of war. Boom! Qin Sheng felt a hot wave coming to him even before he was close to him, and there was a distance of tens of meters. Fury is like the recovery of the beast. The shock wave that can be seen by the naked eye impacts Qin Sheng's body, which is the will of the emperor in the Great Xia dynasty. This is the will of emperor-level strength? Qin Sheng's brow was wrinkled, and he felt that these people's will was like countless swords, piercing the air, stabbing on his own skin, sending a tear-like pain. The strength of the emperor level is far beyond the ordinary Vientiane strongmen. The strong man of this level is afraid to be able to fight 10 ordinary Vientiane strongmen, or even 100. Because it is also the most powerful in Vientiane, the Wushu from the northern edge is obviously weaker than the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. The most powerful in Vientiane is also divided into many levels. In the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. Like martial uncle, in the realm of Vientiane, it should be regarded as the bottom level. The director of the day-by-day holy courtyard, Huanyu, should be a medium-sized existence at the level of Vientiane. Prince Fan, in the realm of Vientiane, is a high-level existence. There is no problem for one to fight several top powers in the same realm. The leader of Wan Gaofeng, the Emperor of Dian and the Emperor of Daxia, is the strongest group in Vientiane. They are worthy of the title of the strongest. The purple Yuan Mai in Qin Sheng's body is like a dragon, sleeping for thousands of years. At this moment, it recovers, and a strong Yuanli breath rolls to all sides in an instant. Humming. Qin Sheng's body radiated purple light, and the light rushed to the sky, interwoven a section of holy stripe, which was not specially created by Qin Sheng, but naturally generated. All laws can be broken, all laws can be used, all roads lead to the same goal. Qin Sheng doesn't understand this realm, but his body has gone through the 9 death magic to wash the muscles and cut the marrow. It's just like all kinds of secret methods of Long Wei, as simple as the talent. Qin Sheng's Yuan Mai is beyond the level of Xingjie Yuan Mai. The tyrannical energy covers every inch of his skin, and the emperor's will becomes much weaker. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Qin Sheng, in the eyes of countless, ran up and soon came to the front of the Book of War. I don't think there's anything in that war book from afar, but now I feel so close that the war book written by the emperor is too terrible. Even Qin Sheng has an illusion that this letter of war is a Jianshu that can grow to the sky, and he is a fat mayor trying to shake Jianshu. The difference between the two is too far, it's just the difference between the clouds and the mud. I want to be king. Qin Sheng's fingers reached into the Book of War and felt the unprecedented impact. The emperor's will rushed into his spirit and formed a huge shock wave. If his strength whispered in the state of God's mansion, he would definitely become an idiot. It hurts. Qin Sheng's face was distorted by the severe pain from the soul. Boom. The vast will of the emperor is like a meteorite out of the sky, which impacts the spirit of Qin Sheng with great power. Fortunately, the spirit realm of Qin Sheng has reached the 4 stars of life and soul, which is no less than the ordinary powerful one. Qin Sheng, fight. Qin Sheng, flying dragon and phoenix, left his name on the Book of War. Magic Dragon Wasteland, a lonely, exiled, abandoned place. Once here was the central plains of this small world, with a brilliant and dazzling history. Mount Bumi, mining area, and a large number of great religions. There have been legends that make people boil with blood. However, no matter how blooming the flowers are, there will be a day when they will wither. The Magic Dragon Wasteland cannot escape this historical rule. 10,000 years ago, the great extinction of the world let the Magic Dragon Wasteland gradually dim down, become a cursed, abandoned ominous place. To this day, the Magic Dragon Wasteland has gradually revived, abandoned the ominous land for nearly 10,000 years, and gradually filled with vitality. Those legendary big religions and their disciples' descendants have gradually returned. In some legends, only in the ancient frescoes can there be great medicine, skills, metal, and gradually, there is news. The most powerful of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland was limited to the Vientiane realm. In fact, there are many levels of great realm above the Vientiane realm. However, because it was abandoned here, there was a dead silence, and the skills were faulted, and the talents were withered. It is so ridiculous that the Vientiane realm is the most powerful. The 36 dynasties of the wasteland seem to be very vast, but it is a cursed and abandoned land in the Tianyuan continent. It is blocked here. It takes a lot of cost for the strong of the Tianyuan continent to come, and the people of the 36 dynasties of the wasteland want to leave here, but also to reach very terrible conditions. Boom. There was a violent vibration in the sky. It used to be a depressed place. There was an abandoned altar. I don't know how many years it has been buried. From the rubble of these sites, it can be judged that this site used to be the site of a great religion, especially the word Daxia. The Great Xia religion, a powerful one before the Great Annihilation, had hundreds of millions of believers. It had its own holy seat in 9 days and 10 places, but it could not survive the Great Annihilation. Buzzing. The ancient altar vibrated and the rubble was destroyed. Then, it glowed like a firefly. It was rune light. If there are warriors here, they will be absolutely shocked. This is a desolate place. Even if the wasteland recovers, it is still a desolate place. No one thought that the abandoned altar here was revived. 10,000 years later, it can still be used. Above the sky, a god's light fell from the sky onto the ancient altar. If Qin was here, he would recognize it. This is a book of war written by the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. The book of war exudes a tremendous atmosphere. Between the opening and closing, it blooms colorful yuanli, which belongs to the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Hula. The black water flowed out of the war books, accompanied by the smell of corrosion and death. The whole altar turned into black light in an instant, and the circle after circle of black light spread to 100 miles away. After the black light swept, the original desolate place became more dead, and no living creature could survive after being stained with the black light. These black lights, like black holes, devour the blood gas of hundreds of millions of creatures and replenish the power of the altar. Boom! There was a warship flying out of the altar. The dock was also black. A flag was hunting, with the word summer written on it. This is the warship of the Great Xia dynasty. It depicts the runes layer by layer. Even in the core, it covers more powerful spiritual patterns. Mu. The black warship, tens of miles long, is shaped like a black scorpion, like a great evil spirit climbing out of a mess of graves. Dark, cold and weird is the theme of this black scorpion warship. On the vast deck, there are martial artists who exude a strong atmosphere. There are men and women, old and young. Each breath is cold and the eyes are not bright. Is this the territory of the Dian dynasty? A young man murmured and glanced at this place. He was a small man with a white armor, not much like metal, but more like the skeleton of some kind of spirit beast. He was also embellished with the ghost fire that made the strong in the cave scalp numb. The skeleton of the spirit beast is used as armor. This young man is definitely the offspring of the powerful figure of the Great Xia dynasty. He has great accomplishments. Even if he stays in the realm of the divine mansion, he will not be timid even in the face of the strong in the cave. Are you stupid, Summer Candle? There was a stronger young man with a sharper breath. He sneered and said coldly, "Didn't you see that this is the site of the Great Xia cult? Our Great Xia dynasty came from Great Xia religion. This is our place. What is the territory of Dian dynasty? This is originally the territory of our Great Xia dynasty. Chiding Xia Zhu's youth, he has long green hair, each hair is like a viper, he is very beautiful, more beautiful than a woman, but he has a heart of a snake and a scorpion. His name is Xia Yu. It's a feminine name. His dress is feminine. It's very strange." That Summer Candle was yelled at in public. Originally, he wanted to burst out, but when he saw that it was Xia Yu who yelled at him, he counseled on the spot and didn't dare to return a cruel word. Xia Yu is a demon who is not a man or a woman. Whoever dares to offend is going to die. Xia Zhu is willing to offend a group of powerful people in the cave, and he is not willing to offend this Xia Yu. Let's open it up. It will surely attract the attention of other emperors. We, the emperor in the summer, must destroy it and get it. In the deepest part of the Black Scorpion's warship, there lies a powerful man. He is like a black hole, which can devour everything, even the sun. In the dark, he just showed a pair of eyes, between the opening and closing, accompanied by the horrible breath that makes the strong in the cave to crawl on the ground. Hearing this, all the arrogant and powerful people in the dock saluted the pair of big eyes with worship in their eyes. He is one of the most powerful of Xia nationality. He once fought in the ancient battlefield of the Forbidden Area in the north. No one knows how old he is. However, one thing can be sure is that even among all the most powerful of the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland, this most powerful man can also rank in the front row of terror. He had a brilliant and bloody record. Boom. Black Scorpion worship, 10,000 runes shine on the heaven and earth, and then turn into a black lightning, disappear in the sky. At this time, the battle fortress of Dian dynasty was also suspended in the air above the Melong mining area and the Hunyuan mine vein. Those who have made their names in the Book of War, follow me. Prince Fan's voice is like thunder. He has already felt a breath of terror, which comes from the distance. The appearance of the roar of the Black Scorpion warship is accompanied by the terrible thunder. Everywhere it passes, it turns into scorched earth, braving a thick, black flame. All the creatures on the ground, no matter they are human warriors or big demons, are dead. The sky is dark, blocking out the sun, making the battle fortresses of Dian Emperor dim and colorless. Qin Sheng looked up and saw the Black Scorpion ship coming from the sky. His heart was filled with a palpitation of indifference, and he felt some terror. Fan Hong. On the Black Scorpion's warship, there are a pair of big eyes, like stars. There are thunder with black destruction breath, between the opening and closing. Such a terrible power has torn the whole void. It is only a little bit short of tearing the void. The sound of destruction turns into a shock wave that can be seen by the naked eye, faster than lightning, and spreads in all directions. In the battle fortress of Dian Imperial Dynasty, the arrogant people who left their names in the war books trembled one by one. Some weak people even crawled on the ground. Xiaowu. Originally, Prince Fan was named Fan Hong. He snorted coldly, and his power was also contained in his voice. A translucent border suddenly gathered in the sky of the war fortress and cut off the destruction of the Xiaowu. Who? The Tianzi Jiazi in the war fortress of Dian Emperor can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The most powerful man named Xiaowu is really terrible. I have never even seen his real body, but I only saw his eyes, which made them almost crawl in the world. You don't have to waste time on small skills. Fan Hong's voice is like thunder, rolling in all directions. His golden light is like a rising sun, shielding the darkness and restoring the light to the sky. The conflict between Dian and Daxia, the two dynasties, is so gunpowder. So anxious to kill your people? According to Xiao Wu's voice measurement, his voice is really like his name, like a crow in a divine tomb, with the breath of death all over his body. It makes people feel creepy, like falling into an ice cellar. Fan Hong sneers and sneers, joke, who dies is not sure. Is it? Xiaowu seems not to be in a hurry. His eyes turn bloody, reflecting the conflict between the two previous dynasties. A large number of soldiers in Shenfu and a large number of powerful people in Dongtian are fighting with each other. There are clouds above the sky, as well as the most powerful of all worlds, which are dormant with digital power. The war caused the world to change, the mountains to fall and the earth to crack, and even led to the extinction and prohibition of a certain place. The cracks in the void stretched for hundreds of miles. The most powerful people in the Vientiane realm were involved in the torrent of the cracks in the void, and the shrill screams came out. A large number of soldiers in Shenfu area and a large number of powerful people in Dongtian area died. In that year's decisive battle, you Dian, the emperor, haven't breathed yet? Xiao Wu laughed and gloated, the ancient mineral vein of Hunyuan, even the big powers in the forbidden area in the north, are you sure that your little big Yan dynasty can eat it? The insect wants to swallow the elephant too, be careful to explode and die. Xiao Wu was very cold, he actively mentioned the tragic past, but also projected out the fragments, frightening all the people in the war fortress. Including Qin Sheng, he was deeply shocked. Is this the battlefield picture of the territorial dispute between Dian and Daxia? It's too terrible. Even the most powerful people in Vientiane have died. Buzz. The bloody light gradually dissipated, and the pictures of the war gradually disappeared. There was silence and silence. Everyone was stunned. The old man with his mouth open looked scared and desperate. Qin Sheng looked up, a pair of sword eyebrows wrinkled up, his face gradually solidified. In fact, his heart had already set off waves. It's just a fight between the two great emperors. It can set off a storm of nothingness. Some of the most powerful people in the Vientiane world have died. If it was a real small extinction, what kind of horrible picture would it show? Qin Sheng had some doubts about whether the Emperor of Dian could survive such a small extinction. See, this is the bloody end of the battle with my great Xia dynasty. Xiaowu was covered by a bloody mist, but through some cracks, he could still catch a glimpse of his cold smile. Xiaowu is very proud to mention the brilliant achievements of previous years. In that war, Xiaowu just stepped on the peak and managed to reach the Vientiane situation. That is to say, after that time, the benefits he got made him a terrorist existence in the top 5 in the power of the great Xia dynasty. Xiaowu's voice measured and said, "The treasure of Hunyuan mine vein is not something that your little emperor can bear, so hurry to leave, otherwise Xiaowu's figure is as cold as a crow in the tombs of gods. It makes people feel creepy and like falling into endless abyss." The cold and piercing voice gradually dissipated. On the side of the Dian emperor, the Tianzi Jiazi, who were famous in the war books, felt as if they were oppressed by a huge stone with a weight of 10 million Jin on their chest, and even felt it was very difficult to breathe. They are not the flowers growing up in the greenhouse. They have never experienced the baptism of war. On the contrary, most of them have been to the North Forbidden Area. Most of them may only live on the edge of the North Forbidden Area, but they have also experienced a lifetime of experience there. Even so, they are all baptized by blood and fire, but in the face of this kind of picture that can destroy the sky and the earth and bury the corpse for thousands of miles, they are still deeply shocked, especially not far away from them, which seems to be the Xiaowu bathing in the blood flame. The most powerful person who has reached that level may only need a fierce look, and then draw it with a gentle slap, which is no different from killing a fly. Fart. Fan Hong stepped out one step, and he came to the sky of the war fortress. His whole body was shining with golden light. It was like a big sun burning. His eyes were also burning with a huge flame. It was a high-level fire, at least a real fire with 6 tastes. Once stained with a thread, not to mention the warrior in Shenfu, even the strong in Dongtian will be burned to ashes. Prince Fan Hong was dressed in rough clothes. He also recalled the battle with the great Xia dynasty. Yes, that time, they really lost a lot. The chance of the most powerful in the Vientiane environment was withered. Fan Hong's eyes are very sharp. He can see through the intrigues of Xiaowu at a glance. He just wants to use the pictures of the decisive battle to let their Tianzi Jiazi fight in disorder. It has to be said that this means is very dirty, but it really has some effect. Many of the arrogant people around him were frightened, and their faces were white and scared. "Xiaowu, did your father seem to have died in that war?" Fan Hong suddenly grins and mentions a big event. "Your father seemed to be the best under the emperor. It's a pity that 90% of the strong people who master the sanctification are short-lived. Dust to dust, earth to earth, Xiaowu, without Dad, you haven't had a good time these years, have you?" Fan Hong deliberately uncovers the scar of Xiaowu and exposes it to countless eyes. Boom! Xiaowu is furious. The Black Scorpion's warship rises with endless black light. It blows a hurricane. It twists wildly and shakes the void as if it will tear apart at any time. When he mentioned this sad event, Xiaowu's face was red and his brow was full of violence. He looked up to the sky and roared. He was eager to rush over and fight Fan Hong for 9,900 rounds. The war is on the rise. Xiaowu, you can try your hand and disobey the imperial edict. I think you will die miserably. Fan Hong's face was light and cloudless, and he didn't pay attention to Xiaowu, who was angry like a wounded demon. Xiaowu is very strong, but for Fan Hong, it's just a rising star. Ginger is still hot. What's the trick? How can Xiaowu be Fan Hong's opponent? After dozens of breaths, Xiaowu, who ignited the blood flame all over, slowly converged the strange fire on his body, and his angry look gradually became cold. What's the matter? No more? Fan Hong grins, the corners of his mouth slightly cocks up, pulling out a playful arc. Xiaowu doesn't speak. A pair of blood-red eyes look at Fan Hong like this. His eyebrows are full of killing meanings. The mineral vein of Hunyuan is destined to be a thing in the bag of the great Xia dynasty. Who wants to point to diet? There is no chance for you to live in the world. At this time, Xiaowu even threatened the Tianzi Jiazi behind Fan Hong, who were ready to fight. Don't think hiding in the kingdom of Dian can save your life. Few people who offend the royal family of Daxia have a good ending. The killer organization can understand it. This Xiaowu is really a bully. How could it threaten the Tianzi Jiazi, who are facing the war, and invite the killer organization? Chao, do you want to die? Fan Hong is also furious and roaring loudly. This is the style of action of the great Xia dynasty. In order to achieve the goal, there is no need to use its extreme. This kind of threat in full view of the public, such means of 3 abuses, the most powerful people on the other table simply scoff. But the most powerful of the great Xia dynasty are just the opposite, not ashamed, but proud. Seeing such furious Fan Hong, Xiaowu finally smiled, but the smile was cold. Go. With a big wave of Xiaowu's hand, the battle book gradually flew from the black scorpion dock to the mid-air, isolating the genius of the 2 dynasties. Summer Candle, come out. Xiaowu Town's arms shout, a white as a skeleton of the battle armor of the Summer Candle from the crowd. He is very short, a young face. Shua. Countless eyes fixed on Xiaozhu. His face was cold and stern. There was no timidity on his face, but he wanted to try. In the Book of the Emperor, choose one to keep his name. Summer Black, Bleak, Commandway. Yes, my lord. Xiaozhu nodded. He looked at the emperor's letters of war. There were not many people who were qualified to be named. There were more than 100, but they were all the talents of the young generation of the Emperor Dian. You Dian Emperor also had a genius named Xia? The corner of Summer Candle's mouth slightly pulls up a radian, showing a bit of ridicule. There are great differences in the structure between the Dian and the Daxia dynasties. The Dian dynasty implements the system of enfeoffment. The pyramid of all power is composed of many affiliated countries, 108 Ho families, 10 royal families and 1 royal family. But the great Xia dynasty is different. There is only 1 royal family. Almost the whole dynasty has the surname of Xia. There are only 2 kinds of families, the first is the lineage and the second is the lineage. With the exception of some slaves and some followers, the others were Xia. It can be imagined that Xia, surnamed Xia, had such a horrible position in the great Xia dynasty. That's it, Xiaochuan. Xiaozhu chose the same surname Xia, and Xia Chun was an old acquaintance of Qin Sheng. What's my choice? Xiaochuanru was shocked and the whole person was stiff. He was unbelievable. He didn't think he was so unlucky. The first battle fell to him. Xiaochuan, go to war. Fan Hong's voice is like rolling thunder, ordering Xiaochuan to fight. Xiaochun takes a deep breath and calms down his mood. Then a tower powered by his legs leaps into the air, far away from Xiaozhu. When I read the history books, I heard that there was a traitor in the great Xia dynasty. The Great Annihilation and the lineage turned against each other and became the royal family of the great Yan dynasty. Xiaozhu did not rush to start, but mentioned the past of this period of history. Qin Sheng was also curious. He didn't expect that Xia nationality, one of the top 10 royal families, would have this incident. Xia Bingning was cold as ice. She knew that Qin Sheng was interested in his family history. She said, "We are the lineage. The so-called royal family of the great Xia dynasty is only the collateral. It's only a group of mobs who steal our lineage's treasures." Hearing this, Qin Sheng was not frightened by the dark, and he was not able to laugh or cry at the same time. The background of the two women who are related to him is so complicated. One is the princess of the former dynasty, who always wants to recover from the emperor. A complicated relationship with the great Xia dynasty. Yes, it is indeed a mob. Qin Sheng nodded and said, "These people really can't do things on the table." Boom. Xiaochuan frowns, and his handsome face is a little impatient. He feels that this summer candle is really bullshit. If you want to fight, you have to fight. There are so many bullshit. The scalding Yuanli erupted from his body. He knew that this war could not be avoided. He had no choice but to worry about it. "Oh, in such a hurry to die?" "Summer candlelight," he said with a smile, "originally, I was going to give you a chance to recognize your family, but you didn't treasure it. In that case, you should die." Xiaoju's voice hasn't fallen yet. The white armor on his body suddenly blooms with dazzling white light. In the next moment, he appears in front of Xiaochun like a ghost. "What? So fast?" Xiaochuan's eyes are round, and his eyes are falling. He immediately runs the secret martial arts of the Xia nationality, and his body shape explodes. "Can you escape?" Xiaoju is like a pawn of tarsal bone. His hand is covered with a layer of white bone at some time. He sticks out like lightning. With a puff, he penetrates Xiaochun's armor. Air. Xiaochuan looks down at his chest. His armor, which was made of heavy gold, is covered with a thread of imitation spirit pattern, and can withstand the full blow of the powerful in the cave. However, the seemingly indestructible armor was so vulnerable in front of Xiaoju. Pu Tong! Pu Tong! Xiaochuan spits blood from his mouth, his heart is beating wildly, Yuanli is gushing out wildly, to shake the hand of Xiaoju. Xiaoju sneers, his brows are full of violence. He looks at Xiaochun contemptuously, shakes his head, and says, "On your level, do you want to fight?" "What a shame." Summer Candle mercilessly, pale hand, hard pinched the heart of Xiaochuan. "Ah. I can't die." Xiaochuan's crazy roar, eyes are crazy, but more are not willing. Xiaochun has great ambition. Even though he is not a lineage among the Xia people, he is still conscientious in his cultivation. He wants to one day become one of the most dazzling strongmen of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. In order to achieve this ambition, Xiaochuan has nothing to do with his extreme, and even become the inner line of other royal families, which is to fight for enough resources for his cultivation. Otherwise, relying on the resources provided by the Xia nationality, who is already in the sunset, Xiaochuan will never be the most powerful person in the Vientiane realm in his life. He is only a little bit short. As long as he has shouldered the task of Magic Dragon Wasteland, he will accumulate enough resources to melt the cave. Unfortunately, he miscalculated a step. This summer candle in front of him is too mysterious and powerful. Just one move, Xiaochuan lost, and also lost so thoroughly. Bang! Xiaochuan finally fell into the darkness and fell on the recovering Magic Dragon Wasteland. Xiaochuan, die! People were shocked, especially those who stood far away on the fortress of the war and waited for the war. One by one, their faces were frightened and angry. What's surprising is that this summer candle will stay in the Shenfu realm, but I don't know what kind of skill it is. It pierced Xiaochuan's hard and incomparable armor with one punch. Kill with one move. Xiaochuan is dead. He doesn't even escape. Unexpected, vulnerable. In the deep of the Black Scorpion dock, a black flame drowns the most powerful Xia Wu. His eyes, as huge as stars, flash open and close. Each time, they bloom with the breath of destruction. Fan Hong's face was gloomy. His eyes were bright as electricity. His fierce eyes wandered on Xiaozhu wantonly. He saw through the sky. He was sure that Xiaozhu didn't use any treasures such as spiritual tools. Instead, he used a mysterious skill to break Xia Chun's defense and kill him. This Xiaochuan also has some carelessness. If he starts to wrestle with Xiaozhu, he will never die so tragically. This is the so-called Tianzi Jiazi of Dian dynasty? Ha ha, even the summer candle can destroy the dead. It seems that Tianzi Jiazi is not worth much in Dian dynasty. Some cats and dogs can be honored as Tianzi Jiazi. Isn't it? Xiaozhu's strength is among our group of people, and the top 10 are all terrible. Come on, if we don't have a bet, we'll bet on whether the summer candle can destroy the decadent 10-year victory and kill the pigs forever. Different from the repressive atmosphere of the Dian Emperor, the so-called geniuses of the great Xia dynasty, one by one, were very aloof, commenting wantonly on this vulnerable battle. Xiaoyu's close-fitting dress made him very dazzling. His eyebrows wrinkled and he sneered, "No gambling, Xiao Wu can sweep everything." Many years ago, in the decisive battle, the great Xia dynasty was able to kill the great Yan dynasty and throw away his armor. Xiaoyu said mercilessly and coldly, and continued, "After so many years, it seems that the Emperor of Dian didn't make any progress. On this level, he still wants to monopolize the Hunyuan mine. It's a big joke in itself. Ha ha ha, yes, the dish is the original sin. Xiaozhu, sweeping everything, you may be given a position by the Emperor." The Emperor's Tianzi Jiazi of the great Xia dynasty began to make a fuss. It seems that they didn't put the Emperor's Tianzi Jiazi in their eyes at all. Xiaozhu looked back at those people, and suddenly showed a kind of satisfied smile. "I can barely rank in the top 10 in the Shenfu of the great Xia dynasty, but in this great Yan dynasty, I can definitely be invincible, sweeping everything. Next, just you, Gong Yunping." Xiaozhu suddenly called out a name, which turned out to be Gong Yunping. In this war book, only the name was left, and there was no specific cultivation. This summer candle was lucky enough to choose the warrior of Shenfu realm twice in a row. Hearing this, Gong Yunping suddenly shivered and his face changed. "Who?" He took a deep breath, his face immediately returned to normal, ready to fight. "Hey, boy, with this drop of real dragon blood, as long as there is a breath, you can live." Long Wei shouts at Gong Yunping and spits when he opens his mouth. "Gollum." Gong Yunping didn't respond. He instinctively grew up and swallowed Long Wei's spit. He felt like sliding and gurgling. Gong Yunping immediately felt sick and wanted to vomit. "Hold it, don't swallow it." Long Wei said solemnly, "This is a treasure that can save your life. I didn't give it up at ordinary times. It depends on your good service before I give it to you." There are 3 thick and black wrinkles on Gong Yunping's forehead. He wants to scold the street. It's saliva. How can it be true dragon blood? But just when Gong Yunping wanted to open his mouth and say something, Long Wei kicked him into the air. "You are Gong Yunping?" Xiaozhu looks up and down at Gong Yunping. His cold voice pops out of his mouth and his eyes are not good. "Weaker than the man just now." Xiaozhu looked scornful and said, "Hey, boy, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Now kneel down and join me in the great Xia dynasty. I can make you my follower and protect your life's prosperity." The people of the great Xia dynasty are really all of one nature. They open their mouths and draw people together. And the Xiao Wu is okay. The most powerful person in the Vientiane realm has a bit of weight. But who is this summer candle? Isn't it a genius in the divine realm? Boom. Gong Yunping doesn't talk nonsense. Is this the time to rebel? How possible? He can't run a monk or a temple. He has his own family in Dian dynasty. First of all, when he chooses to be a traitor at this time, he will be slapped to death by Fan Hong, the most powerful man. Even Xiaowu on the opposite side intervenes, but can he really survive when he goes to the great Xia dynasty? Gong Yunping's Yuanli is filled with half-air in an instant. His body has experienced the quenching of Jukyo Hun Yuanyua, which has become extremely powerful. He is also the strong among the strong in Shenfu. On the surface, Gong Yunping's strength seems to be weaker than Xia Chun's, but in fact, Gong Yunping is definitely not as easy to deal with as it seems. Tut tut, another reptile can't wait to die. Xiao Zhu's eyes ignited a strange fire, first green, then white. He started. The white bone and armor on his body changed, and finally became a pair of bone wings in the hot eyes. Shwa. Summer candle flutters high, the void vibrates, turning into a white streamer, which quickly makes Gong Yunping despair. I will not kill you easily. I will torture you slowly. First, I will waste my limbs, then my yuan mai, and finally I will find your spirit and burn it with a different fire. Xiaochuan is like a ghost, passing by Gong Yunping's ear, leaving behind a few words that are creepy. Gong Yunping heard that all his hair was standing up, and the surging yuan force spread from his heavenly cover. He made 79 and 49 handprints, and the hot yuan force turned into a golden bell, protecting every inch of Gong Yunping's skin. When the bell rings, it is accompanied by a strange mystery. It has no actual physical attack ability, but acts on the spirit and can frighten the spirit of the enemy. Xiaozhu also lost a few breath time, but his eyes soon returned to normal. Interesting. Xiaozhu grinned and said, unfortunately, your spirit state is too weak to shake me. Life soul, light. Xiaozhu shouted loudly, and then a strong soul force burst out from his body. 4 stars of life. Everyone was shocked, especially Qin Sheng. His practice in the realm of spirit has been astonishing. He has not smelted the god's mansion yet, but 4 soul stars have been lit. This practice in the realm of spirit has surpassed most of the martial artists in the god's mansion. That is to say, in the realm of God's mansion, the number of soul stars that are lit by the most favored son of heaven is 4-star warrior, which is extremely rare. But this summer candle is one of them. Skybone Chop. With a loud drink of Xiaozhu, his bone wings burst out with a brilliant white light, as bright as a sword, and flash a sharp arc faster than lightning. The bone wings turn into knives, and fall on the golden bell that Gong Yunping has turned into. Sonorous. The fire broke out in all directions, and Gong Yunping was frightened when the golden bell was divided into 2. With all his strength, he threw out one defensive talisman after another, but he could not resist this skybone chop. Bang! Gong Yunping's armor was cut to pieces. He felt as if he had been hit by a spirit beast. His viscera were cracked and he almost died. He fell to the ground and made a deep human pit. Summer Candle is like a shadow, stepping on Gong Yunping's face. Click! Gong Yunping's face was crushed by the way. His ferocious broken bones pierced his skin, and his blood dyed the wasteland instantly. It's too weak. Is that the level of your Dian Empire? Xiaozhu looks up to the sky and shouts, with a fierce sense of war. His eyes are full of contempt, and he despises the arrogant son of the Emperor Dian. You win, let him go. Qin Sheng stood out and said to the summer candle. Oh? Who are you? Xiaozhu glanced at Qin Sheng with cold eyes. In a moment, he could feel that Qin Sheng's yuanli breath was not strong at all, and even the 9 heavy storms and thunderstorms were not completely gone. Although Xiaozhu was a little suspicious, such a weak guy didn't even get through the 9 heavy storms and thunder. According to the truth, it's impossible for martial artists below the Shenfu area to be named in the war book of the emperor. I'm Qin Sheng. I'm going to be the king. Qin Sheng raised his head, his eyes were sharp, and said confidently. Let him go, I will fight with you. Hearing this, Xiaozhu's green and cold eyes looked at Qin Sheng scornfully, as if they were idiots, and sneered, it's really funny. What's your identity? What's your identity? Are you just trying to be king? What an idiot. Xiaozhu stepped on Gong Yunping's chest with one foot, and the sound of cracking bones made his head numb. This summer candle is really extremely cruel, and severely stepped on a few feet. Gong Yunping's chest was trampled through, his limbs were trampled off, his blood was flying in a low way, with a faint blue light. Gong Yunping's body experienced the 9 orifices Hunyuanhua muscle washing and pulping, and his blood had changed gradually. I believe that as long as I give him another 100 years, maybe I will awaken some strong blood. Well? The blood has changed. Is this the power of blood? Gong Yunping's blood splashed on Xiaozhu's face. He licked the corner of his mouth and keenly noticed that there was something like treasure in Gong Yunping's blood, which was the power of blood. Although it is thin, it is also the power of blood. The power of blood is mysterious and magical. Xiaozhu doesn't know the power of blood very well. However, he once saw the power inside the forbidden area in the north. It's powerful and inconceivable. Even the weakest blood power, once activated, is absolutely amazing. Have you ever taken any precious medicine? Xiaozhu licked his cracked lips. His bone-like hand was like an iron tongs. Gong Yunping's face was ferocious and his blood was dripping on the wasteland. Gong Yunping gnaws his teeth and stares at Xiaozhu with greedy face. There is only real dragon blood given by Long Wei in his mouth. If it wasn't for this real dragon blood to hang his life, he would have lost his soul. That summer candle is really powerful. It is not only ferocious, but also mysterious and poisonous. It covers his whole body with white bones. I don't know whether it's really the skeleton of a spirit beast or some secret skill of his practice. Gong Yunping can't be his opponent at all. Don't say it? Xiaozhu's face was cold and gloomy. He slapped Gong Yunping's palms, each of which was powerful enough to turn a hill into powder. Gong Yunping is a man of flesh and blood. If Qin Sheng comes to fight, he can bear it. Unfortunately, Gong Yunping is far from it. Bang! Gong Yunping, like a dead dog, was randomly thrown on the wasteland of the weeds. He gasped heavily. The blood of the real dragon in his mouth had been swallowed by him, barely keeping alive. But even so, Gong Yunping's situation is not optimistic, and he may die at any time. In the battle fortress of Dian Emperor, a group of people surrounded by Tianzi Jiazi, one by one, had gloomy faces and angry eyes. This summer candle is really damned. If Gong Yunping is killed happily, it may not cause much public anger, but it is clearly humiliating Gong Yunping. Now, Gong Yunping is on behalf of Dian. This summer candle so humiliated Gong Yunping, which is no doubt equivalent to humiliating Dian dynasty. You can't be humiliated. All those who are fighting are arrogant and have high morale. Now the emperor has been humiliated. Who can swallow this resentment? Say it or not. Xiaozhu steps Gong Yunping on the bottom of his feet and asks Gong Yunping from a commanding height. He is very greedy. But there is a message about blood power. Even a little bit of information is worth his risk. Bah! Gong Yunping's limbs have been trampled and his spine has been crushed. If there were not the blood of the real dragon given by Long Wei in his body, he would have died long ago. He spits hard at the summer candle. Because the distance is too close, the summer candle gets a move. To die. If I don't dare to kill you, I will not be able to do it. Xiaozhu's face showed fierce light, and his cold yuan force erupted from his body, like a storm. With this yuan force alone, Gong Yunping, who was as angry as the wind, could be killed alive. I know where you want it. Qin Sheng shouted, "Leave him away to live. I will tell you the treasure when I lose the battle. If you don't believe me, I can swear now." The silence of the four fields, especially the camp of Dian Emperor, looks at Qin Sheng, the great demon king, and looks at him. This is not in line with the great demon king's seemingly style of killing the dead. What's the identity of Gong Yunping and Qin Sheng? To put it bluntly, isn't it just a schoolmate of the same day by day sanctuary? Is it worth Qin Sheng to make a solo for him? All the onlookers were filled with question marks. In fact, not to mention these onlookers, even the party Gong Yunping was full of doubts. He was moved to look at Qin Sheng. At the beginning of the day by day, he and Qin Sheng did not know each other. He thought of killing Qin Sheng and even selling the information about Qin Sheng to other saints. Although that time, Gong Yunping was beaten by Qin Sheng and conquered by kneeling and singing. He also made a soul oath and became Qin Sheng's follower. People can see that Xiaoju's strength is very strong. It's hard to find an opponent in Shenfu realm. Qin Sheng agreed to make a soul oath for Gong Yunping's life. Thinking of this, Gong Yunping's eyes can't help moistening. If I can or go back, who will call Qin to be the great devil? Gong Yunping will fight with whom? Gong Yunping's heart roared wildly. Ho ho, why should I believe you? Xiaoju sneered and said, "You are as weak as a bug. Are you qualified to talk with me about conditions? Tell me everything you know, or I'll trample him to death." Boom. Xiaoju's feet also spread out white bones, which are cold and hard. If you step on them like this, Gong Yunping will surely die. Have you heard of Jiuqiao Hunyuanhua? Qin Sheng stepped out step by step, and his eyes seemed sharper than spirit sword. This summer candle is really damned. I really want to rush in recklessly and kill him with a slap. Qin Sheng gnashed his teeth in anger. When the two armies fight against each other, they pay attention to the rules. If anyone breaks the rules, it may affect the Qi luck. Once the Qi luck declines, the result of the war is self-evident. Qin Sheng doesn't care what kind of air transport, but he is most afraid of the Xiaowu, who is hidden in the deepest part of the Black Scorpion Dock and covered by a big black fog. The Vientiane realm, which survived the last small extinction and then rose crazily, is the strongest. This Xiaowu, even Prince Fan is afraid of some points. We can imagine how powerful his strength is. The fat meat of Hunyuan mine vein, Qin Sheng didn't want to fight with them early and hurt his vitality, leading to his downfall in the next small extinction. What kind of flower with 9 tricks? Xiaoju's eyes lit up, and he looked at Qin Sheng greedily. Jiuqiao Hunyuan flower is a legendary flower. This kind of plant is a big medicine among big medicines. Let alone flowers, even pollen, if it is stained with some, it will be enough to make the foundation of a warrior change dramatically. Did this palace cloud level also contact the legendary 9 orifices mixed yuan flower? Xiaoju's expression is cloudy and sunny. It should be that Gong Yunping could not bear the beating of me for such a long time if he had not been in contact with Jiuqiao Hunyuan flower. For his own strength, Xiaoju himself is the most clear. It must be. Gong Yunping is such a dish. After contacting the 9 orifices hybrid flower, the blood in his body will show signs of awakening his blood strength. Thinking of this, Xiaoju's greed in the deep pupil of his eyes becomes more and more intense. It must be so. If I also get the 9-hole hybrid flower and use it to melt the cave, then my cave is definitely one of the most powerful. 9 orifices mixed with Yuanhua, this treasure level, even those who are strong in the Dongtian environment should be jealous. For Xiaoju, it's definitely worth taking risks. Besides, let the guy named Qin Sheng make a soul oath, and then challenge him. As for whether he can defeat him or not, it's a joke. He's just a weak reptilian who can pass his life. Xiaoju can kill a large number of people with one slap. Soon, Qin Sheng made a soul oath, and Xiaoju was also very creditable. He threw Gong Yunping, who had only one breath left and had stepped into the ghost gate, to Qin Sheng. Poof. Gong Yunping spits blood crazily. He is obviously poisoned and the blood turns black. Qin Sheng put Gong Yunping on the deck of the war fortress. He saw Gong Yunping's injury, and immediately his chest lit a burning anger, even his hair was burned. This is the real anger rush crown. Qin Sheng turns his hand and takes out some powder made of 9 orifices mixed with yuanhua and other precious medicines from the Neji. Don't pour it into Gong Yunping's mouth like Yuanjing. Don't talk, who is a hero again in a few days. Qin Sheng gave an order and then stood up. At this time a group of royal doctors rushed over. They wanted to scold Qin Sheng. How could some folk medicine treat the patient? The patient was obviously poisoned. However, when they saw Gong Yunping's face changed from gray to ruddy, they didn't speak anymore. Qin Sheng, get out. Xia Zhu yelled at Qin Sheng with a commanding look. He didn't look at Qin Sheng at all. Qin Sheng stepped out step by step, there was no yuan force fluctuation in his body. He was opposite to Xia Zhu's remote control, and there was no panic as a weak person on his clean face. The dying man, Grandpa here, how do you want to die? Everyone was shocked by Qin Sheng's bluster, especially the arrogant son of heaven in Dian dynasty. They all knew that Qin Sheng was the great devil. He was not afraid of heaven or earth. Even His Royal Highness dared to fight. His Highness, Prince, is a strong man in Dongxinjing. He has stepped into Vientiane. In the future, he will have a great chance to inherit the throne of Dian Emperor. However, even if so, Qin Sheng can't bow his head and admit defeat, tear his face with His Royal Highness Prince, directly, and in front of him, personally cut off his eunuch. At that time, His Royal Highness was also furious. He wanted to kill Qin Sheng recklessly, and even kill the 9 clans of Qin Sheng, which could release His Royal Highness's anger. However, what happened later? These Tianzi from Dian Emperor are the most clear. Qin Sheng, the great devil, is not only alive, but also alive. It's said that Qin Sheng just eats soft food. Relying on Xiao Bingning, the legendary master, someone should also say that Qin Sheng's identity is very mysterious, like the remote side of the Qin nationality. He has the lineage of the royal family, but his status is not very high, but because of the blood changes, he will be so arrogant and domineering. He is not afraid of heaven or earth. Xia Zhu hears the words and immediately looks at the aggressive reptile with interest. He doesn't show too much anger. He is too domineering. Although his whole body is as cold as snow for thousands of years, his blood is as domineering as a dragon. It can even be said without politeness that the summer candle in front of countless onlookers can smelt a cave as long as he wants. Xia Zhu looks at Qin Sheng, who is like a clown, coldly. He stretches out a palm and swings it contemptuously. His words are blunt and say, a weak thing like a reptile. I only need to move a finger to crush you into meat mud. I won't care about your provocation. When have I seen real dragons care about ants' provocation? Summer Candle is very conceited. Wei, don't say I bully you, after all, I am higher than you a great realm. I'll give you 3 moves first. After 3 moves, I'll step on your feet. Cherish this opportunity. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and joked, is that true? Xia Zhu straightened his chest and said seriously, after 3 moves, you can tell me all the clues about the 9 orifices Hunyuan flower. If you dare to play with me, you will regret it eventually. Sometimes it's a luxury to want to die. Boom. Qin Sheng nodded, his mind moved, and the purple yuan pulse in his body suddenly moved, which is beyond the quality of the saint level. The furious yuan force, like a real dragon, rolled out of the clouds. Xian rolls, and Qin Sheng's body has a purple flame, jumping like his heart. I haven't seen anyone ask for this kind of weird request. In that case, get down. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, he moved, and his speed reached the extreme. There was a ripple in the void. Hundreds of Qin Sheng's figures appeared in countless hot eyes. Death. Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly spread this dead air, spreading from the brow and heart, shooting at Xiaozhu. Air. This dead breath is colorless and tasteless, but it makes Xiaozhu's face crazy. His eyes are so wide that he almost falls out. What is this? Summer Candle's eyes were covered with two green flames, but now because of being shot by a dead air, it was extinguished in an instant. It's like being instantly watered out by a basin of ice water. At the same time, the pores of Xiaozhu's whole body stand up, and he feels extremely cold, as if he has been stared at by some prehistoric creature. In the next moment, Xiaozhu saw a palm, as big as a big sunflower fan. The surface of the palm was filled with the death breath of destruction, which was not so strong even in the face of a real Dongtian strongman. Pa. Xiaozhu's head hasn't turned around yet, and his palm print is heavily printed on his face, making a clear face-slapping sound. Ah. Xiaozhu falls on the translucent border and sets off countless rune marks. He feels a sweet throat and then spits out a mouthful of blood. He covers his face, which can no longer be called face at this time, because his face is swelling up at the speed that the naked eye can see, like a pig's head. How could you? Xiaozhu raised his head and his eyes were all cold. He could not believe looking at Qin Sheng. He couldn't believe it. Just now, he was able to catch the track of Qin Sheng's movement. Even if his speed was very fast, he had already surpassed the speed of ordinary martial artists. Even Xiaozhu felt that Qin Sheng's speed was no slower than his own. To some extent, the speed that Qin Sheng had just erupted was even 1 or 2 points faster than him. Even so, it's not Qin Sheng's speed that makes Xiaozhu feel weird, but his body is entwined by some mysterious material. Now his body is extremely uncomfortable. Not only does he feel uncomfortable, shivering, and even Yuanli can't work. Countless onlookers were shocked to see such a scene. The Tianzi Jiazi of Dian Emperor were all right. They knew that Qin Sheng was a powerful demon, and there had been many waves before. But the people there were different. They had never heard of Qin Sheng at all. In their eyes, Qin Sheng was a general life warrior who didn't even melt in Shinfu. No matter how strong the generalist is, he can only fight across a big realm at most. And Xiaozhu is already a strong one who steps into the cave. Even if he is invincible, he can't be so ugly. What's the matter with you, Summer Candle? Remember, what you represent now is our great Xia dynasty. You can only raise the national prestige of our great Xia dynasty and never let it be shamed. You don't want to pay attention to that 9 orifices Hunyuan Hua. It's just a reptile. Just trample to death. That's right. When you enter the Hunyuan mine, are you afraid that you can't find any treasures to melt the cave? One by one, the arrogant people of the great Xia dynasty were discontented with each other. Especially that Xiaoyu, whose eyes were cold and stern. If there were not the most powerful one, he might just slap his hand in the past, afraid of the death of Qin Sheng, and teach this Summer Candle a lesson by the way. When Xiaozhu heard the words, his face was burning. He also felt ashamed. He was a small and weak generalist like a minion, but he was hit hard. Did I just practice the side effects of that skill, which made me feel confused for a while? Summer Candle's heart says in secret. At the same time, Xia Candle is cruel in his heart. After 3 moves, he must severely humiliate this minion. How is it? Does your face hurt? Qin Sheng, however, wandered in the middle of the air, his face slightly mocked, and asked, how about Grandpa's slap? You. Summer Candle is angry, he raises his head, the dead air inside his body has disappeared. Boom. Summer Candle stepped on the wasteland like a cannonball. The wasteland was stepped into several parts in an instant, and the electric light and flint appeared in front of Qin Sheng. He broke his promise, and the 3 moves were cancelled. Xiaozhu started, and the white bone wings behind him were shining with white light. The wind and howling were heard all over the world. I don't know what kind of skill it is. There is a strong spirit attack in the wailing, let alone the martial arts in the life state, even the strong ones in the Shinfu state. If the spirit state is not high, they are directly recruited. Their bodies are stiff and out of control. In a moment, Xiaozhu's bone knife will split Qin into 2 parts, and the blood rain will fall. However, Qin Sheng's spirit realm has lit up 4 soul stars. How powerful the soul is, and how can it be recruited? Pa! Qin Sheng slapped him hard again, and the dead spirit really seemed to be complaining, and his limbs were wrapped like a pawn of tarsals. Ah! Xiaozhu screamed again, and then, like a demon with broken wings, fell heavily on the demon-dragon wasteland. There was black smoke on the wasteland. Xiaozhu was seriously injured this time. His bone wing was broken. The white bone of the white forest was black. It was obviously poisoned. I'm poisoned. Xiaozhu climbs out of the pit and feels his limbs are weak. He really doesn't know what's going on. Just now, he's fine. In the next moment, he's like he's contaminated with something unclean, and his whole body's strength is drained instantly. And his white bone, which cost a lot of money, was found in an ancient temple on the edge of the forbidden area in the north. Now Qin Sheng slapped him to pieces? Why are you so? Xiaozhu wants to question Qin Sheng and what tricks he used to weaken his strength so much. But it was a soul that greeted him. Qin Sheng stepped heavily on Xiaozhu's chest. His chest was covered with a layer of white bone armor. This kind of armor was really strong, much harder than that bone wing, and it didn't crush at once. But the power of terror still makes Xiaozhu cough up blood with a big mouth. Wait a minute. Xiaozhu is confused. He growls loudly and says, he cheated. I seem to be poisoned. I'm weak in limbs. Wait for Nima. Qin Sheng swears and tramples on his feet. He has already operated the 9 death magic, which is so powerful that he has transcended the realm of Shinfu. If he doesn't care about Shouyuan, Qin Sheng really wants to activate the 9 death magic completely and beat Xiaowu, who is hidden in the deep of the warship, to death. The 9 death skill is really powerful, just a little operation. The dead qi burst out is still poisonous, which makes Xiaozhu lose the resistance ability. The shell is really hard. Qin Sheng felt pain in the soles of his feet. Bang! 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 Qin Sheng stepped on his feet hard again. Finally, with a click, the white bone armor finally showed a spider web-like crack. No! Xiaozhu screams loudly, his chest is crushed. Chasm. The white bone disintegrates and turns into a bright streamer, just like thousands of arrows, with a sharp breath, shooting in all directions. Buzzing. On the war fortress, a large array is activated, and a translucent protective cover is instantly agglomerated. The protective cover covers the runes layer by layer, and the defense is amazing, not to mention the after-effect of the fighting among the warriors in the great realm of Shinfu. Even at the peak of Dongshinjing, the battle between Vientiane and the Strong can resist several times. This is the weapon of a great power and a great emperor. It is not so easy to be destroyed. Me. Xiaozhu was trampled under the foot, the ferocious wound of his chest, like a fountain, came out crazily. At this time, Xiaozhu was very miserable. His white bone armor, which took a lot of energy to melt, was trampled and exploded, and turned into a pile of white bones. It was equivalent to his life talisman, so it was so violently blasted by Qin Sheng. As for Xiaozhu, he is not only physically injured, but also fundamentally damaged. That is to say, even if he does not die today, he will be branded with the root of the disease after his recovery, and his future achievements will be limited. Dongsheng may be able to look forward to it. As for the Vientiane realm, don't think too much about it. It has nothing to do with summer candle for life. Summer candle hair, every hair is stained with blood. At this moment, it is the most depressed, the most embarrassed, the most humiliating moment in his life. His lips were dry and his viscera seemed to burst. The yuan vein was also shattered, just like a demon who suffered a lot. Xiaozhu roared up to the sky, and the rage between his eyebrows could even drip out of the water. Qin Sheng, you reptile, unexpectedly I'm stepping under my feet. Get out of here, lowly ants. What identity do you have? What identity do I have? I am a member of the royal family of the great Xia dynasty. If you insult me, you will insult the whole great Xia dynasty. If you dare to treat me like this, you will be the enemy of the whole Xia dynasty. You will not hide in the whole wasteland, the whole 36 dynasties. Xiaozhu is mad. He is poisoned. Qin Sheng's 9 death magic skill is too terrible. It's just a breath of death. Not only did he detain Xiaozhu, but also let him be poisoned. It's only a few decades of breathing time. This Xiaozhu is very sick. He's just talking nonsense. Ha. Qin Sheng sneered coldly and looked down at Xiaozhu. He knew that he would not live long. He couldn't help but exclaim that the 9 death magic skill was really powerful. He just played a dead breath, so he didn't need to fight it. He suppressed Xiaozhu, a powerful god who could crush Xia Chun in one move. Boom! Xiaoyu took a step forward. His sharp eyes locked Qin Sheng like a snake. In a cold commanding tone, he said, "You call Qin Sheng, right? I admit that Xiaozhu lost, but you'd better let him go and leave a line for everything. He won't die so badly in the future." This Summer Yu's voice is extremely cold, especially his long hair, which looks like countless poisonous snakes from afar, looking at the people. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he was immediately happy, and immediately pulled out a joking arc from the corner of his mouth, looking at Xiaoyu as if he were an idiot. "Why don't you show mercy to the man we just met?" Qin Sheng's smile gradually converged. "Still keep a line in everything, you're a male and female dog. Who gives you the courage, the defeated general, and the courage to speak up?" Qin Sheng's expression was cold, and there was no room for words. Maybe others will be timid, maybe others will be afraid of the threat of the great Xia dynasty, but how can Qin Sheng, as the great devil king, be timid? On the road. Qin Sheng's cold voice, like the arrival of death, wrapped around the ears of Summer Candle. Xia Candle is scared. He is really scared this time. He has a bright future. He also wants to learn from the adults of Xiaowu. He rises in the era of Xiamishi and becomes the most powerful one in Vientiane, fighting with the heroes and fighting with the Wanzu. It's a pity that, just after his rise, he met Qin Sheng, the great devil. This son is too terrible. His breath can't be said to destroy the dead, but it's very strange. Xiaozhu knows that he can't be his opponent. No, please, don't kill me. Xiaozhu began to panic and cried for mercy. Xiaoyu couldn't save him at all, while Xiaowu, who was hidden in the deepest part of the warship, was not moved and didn't mean to save himself at all. Joke, that Summer Yu open mouth also calculate, his Xiaowu what identity, how can be like Junior intercede? Boom. Qin Sheng stepped on it, and with a click, Xiaozhu's head was crushed and his soul light was destroyed. Great Summer Dynasty, Summer Candle, Death. The fierce fire on Xiaozhu's body burnt his body to ashes. Hiss. Everyone was stunned, one by one, their faces were stunned, their eyes were shocked, and they were obviously frightened by Qin Sheng's sudden act of killing. Especially those arrogant sons of the Emperor from Dian, their hearts are shocked. At the same time, they also admire Qin Sheng very much. Among them, who can be as fearless as Qin Sheng and decisive in killing? However, Qin Sheng did it, and in the most humiliating way, he stepped on Xiaozhu. Fan Hong's eyes were shining. He couldn't help looking at Qin Sheng more. He was able to kill the young strong of the great Xia dynasty in such a relaxed way, and he was not afraid of the threat from the other side. Such strength, such mind, is doomed to rise in this small extinction. Even Fan Hong saw his own shadow on the little guy named Qin Sheng. Good. Fan Hong can't help shouting. He was too depressed before, especially the summer candle from the great Xia dynasty. It didn't take much effort to make Tinjiao, the king of Dian, die and hurt. In fact, all people, including Fan Hong, are very clear that if it wasn't for Qin Shengli to set up a soul pact, the second one to fight Gong Yunping would definitely die. De Yan will win. Those who offend me will be punished even if they are far away. At this time, someone looked up to the sky and roared, including the Prince's Highness, who was also awe-inspiring. When the enemy is in charge, even the prince has to put aside his personal grudges and cut off the invaders first. On the other side, on the warships of the great Xia dynasty, their atmosphere was much suppressed. Many years ago, in the First World War, they won the battle in the Summer dynasty, which greatly damaged the vitality of the Dian dynasty. But this time, they came to plunder the Hunyuan mine. Among all of them, especially in the realm of Shenfu, Xiaozhu is actually powerful and can rank in the top 10. But lost, or by a lower realm of the weak, with a very humiliating way to kill. The great Xia dynasty never tried to suffer such a great loss. Who is going to fight and kill the sun? Xiaowu's voice is cold. Although it's hard to hear whether it's joy or anger, who knows that in all likelihood, Xiaowu is unhappy. Let one of the most powerful adults not be happy. They are the talents of the great Xia dynasty. After they return to the great Xia dynasty, there will be no good fruit to eat. My lord, I will kill this reptile. A powerful voice sounded, and everyone looked at the man. I saw a big figure flying out of the black scorpion stalk. He was very tall, maybe 3 meters high, covered with a thick layer of rock. The name of this man is Cheyenne. The soul of war is a rock, but it's not a common rock at all. It's the real blood of a spirit beast with a thread of 9 flame, heavenly dog. The rock melted in it is much harder than the common rune. Xiayan's strength is much stronger than Xiaozhu's. He ranks the 5th in this group of Tianzi Jiazi. I heard that he once killed a real Dongtian strongman. Boom. 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 Xiayan steps on the void, and every step can set off a shock wave that can be seen by the naked eye. He rolls his mat on the waste soil and blows up a terrible vortex. The hard rock is crushed. It's just the momentum of walking. It's so strong. Under the hot eyes of countless Tao, Xia Yan came down to Qin Sheng's face and said with a sneer, "Come here and die." Speechless. Qin Sheng is like as 2 peas, and those who are in the great Xia dynasty are all idiots. They are even eccentric. How can they speak alike? They can sneer at irony. Can they change a new model? Fight quickly, don't talk nonsense. Qin Sheng is indifferent. He doesn't want to waste time, because he has a feeling that the longer the delay of this Hunyuan mine, the more disputes it will cause. Xia dynasty is the closest dynasty to Dian dynasty. They came here for the purpose of Hunyuan mine. If they delay for a while, Qin Sheng is not sure. He will share the treasure in the Hunyuan mine. Boom. Qin Sheng moves, he runs a piece of dead spirit in the body, that is the essence from 9 dead gods. It is very precious. Dragon Whale Fist. Qin Sheng didn't hesitate to sacrifice the god-made steel. The virtual shadow of the steel is very vague. The meaning of the steel cannot be seen clearly by the third party. Ow! Moo! The dragon and the whale appeared behind Qin Sheng. The dragon stretched for hundreds of miles. The whale was as big as an island, blocking the sky and blocking the sun. Huaquan embroidered leg. Mystery. Xia Yan smiles coldly. Qin Sheng's methods seem gorgeous and powerful, but in Xia Yan's eyes, they are simply vulnerable. Get down. Xia Yan's stone hand is like the palm of a Buddha's, rising in the face of the storm. It soon soars to tens of miles. It's not a magic power, but a solid stone hand. Rumbling. There are stone hands with tens of miles around and complicated runes flowing on the surface, like 9 heavy meteorites falling from the sky, with hot flames, beating hard at Qin Sheng's fist marks. As soon as the stone hand came out, the sky broke, and the void shook violently, blocking the sky from the sun. This moment, just like the coming of cataclysm, all the creatures within 100 miles crawl on the ground and worship. Especially for those creatures with low strength, Xia Yan is a real god for them. They can be annihilated by flying ash between waves. Even the spirit can't escape, fall into the darkness forever, and can't reincarnate. Go to hell. This is your burial ground. Xia Yan's eyes are as bright as electricity. They radiate the light with a very strong destructive atmosphere. The killing intention between the eyebrows is not concealed at all. The palm of his hands is pressed down hard. Under the hot eyes of countless ways, the stone hands blocking the sun collided with the virtual shadows of Yulong and Xinjing of Qin Sheng. Rumble. There was a sudden explosion in the sky of the magic dragon wasteland. The terrible shock wave brought endless power of runes, especially in the core area of the explosion, the twisted spirit lines, containing the edge of terror. Even the void was about to be torn. Xia Yan's strength is so strong. This attack can't be carried out even by a real powerful Dongtian. The whirlpool full of destructive storms submerged Qin Sheng, including the stone tablet of heaven, Yulong, Xinjing, and so on. It's all gone, and there's no trace of it. In the battle fortress of Dian dynasty, no matter the prince, the 8th prince, the 9th prince and Xiao Bingning, their faces are very dignified. In particular, Xiao Bingning's face was full of worries, as if she could not find a more perfect jade-like face in the whole wasteland. She has been with Qin Sheng for a long time, and she is also aware of Qin Sheng's strength and inside story. Her boyfriend is not only a double cultivation of physical and martial arts, but also has high attainments in alchemy and array refining. Xiao Bingning also knows that Qin Sheng's strength is far beyond the ordinary generalist. He has many life protection cards. But in the face of such a terrible devastating attack, even a real powerful Dongtian can't guarantee that he won't be injured. Qin Sheng, however strong, can't easily carry this wave of attack. After all, worms are just worms. How can they compete with the real dragon race? Xiaoyu smiled. He swayed and dressed in the androgynous posture. The fluctuation of soul power swept through the explosion area several times in an instant. He didn't find the fluctuation of life in it at all. He is the most powerful man in the cave. He has enough confidence in this. Even he didn't find out his life path. Then Qin Sheng is 100% dead. Ha ha, dare to humiliate me. I haven't even left my bones now. What a delight. At the same time, the formation of the great Xia dynasty finally put down the stone in their heart. It is obvious that the death of Xia Zhu has put a lot of pressure on them. The genius of the great Xia dynasty can only win but not lose. If they fail, the consequences of waiting for them will be very serious. At this time, Xia Yan also smiled, and he was very satisfied. The pressure in his heart was cleared away, because he felt that Qin Sheng was able to bear it. Be able to kill in front of the public. Rumbling. Over the sky, the thunder and fire containing the atmosphere of destruction gradually extinguished, especially in the core area of the explosion. The smoke slowly dispersed, revealing a huge pit of hundreds of meters. And just above that deep pit, a slender figure stands still. Elegant long hair, along with the scattered storm rhythm, childish faded and clean face showed a light smile, very calm and calm. This person is not Qin Sheng. Who will it be? Xia Yan's smile gradually solidified and replaced by a touch of shock. Just like Xia Yan's random attack, it contains many mysterious and secret techniques. It's not a tentative attack at all. He has exerted 90% of his strength. He also has some secret ways of eating blood and soul, killing thousands of enemies and damaging 800 of himself. In this way, he can exert 10% or even 12% of his power. However, in order to be a minion who can understand life, Xia Yan doesn't need to use this vicious secret method. In his opinion, Qin Sheng, a low-level warrior, was able to suppress directly by means of thunder. But it never occurred to me that Xia Yan underestimated Qin Sheng. It's not just Xia Yan who underestimates Qin Sheng. Everyone is dumbfounded and staring at the scene. Who is Xia Yan? He is powerful. He ranks 5th among the young talents of the whole great Xia dynasty. You can imagine how terrible his strength is. If Xia Yan was in Dian dynasty, it would be the strongest existence except for the young princes who were fighting for the throne of emperor. In this context, Qin Sheng can even bear the full blow of Xia Yan. Such tenacious bearing capacity is extremely rare for the onlookers here. I didn't expect that you are a little strong. Xia Yan's voice was low and roared. His fists were clenched and his bones crackled. A pair of stone fists flowed the sharp Yuanli. Qin Sheng's eyebrows slightly coagulated, and his clean face showed a little disdain. He said, "Your strength is a little worse than I thought. You're not my opponent. You'll be killed in 3 moves. Qin Sheng's voice was cold. Don't waste time, you young people of the great summer dynasty, all of you go together. As soon as the voice fell, the 4 fields were silent. All the onlookers looked at each other face to face, as if there was an expression on their faces. I didn't hear you wrong, did I? All together? Did Qin Sheng lose his mind? At this moment, this is everyone's voice. Even Prince Fan frowned, feeling that Qin Sheng was too big. In the ancient times, there were once warriors in Shenfu who killed the powerful in Xingyu. However, it was only in the ancient times. At that time, the magic dragon wasteland had not declined, and the 36 emperors of the wasteland had not been blocked. It could be connected with other places in the Tianyuan continent. It was a big era. There were too many unimaginable treasures to polish your body and make the god's mansion in your body infinite, so that there was infinite possibility. That era has passed away, and it is impossible to return. The genius who fights across several realms will not reappear. However, now Qin Sheng appears. He is too scary to reach the Shenfu realm. If Xiao Wu doesn't read it wrong, Qin Sheng is at least 3 times short of the storm and thunder, so he has a chance to smelt the Shenfu. And Xia Yan is already a strong man in the cave. He has only stepped into the cave. He is only a few chances away from the chance to fly to the sky and become a powerful warrior in the cave. It's just that Xia Yan is very powerful. Qin Sheng still let everyone go together? This time, the Tianzi Jiazi who came to challenge the Emperor Dian has strong strength, especially the front few who are all strong in Dongshenjing. Can Qin Sheng pick a few powerful people in the cave at a time? If that's the case, it would be ridiculous. I'll kill you alone. Xia Yan was so angry that he didn't have any more nonsense. He turned it into a streamer and rushed to Qin Sheng. Xia Yan's Yuanli is all silver, sweeping out like a Milky Way, with terrible power. Although he is big, he is fast and frightening. The air bursts and the void rolls. It seems that there is a terrible hand, stirring the void, which almost breaks the void crack. When the 2 fists were thrown out, the stone was startled. Everywhere it passed, it turned into stone, even the air into stone. What kind of boxing is this? Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly contracted, and he did not hesitate to sacrifice the steel of heaven. This ancient steel dug out from the depth of the forbidden area in the north has a great beginning, and even the peak owners of the sun-chasing holy palace can't understand it. Dragon Whale Fist. Qin Sheng did not have the slightest timidity, also hit double fist, one fist into dragon, one fist into whale. In the hot eyes, 4 fists hit each other fiercely, and 4 groups of white light broke out, which was extremely dazzling. If a warrior who was cultivated in a lower level than Shenfu, even after 9 heavy storms and thunderstorms, went to watch the war, his eyes would be blinded. The white light shrinks violently and becomes a origin. Then it expands at the speed of light. 100 miles away, nothing grows. The wasteland is swept by the wind like a sponge. The white light disappears, Qin Sheng becomes a stone statue, and he is petrified. This scene let everyone down, especially those from the Great Xia dynasty. The scourge of the Great Fire is finally dead. Now that he has been petrified, even if the gods do it, he will not be able to save his life. There is no doubt that he will die this time. Xia Yan is wearing coarse qi. He has exerted 10% of his power this time. If he can't kill Qin Sheng, he will use the secret method of killing 1,000 enemies and self-injuring 800 souls. Click. A tiny crack sounds in the silence of the 4 fields. Xia Yan's eyes suddenly shrink. Here. Xia Yan has a bad premonition in a moment. Isn't Qin Sheng still dead? Boom. Xia Yan's intuition just came into being. The petrified Qin Sheng burst. A ray of light, like a flash of lightning in the dark, fell on Xia Yan's face. Pa! Xia Yan was shocked by a terrible shock. He was swept away by a slap. His massive body suddenly hit the wasteland and raised dust all over the sky. In the deep pit, Xia Yan was shocked and angry. What surprised him was that Qin Sheng not only didn't die, but also had more terrible power than before. He took himself away with a slap, his skull burst, and an inexplicable breath rushed into his head from the wound. I said, don't waste time, all of you. Qin Sheng said coldly. Cold voice, spread to a very distant place, the scene is dead. Xia Yan failed. Lose to a low-level warrior who knows life? This kind of result is very difficult to accept for those Tianzi Jiazi who come from the Great Xia dynasty, but even if the heart is more unwilling to accept, then what? What can that change? Xia Yan, as the most powerful being in the realm of God's mansion of the Great Xia dynasty, lost and failed. At the very least, under the eyes of countless Taoist priests, Qin Sheng didn't use the supernatural weapon of power, and didn't ignite any treasure-level talisman. He only relies on his own fists. Of course, there are not many people who can penetrate into the legendary gem, including the 2 most powerful people in the Vientiane realm. No matter Fan Hong or Xiao Wu, neither of them can see through the steel. At this time, Xia Yan felt a headache, and his head seemed to have penetrated into some horrible species. It was extremely cold, and the rocks all over his body were peeling off. Worm, what poison have you put on me? Xia Yan shouted, but there was not much Yuan force in his voice. He felt weaker than ever before. At last, he could not even move his fingers. He knew he was poisoned. Detoxify me. Xia Yan begged weakly. At this time, he finally showed his panic. In this world, who is not afraid of death? Phew. A black streamer burst out of Xia Yan's body. No one could catch it. It was like a lightning bolt that fell into Qin Sheng's eyebrow. Qin Sheng felt a very pure power gushing out of the dead air, moistening his body and spreading to all parts. The 9 death magic skill is also terrible. When you light show Yuan, you can fight across several realms. The dead qi accumulated in normal operation has such terrible power. Qin Sheng's heart was frightened and worried. What's shocking is that the 9 divine skill is worthy of the highest level of skill. Qin Sheng is just a novice at the court, and has such a rebellious effect. The worry is that this kind of magic skill can be called against the sky. Even the magic body can be smelted. You can imagine its hegemony. This kind of magical skill can become a secret skill. If you continue to practice like this, you will wait for Qin Sheng's result. You can't even know for sure. However, now it is certain that Qin Sheng's dead breath can still devour Yuan Li's whole body. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng's face was a little strange. His skin suddenly turned to rock. This is not the sequel of Xia Yan's just hit, but he seems to control Xia Yan's rock skill. Seeing that Qin Sheng was not moved, Xia Yan stopped begging Qin Sheng and knew that he would die today. Worms, you will die. Dare to kill me, you will never see the sun tomorrow. It's time for Xia Yan to curse Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng snorted coldly and stepped on the footprints without hesitation. Click. Air. Xia Yan's body has long been destroyed by a breath of death refined from the 9 death magic. His body is like paper paste, easily crushed by Qin Sheng. Xia Yan, as like his 2 peas, died and stepped into minced meat. The spirit was corrupted. In the camp of the great Xia dynasty, the atmosphere is very depressing. All the arrogant people in the Black Scorpio dock are gloomy. Especially Xia Yu, who is not a man but a woman. His chest is undulating, like the hair of a viper flying wantonly, making the sound of sand, like a viper locking its prey. Good. Xia Yu's face was cold, and his eyes were as green and poisonous as the snake's light. He locked Qin Sheng. Dare to insult the royal family of my great Xia dynasty like this, you reptile is the first one. Xia Yu's voice has become a whirlpool. He rolls the mat to Qin Sheng. Sound waves are like sharp swords. They want to pierce Qin Sheng's spirit. Xia Yu, as a strong man in the cave, also stepped into the Vientiane realm. This kind of strong man, far beyond the level of Shenfu realm, is still in full view of the public, like the rise of Qin. This is a kind of spirit attack, and it's Xia Yu's angry attack. Not to mention the martial arts like Qin Sheng, even the martial arts in Shenfu, will be ignited by the spirit, turn into nothingness and disappear on the vast river of life. Not even to take the road of reincarnation again. A cold hum like a goddess of ice and snow. Xia Bingning bursts in a flash. She resists Qin Sheng's body. Everyone is shocked by her charming and gorgeous appearance. Xia Bingning's hands are as white as jade. He sweeps the translucent spirits down. Who are you? Xia Yu's eyes became bronze and extremely sharp. He locked Xia Bingning and forced him to ask directly. Hearing this, Xia Bingning didn't even put Xia Yu as a man or a woman in her eyes. She looked back at Qin Sheng with emotion, stroked Qin Sheng's face, and asked with concern, Qin Sheng, are you okay? Xia Yu was treated coldly as ice and snow goddess, but Qin Sheng was treated with such gentleness and great contrast that countless onlookers were amazed. Qin Sheng smiled, his cheeky thief was so thick that he even held Xia Bingning's hand in front of the public. That kind of soul attack may have effect on those cats and dogs, your boyfriend, it's slag. Qin Sheng is too shameless. It's Xia Bingning who stops the angry attack of those who contain the powerful Dongshenjing. In Qin Sheng's mouth, it didn't work. I'll wipe it. It's a good load. Even Long Wei couldn't see it. He couldn't help whispering. Qin Sheng may be able to resist the attack of the spirit of the powerful in Shenfu, but it is impossible to resist the attack of the spirit of a higher level than Shenfu. In fact, Qin Sheng really didn't pretend to be forced. What he practiced was that even the venerable people in 9 days and 10 places had to study the extreme skill with red eyes. He had to resist Xia Yu's angry spirit attack, that is to say, to consume more longevity. It's not polite to say that as long as Qin Sheng has the 9 dead magic skill, he has enough longevity. Even in the face of the real powerful Vientiane, he can fight several rounds. However, after a few rounds, Qin Sheng may be drained by the 9 dead kung fu and die. Xiaowu, take care of your people. Prince Fan was angry and roared loudly, as if he had played the great burning and desolate bell to frighten everyone's mind. You know the rules. Challenges should have rules. If it is not for the great Xia dynasty to be too strong and aggressive, and the great Yan dynasty has been weak for many years, how else could they have a share of the Hunyuan mine? That is to say, this challenge determines the proportion of the ore vein in the future. Chatter. In a black fog, Xiaowu gave a harsh laugh, his blood eyes twinkled with fierce light, and he smiled coldly at Prince Fan's warning. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear that reptile say let you go together? Xiaowu gnawed his teeth and ordered. Boom. On the Black Scorpio dock, all the arrogant sons of God's mansion got off the ship and flew to the empty battle platform between the two dynasties. Brush. There are more than 10 people in total. These are the most powerful remaining talents of the great Xia dynasty in the realm of Shenfu. They have men and women, breath or cold, or hot, and even some of them exude the violent and murderous. These 10 odd talents are so powerful that they are even more powerful than a real Dong Tian. There are enough ants to pester the elephant. What's more, this is a group of the most powerful talents in the great realm of the great Xia dynasty. War. 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 Someone sounded the drums and roared. The roar of uniformity and the battle power of twisting into a group will shake the void. Qin Sheng, do you really want this? Xiao Bingning's delicate face was in a state of confusion. You can completely wait for the last 3 storms and thunder, melt the Shenfu, and fight with them. Smell speech, Qin Sheng shakes his head, Wei, wind and thunder rob is the treasure of honing oneself, extremely precious, how to waste on this group of people? Not worth it, not worth it. Qin Sheng stood up with his hands down, shaking his head and sighing. In the summer, the emperor's arrogant sons were inflamed with anger and bathed in flames. It's too bullying. All martial artists, who are not afraid of wind and thunder, will die if they are a little careless. And Qin Sheng even took the storm and thunder robbery as a tool to hone himself? Listen to this cargo. It means they are not worth his chance to waste his time and improve his strength. To put it bluntly, Qin Sheng despised their son of heaven in the great Xia dynasty. He didn't need to improve his strength to deal with them. You are such arrogant reptiles. You can set up a killing array to kill this tusk. A man dressed in a armor with a string of jade and rune gold shouted coldly. It's a golden jade garment, covered with a thin layer of holy lines. It seems that the shape should not be original, but copied. But even so, the defensive power of this golden jade garment is amazing. Of course, this is not the gold and jade clothes that the emperor wears in the legend. Even the goods from the mountain stronghold are not good, just the low-end goods that are hard to match. Boom. A dozen of the great Xia dynasty's prodigious prodigy, who set up a killing array, were so terrible that they covered hundreds of miles in an instant, gushing out black clouds, and the night fell in an instant. The oppressive and cold atmosphere spread as fast as the plague. Qin Sheng's eyes flashed a purple light, and the Yuan Mai in his body was like the heart of the dragon family, beating normally. On the wasteland, the sky is full of thick black fog. Under the astonishing eyes, the black fog condenses into a black prison, which drowns Qin Sheng Yan. Dark, stinging and humid, Qin Sheng looked around and saw the black prison which was condensed by the big array. The defense of this black prison is amazing. On the black streamer, there is a very difficult rune. This rune is very profound and almost comparable to a holy stripe. 8-level array? Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled with purple on, and his face was cold and merciless. At the beginning, he was also in the disordered tombs of Malong mining area. By chance, he refined the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers, and had a deep understanding of the way of array. However, not long ago, it was completely destroyed by the 9 death skill. The information about the way of array in the soul light is completely destroyed. Without the base card of array, Qin Sheng has some troubles to break this 8-level array. But it's just a little bit of a hassle. Break it. Qin Sheng gave a low voice and blew out a dragon whale fist. The black prison shook violently, and then broke a prison wall. Wow. However, the black prison, like the water flow, once again generates a new wall at the speed that can be seen by the naked eye. Interesting. Qin Sheng frowned. It's really a big array of 8 levels. It's a bit unrealistic to crack it with one punch. At this time, outside the black prison, a group of emperor's arrogant sons in the Summer dynasty, one by one, their cold faces all exuded the color of cynicism. It's really stupid. This array is 8-level array. How can it be broken by brute force? One of them, a young man with white hair and black armor, murmured. His voice was not loud, but it was able to spread to the formation of Dian Emperor. Brothers, let's do it. After all, worms are just worms. No more insects that can jump, don't try to shake us. Another woman in red gently pursed her red lips. She was gorgeous in appearance, but the words from her mouth were so hateful. The arrogant sons of the great Xia dynasty were talking to each other, but the people on the side of the great Yin dynasty were looking at each other face to face, and no one helped them. Especially those from the Qin and Shu nationalities, with their heads lowered, their mouths slightly cocked up, and their faces gloating. Xia Bingning looks on coldly. He is very cold to the so-called Tianzi Jiazi of the Great Fire Emperor. Few of them have conscience. In the black prison, all the time is unpredictable. Qin Sheng goes all the way and finds that he is back to the origin. Obviously, Qin Sheng is lost. Right now. All of a sudden, a black spear burst out from an inconspicuous corner. Its hand was fierce and mysterious, much faster than the lightning flint. Sneak attack? Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, his body suddenly shook, and he made a fist. The purple yuan force was like the birth of a python dragon, roaring up to the sky, then making a purple yuan force vortex to swallow up the black spear. Bang! A strong reaction force made Qin Sheng hit the black prison hard. He felt that the 5 viscera were severely turbulent, and the corner of his mouth was almost a mouthful of blood. Such a strong force is worthy of being an 8-level array. It's not only a trapped array, but also can improve the battle power of those who set it up. Qin Sheng looks down at his tiger mouth and finds that his hands are shaking wildly. The mouth of the tiger splits and the blood drops on the ground. Qin Sheng was injured. His viscera fell to crack. There was a lot of cold breath coming from the wound. This is the breath of death, with the terrible poison. This strange poison, even if it is a real powerful god's mansion, if it is slightly contaminated, it will be poisoned to death. Qin Sheng raised his eyelids and felt cold under his eyes. Playing poison with me? Qin Sheng smiled coldly, then recited the pithy formula in his heart, and operated the 9 death magic. Boom! Qin Sheng's body is like the waking up of the death god. With the horrible breath of death, he immediately rolls up the mat to every inch of his skin. Those strange poisons are instantly assimilated into the most pure force. Buzz! Qin Sheng's whole body is shining, and his eyes are shining. His hands are open, and the scalding Yuanlaton is like the dam of the breakwater, pouring out like a purple and gold spear. Death. Qin Sheng's eyes were cold and chilling. His eyebrows were full of murderous ideas. His feet were like the roots of trees. They were rooted on the ground and connected with the earth. His whole waist turned into a bow. Then he smashed a spear. Phew! The spear turns into a purple lightning bolt, which stabs the attacker with the speed of immortality. What? The attacker's face changed a lot, and then he quickly waved his flag. Hula! The crazy circulation of black prison forms one black wall after another in front of the attacker. On each side of the black wall, there are numerous and incomparable runes, which radiate amazing defense. This kind of defense, even the martial artist at the top of Shinfu, is absolutely unshakable. Pooh! But in the next moment, the purple and gold spear is as easy as piercing the white paper, piercing one side of the black wall after another. Seeing such a terrible scene, the original complacent raider was suddenly shocked. He turned around and fled, but the purple and gold spear was like the pawn of the tarsal bone, and the raider was locked in the dark. Bang! The raider had no time to escape, and was nailed to the wall of the black prison by a purple and gold lightning. Ah! The body of the raider ignited the fire, burning wildly. His face was twisted and desperate. Unfortunately, all this is futile. These struggles soon restored calm and gradually lost the breath of life. What Xiatu died. Inside the black prison, there are many sneakers. These are all the heroes of the great Xia dynasty. They hide in the dark one by one, that is, they will fight for Qin Sheng. Xia Tu was ranked 7th in Tianjiao, the god mansion of the great Xia dynasty. His strength was very good, but he was killed by Qin Sheng. Boom! Qin Sheng offered the god-made steel. In the light of this ancient steel, the breath of Longjing fist is particularly strong. With the strength of the 9 death magic, the power suddenly increased 10 times. Qin Sheng punched through the wall of the black prison, and a dark shadow fell to the ground. She was a gorgeous woman. She just talked loudly outside to kill Qin Sheng. However, what he did not expect was that he was attacked so quickly by Qin Sheng in turn. Cough. Xia Yan's chest was undulating. She was punched by Qin Sheng's partition wall. Her chest was red and her sternum was cracked. How could it be? How could he know where I am? Xia Yan ran away crazily. She never thought of it. She had been astringent and shielded by the strength of the 8-level array. She wanted to get close to Qin Sheng and took his head, but this wishful thinking was too good. At the moment when Xia Yan thought she was going to win, Qin Sheng found her and offered the dragon whale fist to destroy the sky and the earth, which hit her hard. Xia Yan's strength is only ranked 9th among all the most favored sons of the great Xia dynasty. She is much weaker than that Xia Tu. How could she escape if she was attacked by Qin Sheng? Bang! Whoa! Qin Sheng smashes the black wall of a black prison with one fist, and tears the black wall of a black prison with one claw. Such a powerful black prison is just like paper paste in front of Qin Sheng, which is easily broken by Qin Sheng. Although Qin Sheng's memory of the way of array has been erased in his soul light, there are also some unique inherited memories of the 9 death magic skill. For these large arrays, he has an instinctive keen insight. Therefore, in front of the ordinary martial artists in the life-saving environment, even in the Shinfu environment, this kind of black prison is unbreakable, but in front of Qin Sheng's eyes, it seems that there are many mistakes and omissions. As long as you punch at the imperfect points in this black prison, the black wall will be exploded naturally. You go away. Xia Yan is very hurt. Her chest is white. Her face is gorgeous and her body is also excellent. She looks like a rose stained with blood. She looks sad and fierce when she is beautiful. Go away? Qin Sheng grinned and approached slowly. Don't you want to approach me? Don't kill me. I can give you anything, including my body. At this time, Xia Yan even throws out a beauty scheme, but Qin Sheng is not a hairy boy. How could she be so easily cheated? Compared with my girlfriend, you are really different. Qin Sheng mercilessly attacked that although Xia Yan was beautiful, she thought she was weak compared with Xiao Bingning. The two women were not at the same level. Don't you think about it? Xia Yan even stood up for her injured chest on purpose, but in Qin Sheng's opinion, it was just scum. Die. At this time, Xia Yan's eyes were very sharp, which was a little weak. She offered a spirit sword from her arms. The sword flew to the sky, swept everything, and chopped it to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng sneered. Although he was just approaching Xia Yan, he was ready for a long time. He moved sideways, dodged the sword light of killing, and then flashed out his hand like a dragon claw. He grabbed Xia Yan's neck. Ho ho! Xia Yan is choked. She lets Qin Sheng let her go, but Qin Sheng kills Lin Ran. With a click, she breaks Xia Yan's neck. Xia Yan, ranking 9th, is dead. What? You killed Xia Yan. I'll fight you. There was a young man with silver armor, who arrived at this time. He rushed to Qin Sheng, waving 2 battle axes. Silver armor young man, he is tall and upright, and his face is a little childish, but at this time, he is furious. Xia Yan is his fiancée. They will form a road couple after the small death. And this trip will give them a chance to make great progress. However, it never occurred to me that Xia Yan died and was killed by this seemingly insignificant minion. Kill my fiancé, and I will make you an evil spirit and drive you for thousands of years. The young silver armor was murderous. The 2 battle axes with prehistoric breath destroyed Qin Sheng. Where they passed, even the hard black prison exploded. They locked Qin Sheng. 1 axe went to Qin Sheng's head and the other to Qin Sheng's waist. It was cruel and fierce. Qin Sheng's eyelids lifted. The silver young man's strength is very strong. She doesn't know how many times stronger than that Xia Yan. However, she is still weaker than that Xia Yan. That is to say, the strength of this silver young man ranks 6th among the great Xia dynasty at most. That's ridiculous. Qin Sheng shakes his head, his thoughts move, his fists blow out, a gray fog is generated in an instant, and then with the speed that the naked eye can see, it quickly condenses into a stone fist. Bang! Chong! Stone fist and tomahawk hit each other violently, and a dazzling fire burst out. A translucent shock wave that can be seen by the naked eye rushed to all sides of the black prison. The young silver armor was shaken to fly. The terrifying force hit him hard on the chest. The battle axe of both hands had already disappeared and was deeply inserted in the wall of the black prison. Poof! The young man with silver hair spits blood. He looks like a ghost. His face is unbelievable. Why did you learn the secret of Cheyenne? The silver-haired boy asked his doubts. Xia Yan's secret method did not come from the royal family of the great Xia dynasty, but he got it by accident in a Jedi. Xia Yan's secret method of rock formation has no name and is very crude. However, the effect of rock formation is very good. It can resist the attack of powerful warriors. Why? Qin Sheng wandered around in the court and approached the silver young man. This 9 death magic skill is really magical. As long as you invade the enemy's body, you can copy his skill. What memory! This is also the first time that Qin Sheng discovered the function of the 9 dead skill. What's the concept? That is to say, Qin Sheng can learn the martial arts of the world. This kind of thing, according to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, is unheard of for copying other people's memories. I wonder if that elder martial sister has copied my memory? All of a sudden, Qin Sheng felt very creepy. He thought of the elder martial sister who had gone to 9 days and 10 places. Qin Sheng's second death was arranged by this elder martial sister herself. There are many secrets in Qin Sheng's body. However, that elder martial sister is obviously strong. Maybe she doesn't care about the so-called inheritance and memory of the emperor. There are 2 ferocious scratches on Qin Sheng's hands, but when the gray airflow disappears, it is found that only those rocks have been cut, and the body has no damage at all. I'll tell you in the next life. Qin Sheng looks at the young silver armor boy with a wild face. His feet shake hard. If someone notices Qin Sheng's feet at this time, they will surely find that his feet are covered with a thick layer of rock. The black prison was not big. Qin Sheng was as free as a shadow, and almost immediately came to the young silver armor. Go away. The silver armor young man was shining all over, almost scared to death. Qin Sheng was so desperate, and the means were extremely unimaginable. Because just now, Qin Sheng used Xia Yan's means, Xia Yan's skills, and hurt himself. This is just the act of bandits. They killed Xia Yan and deprived him of his skills? Such terrible news, if spread out, will definitely cause an explosive sensation. However, it's not the time for shock and fear. The silver armor young man grins his teeth fiercely, uses the royal secret method, spits out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence, divides 3 wisps of soul light, and draws a complicated symbol in front of him. Bang! Qin Sheng's stone fist smashed on the black symbol, and the rolling ripples rolled around him in an instant. Qin Sheng's fist fell into the swamp, suffering unprecedented resistance. Qin Sheng gave a cold snort, and his eyes shone with sharp light. At one glance, he saw through what kind of means it was. The dead qi of the 9 death magic skill burst out, which dissolved this complicated and incomparable symbol. The light of the fist was dazzling. Qin Sheng kneaded the dragon whale fist together with the secret method of rock formation, and made a shocking fist. Like the arrival of the Emperor of Heaven, all the escape spaces were blocked, the whole black prison was frozen, and the black streamer flowing on the surface of the black prison was still at this time. The silver armor young man stared into a circle, is simply unable to believe this scene. He crazily twisted his body, but found that everything was in vain. Bang! The silver young man suffered hard. With a click, the silver armor burst into countless pieces. His body was pierced, his heart was destroyed, and there was no possibility of survival. The silver armor young man looks down at a stone fist running through him. On the fist seal, he depicts this lifelike swimming dragon and a divine whale. The power of this fist is too terrible. It's best to describe it by crushing, pulling, and decaying. A face of despair and unwillingness appeared on the young face of silver armor. The eyes of hatred were soon dilated and dimmed. The silver armor youth also died, is not Qin Sheng's opponent at all. Boom. The black prison can't hold on any longer, and finally, with a bang, it turns into a black fog. Qin Sheng killed more than 10 of Qin Sheng's most favored sons in the Xia dynasty. In an instant, Qin Sheng killed 3 of them. The 8-level array of black prison can't be maintained by the rest of them. What's Xia Yan dead? Xia Bai is dead. The rest of the great Xia Emperor's arrogant sons are all stupid. They still want to rely on this black prison to torture Qin Sheng with any cruel means. But who can think of that? Once impregnable, even the powerful people in the cave can trap the 8-level array for a moment and a quarter, which was broken by Qin Sheng in a very short time. Not only the battle broke, but also 3 broken corpses lying on the cold wasteland. Once they were gorgeous and rare in the great Xia dynasty. However, they were hurt and died in Qin Sheng's hands. How could this happen? Xia Yu's face was shocked, and the black prison was strong. This kind of big array has derived many versions, some of which are function types, some of which are array types. But no matter what form it is, what the black prison will never change is its terror defense. This group of Tianzi Jiazi in Shenfu realm is the elite of the young generation of the great Xia dynasty. The black prison they put together was broken in such a short period of time, and 3 of them were killed. The formation of the Great Xia dynasty was silent, and the atmosphere was unprecedented. As challengers, they were aggressive in the first place. They didn't put the so-called genius of Dian Emperor in their eyes. They thought that they could easily send several people to sweep them, so as to obtain the greatest benefit in the ore vein of Hunyuan. That's the mineral vein of Hunyuan. When the emperor is full of meat, he will definitely share a cup of soup with them. In their view, this so-called challenge will not be too difficult at all, or even a single hair may not need to be left behind. It's just that the gap between the real scenes is too big. The real one can't be opened when one man is at the gate. It's obvious that Qin Sheng, who came from the Dian dynasty, swept through everything. My lord, please allow Xiaoyu to go to war. This son is not the cultivation of Tongmingjing. I doubt that he is a strong man of Dongshinjing level. Xiaoyu turned and bowed to salute, shouting at Xiaowu, who was submerged by a thick black fog. Xiaoyu's words caused a lot of noise. Right, only the strong in Dongtian can cut melons and cut vegetables like Qin Sheng and pick up a group of warriors in Shenfu. At the hearing of Xiaowu, the black mist rolled up and flashed two bloody lights. His goal was very clear. He wanted to kill Qin Sheng and see his strength with the power of thunder. If Qin Sheng's strength is really Dongshinjing, it will be severely damaged directly. In case Qin Sheng is not the strong one in Dongshinjing, he will die when he dies. Isn't he a genius of Dian dynasty? The end of the world is coming. In a turbulent world, the worst thing is the so-called genius. There is not enough time to grow up. The genius against the sky is just some straw that can be harvested by the real strong at will. Besides, Xiaowu is also a little angry. Qin Sheng killed a lot of genius in the Great Xia dynasty. Genius can be cultivated again, but losing face, passing it on, will damage the majesty of the Great Xia dynasty. Xiaowu, do you think your life is too long? Prince Fan, who has been paying attention to the war situation, roars like thunderbolt. Within 10 miles, there are dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. It's like a small picture of extinction has been opened. In fact, Prince Fan is also very surprised at Qin Sheng's strength. Not to mention the people of the Great Xia dynasty, even Prince Fan himself, he is also wondering whether Qin Sheng's silence has used any secret method to hide his accomplishments, which has covered the heaven and lowered his accomplishments. Then he pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. At this critical moment, Fan Hong did not hesitate at all, and his eyebrows also shot a sword, cutting off the two bloody lights of Xiaowu. Fan Hong, I doubt that this son is a real generalist. Xiaowu said his suspicions in a tone of voice and command. This tusk killed many talents of the Great Xia dynasty. It's a crime. I doubt that he cheated. I advise you to focus on the overall situation, let him roll over and let me prove his right body. Xiaowu's voice measurement, with inexplicable chill, is extremely powerful. So many talented people died in Qin Sheng's hands in the Great Xia dynasty. How can Xiaowu swallow this evil spirit? The reason why Xiaowu is so strong is that the great realm of Shenfu is actually not so high, and no matter how many talents die, it is impossible to hurt the foundation of the Great Xia dynasty. It can even be said without hesitation that in the small annihilation of the world, the martial artists in the Shenfu area, at best, are not able to go on much stage, that is, the existence of cannon fodder. Although there is a thick black fog, Qin Sheng's scalp is still cracked by the frightening blood and bright eyes. This Xiaowu Tai is strong. Even in the realm of Vientiane, it is also the best one in the world. Qin Sheng felt as if he was pressing a stone mountain on his chest, and it was difficult to breathe. What are you? I doubt that you are packing garlic. If you are strong, I will come here. I will beat you to cry for your father and your mother. Qin Sheng used the 9 dead magic skill to lie dormant in his body and spread a dead spirit to his 4 limbs and bones, roaring and rumbling. The god-made steel behind it also condensed into a virtual shadow, to fight against the overwhelming power of Xiao Wu. Huang Kobua, how dare you speak up here? When Xiao Wu heard this, he was very angry. He stood up. The wind was surging and the clouds were gathering. The lightning was thundering like the world was going to be destroyed. In the rage of the most powerful, the eyes emit the actual ray of death. Between opening and closing, the spirits tremble and crawl on the ground, afraid to move. Has this Qin been promoted? His Royal Highness's eyebrows are locked. He is a little unhappy. Although it's normal for the two armies to fight against each other at this time, it's normal for them to die or hurt each other, and the demands of Xiao Wu are also very wonderful and excessive, but they can't speak ill of the most powerful people in front of the public. As the prince of the dynasty, His Royal Highness is very clear about the horror of the great Xia dynasty, which is better than that the emperor has to accept the war script of the great Xia dynasty. That is to say, the emperor is also afraid of the part of the great Xia dynasty. Otherwise, how can he be willing to share the great Xia dynasty? Xiao Wu naturally deserves to die, but it's Qin Sheng's turn to humiliate the martial arts. Ha ha, who is talking up? Just try your dog's leg. Qin Sheng is fighting against each other, without any timidity. He is fighting for a big battle. If Xiao Wu really pulls his face to him, he will sacrifice everything. He will lose several decades of Shou Yuan and suppress him. Several decades of Shou Yuan is very precious, but Xiao Wu is the royal family of the great Xia dynasty. It's estimated that Xiao Wu has many royal secrets. If he can copy several of them, and then take them out for sale and exchange them for treasures, it's not easy to add hundreds of Shou Yuan. You want to die? Xiao Wu suddenly stood up from the throne. He reached out and wanted to suppress Qin Sheng on the spot. Come on. Qin Sheng's soul and light move in rhythm. The 9 death magic skill is portrayed in his soul and light. It's madly twisted and a horrible death spirit is suppressed. If he can duplicate his memory, it will be of great benefit. Long way, if you fail, you'll lose. It seems crazy. In fact, Qin Sheng has already arranged for the back road. Prince Fan should also be able to help. In addition, after Long Wei's death, Qin Sheng has no worries. The war is on the rise. At this time, the sky is changing, Yuan Li is rioting, the void is distorted, and a very horrible breath is generated in an instant. Hula. In the distorted void, the flames of the sun gather rapidly in the eyes of countless stunned people and turn into a huge face. People's faces are full of fire red, just like the size of a hill. Ancient symbols flow around. Even if a real powerful Dong Tian comes, it's not necessarily understandable. Because those ancient symbols have been lost for a long time and are too difficult to understand. Ordinary powerful Dong Tian can't really understand them. The huge face was burning with flames. Even though it was far away from the sky, Qin Sheng still felt his skin was burning hot. If he got closer, he would be burned. Who is this? And the most powerful in the Vientiane realm? At this moment, Qin Sheng's heart has already set off a huge wave. This huge face is too powerful, which brings him a great impact. Qin Sheng had seen many powerful people in the Vientiane realm, like the world in the Holy Palace day by day, like Xiao Wu in front of him, and Prince Fan behind him. But these so-called Vientiane most powerful people are not a level of existence compared with the huge face the size of this hill in front of him. Qin Sheng's keen sense is that even if Prince Fan joined hands with Xiao Wu from the great Xia dynasty, he could not be the opponent of the huge face on the sky. Welcome the Emperor. Fan Qinhuang looked up at the huge face above the sky. His face tightened, he took a deep breath, and then he saluted respectfully. When Prince Fan's voice had just fallen, countless onlookers on the scene immediately burst into the pot, each with a look of horror. The huge face like a hill on the sky is the Emperor Dian? It is said that the emperor has been closed for many years, and all the major and minor matters in the court have been handed over to several princes and princes to deal with. Today, the emperor's all-gold body unexpectedly comes to the magic dragon wasteland, which is absolutely the biggest thing in thousands of years. See the emperor. Many of the arrogant sons of heaven in the war fortress bowed down to salute one after another. Some devout talents even put their pride in their hearts and prostrate themselves respectfully on the ground. Compared with the emperor, what are their so-called dignity? It's just not worth mentioning. At this time, Qin Sheng also bowed and saluted, and the etiquette was fully done, but he did not kneel down. Get down. The huge opening of human face is like the explosion of thunder and the crash of void, which makes people see the vortex of void. It's too powerful to be true. Just opening your mouth can make the void open. Qin Sheng was also deeply shocked. If facing Xiaowu, Qin Sheng offered all the awesome means, even sacrificing Shu Yuan for more than 100 years, he could also fight with it and escape. But in the face of the big face above the sky, the emperor of the dynasty, there is no possibility of winning at all. It's nothing. The emperor looked at all people indifferently, especially at a pile of corpses lying on the wasteland. His eyes stopped behind Qin Sheng for a moment, and he looked at Qin Sheng with interest, with some appreciation in his eyes. You did a good job. What's your name? When the emperor opened his golden mouth, even Qin Sheng felt flattered. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, then raised his head and chest to salute, saying, "Back to the emperor, my name is Qin Sheng." As soon as the emperor heard it, he seemed to fall into a moment of memory, thinking of an old man and saying, "Oh? Your last name is Qin, too? How much do you look like an old friend of mine, but are you from the Qin nationality?" It's amazing how ordinary people who have an experience with the emperor can be powerful and powerful. Qin Sheng was also shocked. His first reaction was that his father had something to do with the emperor. Qin Zhongtian was terrible at that time. Just the cultivation of Tongmingjing was the same as that of Qin Sheng. The reason why Qin Zhongtian left Dian City was that the emperor of Dian sent the most powerful person in Dongxinjing. This thought only survived in Qin Sheng's mind for a moment and then disappeared. How strong the emperor is, even if he is thousands of years old, and how could he have an accident with his father? Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "I come from Dian City on the edge of the magic dragon wasteland. I have nothing to do with the Qin people. Maybe I have something to do with my ancestors, but I have nothing to do with it now." Qin Sheng's voice was very indifferent, but other people suddenly showed a little strange, especially the Qin people. Their faces showed a little warm anger. Because they are the most powerful royal family in Dian dynasty, second only to the royal family. How many people want to have a relationship with the Qin family, but there is no chance? How can Qin Sheng's words sound like he doesn't want to see the Qin people? He doesn't like the Qin people. The emperor seemed to think of some past events, sighed, and said, "I understand. I promised my old friend that I would not interfere in your Qin affairs." Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly contracted, and the words of the emperor seemed to tell him something about the Qin family and his own family. He wanted to ask clearly regardless of everything, but the emperor never looked at himself again. "Fan Hong, in today's war, call for gold and receive troops." The voice of the emperor's rumbling is full of supreme majesty. Prince Fan obeyed respectfully. He turned his hand and took out the old battle flag from the commandment. He waved it with big hands. The drums roared and the fortresses roared. He was ready to leave. Wait a minute. At this time, Xiaowu appeared. He stepped out from the deepest part of the Black Scorpion's warship, dressed in black robes, covered his face and mouth, but still saw some cold expression. "Dian Emperor, you can call in gold, but this boy will stay." Xiaowu's blood eyes are cold, pointing to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng frowned. This Xiaowu is really endless. He has swept over all the people of the Dian Emperor, but he still refuses to give up. Now the Emperor has come out and dare to make such unreasonable demands. Above the sky, the big face froze, the flames twisted the void, and the expression seemed to gradually show its displeasure. Dian Emperor, I know it's just a wisp of your Dharma body. Your original Buddha didn't come. Xiao Wu suddenly looked deeply at the big face on the sky, and seemed to say it with deep meaning. When others heard it, they were shocked. What appeared today is not the Emperor's real body, just a wisp of incarnation. Dharma body is one of many means of powerful and boundless. Generally speaking, only those who have reached the acme of cultivation can exert themselves. They seal their heavenly laws on a kind of carrier. The strength of the Dharma body completely depends on the precious degree of that kind of bearing. Once, the most powerful dug the thumb-sized mixed gold to make a Dharma body, which can bear more than 90% of the combat power of the most powerful. This is a very terrible force, because a large part of the load can only bear up to 10% of the strength. The treasure-level terror of Hunyuan Mother Gold has long been extinct in the Magic Dragon Wasteland. It's impossible to find it again. Maybe in the ancient battlefield of the Forbidden Area in the north, it's possible to dig out some of the remains of some of the most powerful people after colliding with Universiade. In the ancient battlefield of the Forbidden Area in the north, there were some powerful people who had gone beyond the Holy Land to fight, and many died. In the deepest part of the ancient battlefield, there was a certain probability to find treasures comparable to that of Hunyuan Mother Gold. Xiao Wu's face is very cold. As a cultivation of the same realm as the Emperor, he is very clear about the difficulty of finding that terrible load. It's amazing that the Dharma body of Dian Emperor can carry 30% of his own power. Xiao Wu is very calm. Otherwise, how could he be so bold? In front of the public, he is such a powerful and important person. As soon as the voice came out, the 4 fields were dead and silent. On the sky, there was a huge face burning like a divine flame. His face suddenly solidified. His eyes, like 2 suns, shot out a terrible flame between the opening and closing. I am the Emperor, why should I explain to you? Or do you think the power of the Dharma body is not a concern? The Emperor Dian opened his mouth and puffed out the mist. He rolled in the sky. The hot flame seemed to burn through the sky. Boom! When Xiao Wu wanted to say something, the Emperor of Dian opened his mouth and spit out a hot flame from his face. The flame turned into a sword rain all over the sky, into a sword dragon, destroying everything. The void burst. There was a suffocating void storm that wanted to spray out. Xiao Wu was so scared that he could not believe that the inflamed emperor had such a bad temper. He could not say a word, and his means were so ferocious. Even the void exploded, leading to a huge void storm. The Emperor of Dian. Xiao Wu drinks violently and sacrifices all his means. A great deal of yin and cold yuan force is spurted from his body, and thousands of fingerprints are made in a flash, making yuan force condense into one black ice shield after another. Sonorous. The flame sword and dragon broadsword immediately split down. The black ice shield that was thought to be easily resisted by Xiao Wu was like tiles, smashing to the ground. When Xiao Wu's double arms are horizontal, which block the fire dragon sword. He flew backward and hit the cold stone mountain of the Magic Dragon Wasteland. Those stone mountains that had existed for tens of millions of years were smashed and Xiao Wu was buried alive. At this moment, the wasteland is still, which is terrible. Countless onlookers are deeply shocked, including Qin Sheng. The emperor is too strong, just a wisp of Dharma body, and even the same great state of Xiao Wu is severely damaged. Qin Sheng's face was shocked, at the same time, his heart had set off waves. Now it seems that although they are from Biantian to the strong, they are also divided into the strong and the weak. Moreover, it seems that the power gap between the Vientiane realm and the Strong is much larger than that between the Dongtian realm and Shenfu realm. It's just a wisp of Dharma body that the Emperor of Dian went out to fight. He doesn't know how much real strength he has. He's so powerful. Bang! Xiaowu climbs out of the waste soil. As soon as he flies to the sky, his armor has already broken, his hair has been burned 90%, and his face has been blackened. The most frightening thing is that his arms are shaking constantly, showing white bones. The black streamer is wildly interwoven, repairing his arms. However, his arms were stained with the mysterious flame of the great inflamed emperor, which resulted in a long time of non-healing and a huge burn. Wow! At last, Xiaowu could not bear it any longer, spitting out 3 large mouths of black blood. He looked at the big face on the sky like the sun, showing a look of panic. This great fire emperor is so strong that he deserves to be the most powerful person to achieve the level of emperor. It's just a kind of Dharma body, which has severely damaged himself. If it's his own coming, it's estimated that if he spits out a real fire, his body will die. Think of here, Xiaowu's face cannot help showing a moment of fear. Boom. Just at this time, the sky split, and a terrible breath was generated in an instant. A black talisman appeared in the sky, and then lit up. The void split, and a black crow flew out of the darkness. Xianyuan Yanjun, what's the ability to bully a junior? The crow is black, and the surface of its feathers is glittering with silver spiritual patterns. It looks very strange, like corpse patterns. Even though it is far away, it still gives Qin Sheng a creepy feeling. If the breath of Xiaowu is stinging, then the black crow on the sky against the Emperor of Dian, Xianyuan Yanjun, is really coming out of hell with the smell of hell death. Xianyuan Yanjun smiled coldly, glanced at the black crow, and said, "Xiaomao, you people of the great Xia dynasty like to hide your head and tail. After a lively look, you finally dare to come out." The atmosphere was suddenly suppressed, and countless onlookers were afraid to breathe. The Emperor of Dian is also too rigid. As soon as he comes, he mercilessly resists the most powerful person called Xiaomao. The Emperor is really cruel, hiding his head and showing his tail. Isn't he just mocking each other's mice? Qin Sheng couldn't help but exclaim that Xianyuan Yanjun was very in line with his temper. If he didn't agree with him, he would hate people. If he did, he would be happy to say whether he was the emperor or the royal family. The crow on the sky is cold and stern. His name is Xiaomao. He is the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. He is very powerful, but his way of doing things makes other wasteland emperors despise him very much. What skill is it to play with your mouth? Summer Maoyin voice test said, when you die an emperor lost so miserably, don't you forget so quickly? Xiaomao in full view of the public, and Zuanyuan Yanjun contend with each other, not hesitate to mention the war of that year. Xianyuan Yanjun was not angry, and sneered, so I started. Just now, the mouse has been challenging me. If it's not considered that the void of the Hunyuan mine is not stable, and the power is too big, it will cause the void to collapse. Otherwise, this kind of rat is all over the street. I can shoot a pile of them to death with one slap. Xianyuan Yanjun is very confident, even if it's just a wisp of Dharma body, he can beat Xiaowu to death with one slap. Smell words, Xiaowu's face is not very good looking, he is very embarrassed, want to refute, but the words to the throat I swallowed. Xianyuan Yanjun is terrible. Even in the same realm, Xiaowu knows that the other side is really stronger than himself. So even if Xiaowu's heart is not willing to speak badly, who knows if Xianyuan Yanjun will go mad and kill himself in front of the emperor of the great Xia. One day it's Qin Sheng. I'll find a chance to kill this one. Xiaowu's icy eyes swept Qin Sheng, making Qin Sheng feel like an ice house. Qin Sheng frowned. He felt that Xiaowu was bound to report. He must be careful in the future. The sky changes dramatically again, and a strong and invincible breath is slowly generated. Time and time again, the Skyfishin, a way of Dharma body appears. The Qin, Zhao, Zhou, and Diwu dynasties, plus the Great Xia dynasty and the Great Yan dynasty. The 6 emperors' Dharma bodies have all appeared. The brilliance of the mineral vein of Hunyuan makes the 6 emperors blush. Click. Click. The arrival of the 6 emperors, even if it was only the Dharma body, made the void here appear tiny cracks, a situation of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. You'd better keep your breath. This is a place where the void collapses. Once it collapses, the mixed mineral vein in it will be swallowed up completely. What he said was that he had the same big face, as big as the mountain peak, gray as a hole, with a vast momentum, which was no less than Shanyuan Yanjun, the emperor of Dian, and even Qin Sheng felt that the emperor from Dayu was much better than the emperor of Dian. Because, the Dharma body does not mean that there is only one Dharma body. All-powerful emperors will forge several Dharma bodies. This Diwu dynasty is very strong, and its strength is among the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. It can be ranked in the top 3 terrorist existence. Including the prince, there are also many assets in Diwu. Good. Diwu was really strong enough. His words were not defied by the other 5 emperors. The air that was so suppressed that Qin Sheng could not breathe was finally reduced. Xiaomao, Shanyuan Yanjun, I know your past, but now the Hunyuan mine is born, in front of such a big cake, is it necessary to put aside the personal grudges? Diwu said faintly. In the light voice, Xiao Mao and Shanyuan Yanjun dare not say no. There are also strong and weak dynasties in the wasteland. This Diwu dynasty is too strong. It is said that there are some foundations in the forbidden area in the north, even in the Tianyuan continent. So, whether it's Dian or the more powerful Dasha dynasty, compared with Diwu, it's just the fat Meishake tree, vulnerable. Alright. Shanyuan Yanjun simply agreed. Good. Summer Mao also dare not be arrogant. Well. The emperor nodded with satisfaction and said, since we are all together, let's start to discuss. You should also know that the location of Hunyuan mine vein is very special. If we enter it with our strength, even the weakest Dharma body may cause collapse in the secret place. In that case, then it is feasible for the 6 emperors to send in the young generation of talents, said the emperor. In the end, Diwu decided everything and the number of the 6 emperors to enter the secret place. Because the Hunyuan mine vein is an avoid collapse singularity, it can't bear the coming of the Vientiane to the strong at all. That is to say, if the Vientiane to the strong comes to the mystery of the Hunyuan mine vein forcibly, the whole mystery will collapse in 9 out of 10. Once the secret place collapses, it will be a devastating disaster for those waiting to come. For fear of being the most powerful in the Vientiane realm, one cannot survive in the void cracks. In fact, not to mention the most powerful in the Vientiane realm, even the saint in the holy realm is unlikely to survive in the storm of void. The other 5 emperors, including the Dian emperor, agreed. Although this Hunyuan vein is in the edge of Dian dynasty, Shanyuan Yanjun is also very clear. Such a big cake can't be swallowed by him alone. To say the least, Dian's sons are really weaker than those of the other 5 dynasties. Even his descendants, especially compared with the real genius of Dayu, are still a little weaker. The mineral vein of Hunyuan is too precious. Even the saints in the Holy Land need to be jealous. His Shanyuan Yanjun only needs to be lost once, and it is possible to take the last step and become the saints to be worshipped by the whole 36 dynasties in the wasteland. In fact, Shanyuan Yanjun is also fighting to separate part of the benefits. He may be able to get some mixed treasure. In fact, they have been talking about these things in private for a long time. Now they are just going through the motions. This is also the border shortage of Dian dynasty in name. I propose that Dian dynasty allocate 10 places under Vientiane. The great voice of the Emperor of Diwu resounded throughout the world. The other 5 emperors allocated 9 places under Vientiane. The Emperor of Diwu is worthy of being the face of the Emperor. He talks and acts in the style of the Emperor. In a few words, the other 5 emperors are convinced. I agree. The Emperor of Zhou nodded. I have no problem. The Emperor of the Qin agreed. Some people just can't get mud to the wall. It's a waste to have too many places. Xiao Mao said in a sinister voice, which made the faces of the 5 emperors, including the Emperor Diwu, slightly changed, especially the Emperor Dian, whose flame was burning on the sky, even hotter. However, I am willing to sell Brother Diwu a face. Xiao Mao said with a smile. This summer's grass is really skin laughing, but it doesn't laugh. It's also necessary to discuss Xianyuan Yanjun between negotiations. There is no way. The Emperor of Daxia and the Emperor of Dian have always had a grudge. This time it was even more arrogant and domineering. It was intended to humiliate the Emperor of Dian. Unexpectedly, a Qin Sheng came out halfway, killing the Emperor of Daxia. Especially the prodigy of God's mansion is almost dead. In spite of this, it's nothing to do with the powerful foundation of the great Xia dynasty. It's not the genius of the Shenfu kingdom. As long as there are enough resources, a large number of talents can be cultivated in less than 10 years. Even if the genius is dead, shame is the most unbearable thing for Xiao Mao. Boom. Xiao Mao didn't wait for Xianyuan Yanjun to fight against each other. He turned into a black gas and disappeared in the sky. The other 4 emperors also left gradually. On a full moon night, the prodigy of the 6 emperors will enter the secret place. The magic dragon wasteland has returned to peace. Due to the coming of the 6 emperors' Dharma body, the surrounding animal tide has calmed down. Even those 9-level demons have fled one by one, where dare to make waves. When the emperor comes out, who will fight? In particular, the birth of 6 emperors is a rare sight in thousands of years. Over the sky, even more dazzling than the hot sun, was looking down upon the peerless pride of the war fortress, especially Qin Sheng, who had stayed for a while, and whose voice spread far and wide. Pass on my edict. In today's World War I, all the participants will be rewarded. Xianyuan Yanjun admires Qin Sheng and says, Qin Sheng receives the reward. Smell words, all people look at Qin Sheng, with a look of envy in their eyes. What's the status of the emperor? The strongest of Dian dynasty, even the most powerful of Vientiane realm, must crawl under the qi of his emperor. Xianyuan Yanjun is too powerful, just a wisp of Dharma body. He opens his mouth and spits out a flame, almost annihilating Xiao Wu, who is also the most powerful in Vientiane. How arrogant those prodigies are! How can they not be envious and hateful if they can be valued by such a peerless and powerful person? Qin Sheng's face was straight, and he stepped out into the air. He looked up at the big flame face on the sky, which was as majestic as the mountain. He said respectfully, I have seen the emperor. Xianyuan Yanjun looks at Qin Sheng, and his distant memory reverberates again. He remembers a picture of an old friend who fought with him in those years. Unfortunately, so many years have passed, and that old friend has long been missing. It's not easy for the emperor to intervene in the affairs of the Qin nationality, because his old friend had already explained it before he disappeared. You have made great contributions, and have made you the general of desolation, the count of ****. Just after Xianyuan Yanjun's enfeoffment fell, it caused a storm. Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Prince. The 5 levels of the enfeoffment system of the Dian dynasty. The Earl's title is already very high, second only to Marquis, and it's still official. That is to say, even if Qin Sheng died early in this small extinction, he could inherit the Earl's title as long as he had children. The Marquis of de Yen is very rare. There are only 108 marquis in the whole dynasty. This fixed number has not changed for more than 1,000 years. Of course, there are quite a lot of marquises not made by the government. As Qin Sheng is so young, he can get the position of count in the imperial system. As long as he survives in the next small extinction, it is not difficult to become a marquis. Thank you, Lord Longzhen. Qin Sheng's respectful thanks. He knew that this time, the emperor was very generous. Next, Gong Yunping got a vicomte position. This is unexpected to Gong Yunping. In the end, the flame on the sky gradually died out, and Xianyuan Yanjun left. Prince Fan slapped Qin Sheng on the shoulder and congratulated him. In his opinion, Qin Sheng's strength can't be judged by his superficial accomplishments. If he wasn't here today, he would be extremely embarrassed. The next step is to allocate places to enter the secret place. Fan Hong's powerful voice rang out, saying, Qin Sheng automatically gets a place to enter the mystery of Hunyuan mine. For this decision, other people, especially those prodigies from the royal family, were not very good-looking. There were 9 such places in Dian dynasty, and Qin Sheng even occupied one. This means that there are only 8 of them. That's the secret place of the Hunyuan mineral vein. If they can enter into the adventure and pick up some Hunyuan stones at will, their strength and talent will be improved substantially. Hunyuan stone, it's a gem that even the powerful people at the level of emperor also want to be jealous. There's no one in the court who can't be blind. Uncle Fan, isn't that a proper arrangement? The atmosphere was very strange. His Royal Highness jumped out and he said with a smile. Hearing this, Fan Hong's face suddenly changed. A pair of eyebrows twisted, and there was a slight displeasure between them. I don't know what's wrong with Prince Dongjun. Fan Hong is the most powerful and temperamental man in the Vientiane realm. He is questioned by a warrior of a lower realm in front of the public. Even if the other side is the Prince of Dian, Fan Hong will not give face at all. Fan Hong has great achievements and great strength. Even the Emperor Xianyuan Yanjun has great respect. Xianyuan Dongjun was a little upset. He was called by his own name. If he had changed his name, he would have denounced him, let his protector capture him, and then put him in prison, or exiled to the ancient battlefield of the Forbidden Area in the north. However, Fan Hong is the other side. Even if Xianyuan Dongjun is your Royal Highness, he should also be called Uncle Fan. In an instant, Xianyuan Dongjun's displeasure between his eyebrows converged, with a smile that he thought was very attractive, and he said, Uncle Fan, please listen to me. My objection is not to wipe out Qin Sheng's contribution, but to be fair. Xianyuan Dongjun is worthy of being the Prince of Donggong. He stays in the forbidden city of Tianzi all the year round. There is still a very attractive style in the conversation room. He spoke so beautifully that he didn't offend Uncle Fan, and didn't take the world's lead to wipe out Qin Sheng's credit. Xianyuan Dongjun saw that the anger between Prince Fan Hong's eyebrows was gradually extinguished, and immediately continued, in the face of the challenge of the Great Summer Dynasty, Count Qin Sheng certainly made great contributions, which is beyond doubt. However, the father has just sealed off this credit. If Uncle Fan gives Qin Sheng such an easy chance to break into the mystery of the Hunyuan mineral vein, isn't it a repeated reward? Xianyuan Dongjun lightly said. He nodded to Qin Sheng to apologize. When Qin Sheng heard this, there was a slight sneer on his handsome face, but he still had some admiration for the Xianyuan Dongjun in his heart. It's worthy of saying that he was born in the emperor's house and was the master of the East Palace. He not only had great accomplishments, but also played a very smooth game of power. This is Qin Sheng's evaluation of the prince. On the Fortress of War, those who did not go to war, one by one, admired His Royal Highness. Yes, please return to Prince Fan. Qin Sheng is just opportunistic. If those people in the Great Xia dynasty dare to challenge me, I can kill them. Count Qin Sheng is very strong, but the Great Xia dynasty also suffered from the loss of not knowing him. Qin Sheng looked on coldly, looking at the so-called Tianzi with their own ghosts. These counselors, just facing the challenge of the Great Xia dynasty's genius, were silent and lowered their heads one by one for fear of being picked by the Great Xia dynasty's genius. Now Qin Sheng has killed all the arrogant sons of the emperor in the Great Xia dynasty. These scum come out to rob Qin Sheng's credit. Shanyuan Dongjun, with a smile on his face, looked at Prince Fan in the sky and said, "Uncle Fan, what people want, in my opinion, the 9 places to enter the mystery of Hunyuan mineral vein should be determined carefully." When Fan Honggaijin selected, he glanced at Shanyuan Dongjun lightly, and there was a flash of disappointment between his eyebrows. It seems that this so-called prince is a bit disappointing that the emperor hasn't decided which heir will succeed to the throne in such a long time. Fan Hong said in his heart. He is very clear that Shanyuan Dongjun is very good at the skill of emperor, so he can occupy the commanding point of morality in a few words. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that strength is the most important thing in the world. As long as you have absolute strength, whatever power you have, you will be able to crack down. In order to become the Emperor of Dian, in addition to his amazing cultivation talent, he also needs to have great courage. Although it is precious to enter the secret place of Hunyuan mineral vein, it's really unreasonable to have a bad relationship with a genius who swept all the divine places of the Great Xia dynasty. Fan Hong knocks on his finger and doesn't respond to Shanyuan Dongjun. Instead, he turns his eyes to Qin Sheng and asks, "Qin Sheng, what do you think?" Qin Sheng's face was cold. Pi Sharo didn't smile and said, "Whoever wants to win my place will come and take it away by himself. But the gentle hint is that I have no eyes, and the lion fights with the rabbit, especially with all my strength. My colleagues fight with me. I can't keep my hand. If I accidentally kill you, there will be some trouble." Qin Sheng's voice is very light, but it can be heard all over the sky. Every Tianzi in the war fortress can also hear it very clearly. In the voice, there is no cover for the fierce and incomparable killing atmosphere. Hiss. The arrogant people, especially the genius in Shinfu, were stunned one by one. All of them were stupid. No one could think that Qin Sheng would tear his face directly and let out these cruel words in front of Prince Fan and His Royal Highness. Shanyuan Dongjun's face soonsues gloomy down, his protector's face is also slightly unhappy. That is an old man in black robe, hidden in the shadow. If not the powerful person, it is impossible to find. In my opinion, the best way to enter the mystery of Hunyuan mine is to enter the great realm of Dongtian realm, so as to have a greater grasp. Shanyuan Dongjun's protector said hoarsely. His words speak to everyone. Funny, how about the cave? I want to smelt the god's palace. I can do it in a moment. When it comes time, the martial artists in the cave will be like killing dogs. Qin Sheng had no scruples. You. Shanyuan Dongjun's guardian's face was cold and he wanted to be in trouble. Enough. Prince Fan gave a big drink and said, "Shut up, for this king. This king has the final say. No matter the genius of God and the heaven and earth can enter, the genius of God's land has 4 places and 5 places of the heaven. It's all gone. Qin Sheng automatically gets a quota. If he is not convinced, the genius in Shinfu can challenge Qin Sheng. But Shanyuan Dongjun is in a hurry. That's a quota. He has a group of followers, a group of confidants waiting to get in touch and go through the back door. As for why, let Shanyuan Dongjun, the prince, dare to confront Prince Fan in full view. There are 2 reasons to be here. First, Shanyuan Dongjun attaches great importance to this exploration of the mystery of the Hunyuan mineral vein. He must arrange some close friends and potential talents to help him. Second, he and Qin Sheng have already had irreconcilable contradictions, coupled with the arrogant temper of Shanyuan Dongjun. It is impossible to admit his mistake with Qin Sheng. Since he cannot accept Qin Sheng, he can only be destroyed. This is also why Shunyuan Dongjun is so reluctant to see Qin Sheng get into the mystery of Hunyuan mineral veins so easily. Enough. Prince Fan was furious. When he was so angry, the sky turned black, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. There was a large black cloud in the cloud, and the thunder and lightning were thundering, as if the world was going to be destroyed. This is the anger form of the Vientiane realm to the strong. It's too horrible. Even the Taoist protector, besides Shunyuan Dongjun, who is also the Vientiane realm to the strong, is shocked. He had the same accomplishments as Prince Fan, but he was deeply shocked in the face of the furious Prince Fan. Because he felt that he was definitely not the opponent of Prince Fan. Shunyuan Dongjun's face was pale, and he was obviously frightened. Isn't what I said useless? Prince Fan's eyes, like a fierce tiger, went down the mountain, releasing a terrifying momentum like a mountain collapse, which made Shunyuan Dongjun feel chest tightness and his breath was not smooth. Who is Prince Fan? The man who fought side by side with Emperor Shunyuan Yanjun in those days has experienced many years of baptism of blood and fire. His anger really made Shunyuan Dongjun dare not raise any objection. In this way, the dust was settled under Prince Fan's wrath. All the heroes left and returned to their respective barracks. In the endless wasteland barracks, many of the old generation of strong men who are dormant in the dark are all the powerful men in the cave world, even one who has stepped into the Vientiane world. They are talking about Qin Sheng one by one, especially those from the top 10 royal families. Some of the royal families feel unprecedented astonishment, some of them are cautious, and even very few other royal families, especially 2 or 3 royal families who have had grudges with Qin Sheng, they are not optimistic about Qin Sheng. In the face of the Great Xia dynasty, even if you enter the secret area of the Hunyuan mineral vein, you will be hunted down. What a pity that you have wasted a place. I also think it's right to waste a precious place for a dying man. It's better to leave it to the younger disciples of our royal family. At least we have a chance to survive. In the camp of the Qin nationality, there are many strong people sitting here, one by one, their breath is like a rainbow, their eyes are filled with cold air or burning with different fire. All of them are powerful and invincible. Few of the genius in Shenfu realm can discuss business here. Moreover, most of the powerful people here are also the most powerful people in Dongtian realm. That vein is really the death of 100-footed insects, without rigidity. On the throne of the barracks sat an old man with gray hair and a gorgeous robe. The old man in white hair robe has a long and narrow face and green eyes. He looks like an ancient poisonous snake born from the ancient battlefield in the Forbidden Area in the north. Where his eyes pass, the whole space is filled with a cold and extreme atmosphere. Some of the younger generation disciples are not very strong. They are scared and shivering. They are pale. There are noble and cool people in their eyebrows. They are all buried in their heads. They dare not make any eye contact with this Qin ancestor. This old man with white hair is one of the ancestors of the Qin nationality. He is very old. He is 20 or 3,000 years old by sight. He has experienced 2 small annihilations and never died. He is the most powerful person among the whole Qin nationality who can rank in the top 10. That vein has been suppressed by our vein for generations, and it's impossible to rise in the whole life. The old man with white hair said coldly. His face was full of self-confidence. He was talking to himself, as if he was telling a story. However, that vein is really strong. Every 100 years, there will be a talent who can shake the past and shine the present. Wen Yan, the other powerful man in the cave, came out with a bare-headed warrior. He was breathtaking and seemed to be made of rune gold. Back to the old ancestors, 10 years ago, there was a genius born in that vein. It seems that it is called Qin Zhongtian. Qin was very strong. The movement in the capital of Dian was no less than that of Qin Sheng today. At that time, Qin was able to fight across a big realm. Even he controlled a way to ignite his blood, and he could fight across 2 big realms in a short time. At that time, Qin Sheng's father, like the present Qin Sheng, was also the cultivation of life environment. He had only experienced some storm and thunder, but had not yet touched the great realm of Shenfu environment. Bareheaded warrior's words, let others mention a past. Qin Sheng and Qin are 2 father and son. Qin said with gnashing teeth. Some time ago, he was in the imperial capital of Dian and set up a fatal situation. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng not only didn't fall into the trap, but also hanged himself in full view of the public. Qin Feixiang spent several months in bed, and was imprisoned by the patriarch for a long time. Is it? What else? It's rare to have a pair of heroes. The old man with white hair said coldly that the younger disciples could not tell whether he was happy or angry. But what about that? 10 years ago, Qin also made a lot of noise. At last? Has he been put in prison? I heard that he has gone to the North Forbidden area to clean up the ancient battlefield. The old man with white hair recalled the past. Qin was too dazzling, just like the sun on the sky. Never let that vein grow up. When they grow up, we will be cursed. The old man with white hair said coldly, give me the order, and let Qin come here. Qin Gaoxiang hears the words, shakes his head, and says, Ancestor, Qin Sheng is very proud. If we invite him, we may not come. The old man with white hair said, we won 3 places. Let him come and gamble with him. I don't believe he can bear it. Good ancestor, I'll send someone to do it. Qin Gaoxiang, as the first successor of the Qin nationality, is naturally entrusted with this task. Magic Dragon Wasteland on the battlefield, the camp of Dian Emperor. In addition to the huge war fortress, a large camp has been opened up on the Magic Dragon Wasteland. At this time in Qin Sheng's mansion, there was an endless stream of visitors. Some time ago, Qin Sheng rose like a stone in the sky, which shocked everyone. Moreover, his status are very high now. He is a earl with the rank of ***, which is much higher than those of the kings of the affiliated countries. There were 108 affiliated countries in Dian dynasty, some of which were very strong, but a large part of them were very weak. Their king's accomplishments were generally only those of Shenfu. That is to say, most of the affiliated countries are the strongest. It's hard to find a strong one in the cave. This is the huge gap between the inside information one. In the Dian dynasty, his inside information is powerful and inconceivable. The strong people in the life environment walk all over the street, and the strong people in the Shenfu environment are more like dogs. A powerful man who can walk horizontally in the affiliated country and be granted the title of Lord. When he comes to the capital of Dian Emperor, he can only be an ordinary soldier at most. This is the gap of absolute strength. Qin Sheng is different from the past. Before he was made count by Shanyuan Yanjun, the emperor of Dian, in the eyes of other powerful forces, he is a wild boy from the frontier. He has no roots or background at all. But now it's not the same. Qin Sheng's position is no less than that of the ordinary Ho people. The most terrible thing is that Qin Sheng is still so young. He hasn't even reached the age of 20, and he has an eye-catching and terrible potential. Although it is said that the little annihilation will come, and the life of genius is as humble as straw, Qin Sheng's strength is far from the ordinary generalist, even more powerful than the Shenfu. When did you meet a young warrior who can easily sweep a large group of God's mansion? Therefore, when Qin Sheng returned to his assigned residence, those from the Dian dynasty, even those powerful affiliated countries and great forces came to give gifts to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, Long Wei, Gong Yunping and others all received the gift and were soft-handed. Even Qin Sheng didn't think that these noble and cool, big forces and big families changed their faces so quickly and became so enthusiastic about him. Little friend Qin Sheng, I see that you are so arrogant. How can you match only one wife? There is a legitimate daughter in my family. She is 16 years old. Can not only little friend see her? A middle-aged man dressed in silk and satin, with a fat face, flattered Qin Sheng with a smiley face and said something that surprised him. Qin Sheng looks at this fat-faced, middle-aged man strangely. He smacks his tongue. Everyone gives gifts, yuanshi and big medicine. It's good. He will send Qin Sheng his wife directly. Ere this. Qin Sheng is a little embarrassed. You don't have to be embarrassed. A hero is a teenager. You are so tall. You should have many admirers. She also has some talent. She has been waiting for her for a long time. If you want to get married, you are waiting for your birth. Suzuer, hurry up and talk about life with brother Qin Sheng. You can come back later tonight. Speaking of this, the fat-faced middle-aged man pushed the little girl to Qin Sheng. The little girl named Suzuer is pretty. However, Qin Sheng has already got a wife. Besides, there is a girlfriend outside. How can he work for this little girl? The little girl's face was continuous. Although she was only a young adult, she had grown up gracefully and fell into the wild geese. Her face was gorgeous. However, there was a big gap with Chu Qiao and Xia Bingning in both temperament and figure. Qin brother, Qin Sheng. At Qin Sheng's glance, Lingler seems to think of Qin Sheng's nickname as a big devil, and the picture of him fighting with his blood and tearing the powerful Shenfu state of the great Xia dynasty. Immediately, he looks like a frightened fawn, blushing, burying his head, and dare not look at Qin Sheng again. Well. Qin Sheng nodded lightly. Count Qin, don't listen to him. He's such a bad old man. My granddaughter is also a girl waiting for words. Her body, appearance and temperament are 100 times better than his granddaughter's. What's more, in the 36 imperial dynasties of the wasteland, is the respect of the warrior. Look at this bell. Its breath is weak and its spiritual root is not obvious. Its achievements will be limited in the future. At this time, another old man in a black robe squeezed out the crowd and took a woman. Well, let's call her first. This is my granddaughter, Xinger. She has a very high talent. She is only 50 this year, but she has reached the cave world. She almost gets the place to enter the secret world of Hunyuan. The old man in black pulled out a woman who was strong and big. The woman named Xinger has sharp eyes. She doesn't know if there is any problem with her practice or why. Qin Sheng looks up and down at Xinger and always feels that Xinger is full of testosterone. The most fatal thing is that the star's mouth actually grows a beard. Yes, Qin Sheng rubs his eyes hard and finds that he has not read wrong at all. It's a beard. My God. Qin Sheng was shocked and instinctively pushed away. Where is this waiting for words boudoir? This is simply not married. Qin Sheng has tried his best to make a polite expression, trying to decline the star. Hello, Qin Sheng, what do you mean by your eyes? Xinger's eyes are enlarged, like the angry god of war Zhang Fei, which is very frightening. After all, the other side is also the strong one in the cave. The strength and breath are both powerful. Qin Sheng will be really suppressed by it when he doesn't operate the 9 death magic. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean much. Qin Sheng was very embarrassed to explain. Boom. As soon as Xinger heard this, she was furious and furious. She was bathed in a hot fire. She wanted to suppress Qin Sheng. In recent days, almost everyone has been talking about Qin Sheng, the great demon king. His prodigy, especially her grandfather, has raised Qin Sheng to such a high level that the women in the world are worthy of Qin Sheng. Looking at the whole Dian dynasty, it is actually a rare existence. Such a woman, a slap can count. Of course, her star is one of them. So she's here today. You say sorry? What's the meaning of this? Do you want to decline me? Xinger's apricot eyes stand up, and his rough face shows a touch of unpleasant questions. He asks, coldly. I'll tell you, though I'm about 30 years older than you, haven't you ever heard of a woman in her junior year, holding gold bricks and holding mountains and rivers when she's 30 years older? The more Xinger said, the more unhappy he was, the more spiteful he was. He continued, my ideal husband should be wearing a gold vest, with a lock and 7 colored auspicious clouds. He would fight with me for 108,000 miles, take me to heaven and earth, and lead a life like a fairy and a girl. Xinger is painting his ideal happy life, listening to Qin Sheng and Long Wei, and other people are numb. I'll go. This leftover girl is really the best of the best. Qin Sheng could not help cursing in his heart. This kind of masterpieces, for ordinary people with strong life environment, even for ordinary people with strong Shenfu environment, if they marry this star, it's really like she said that women are 30 years old, and they have to struggle for hundreds of years less. But Qin Sheng doesn't need it. Ha ha ha. Just at this time, a clear laugh came from behind the door, clattered, and a shadow came in. Exquisite curves, noble temperament, people do not dare to look at the face directly, because they are very afraid if only look at one, they may be intoxicated, unable to extricate themselves. Xiao Bingning, dressed in a black dress, walked in leisurely, her delicate body seemed to be shining, and instantly became the focus of everyone. This is the real goddess of beauty. Once she comes out, the women around her, no matter how excellent, will look dim. Xiao Bingning's temperament is cold, just like the 9 heavenly Zuan, which makes people dare not approach. Her appearance makes the atmosphere of Qin Sheng's residence very strange, especially the bad old leaders who send Qin Sheng his wife. Xinger's rough face is a little unnatural. She once heard about Xiao Bingning. This girl is much younger than her, but she has just risen up recently and become a strong person in the cave. In the Dian dynasty, there were not many women who were less than 100 years old but were able to smelt the cave. Each one was very precious. You are Xiao Bingning? Xingernyo forces the roaring quality to ask, she puts her posture very high, really regards herself as the elder, depends on the old to sell the old. Xiao Bingning's smooth and jade-like eyebrows showed a look of displeasure. Facing the star's provocative eyes, he snorted coldly, and a flash of soul fire came out of his eyebrow. Ah. Because it's so close, and Xiao Bingning says she can do it as soon as she can. She doesn't say anything about love. Xinger gets the move in an instant. She crawls on the ground, screams loudly, and pisses off. As for that star's grandfather, he took a deep look at Xiao Bingning, and his face suddenly changed. Xiao Bingning is the legitimate daughter of the Xia nationality. It is also said that she has a strong relationship with some legendary forces in the Forbidden Area in the north. He is not brave to make a mistake and slowly retreats to one side. As for the other visitors, when they saw Xiao Bingning, the hostess, she didn't seem to look very good. They all found an excuse to leave. Soon, in the great mansion, there was a silence. Why are you here? Isn't there a place challenge in secret place? Qin Sheng asked with a dry smile. Xiao Bingning looked at Qin Sheng with a smile, stretched out his long and thin green fingers, and knocked twice on Qin Sheng's forehead. If I don't come again, will you change your girlfriend? Xiao Bingning asked with words. The atmosphere in the mansion solidified. Xiao Bingning's unique face showed a smile-like expression. At this moment, even Qin Sheng could hear Xiao Bingning angry, no matter how stupid he was. Or she's jealous. People were speechless. How could Qin Sheng be Xiao Bingning, such a beautiful girl, was like the Zuant who landed on the earth from Zhuchangshan. Such a gorgeous woman showed strong jealousy for Qin Sheng. Sword in hand, kill Qin dog. Some young people, one by one, are all God's mansion, even some of the talents who have melted the cave. They follow their elders to visit Qin Sheng and see this scene. They are roaring inside. Why? Why on earth such a good woman has been met by Qin Go? God, Qin Sheng already has stars. Let him bear them. Xiao Bingning, a goddess of ice and snow, should be matched by more outstanding prodigy of Tianzong. Xiao Bingning's talent is too high, and her life should not be cut off. In addition, she has 1,000 connections with the big forces in the forbidden area in the north, and her status has already surpassed the so-called Tianzi Jiazi of the 10 royal families of Dian dynasty. As for Xu Hingyi, ha ha, don't come out and be disgraced. If Xiao Bingning was not in decline, he was seriously ill, and he was said to have lived no more than 20 years old. How could he get Xu Hingyi and Xiao Bingning married in turn? Now Xiao Bingning is back from Nirvana. He has a talent that even the big forces in the forbidden area in the north can marvel at. Xu Hingyi can't match that Xiao Bingning in a long time. I don't know if Xu Hingyi is a little self-conscious or the leader of Xu family told him that Xiao Bingning has been different from the past for a long time, and he can't be trapped. But without Xu Hingyi's bitter entanglement, Xiao Bingning was so devoted to Qin Sheng, a wild boy on the edge. It shocked everyone. Hearing this, Qin Sheng smiled awkwardly and said, I'm wronged. How dare I do this? I'm sorry. Qin Sheng didn't hesitate to throw the hot potato to Xinger and their several people. Is it? Xiao Bingning turns her head and shows her long white gooseneck. She looks at Xinger and her elders lightly. Xinger is not happy for a moment. He stares at Qin Sheng and asks qualitatively, hey, what do you mean? It's difficult to be gracious, which means that I'll send you to my door automatically, asking you to marry me. This star is really shameless. Isn't it obvious? Mingming is the one who comes to the door with his elders. It's like Qin Sheng kneeling and licking her. I'll tell you. The more Xinger wants to get angry, the more she plays with her sleeves, the more she wants to do it. Go away. Xiao Bingning spits out a word, the world changes color and turns into the power of terror. This power is not only the power of Yuanli, but also the power of mystery. Poof. Xinger turned white and wanted to fight with this summer Bingning. However, she was shocked by an inexplicable mysterious force, spitting blood in a large mouth, and bumped into the stone pillar of the mansion. The gravel rumbled and buried her. Shwa. All the people were shocked. Xinger was from a big family, and she was also the daughter of a marquis. She had a strong talent and melted the cave. Although she may be a little behind Xiao Bingning, who is famous recently. However, Xiao Bingning just spits out a word. The mysterious power contained in it makes Xinger lose his fighting power. The dust is filled, and the overwhelming mysterious power rolls in like the tide, making all the people present pale. In particular, the elder of Xinger, his face was shocked and he looked at the indifferent summer Bingning. At first, he took Xinger to the side. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bingning started to fight when he didn't agree with her. Moreover, he was so ruthless. Xinger climbs out of the ruins. She is very embarrassed. Her head is full of hair. Her chest is stained with blood. Her eyes have not been just aggressive. She dare not ask for war again. Not willing to leave yet? Xiao Bingning caresses 3,000 Qingxi, stretches a stretch, and the black, close-fitting long skirt outlines an extremely irritating curve. However, the arrogant people, especially the young men who were scared, all lowered their heads and dared not look at Xiao Bingning's towering figure. Where is the goddess of ice and snow? It's just the goddess of fury. If you don't agree with her, you can start. You can't see how much action she takes. If you agree with her, you won't be able to fight. With such a terrifying fighting capacity, all the young men who admire Xia Bingning dare not climb high, or even look at it more. Xinger's elders supported her and left hard. Everyone else followed her. When the scene is like this, Qin Sheng can't help but smile. Xia Bingning has changed a lot. She used to be very gentle. Now she is so domineering. I don't know whether Qin Sheng infected her or because of her strength and personality. A star makes her so jealous. If he meets her day by day, it's not a mountain crash? Qin Sheng can't help but think again. This problem is like a huge time bomb, which may explode at any time. The consequences may be very serious. Maybe it's no less than two most powerful people in the Vientiane realm fighting in front of Qin Sheng. Thinking of these pictures, Qin Sheng's brain is very big. He is willing to face the pursuit of the most powerful in the Vientiane environment alone, and he is not willing to face the pursuit of two women. This time, Qin Sheng's residence was really quiet again. Xia Bingning's gorgeous breath converged slowly, and she smiled again, which made Qin Sheng stunned. Xia Bingning was so beautiful that she was still a goddess of ice and snow. The next moment was like an iceberg melting, and Qin Sheng's heart was also melting. Cough. Long Wei coughs a few times inconceivably, which brings Qin back to his senses. Qin Sheng, come out. At this time, a harsh voice resounded through the whole residence. Qin Sheng's residence was only temporarily allocated, and the array covered was not so advanced, just a 5-level array. The sound insulation was poor, and it could not withstand the pressure of the strong in the cave. The voice was directly transmitted. Boom! The old and the young came in from the door, their breath was fierce, like a tiger like a dragon, walking in like a tiger. The old man's eyes are frightening. There is a mark of strange fire between his eyebrows. He looks at a very dark person. It's not ordinary strange fire, but mixed with soul fire. Qin Sheng is only looked at, and feels the soul power is dry in an instant, and some soul power is evaporated invisibly. Qin Sheng, isn't it? This is an invitation letter from the Qin people. The old man looked at Qin Sheng indifferently and threw out an invitation letter. The invitation letter is forged from unknown metal, with complicated runes flowing on its surface, sending out a cold and horrible atmosphere. Phew! The invitation letter of metal was ejected gently by the old man with different fire marks in his eyebrow. It turned into a golden lightning and exploded into Qin Sheng's eyebrow. Where is the invitation letter? With a lot of malice, it's a thunderclap. If Qin Sheng was an ordinary martial artist, he would have been suppressed for a long time. This old man is very strong. He has stepped into the Vientiane realm. He is clearly going to let Qin Sheng eat shrivel, embarrass Qin Sheng and humiliate Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's eyes were round and his pupils were suddenly contracted. He was facing the gold lightning invitation. His face was slightly coagulated. The purple vein was dormant in his body. It was filled with a breath of death. He had to be careful in the face of the strongest one who stepped into the Vientiane environment, even if it was only the other's pinky attack. At this time, a gust of fragrant wind, Qin Sheng has not yet responded, a much faster than lightning chinning block in front of him. It was Xia Bingning. She had cold air all over her body. These cold air did not come out at will, but had a fixed track, just like a mysterious mystery. It's a coincidence to avoid Qin Sheng and form a protective cover to protect him. The cold air is like a 9-tailed phoenix, 9 long phoenix tails, twining the metal invitation letter from the explosion. Hiss. Xia Bingning blocked the metal invitation letter, which was frozen. It was so suspended in the air, a thin hand like jade. With a slight pinch, it grasped the originally hot metal invitation letter. The old man with the mark of soul fire on his eyebrow changed his face on the spot, and then it became ugly. His name is Qin Ao. Although he can't be ranked in the top 10, he is also a young and middle-aged generation who has the chance to attack Vientiane in 100 years. But even so, his casual attack is so easily resisted by a younger generation. The breath of terror gradually dissipated. Both Xiao Bingning and that Qin Ao had a tacit agreement to restrain their terror. After all, this is the barracks of the Dian Emperor. It has the power of mysterious laws. Except for the forbidden area, it is strictly fought. Otherwise, it will definitely attract the attention of the penalty army. Once caught, it will be handled by military law. Although Xiao Bingning's identity with Qin Ao is not simple, he should not be afraid of the so-called penalty army, and he may not want to be spared. In particular, Qin Ao, who accompanied Qin to fly to deliver letters, provoked Qin Sheng. This kind of thing can only be stopped. Never play with fire too much. Qin Sheng recovered his peace and went to Xiao Bingning's body. His eyes were very unfriendly, looking at a young familiar figure behind Qin Ao. It was Qin Gaoxiong, the first successor of the Qin nationality. After the birthday feast, Qin Gaoxiong was slapped and disappeared for several months. Even Qin Sheng didn't expect that they would meet on this occasion. Qin's breath of flying is much stronger than that of flying. He has already passed the 9 storms and thunderstorms. Moreover, he has gone further and melted the Shenfu. And judging from the breath emanating from it, it seems that it is not only the early stage of Shenfu, but also has reached the peak. Qin Sheng, I left that day and even missed it. Qin Feixiang's face is cold, and his eyebrows are full of gloom. He wants to split his eyebrows. There is a terrible power in his eyebrows. It seems that this power doesn't belong to him. Maybe it's supported by the most powerful Qin people. Qin Gaoxiong is a once-in-a-500-year rare genius. If you only train him a little, he will become the most powerful man in the Vientiane realm in the future. That's a sure thing. However, since Qin Sheng's misfortune a few months ago, the Qin people began to fear. They used the treasures dug from the magic dragon wasteland, the forbidden area in the north, and other Jedi to arm the first successor of the Qin people crazily. Because the simple protector is not satisfied to protect Qin's life and death. Qin Feixiang's face was cold, and his hair flowed with the fierce momentum. His eyes were sharp, just like 2 sharp spirit swords depicting spirit lines, which pierced the void and fell on Qin Sheng's skin. Well? Qin Sheng felt that his skin was slightly hot, but his body was extremely strong. Qin Sheng experienced 2 deaths. His body could not be said to be immortal, but it could not be destroyed by the warrior in Shenfu. Ha ha, after several months of shrinking head turtle, I finally have the courage to bubble and take a breath today? Without any concealment, Qin Sheng began to mock directly. At present, the young man may have the same lineage with his ancestors, and more or less have some kinship. But how about that? This man once set up a deathly situation for himself. If you change the ordinary cadets, you will die. Qin Sheng didn't have to worry about this kind of enemy at all. He just made fun of it. You. Qin soared with a sudden shock, his whole body was shining with gold, his chest was up and down, his eyes were ablaze with fire, behind him came a pair of virtual shadows of the wrath of the god of war, and a gust of fury filled the whole residence. Qin's flying has really become stronger. It's much stronger than before. Qin Sheng's eyebrows show a touch of stinging, because he has a very keen sense that Qin's flying body is dormant with a strong third-party power. Once it erupts, it's definitely far beyond today's strength. It's worthy of saying that little annihilation is coming. Disasters and opportunities are parallel. Qin's flying has gained too many benefits. His strength has been increased at such a horrible speed. It's like a snake swallowing an elephant. At present, the Qin flying should have the strength comparable to the real Dong Tian strongmen. Qin Sheng had a dark contrast in his heart. He felt that it would take a lot of gas to get the goods flying. When the atmosphere was oppressed to the extreme, Qin Ao's hands fell on Qin's shoulders as they prepared for 300 rounds. Wow! Qin Ao's constant breath of terror from Qin's soaring body is like a ebb tide, which can be seen by the naked eye at a speed of crazy retreat. What's the use of the argument? Qin Ao shakes his head at Qin Gaoxiang, exhorts him not to use his energy. At the same time, he turns his eyes to Qin Sheng, who is full of frightening breath. He quickly becomes turbid without any murderous spirit. He says, Qin Sheng, the invitation letter has been given to you. I hope you can make it on time. With that, Qin Ao will fly away with Qin. Qin Ao is really an old man. Looking at the figure of the old and the young, Qin Sheng couldn't help but secretly evaluate it. It's a very high evaluation. Qin Ao seems to be a bit of a tiger-headed and a snake tail. When he came, he was very aggressive. When he threw the invitation letter, he had such a terrible momentum that he wished to kill Qin Sheng on the spot. After several rounds of fighting, he obviously felt the existence of Xia Bingning. Relying solely on him and Qin Gaoxiang, Qin Sheng didn't seem to suffer much, let alone give up the quota that originally belonged to him. Is better than to do so, and invite Qin Sheng to their place. When it comes to the time, it is slaughter, and not the Qin people has the final say. Qin Sheng, I'm afraid it's a grand feast. Gong Yunping came over, his face a little dignified. In fact, there were some internal situations of the Qin people. Many family members knew that, but Gong Yunping didn't know exactly what kind of grudges they had. Long Wei has a pair of squint eyes. He looks at the direction that Qin Ao and Qin are flying away. He doesn't think of any bad ideas. Do you want to go to the Qin people's nest or not? Long Wei's eyebrows glowed, as if he had some unspeakable ideas. Qin Sheng took a look at Long Wei. He knew that the toad must have some disgusting ideas just because he was familiar with Long Wei. Qin's posture has always been high, claiming to be the main vein, and the other branches are all lower-class people. Qin Sheng pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, at this time, it's definitely not because of congratulating me on being promoted to count. His grandfather once told Qin Sheng that Qin people were not good people, and Qin Sheng also guessed that his father, Qin Zhongtian, had been suppressed at the beginning, more or less related to the Qin people. They are looking at the quota of Hunyuan mine in your hand. At this time, Xia Bingning said lightly, a touch of cold air appeared between the bright and clean eyebrows. You don't need to pay any attention to this invitation. Just wait for the opening of Hunyuan mine. There are treasures that they can't imagine in the secret world of Hunyuan mine vein. As long as Qin Sheng can enter and survive the last few storms and thunder, and even smelt the Shenfu, waiting for his return, he will be a more powerful king of Qin. It's not impossible for Qin Sheng in Shenfu to become king. One step of calm, one step of sea and sky. Gong Yunping also continued, the Qin people are too old and cunning. It's not good to give you an invitation letter at this time. Qin Sheng looked at Xia Bingning and Gong Yunping and said, I know what you are worried about. But they think about the quota in my hand, and I, Qin Sheng, don't think about the quota in their hand. Qin Sheng said slowly. I'll pay for the appointment, and I'll take the quota. Qin Sheng's face showed a confident smile. He was still melancholy. How can he win a place for Long Wei? Now the quota is delivered to the door automatically. How can Qin Sheng let go of such a good opportunity? Qin Sheng's foundation is still weak, and there are so many enemies. If he enters the secret area of Hunyuan mineral vein alone at that time, let alone Xianyuan Dongjun, Qin, Shu, and other ethnic groups who have had grudges with him. The great Xia dynasty, who was killed by Qin Sheng, is also expected to surround him. Although Qin Sheng is crazy, he is not stupid. The mystery of Hunyuan mine will be opened soon. He has to pave the way for himself. Even though he is now very strong and has the researching skill 9 dead divine skill, this kind of unnatural skill does not fear death, and even can copy and devour other skills. It is too terrible. However, Qin Sheng has a great ambition. He wants to do one big job. Shock the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties. He is still short of a quota, and as the Qin nationality, in the Dian dynasty, the first royal family, there is absolutely enough inside information to compete for 1 or even 2 quota. Before Qin Sheng, he was still thinking hard. Which family did Long Wei go to get into the secret place of Hunyuan mine vein? The first emperor, the 3rd court, the 4th clan, the 10th king, the 100 marquis, each force is not easy to provoke. In fact, it is very difficult for so many forces to compete for 8 places in Holy Land. However, Qin Sheng also believed that the Qin nationality should have the ability to compete for at least 1 place. Smell speech, Xia Bingning's pretty face slightly congealed. She did not expect Qin Sheng to be so stubborn, or she did not expect Qin Sheng to be so adventurous. However, isn't this exactly in line with Qin Sheng's style? I'll be with you, Xia Bingning said softly, and there was a certain firmness on the delicate and confused, pretty face. I'll go with you, cried Gong Yinping. Qin Sheng looked at Xia Bingning and Gong Yinping. He was silent for a while. Everyone in the room was very clear. This time it must be Hongmen banquet. It's very dangerous. Maybe it's their burial place. Good. Qin finally agreed. Qin camp has built a large area of residence here. Although it's only a temporary residence, it's no less than the palace in Dian capital. The palace-style residence is magnificent, covering 8 levels of array and 5-7 levels of array. In all directions, there are many powerful people in the cave. Who are you from? This is the Qin forbidden area. No one can get close to it. Qin Sheng and his party, 3 people and a toad, soon arrived at the Qin people's camp, but they were scolded by the 2 guards at the top of Shinfu. Qin Sheng's eyebrows wrinkled when he heard this, but he didn't bother to tangle with these guard dogs. His strength improved. Even if he didn't use the 9 death magic, he could suppress the martial artists in the Shinfu area. He would not put such ant-like dogs in his eyes at all. Qin Sheng turned his hand and offered the invitation letter made of unknown metal from the receiving ring. Phew! Qin Sheng's fingers suddenly flicked, and the invitation letter of metal suddenly turned into a metal lightning bolt, which shot at the 2 watchdogs at the top of Shinfu. What? One of the watchdogs at the top of the Shinfu realm, who was a little stronger, was very frightened. He opened his mouth and threw up a black animal armor, blocking the metal lightning. Boom! The watchdog at the top of Shinfu's realm stepped back 10 steps, stepping on the knee-deep footprints every step. Finally, with a click, his black animal armor showed the dense cracks of spider web. What a powerful force! The guard dog at the top of Shinfu's realm set off a huge wave in his heart. He obviously knew why. Now, no one knows Count Qin, but he felt that the rumor was too strong, and demonized Qin Sheng. In the eyes of the guard dog at the top of the Shinfu realm, what is Qin Sheng, the great devil, and what is Qin Sheng, the earl? Is not he a lifelong warrior who hasn't completed the storm and thunder? How could it be so strong, across 2 realms? Such an evil prodigy must be possessed of divine blood, and how could it come from those frontier aborigines? It doesn't make sense to think about it. So he wanted to embarrass Qin Sheng. However, he never thought that Qin Sheng was so horizontal. He hurt himself when he put his hand on it. His hand was shaking, his mouth was shaken, and his blood was pouring out. Qin Sheng wandered around, looked down at the dog's low-looking watchdog, and said indifferently, "Can't even accept an invitation? I'm here to meet you. If you have any more requirements, just say that I'll try my best to meet you. Qin Sheng grins, but the smile makes them feel a little creepy. No. Come in. The two dogs at the entrance of the Shenfu border were almost scared to cry, father and mother. Especially, they felt Xiaobingning and Long Wei behind Qin Sheng. The smell of one man and one beast was also very powerful. Let alone two people. Even one of them could turn his hands and send them to hell. The camp of the Qin nationality soon reached the core area, a grand palace. He is Qin Sheng? A new generation of genius from the branch? It's really similar to Qin Zhongtian, but it seems that the breath is not so good. Qin Sheng, 3 people and 1 beast, entered the Qin family's palace, and was instantly locked by a cold or hot breath, which was extremely strong, and the worst was to reach the peak of Shenfu state. There are hundreds of breath in the cave. Even on the throne of the palace, the general white-haired old man sweeps his eyes to Qin Sheng like a spirit sword. In a moment, the latter feels chilly in his heart. A chill spreads to all parts of his body. The old man with white hair is very strong. He is definitely the strongest in the Vientiane realm. At the same time, he held Xiaobingning's hand tightly and showed a little caution on his face. The Qin people's inside information is too shocking. There are hundreds of powerful people in Dongtian and several in Vientiane. However, the strongest is on the throne. It is estimated that its real strength is no less than that of Xiaowu in the Great Xia dynasty. It seems that this grand feast is not easy to break in. Qin Sheng takes a deep breath. I don't know if you Qin people invite me here. What can I do for you? Qin Sheng didn't waste time either. He looked at the old man with white hair on the throne and asked lightly. Shut up. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, a harsh shouting voice rang through the whole palace, and a trace of displeasure flashed between Qin Sheng's eyebrows. When he looked back, he saw only a magnificent figure sprang out. His face was full of spirits, and he almost pointed to Qin Sheng's nose. Qin Sheng squinted and took a deep look at Qin Soaring. He grinned and asked, What's the matter? Defeated General, I think your mouth stinks, and I know the air movement technique. I can calculate that you will have a blood disaster recently. There is a dead silence in the palace. More than half of the elite of the Qin nationality are gathered here. Everyone back to the Dian dynasty is also a loud big man. Everyone saw them to crawl on the ground, extremely respectful. It's not polite to say that anyone here can go out and make a storm in the city. If he changes to other generalists, he will definitely be scared to defecate in the face of so many powerful people in the cave, and even some of them who are dormant in the Vientiane realm in all directions. Life can't take care of themselves. But Qin Sheng shocked everyone, not only didn't scare them, but also dared to threaten their first successor. This is just audacity, lawlessness. You want to die. Qin soared so angry that his chest would burst. The terror power between his eyebrows could not be stretched any more. If he wanted to break out, his fingers would be together, flowing with the flowing light of green and gold, and there were traces of spiritual lines. Soaring. At this time, on the throne of the temple, the old man with white hair, whose breath is introverted but whose eyes are frightening, cried out, and his hands were raised in vain. An invisible force held down the imprinting force sealed in the heart of Qin Soaring eyebrows. Soon the temple was silent. The old man with white hair and long narrow eyes was very cold. He looked at Qin Sheng with bad intention and said lightly, It's worthy of being Qin Zhongtian's son. His style is similar to your father. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face slightly changed. He didn't expect that the old man of the Qin nationality was so powerful that he even took the initiative to mention his father. In the past 1,000 years, the people of your branches have really had good luck. The genius once in 500 years has appeared 3 times. The old man with white hair said faintly that he even took the initiative to mention the past. It's a pity that the branch is the branch. It's impossible to cross the main pulse and play the supporting role. The language of the old man with white hair is plain, as if he is just talking about a past event that is not important at all. Genius once in 500 years, even if you look at the whole Dian dynasty, it is rare and precious. No matter in the royal family or the 10 royal families, as long as there is one, you will become the first successor of the next term. Qin Sheng is a once-in-a-500-year-old genius. His talent is so amazing that he deeply shakes the upper and lower generations of the Qin people. It directly replaced the previous successor, rose like a star, and became the first successor of the Qin nationality. This is the horror of genius once in 500 years. However, in the voice of the so-called white-haired old Qin people, there is still something different in his tone. Qin Sheng's eyebrows flashed a trace of displeasure and said in a deep voice, "Old man, if you have something, please tell me. I'm not here to talk about these things with you. Besides, who is the main pulse and who is the branch is not sure." Qin Sheng's words are like a star falling from Zhuchangshan. They hit the calm sea hard and set off a wave like killing the world. No one thought that Qin Sheng was so arrogant. He was more arrogant than Qin Zhongtian 10 years ago. He even doubted the main branch of Qin people. Yellow-mouthed children, how dare they speak up? Our vein is the main vein, which is the iron law of thousands of years. When are you talking nonsense? Please allow me to play. I'll fight against this tusk. Some of the disciples of the Qin nationality can't help shouting. Some of them are in the peak of Shenfu, and some of them have melted the cave. The atmosphere in the palace is so oppressive that it is most appropriate to describe it with a sword and a crossbow. The white-haired ancestor was also shocked. He couldn't help but take a deep look at Qin Sheng. His fierce eyes wandered on him wantonly. His eyes were shining, and he wanted to see through him. Those who dare to come to the appointment are not stupid. There is no reason to face hundreds of powerful people in the cave, and some of the most powerful people in the Vientiane are still so crazy. The old man with white hair wants to see clearly what is the base card of Qin Sheng. After 10 breaths, the old man with white hair took back his fierce eyes, because he could not see Qin Sheng at all. This shocked the old man with white hair. He didn't expect that Qin Sheng was so mysterious that he couldn't even see it. Qin Sheng, you are a branch of the Qin nationality, which has not even been denied by your father. The old man with white hair said in a deep voice, and was very firm, "He who knows the current affairs is a hero, and I will not hide it. I want to buy the secret place in your hand. All gems have a price. You can make a price." As soon as Qin Sheng heard it, he sneered. Without any hesitation, he shook his head and refused. Not interested in selling. This made the Qin people in the palace furious. "Qin Sheng, you are just a humble branch. Who gave you the courage to refuse? Isn't it? How could such a precious quota be wasted in the hands of lowly branch disciples? Boy, it's a great honor for you to stay on the front line in everything. As long as you perform well enough, you will be allowed to return to the main channel in 100 years. There are young and frivolous martial artists in Shenfu who speak rudely to Qin Sheng. They are all the people in the main line. Just for the sake of performance, they can't help but live in public and laugh at Qin Sheng." Qin Sheng's fierce color sank. He stepped out step by step. His feet were wrapped with black, lifeless air. He appeared in front of the young people who just spoke rudely. The man was startled, his sharp face flashed a shock like lightning, and soon turned into a sneer. He just followed this opportunity to show his performance in front of many elders and strive for the care of some great power. Pa! However, before he was excited, he pulled it out with a slap. He wanted to avoid it, but he found that he could not avoid it at all. The speed was too fast, faster than lightning. The rude young man was slapped by Qin Sheng, his face was broken, his skin was punctured, and his blood flowed out. "I'll kill you." The young man covered his face and looked at the blood on his palm inconceivably. He was so angry that he wanted to sacrifice the rune of his life and kill Qin Sheng. "Enough." The old man with white hair had a drink, and the breath of terror oppressed the whole temple. "Isn't it humiliating enough?" Qin Sheng sneered and said, "What are the main branches?" "I won't admit it." He strolled to the throne of the old man with white hair, his clean face was free of any fear, and said, "I want the quota, too. I can't sell it to you, but I want to buy the quota of your Qin people. You can offer me a price, too." The old man with white hair smiled and said, "Since you don't want to sell it, let's make a bet. It's a place for mixed mineral. Do you dare to bet?" On the throne of the palace, the white-haired ancestor of the Qin nationality looks indifferent. Qin Sheng was surprised by his words. Unexpectedly, the old dog wanted to gamble with Qin Sheng. Hearing that, Xiaobingning's pretty face showed a little solidity. She instinctively felt that the ancestor of the Qin nationality in front of her, who had made an abacus, should be like this. In some way, Qin Sheng would lose the place that originally belonged to his mystery of the mixed mineral vein. In this way, he would not offend Prince Fan, but also achieve his own goal. "Qin Sheng, there should be fraud in it. Be careful." Xiaobingning can't help but deliver the sound to Qin Sheng. Xiaobingning is really worried about gambling, because from the first time she knew Qin Sheng, she lost the bet, and she never won the upper hand in the following several gambling fights. In fact, it's not just Xiaobingning alone, but few of them have had good results. "Well." Qin Sheng responded to Xiaobingning. Qin Sheng raised his head, met the white-haired ancestor of the Qin nationality on the throne, with a funny smile on his handsome face, and asked, "You Qin nationality should have very detailed information about me, and dare to make an appointment with me. Isn't this money for me?" The white-haired ancestor was indifferent and didn't put Qin Sheng's words in his eyes. He said to himself, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Don't gamble a word." Naturally, they knew Qin Sheng's temper very well, and at a great cost, they found the most detailed information about Qin Sheng. Among them, there are several strange gambling fights about Qin Sheng's rise all the way. Qin Sheng has won all of them. That's why the old man with white hair asked Qin to fly to send the invitation letter, and he was sure that Qin Sheng would come. As long as Qin Sheng was willing to gamble with him, the old man with white hair would be absolutely sure to win the place of Qin Sheng, the secret place of the mixed mineral vein. As for why Qin Sheng hasn't lost, it's not that all the gambling with Qin Sheng is slag, the strongest is the powerful in Shenfu, how can it be compared with him? It's not a bit plain. This time, it's definitely 100 profits without any harm. First, Qin Sheng lost the quota of a hunyuan or vein, unable to surge in strength in a short time. Second, small annihilation is about to come. Even if Qin Sheng has a earl's title, the royal family will divide the city and the army to him, but he is just a earl. In this troubled time, his Qin family can directly annihilate his fiefdom by making a little plan. Third, the Qin nationality offended many people with this product. To suppress him temporarily can also give a breath to those great forces who are suffering from poverty, which is conducive to their relationship promotion. Fourth, it's a bit mysterious. It's the illusory view of Qi Yun. The same age with Qin Sheng is their Qin soaring. A genius once in 500 years, if Qin Sheng is suppressed, Qin soaring can really soar in the sky, devouring Qin Sheng's Qi Yun. Only one of the two peerless talents can survive. Whose Qi Yun is weak, naturally die young. For so many reasons, the white-haired ancestor of the Qin nationality sent an invitation letter and made a gambling agreement. This is a good move. Maybe even in the near future, the small extinction changed the pattern. The old man with white hair has lived for many years. He has experienced several small exterminations. He is knowledgeable and naturally has seen many so-called peerless talents. Even if most of them die young, it is the genius of the branch that can bring up his attention. Especially the recent Qin Sheng and the present Qin Sheng. These two people are too strong. In order to clean up the Qin Sheng, the Qin nationality exhausted some terrible forces of all ethnic groups and even other imperial dynasties, and just barely suppressed the Qin Sheng for 10 years. It's only 10 years ago. Now, Qin Sheng has been to the ancient battlefield in the Forbidden Area in the north. The whole Qin people don't know whether it's life or death. Maybe it's already turned into a pile of bones. Maybe it's going crazy. Qin Sheng is so difficult. Now there is another Qin Sheng. The old man with white hair feels that Qin Sheng is much more powerful than Qin Sheng. Even he feels that there is a power that makes him wonder. Of course, it's just a question. He is the strong among the strong in the realm of Vientiane. Even if Qin Sheng has such a strong power, he can roll over his hands and suppress it. This is also the confidence and strength that the strong in the Vientiane realm should have. How would you like to bet? Qin Sheng pondered for a moment, then said. Smell speech. The old man of white hair indifferently smiled, then pointed to a middle-aged man, said, you can support his attack for a long time, even if you win. The middle-aged martial artist, with black hair on his head and waist, is flowing with the sharp breath. He is wearing black lock armor. He doesn't have the feeling of cheapness. At a glance, he knows that it's absolutely extraordinary. Especially the goggle, which was polished with the skeleton of a spirit beast, has preserved a complete spirit pattern. The spirit beast is a higher level of terror than the monster beast. In the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, even the whole magic dragon wasteland has long been extinct. The spirit beast is much more powerful than the monster beast, and the weakest spirit beast is no less powerful than a man in Holy Land. It's too frightening to know that in the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, Vientiane was regarded as the most powerful group of human warriors. The human strongman in the Holy Land has long been extinct. It is a saint and cannot be found at all. Maybe it can be found in the depth of the Forbidden Area in the north. The old man with white hair refers to the middle-aged man with black armor. He has a heart-protecting mirror polished with the skeleton of a spirit beast. What is the origin of this treatment? Qin Sheng took a look at the man and found that his eyebrows and heart were split. It was not familiar with the eyes and marks, but a scar, and he did not know what was hurt. However, it is precisely because of this ferocious scar on the brow that this middle-aged man in black armor looks more violent and adds more killing atmosphere. Qin Su, are you a little shameless? At this time a charming voice sounded, and Xia Bingning's face was cold. Her phoenix eyes stood up, blooming the amazing red glow, and even called the real name of the white-haired ancestor of the Qin nationality. The original white-haired ancestor of the Qin people is called Qin Su. Bold, the name of the ancestor is also what you can call directly? No big or small, believe it or not, we will suppress you. In the palace, there are some strong Qin people with explosive temper. They can't help drinking. They all despise Xia's legitimate daughter, who is only the 10th in the ranking. Even if they have heard that Xia Bingning's speed soared like a rocket during this period, there are also some connections with some forces in the north restricted area, but what about this? The forbidden area in the north is 18,000 miles away from here. The so-called High Mountain Emperor is far away. No matter how terrible the terrorist forces in the deep of the forbidden area in the north are, they can't control it. To say the least, their Qin nationality also has some origins, with some big forces in the deep north restricted area. This summer, if Bingning doesn't respect the old, they will not be polite. Boom. Xiaobingning's temper is also very hot. The whole delicate body ignites the flame in a moment. Her temperament is cold. She has been practicing extremely cold skills, but now she is bathed in real fire. Her eyes were sharp, and she locked several powerful Qin people in Dongtian who spoke rudely to her. Phew! 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 Her slender green fingers flashed out like lightning. The 3 lightning bolts, like arrows from the string, hit the 3 powerful Qin people in the Dongtian area with a puff. Ah, save me! The 3 powerful Qin people in Dongtian who spoke rudely to Xiaobingning, their bodies were ignited, rolled all over the ground, and the horrible real fire had exceeded their endurance. In less than 2 breaths, there was a smell of barbecue in the temple. Qin Su's face changed a lot. With a wave of his hand, his old body suddenly woke up, just like a terrible star beast waking up. A bloody yuan force enveloped the powerful Qin people who were rolling on the ground. After 10 breaths, the flames on their bodies finally went out. Qin Su snorted coldly. His white eyebrows glistened like a sharp spirit sword. The sword was close to his body, and everyone's face changed greatly. In a shocking sight, Qin Su suddenly stands up. He locks on Xiaobingning. It's up to the master to beat the dog. What's more, the powerful people in Dongshenging who are seriously injured are not dogs, but the elites in their main vein. Now Xiaobingning has hit those people hard in front of him. Maybe these people deserve it. How can they speak badly? They are sharp and not friendly to a female warrior. But this is not what Qin Su can bear. It has exceeded his bottom line. He wants to suppress this little girl. Ha ha, try it. Qin Sheng stands in the air, and his 9 death magic works in secret. A strong and mysterious power is generated. At the same time, he turns his hand and offers the last summer Bingning to him from the ring. Xiaobingning also stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Sheng, turning his jade-like hand, and offered a more terrifying scroll, which even flickered with the saint's breath. What is that? Qin Su was shocked. He sat down directly. He was shocked and angry. He looked down on Xiaobingning. Her adventure this year was so terrible that he could take out the scroll which was stained with sage. The so-called Scroll of Saints is actually a scroll made by the powerful human beings with holy territory, which seals the terrible power of the powerful. The magic dragon wasteland, the wasteland of the 36 imperial dynasties, the 2 most powerful holy regions, had already died in the Great Annihilation 10,000 years ago, and in the once-in-a-thousand-year small annihilation, there would be no new holy regions. Maybe Xiaobingning's scroll from the strongman of Holy Land was excavated in some ancient place. However, there is a greater possibility that the scroll of sage in Xiaobingning's hand comes from those powerful forces in the North Forbidden area. Think of here, that Qin Su's heart set off the stormy waves, the face changes, the long and narrow white eyebrows twisted up. Who? Qin Su takes a deep breath. He suppresses the anger and shock in his heart and looks at Xiaobingning and Qin Sheng, who are hiding the terrorist power in his delicate body. Xiaobingning, you're too cruel. Qin Su said coldly. At the same time, with a big wave of his hand, he asked people to take the 3 injured Dongshenging people away for healing. Xiaobingning directly ignored Qin Su's fierce eyes and sneered. If this was not the camp of Dian Emperor, the 3 of them would have been destroyed. A warrior should be responsible for what he says. Don't think that you Qin people are superior and can speak badly. Xiaobingning's temperament has changed a lot, which is more than a year ago. She used to be a gentle student sister, but now she has become a goddess who is thousands of miles away. Goddess is also a god. If she is angry, she will lie dead for thousands of miles. Qin Su is angry. At what age? And Xiaobingning's, he was preached by a little girl in front of the public. If this event is spread out, it will have an impact on his reputation. However, Qin Sheng dare not to be angry and dare not speak. The scroll that contains the strong breath of the Holy Land in her hand is really terrible. Even if he has been promoted to Vientiane for many years, he dare not touch anything related to the saint. Qin Sheng, talk less nonsense, gamble or not. Qin Sheng directly turned his spear to Qin Sheng. Today's most important goal is Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "You want me to fight with a warrior who has melted the cave? Are you stupid or am I stupid?" Since this old dog named Qin Sheng is not kind-hearted, his face is full of sense of superiority, what they are the main vein, Qin ascended to a branch, so shameless, he did not have to be polite, directly tore his face. You. Qin Sheng was so hated by Qin Sheng, and he was also furious. Xiao Bingning, who was born into the royal family's legitimate daughter, had a relationship with the big forces in the forbidden area in the north, and had scrolls stained with the saint's breath. What's the reason for Qin Sheng? Except for a newly appointed count, why fight with him? Qin Sheng's eyebrows are so gloomy that he can drip water. He has an impulse in his heart. He really wants to kill the reptile from the branch with a slap. You dare to fight with me even if you are like an ant. Qin Sheng's heart was burning with rage, but he finally held it alive. He didn't want to save money, especially when Qin Sheng was still standing beside him with a summer ice. Now the most important thing is to get the quota in Qin Sheng's hands. Then, Qin people will have a more powerful talent and continue to suppress this branch. And what are your conditions? Qin Sheng asked, gnashing his teeth. I heard that recently, a broken ancient battlefield has been excavated from the immortal mountain of the magic dragon. If you can suppress cultivation and want to gamble with me, you can fight where you want to go. Qin Sheng said lightly. This is the latest information. All the information is still blocked. Other people don't know that there are such unearthed artifacts. That is, the Count of Qin Sheng, who has a noble identity, can receive the information at the first time. Qin Sheng's eyes turned to the middle-aged man in black armor and asked, "What do you think?" The difference between Qin Sheng and the middle-aged man in black armor is too big. There are two big differences. It's not a fair bet at all. I killed him, no different from killing a chicken. The middle-aged man in black armor has a cold look. He doesn't put Qin Sheng, who is only in the life-saving area, into his eyes. His eyes are full of hatred. The ferocious scar on his eyebrow is twisted. It looks like a centipede that can twist. It's very scary. Ha ha. Qin Sheng laughs. He really doesn't know who gave him the courage. However, Qin Sheng doesn't put it in his eyes because it's not the first time that he has been despised. However, these people who despise Qin Sheng have one thing in common, that is, they are waiting for their fate to be unprecedented. In that case, let's start. Don't waste any more time. The secret world of Hunyuan mine will begin soon. Qin Sheng is in a hurry. He wants to get the quota right away. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I have another condition." As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he suddenly picked out a long narrow eyebrow. He was a little unhappy. He forced his anger and asked in a deep voice, "What else do you want?" He is very angry. Qin Sheng really treats himself as a dish and has many requirements for a powerful person in the Vientiane environment. In Qin Sheng's view, it is his honor to make a gambling agreement with him by reducing his respect and lowering his price. If it wasn't Qin Sheng who had the position of count and was still a person of branch, they had made a soul oath since they were young, and could not directly hurt the life of the person of branch, he would have started. Otherwise, Qin Sheng would never have a chance to talk in front of him. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "What kind of enmity do you Qin have with Dianqing? It is said that as far as I know, Dianqing has not provoked you." Qin Sheng finally asked the question that had been suppressed in his heart. Qin Sheng's grandfather didn't tell him that he was not a good person, so he didn't have any contact with Qin people. Qin Zhongtian, Qin Sheng's father, was already imprisoned in the prison when he was young, and had no chance to ask. Hearing this, Qin Su's face solidified, and a bad memory appeared in his mind. He said, "You don't deserve to know." As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he was furious. The old dog was pretending to be a big dish. He was pretending to be a big dog all day. Then don't gamble. When I come back from my secret place, I will definitely go straight to visit. Qin Sheng was also angry. He turned around and left. Qin Su is confused. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so brave. If he didn't gamble, he would not gamble. Wait a minute. Qin Su was in a hurry, but there was a feeling of anxiety in his heart, which had never been felt since he broke through to the Vientiane realm. Now, Qin Su was brought out by a subordinate who was only a branch of the realm of life. Qin Sheng stopped, pulled out a joking arc from the corner of his mouth, and asked with a smile, "Now I deserve to know the truth again?" "The truth is often cruel and bloody." Qin Su sneered, and his narrow and stinging eyes fell on Qin Sheng. He said, "These are the internal affairs of our Qin nationality. They are of a high level of confidentiality. Qin's disciples who are lower in accomplishments than Dongshenging are not qualified to know. Your branch is a lowly person. He was born with a rebellious brain and became a rebellious child! As soon as Qin Su opens his mouth, he sends out an explosive message. Of course, it's a voice. Our main vein has been supporting your branch, but in the last small extinction, you betrayed the main vein and nearly destroyed our main vein." Mentioning the past, Qin Su looked at Qin Sheng's eyes and hated him even more. Because in his eyes, the clansman of the branch is the traitor, who almost framed their main blood to be destroyed. And as Qin Su also because of that mutiny, his grandfather, father, all died in that small annihilation. This kind of hatred is just a big feud. How could Qin Su not be angry? Qin Sheng's face was wild, and his heart ached inexplicably. Are we traitors? Qin Sheng shakes his head. He doesn't want to believe that his lord, his father, is also a traitor? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Qin Sheng raised his head, his face was full of evil spirit, and he roared loudly. The violence of the sky was like a tornado. Qin Sheng. Xiao Bingning holds Qin Sheng's hands hard, showing a worried look on her pretty face. She had never seen Qin Sheng lose his temper like this. All the time, Qin Sheng's face was calm, which was not consistent with his age. No matter how many great powers he met, and what desperate situation he faced, his implicit and childish face was always so indifferent. Qin Su, what did you tell him? Xiao Bingning's breath is sharp. He directly asked Qin Su to get up. Qin Su sneered and said, "This is the internal affairs of the Qin nationality. You are not qualified to know." Traitor, your father, Qin Zhongtian, was also moved by our master's predecessors. Unexpectedly, he betrayed us. Otherwise, why do you think he was locked in prison? He was silent all the time. The middle-aged man in black armor with a ferocious scar on his eyebrow opened his mouth, and it was also a message to Qin Sheng. However, the words are very sharp, full of provocation and aggression. Shut up. Qin Sheng broke away from Xiao Bingning. All of a sudden, he came to the middle-aged man in black armor, full of violence. Qin Sheng's Taoist heart was affected. He was not perfect. Even the hard rock Taoist heart had its weak points. Qin Sheng's parents are the weak points of Qin Sheng's heart. If they touch them, they will be violent. Oh? Are you sure you want to start with me now? On the cold face of the middle-aged man in Heijia, a smile of schadenfreude finally appeared. He knew that he had just succeeded in his provocation, which made Qin Sheng lose his sense. If Qin Sheng dared to start, he would slap him away. Even if the count dared to fight a real powerful man in the cave, the count would die. Of course, just beating Qin Sheng to death will cause a lot of whirlpool and make him fall into a bad situation, but if he is abandoned, he should not have too much trouble. Qin Sheng's nostrils erupted black flames, the air crackled, the void twisted, and the dead qi of the 9 death magic was ignited. Qin Sheng, calm down. Long Wei is also aware of Qin Sheng's changes. He is Qin Sheng's follower. They set up a soul pact and directly felt Qin Sheng's inner changes. Qin Sheng's soul has reached a critical point of violence. If stimulated, in all likelihood, he will enter a state of madness. That is to say, it's a legend that the fire is possessed. Xiaobingning urged Fain to spit out an ice talisman from the inside of the red lips and pasted it on Qin Sheng's back. The black flame on Qin Sheng's nostril died out in a flash. His twisted and violent face finally calmed down, and he was in a cold sweat. In fact, Qin Sheng is not without weakness, or his father who has been missing for 10 years, is his heart demon, and his mother who has never met before, is also Qin Sheng's heart demon. At ordinary times, Qin Sheng was also careful to suppress the demons, but he didn't expect that all the people he met today were experts among the experts. In talking and laughing, it even contains the attack of soul power, which triggers Qin Sheng's mind demon. Qin Sheng has lit up 4 stars of life and soul, not to mention Tongmingjing, which is very high even in Shenfu. However, this level of soul power is just as weak as Firefly for the most powerful people in the cave or even Vientiane. A little application of soul skill ignites Qin Sheng's mind demon. If it wasn't for the last moment, Xiaobingning would spit out an ice talisman and let Qin Sheng, who was on the verge of going mad, calm down quickly. The intrigue of the middle-aged man in black armor would succeed. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, looked up at Qin Su, who was not well-intentioned. His handsome face was cold again. He was really angry. The bad old man was really bad. His mind was full of bad thoughts. Qin Sheng was just distracted for a while, so he was ignited. He couldn't even suppress the 9 death magic. Let's go, to the broken ancient battlefield. Where is your burial ground? Qin Sheng's eyes are cold. He looks at the middle-aged man in black armor with a fierce sense of war. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in black Jia's face sank a little. He didn't expect that Qin Sheng would suppress the spirit attack that he had joined hands with the ancestor of Qin Su. He himself is a strong man in the cave environment. In addition to the old master Qin Su in the Vientiane environment, the martial artists in the Vientiane environment can't bear it at all. It's Xiaobingning, who just succeeded. The strength is not good, but the tone is quite big. Black armor middle-aged people sneer, do not hesitate to fight with Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng wagered with the powerful people in the cave of the Qin nationality. The news soon spread to all sides. The whole army barracks of Dian imperial dynasty were fried. In the eyes of those who watch the bustling martial arts, no matter Qin Sheng or the strong ones of Qin nationality, they all have the same blood flow in their bodies, but there are only 2 kinds of main blood and branch blood. There have been some enmities between the 2 veins. 10 years ago, Qin Zhongtian made a lot of noise. However, after Qin Zhongtian was suppressed, Qin's branch gradually weakened. Now, 10 years later, Qin Sheng is rising like a stone, and once again challenges the main line of the Qin nationality. This war caused unprecedented sensation. One was the latest earl with a bright future. The other was the strongest royal family in Dian dynasty, with unimaginable details. In addition, Qin Sheng was invincible in the provocative war of the previous Great Xia dynasty. For many reasons, Qin Sheng's war aroused the hot eyes of countless people. The cold wind blows, but on the wasteland there are many strong people gathered. They are all looking forward to the coming century war. Qin Sheng, a man of life, and the middle-aged, strong Qin people of Dongxinjing. Are you sure you want to activate the ancient battlefield? Prince Fan's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. To be honest, he was reluctant to use the ancient battlefield. It was a big weapon. Shortly after it was unearthed, many mysterious runes could not be studied. In case of any damage, it may even alarm the emperor. This kind of ancient battlefield is so rebellious that it can suppress the martial artists with different accomplishments into the same realm, which gives those martial artists with low realm a chance to defeat the strong with high realm. If it is used properly, it can even suppress a strong man in the original Holy Land into the Vientiane environment, so that a group of martial artists in the Vientiane environment will have the opportunity to surround and kill a holy man in the Holy Land. Qin Sheng looked up. He took a look at Prince Fan and said, "Yes, Uncle Fan, I will kill him today." "Ha ha, yellow-mouthed child, the strength is humble, the tone is quite big." The middle-aged man, dressed in black armor and staring at the skeleton of the spirit beast polished into a heart-protecting mirror, smiled coldly, with a little more sneer on his cold face. The two fought against each other, pushing the fighting atmosphere to the top. The eyes of countless onlookers were getting hotter and hotter. Only by fighting, the world of the martial arts, could the group of the strong be at full swing. Prince Fan frowned. He didn't want to fight with each other. As soon as the little annihilation was coming, there would be all kinds of strange terror. As for the other 5 emperors, they were watching the bustle nearby, waiting to see their chicken fights in the imperial cage and their jokes. As for Qin Sheng and the middle-aged man in black armor, they were also the genius of this generation, and the previous generation genius, no matter which one died in the war, is also a great loss for Dian dynasty. Qin Sheng, in particular, is too evil to be polite. Apart from those talents who have not been born for many years, no one can fight with him. This is a big era. If Qin Shingrua was able to survive this small extermination, Prince Fan even had an illusion that even the emperor could not impact the Holy Land. The young man with a bit of pride on his face might be able to do so. However, it's too late to say anything now, and the gratitude and resentment can't be solved. One main vein, one branch vein, has a feud. The main vein has always wanted to suppress the branch and enjoy all the glory in the world. However, the branch has been crawling to survive. They want to resist and escape from the shadow of the main vein, which requires the struggle of generations. If these struggles succeed, they will completely change their lives against the sky and enjoy all the splendor and wealth. If they fail, what they are waiting for is more brutal suppression of the main vein. In that case, let's start. Prince Fan took a deep breath, and his magnificent voice spread to heaven. Shwa. As soon as the voice fell, it attracted the attention of all the people. Their hearts were shaken and their faces were full of strong color of expectation. Buzzing. Prince Fan turned his hand, offered hundreds of flags from the Neji, and then inserted them on the ground of the ancient battlefield site. He recited the old mantra, and a vast and fierce Yuan force burst out from his body. Like a galaxy pouring down from the sky, Prince Fan's Yuanli is so powerful that countless onlookers are stunned. Is this the momentum of the most powerful in Vientiane? It's 3,000 feet down the river. It's suspected that the Milky Way is falling into 9 days. This is the spirit of 9 days above the spirit of it. Someone is chanting a poem and exclaiming. Rumbling. As the Milky Way poured down, hundreds of flags inserted in the ancient battlefield trembled, making an earthquake-like sensation. Mountains collapsed and cracked, flying sand and rocks, and dust covered the sky. Without letting the onlookers wait for a long time, the ancient battlefield will send out a white light and rise to the sky. Grand, vast, ancient atmosphere swept into the thousands of miles. This power has even attracted the attention of other 5 powerful emperors stationed thousands of miles away, especially some of the most powerful ones, who have a look of horror on their faces and golden eyes, and can see through everything. There's a terrible smell in Dian Dynasty. What's the situation of Hunyuan mine? The strongest can't help whispering. He wants to start and see what's going on. Don't come near, elder brother. I feel it's an ominous place. Let me make a divination for a moment. An old woman with a hunchback and a head buried under her knee pulled out a turtle shell from her arms. Several copper coins in the shell clicked and swung, and then the old woman threw the shell on the ground. The tortoise shell burst into a crack of tens of dollars, and 3 copper coins were stained with red blood. Poof! This kind of divination touched the power of terror, which made the old woman of Vientiane, who was good at divination, suffer from backfire and spit blood. Her hunchback was more bent, and she looked like she was going to fall at any time. Big fierce, it's a big fierce, but we can be sure that it's not that there's something wrong with the Hunyuan or vein. We can't get close to it. The old woman's face can kill the flies. Her muddy eyes are all red, as if her body had been hollowed out. Just after the voice fell, the other strongest people who wanted to start were frightened to the point that they dared not move one by one. Small annihilation will come, which may be the prelude to all kinds of strange things. Regardless of the prestige of the most powerful people in the Vientiane realm, however, when encountering such strange things, no matter how small they seem, they can easily reap their lives. What's more, the old lady has said that the breath of terror is not from the Hunyuan mine. In this case, one more thing is better than one less. The ancient battlefield has been revived. This is a site similar to the Colosseum, but it has been half abandoned and half of the audience has been destroyed. The ancient battlefield does not look big, and can only hold 2,000 or 3,000 spectators at most. However, its interior is covered with layers of holy lines, and even some core areas use lines higher than holy lines. This kind of pattern can't be deciphered at all. Maybe someone can decipher it only after he has gone to the Tianyuan continent. You go in, my power can only open the ancient battlefield for a long time. Prince Fan said indifferently that in order to activate the ancient battlefield, he had expended terrible power, just at the beginning, and even began to sweat on his forehead. Prince Fan's strength was in the top 10 of the Dian dynasty, and he couldn't bear it. It's feasible to know how big this ancient battlefield is. Phew! Shwa! Qin Sheng and the middle-aged man in black armor turned into 2 streamers and jumped into the ancient battlefield. The sky turned and the earth turned. All kinds of twisted forces acted on Qin Sheng's body. Bang! Qin Sheng fell and stumbled, almost lying on all fours on the ground, to a shit. What a powerful gravity! Qin Sheng's face was startled. The gravity here was at least 100 times that of the outside. What's the concept? That is to say, Qin Sheng can easily cut through the sky outside. Here, the ancient battlefield, which has been excavated for a short time, is not only flying, but also tired of running like a dog. In addition to the unadaptable gravity, there was also a smell of decadence coming from his nose, which made Qin Sheng unable to help shielding his breath. Qin Sheng looked around and found that there were all kinds of high and low stone mountains surrounded by mountains. These mountains were stained with all kinds of blood and were blackened. At the foot or on the mountain, many strong people were nailed to death. These strong men are old and small, strong and weak. Even though they have been dead for countless years, they still emit the terror that Qin Sheng dare not look directly at. Their skeletons are all gold and have not been completely corrupted. In addition, they also emit a saint atmosphere. Bones of the mighty in the Holy Land? Qin Sheng's face is shocked. Is there really a strong man in Holy Land who died here? The sages of Holy Land had disappeared in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. They might have met in the depth of the forbidden area in the north. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng had met here. Although he had been dead for many years, he was really powerful from the breath of his body. Don't look. I'll nail you on the mountain for future generations to look up to. A bleak voice came into Qin Sheng's ears and made his pores stand up. Well? Qin Sheng looked back and saw that it was the middle-aged man in black armor. He had a silver gun in his hand. It was very cold. There was also a silver dragon depicted on it. Just a casual look, he could see that it was not anything. Is it? I don't think you are qualified to be nailed to the stone mountain for future generations to see. Qin Sheng's face didn't look frightened. With a cold smile, he pointed to a rotten place under the mountain, where there were many bones of unknown names. It's dark, eerie, chilly, it can't even talk about a messy grave. It looks like a dump. You will be killed by me, and then thrown there waiting for the body to rot. Qin Sheng is very domineering. Boom. The middle-aged man in black armor was enraged. His momentum broke out in a flash. The horrible Yuan force broke out from his body. The silver gun in his hand burst out as if it could pierce the sky. He was as cold as the eyes of a poisonous snake from the underworld staring at Qin Sheng. Those who dare to talk to me like Qin Sheng will go to hell. It turns out that this middle-aged man in black armor is called Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng has some impression that he didn't know where he had heard about it. Although I have to admit, your talent is very high, a bit higher than that of your father, Qin Zhongtian. Qin Shengrong's whole body is shining, and the gloom between his eyebrows condenses the breath of death. He talks and laughs, trying to destroy Qin Sheng's confidence. I want to tell you a bad news. 10 years ago, your father fought with me, but he was unlucky. I broke his leg. On the wasteland, the breath of terror is spreading, full of the whole universe. Buzz. It is the ancient battlefield excavated in the last era. Even though the ancient battlefield has long been broken, it is recovered under the blessing of Prince Fan. The power erupted, even the most powerful of the other 5 great emperors in the distance did not dare to peep. It's sealed inside. Even Fan Hong himself can't peep. As for those who were the most powerful in the 5 dynasties, they were warned by an old woman who was good at divination and lived through a few small annihilation and could not be peeped, because it was a sign of great evil. It's a pity that I was blocked from my sight. I can't even watch the battle. It's a pity that Xianyuan Dongjun, His Royal Highness Prince, has a bright eyes. From the heart, he doesn't want Qin Sheng to survive. Because Qin Sheng was so rebellious that he was able to set off such a big wave without even reaching the situation of Shenfu. He was destined to rise in this era of small destruction of the world, even though it was the blessing of Dian dynasty. However, Xianyuan Dongjun has personal enmity with Qin Sheng. In addition, Qin Sheng can't work for him at all. It's better to destroy him than that, so as to avoid the embarrassing situation of high achievers in the future. His Highness the 8th Prince, he also came, thinking of watching the war. Last time, he didn't show his head for Qin Sheng again, but chose to look on coldly, which led to Qin Sheng's gradual separation from him and the loss of a confidant, which once made His Highness the 8th Prince very sad. However, at the thought of Qin Sheng, although his talent is against the sky and his strength is high and frightening, he is too blatant and energetic, and there is a certain risk for him to fight for the throne. It's impossible for His Highness the 8th Prince to put his own throne, Suoha, on top of Qin Sheng. Xiao Bingming, Long Wei, Gong Yunping and other people are dignified, unable to see the situation inside, which is really too worrying. At this time, the ancient battlefield radiated a golden light, rolled up a huge sky curtain, and projected the war situation in the ancient battlefield. Cold, gray stone mountain, Qin Sheng and Qin Shengrong are facing each other. Yes, I can see the war situation inside. Countless onlookers uttered marvelous voices. The ancient battlefield could even project the war situation inside. However, the clarity was average, and the voice was intermittent, which was not clear at all. Even so, it's enough to excite the onlookers, including Prince Nafan, who has a bit of expectation. Shua. There are 2 or 3 of them, no less than Fan Hong. They are all from the 5 dynasties, to the strong. Perhaps it was the smell of peeping. Prince Fan's face, which was not angry and proud of himself, showed a touch of displeasure. He said in a loud voice, "Ha ha, since you are here, you can come out and watch the war in a big way." With a big wave of his hand, Prince Fan flashed the light of the ring on his finger, and 5 kings appeared above the sky. "Ha ha, Brother Fan is very generous." The magnificent sound sounded around like an ancient bell, making all the onlookers feel unprecedented pressure. A handsome blonde with a lion's head on his chest turned into a streamer, faster than lightning. Shua. He appeared in front of Fan Hong, arched his hand, and then came to one of the throne in a leisurely way, and sat down safely. Then, one after another, the horrible breath came from the sky, and the other 4 great emperors and the most powerful ones came. Including the old woman, who was backfired by the mysterious power because of divination, also appeared here. She was the representative of the Qin dynasty. At the same time, Xiaowu also appeared. His face was stinging, and his eyes were fierce. First, he looked at Prince Fan, and there was a hint of killing in the deepest part of his brow. Before that, he represented the great Xia dynasty and engaged in a battle with the great Yan dynasty. Originally, he intended to destroy the dead and establish a good situation, but he was suppressed to the ground. He didn't even want to face it. When he went back, he was naturally scolded by the great Xia emperor. He is the most powerful man in the Vientiane world. He even planted a fight here. That's because he lost his face to Grandma's house. The founder is a minion in the ancient battlefield who didn't even melt in the Shinfu. In this way, the battle between Qin Sheng and Qin Jingrong has begun under the siege of the 6 strongest. In the ancient battlefield, Qin Jingrong's voice was heard by Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's face changed a lot, and a rage burst from his chest. Qin Jingrong fought with his father, Qin Zhongtian. And my father had a broken leg? Qin Sheng's body was ignited a black flame again, and the fierce air filled the sky of his soul sea. It's really boring. What's more, it's a genius. It's easy to suppress all the arrogant sons of nature in the great Xia dynasty. The Tao heart is really weak. In a few words, he lost his square inch and fell into the edge of being possessed by fire. Qin Jingrong's cultivation was suppressed. Although it seems that it's easy to clean up Qin Sheng, the lion and the rabbit fight with all their strength. Before the real war, it's best to provoke Qin Sheng verbally, and it's best to let him go mad. In this way, Qin Jingrong killed Qin Sheng as simple as killing a dog. Who? At the most critical moment, Qin Sheng's mood was about to collapse. Once again, Qin Sheng's eyebrow gave out a cold breath, and a translucent symbol flickered above his eyebrow. This is the mark of an icy lotus. It's twinkling with numerous and incomparable holy lines. The endless icy spirit breath spreads from Qin Sheng's eyebrow to his 4 limbs. The black flame, which was about to lose control, was gradually extinguished again. In fact, this is the flame of death of Qin Sheng's practice of the 9 death skill. It is full of the atmosphere of destruction. Let alone the generalist who has only gone through several storms and thunderstorms. Even the strong man who has melted the Shinfu can't control it. 9 times out of 10, he will be burned to ashes by this flame of death, and both the form and the spirit will be destroyed. Ice lotus with spirit pattern? In the sky, the bent old woman saw the sky projected from the ancient battlefield. Qin Sheng's eyebrow was twinkling with the ice lotus mark. She couldn't help but stand up suddenly. Her eyes were muddy and bloodshot. Tut tut, it's really a big deal. What's the origin of this little guy called Qin Sheng? Someone even added the priceless mark of Lingguan ice lotus to their eyebrows. In the eyes of the old woman, the greedy light flashed by. How could her hands be clean after living for so many years? The old lady didn't do less to kill people and cross goods. Lingguan ice lotus, a legendary treasure, is only possible in the north restricted area. Because this kind of mark can only come from the hands of sages in Holy Land, covering the eyebrow and heart, and can wash the body and soul, and increase the probability of stepping into Holy Land in the long run. It's said that this kind of Lingguan ice lotus is the filthy gas of the martial arts launderers. It's said that the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, including the forbidden area in the north, except that some of the secret areas in the forbidden area are pure, other places are very dirty. The sages in the forbidden area, in the north, call this kind of obscenity. Seeing this scene, the other 5 most powerful people in Vientiane are deeply shocked. After all, if they can also get a mark of this kind of ice lotus with holy stripe and clean the filth in their bodies, then they are more likely to step out of the Holy Land. Only after 2 or 3 breaths, Qin Sheng's fierce eyes gradually returned to Qin Ming. His death point was too obvious. How could Qin Sheng let it go? Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's handsome face didn't have another look of fear. For a moment, Qin Sheng felt that he had emptied a lot of black impurities, some from the body, some from the spirit, and they were washed clean. Qin Sheng felt relaxed, especially on the spirit. With a buzzing sound, the 5th soul star was lit, and the soul force soared at a speed that the naked eye could see. 5 stars of life. Qin Sheng's excitement and breakthrough on the face of battle are also the promotion of spirit realm, which has absolute significance for him, and the probability of victory has been increased. Ascension has not completely disappeared. Qin Sheng's 6th soul star gradually lit up again. Well? Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng's contemptuous smile gradually disappeared. He obviously felt that Qin Sheng had enough to lose control. Qin Sheng, who was possessed by the devil, not only didn't lose the battle as he expected, but also made a breakthrough. It's really the son of Qin Zhongtian, but it's really a little difficult. Qin Sheng's cold smile and murmur. But that's all. With the fall of his last word, Qin Sheng's eyes became as sharp as a spirit sword. As soon as he stepped out, the horrible Yuan force erupted from his body. The air exploded, the mountain burst, and the shadows produced one after another. Vulnerable ants, take you on the road. Qin Sheng's cold voice, accompanied by a real sense of killing, rolled the whole ancient battlefield, and even caused those weapons in the ancient battlefield who did not know how many years died to resonate. The silver spear is flying, and then there is the roar of the silver dragon. The silver spear gathers into a cold silver dragon, and kills Qin Sheng. Ha ha, brother Fan, I've heard that you Dayan dynasty recently excavated a treasure. The young man with golden hair and armor couldn't help laughing and asked, if I remember correctly, Qin Sheng was originally the first successor of your Qin family. His cultivation had already reached the cave. Now it has been pushed down to a big level. This kind of treasure has great killing power. From Dayu dynasty, the blonde to the strong talked and laughed, with some fear in their voice. To suppress a great realm directly, this kind of treasure against the sky, let alone the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland, is also a precious and incomparable terrorist existence even after crossing the forbidden area in the north and arriving at the broader Tianyuan continent. Just think about it. Originally the most powerful in the Vientiane realm, a group of martial artists in the cave could be shot dead by lifting their hands. However, in Fan Hong's hands, the treasures excavated from the wasteland and Jedi were suppressed and dropped into the cave. A whole realm, no one can bear it. As expected, with the voice of the most powerful blonde in the Diwu dynasty falling, the old lady with a hunchback and Xiaowu also changed her face. Fan Hong smiled quietly and said, "It's not so simple. It's just a defective product, and it has been rotten in the wasteland for many years, and it's already broken." "Oh? Is it?" "From the king of Dayu, he has golden hair, and his brow is slightly set. Ha ha, that's natural. Facing the warriors in the cave, they may be able to suppress a big realm by force, but facing the most powerful in the Vientiane realm, they can only suppress half of the big realm at most. Fan Hong's voice is powerful, and he doesn't hide it. He tells all the 5 emperors to watch the battle. Smell speech, their mind big stone also put down, however, even if suppress half a big realm, enough to decide the outcome of the fight between the two to the strong. It's really a turn of the day for the great Yuan dynasty to be suppressed by 3 small exterminations. At the moment when the small exterminations are about to come, Qin Sheng's kind of peerless genius to rise first appears, and now there are big killers that can suppress cultivation. Xiaowu's eyebrows were so gloomy that he could drip water. He was really upset. He was waiting for a big outbreak, but he didn't expect to eat shriveled one after another. This feeling made him feel like he was dying. Boom! In the sky, there was a violent vibration, and the pictures came back again and again. Even though there was no sound for the time being, the momentum of it also made countless onlookers excited. It's worthy of being a strong man in the cave and the first successor of the Qin nationality. It's so talented and powerful. That's right. If it wasn't for a once-in-a 500-year-old Qin soaring, Qin Jingrong would really be a material to be made. It's true that even if Qin Jingrong is suppressed to a large extent and falls to the Shenfu realm, it's not what Qin Sheng can contend with. In countless hot eyes, after a short shock, someone is asserting. Qin Sheng raised his head and looked at the silver spear shadow in the sky, which converged into a silver dragon. He fell from the sky with the smell of destroying the heaven and the earth, and suddenly felt slightly awe-inspiring in his heart. It's worthy of the genius of the Qin nationality. Its strength is really strong. Qin Sheng sighed in his heart, but there was no timidity on his clean face. He set off. The purple Yuan Mai, which was dormant in the body, was a combination of 9 Xingjie Yuan Mai, which transcended the category of Xingjie Yuan Mai and released much more pure Yuan Li than the ordinary Xingjie Yuan Mai. Qin Sheng grabbed the 5 fingers of the sword, which was formed by Yuan Li, in an instant. It was powerful and sharp. When he stepped on it, the rock was cracked and turned into a shell, which met the silver dragon. Ha ha, I can't help myself. I'll hit the stone with an egg. Qin Jingrong's face was sarcastic, his fingerprints were changing rapidly, and then the silver dragon roared to the sky, releasing a more fierce atmosphere, drowning Qin Sheng. Clang and clang. Mars is everywhere. Every sharp spear shadow can pierce mountains and rivers. The superposition of every spear, even the warriors in Shenfu, is hard to bear. What's more, Qin Sheng, who has not been melted in Shenfu, is hard to bear. Looking at the shadow of the gun that drowned Qin Sheng, it was so powerful that it even caused the storm and thunder. For a while, there were dark clouds and thunder. Qin Jingrong smiled, and his face was full of contentment. What once in a 1,000-year-old genius is just an idiot, a lower level than me, and dare to fight with me? Qin Jingrong scoffs, his eyebrows are all stinging. He thinks of the war with Qin Zhongtian 10 years ago. Although he finally broke Qin Zhongtian's leg, it is true, but the final result is that both of them were injured. The news of that war was blocked. Except for a few main and branch people, outsiders didn't know it at all. Qin Zhongtian, didn't know you were sweeping the ancient battlefield in the North Forbidden area, and didn't know you were still alive. Qin Jingrong sneers at him and says, I hope you are still alive. Otherwise, your son will be destroyed by me. If you can't see this picture, it's a pity. Qin Jingrong recalled some bad past events and showed some ferocity on his face. He took out the viewing sheet and planned to record the picture of Qin Sheng being killed. After the arrival of Xiamishi, he left for the North Forbidden area to find Qin Zhongtian and discussed him. What did Qin Sheng's father do to Qin Jingrong, which made him hate him so much? The shadow of the gun disappeared with the disappearance of the dark clouds and thunder. A mess, the fierce gun shadow makes the mountain become ferocious as never before, just like a starry spirit beast came and ate a large area. Is Qin Sheng dead? Haha, the attack just made by Qin Sheng is mysterious. Although he is not good at learning skills, he can't be more relaxed if he wants to clean up a small martial arts player who can pass life Br. It's not absolute, isn't Qin Sheng the genius who destroyed all the Shenfu of the great Xia dynasty before? In addition to the broken ancient battlefield, there are whispers. Most people are obviously not optimistic about Qin Sheng. In general, the performance before Qin Sheng is too evil. Everyone wants to see Qin Sheng fall. This envious state of mind makes everyone's heart tighten and stare at the sky above. At this time, a tall figure appeared in the sky. Qin Sheng's armor is full of ferocious gun marks, and the runes are peeling off. The core spirit pattern is very solid. The fighting power of Shenfu can't really destroy the holy stripe. That's all you have? Qin Sheng grinned and his voice came out of the sky. Whoa. On the wasteland there was a whoa, and the voice of the sky came out at this time. Qin Sheng is not dead? It's impossible. Although Qin Sheng has been lowered to a lower level, it's not comparable to ordinary martial artists in Shenfu. Qin Sheng's face fight came too soon. Most people didn't think Qin Sheng was going to die. But the next moment, Qin Sheng not only lived well, but also from his words, he looked down upon this Qin Sheng very much. Qin Sheng wondered and said quietly, "You told me that you broke one leg of my father in the First World War 10 years ago?" I almost believed it. The irony on Qin Sheng's face became more and more intense. Qin Zhongtian is a legend. Especially with Qin Sheng's accomplishments getting higher and higher, he thinks that Qin Zhongtian's real strength is much stronger than Qin Sheng's imagination. 10 years ago, when he was taken back to the capital of Dian Emperor, he would use a group of martial artists in the Shenfu realm and a powerful one in the Dongtian realm to fight. Qin Zhongtian didn't cross the storm and thunder completely in those days. You can imagine how deep his background is. He should be afraid of two big states. As far as you are concerned, my father is also vulnerable to attack in front of me. Qin Sheng's cold voice reached all directions through the sky. This made countless onlookers wow and gape at each other. Qin Sheng was still so crazy. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face was gloomy, and his body was trembling with anger. Especially Qin Sheng's words were like a sharp dagger, which stabbed him in the pain. You want to die? Qin Sheng was furious, and a light blue flame was rising all over his body. It was a real fire with 6 tastes. It was extremely hot. Even the strong man in the Shenfu would be burned to ashes once he got one. Although the broken ancient battlefield can suppress cultivation, it still has defects for the original strong base card and cannot be completely isolated. Like Qin Sheng's body melting 6 flavors of real fire, it cannot be directly suppressed. It's worthy of being a strong man in the cave. How can a small generalist imagine that there are so many means? Luwei is so hot. Qin Sheng will surely die this time. Some people whisper, especially the Qin people. On Qin Sheng's fingers, there were 6 kinds of real fire that twisted the void. Although they were far away, Qin Sheng still felt the heat. I will light you up slowly and torture you for 79 and 49 days. The voice of Sun Han sounded, and Qin Sheng waved his hand. The light blue 6-flavor real fire was like a thin volcano, blasting towards Qin Sheng. 3 in life, 9 and 3. Countless light blue 6-flavor real fires ignited, converging into a shape of sky snake on Qin Sheng's body, devouring Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's armor was ignited, the core of the holy stripe was melted, and his skin was burning hot. Boom! Qin Sheng runs the 9 dead magic skill, and the dead qi that has been dormant in the deepest part of his body instantly covers his skin, isolating all the 6 flavors of real fire. The 9-death magical skill made Qin Sheng's body change dramatically. The strength of the body had been able to sweep the martial artists in the Shenfu area for a long time. Combined with this breath of death, it's not easy to isolate the 6-flavor real fire. If you are an ordinary martial artist, you will be scared to piss off when you see Lu Wei real fire, which is a high-level fire in the legend. However, Qin Sheng is not only fearless, but his handsome face is a little excited. Yes, it's the look of excitement, Qin Sheng's eyes, Qin Sheng's eyebrows, and every cell of Qin Sheng is extremely excited. What's the matter? Qin Jingrong looks at Qin Sheng, who is excited, and feels that he has a bad premonition, especially how can he read greed in Qin Sheng's eyes? As soon as Lu Wei is really angry, Qin Sheng will surely die. Even though there is no unexpected fear on his childish face, how could there be greed? Play the devil. Qin Jingrong is sneering, his eyebrows are full of fierce murderous intention, the dazzling 6 flavors of real fire sweep down, under the eyes of countless ways of astonishment, Qin Sheng is drowned. Scorching. The hot temperature makes the stones in the ancient battlefield burst and burn to ashes. Seeing this scene, the last doubt on Qin Jingrong's face disappeared. What he controls is 6 tastes of real fire. Can ordinary martial artists bear it? Even the martial artists in God's mansion will be destroyed. However, in the next moment, Qin Jingrong's smile solidified, because he felt that the 6 flavors of real fire in his body were going out at a speed that the naked eye could see. Here, what's the matter? Seeing such a terrible scene, Qin Jingrong suddenly panicked. His 6 flavors of real fire cost a lot to smelt, and each thread is precious. Now it's just a few breaths. It's half lost, and it's losing faster and faster. Qin Jingrong's face is frantic. He has to take back 6 flavors of real fire every year. With the disappearance of Lu Wei Zhenhuo, the submerged Qin Sheng reappeared in the image of the sky, which shocked countless onlookers again. Can't even 6 real fire burn Qin Sheng to death? Even the martial artists in Shenfu can't bear it. Qin Sheng is really a monster. Well, I admit that I despise him. A genius who can sweep all the great realms of the kingdom of God and the great Xia dynasty cannot be underestimated. Before the battle between the main and the branch of the Qin people, some people thought that the towering spirit of Qin was the level of Dongshenjing. In addition, his fighting experience was far beyond the ordinary martial arts of Shenfu. Even if he was suppressed in a big realm, it would not be easy to clean up Qin Sheng. But now it's been 2 rounds, Qin Jingrong can't kill Qin Sheng. Air. Qin Sheng burps a lot, and there is a breath of 6 flavors of real fire in his mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, especially Qin Jingrong. His face was cloudy and sunny, and a terrible thought suddenly came into his mind. Didn't Qin Sheng just devour my 6 flavors of real fire? Qin Jingrong felt frightened. This idea is like a fire, with the passage of time, more and more exuberant. Your different fire, almost a fire, should be the fusion of 2 different fires, into the 6-flavor real fire. Qin Sheng grins. Yes, he did devour Qin Jingrong's 6 flavors of real fire. That's his 9 dead magic power, and then his soul. The combination of the 9 death skill and the soul of war has an amazing effect that even Qin Sheng could not have imagined. Qin Sheng stretched out a finger, and then a flame was generated, and the hot flame spread to all directions. What? You melted my 6 flavors of real fire? Qin Jingrong is shocked. His bold idea just now is true. Qin Sheng doesn't know what kind of secret method he used to take away his own 6 flavors of real fire. You're not as strong as you think. Qin Sheng grinned with 3 points of sarcasm on his face and said, I'll take you 2 moves, then it's my turn. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sheng set off. He lit a black flame, full of the death breath of killing and destruction. Qin Sheng recited the ancient mantra, and the six-flavor real fire that had just been absorbed was sacrificed by him and gained extraordinary power. Shua. Qin Sheng just took a step. It seems that he could hardly bear his strength in the ancient battlefield. The runes were split all over the sky. Obviously, his strength has exceeded the load, and the ancient battlefield is on the verge of collapse. Qin Jingrong is confused. He is stupid. The atmosphere of destroying heaven and earth has gone beyond the realm of Shenfu and entered the realm of Dongtian. This is an ancient battlefield that has just been dug out for a short time. Everyone's accomplishments have been suppressed. How can Qin Sheng promote his accomplishments to two great realms? At this moment, Qin Jingrong thought a lot, but he didn't have time to react. A black fist impression, accompanied by the horrible destruction, fell on his face. Bang! Qin Jingrong is blown away by a fist. The power of terror blooms on him. He is stained with a black flame. In the eyes of countless people, he bumps into the hard and incomparable mountain. A dark and deep human pit appeared in front of countless onlookers. Cough. Qin Jingrong's big mouth spits blood. His face is bruised. He doesn't know whether there is a crack in the bone. His head is full of hair. The black armor is burned to crack. Large pieces of runes are peeling off. It seems that Qin Jingrong is about to be scrapped. On the magic dragon wasteland, countless onlookers saw this picture through the sky projected from the ancient battlefield, and everyone was dumbfounded. Originally, in the eyes of these onlookers, this was a one-sided battle. Qin Sheng was very strong and was able to sweep his peers, even under the Dongtian environment of the Great Xia dynasty. However, Qin Jingrong is not the same. He is an old-fashioned Dongtian strongman, and once was the top talent in the list of Dragon and Phoenix. Even if he was suppressed, the so-called talents of the Great Xia dynasty could not be compared. Qin Su can't sit down. His thin face is stinging and his fists are clenched. Extraordinary, you let me down. Qin Su's heart is dripping with blood, and his long and narrow eyes are twinkling with cold. Once he had high expectations for Qin Jingrong. Although his talent is not as good as Qin's, he is also the second talent of Qin. I didn't expect to lose the battle with Qin Sheng. Ancestor, Qin Jingrong won't lose, will he? Qin Gaoxiong couldn't help but ask. He was also a little scared. Qin Sheng is really strong. He suppressed himself before. Now even the genius of the previous generation is suppressed. Smell speech, Qin Su's turbid eyes are changing in cloudy and sunny way. Look down, Qin Sheng should be lit what forbidden art, otherwise it is impossible to suddenly become so strong. It's not only Qin Su, Xiao Wu from the Great Xia dynasty, but also the old woman who is good at divination, from the Great Yu dynasty. A young strong man with long hair and gold can't help but look at Qin Sheng more. Qin Sheng's performance is too impressive. This son is really vicious. In a short time, his strength has been improved so much. I'm afraid that he has used some expensive forbidden art. Xiao Wu's face was sour, which sounded particularly sour. This is not the first time that this method has been used. Fan Hong's face slightly coagulated, and said, Xiao Wu, your words are quite many. Is it difficult to admit Qin Sheng's strength? If one is accidental and the second is coincidence, what about the third? This is the embodiment of strength. Who? Qin Sheng looks down at his fist. He feels unprecedented strength. Is this the real horror of the nine death magic? With a click, Qin Sheng felt that he heard a shackle in his body being opened. He found a treasure house, which was unprecedented powerful. It turns out that the nine death skill is so useful. Qin Sheng's eyes brightened and his face was excited. If you sacrifice the 9 death skill and the treasures at the level of treasure, you can improve your strength by 1 or even 2 realms in a short time. And there is no side effect. When the treasure is exhausted, it will only be beaten back to its original shape, without any weakness. I want you to die. Qin Sheng turns his hand and pours out a crystal medicine from the ring. When he eats it with a big mouth, a lot of rune light comes out of his mouth. His swollen face recovers at the speed that the naked eye can see. At the same time, his breath soars to the peak. Qin Sheng shouts with his arms, and his powerful yuan li bursts out from his body, beating wildly. The whole sky is illuminated. He opens his mouth and spits out a metal ball with his lungs shining. Phew! The metal ball is like a meteorite falling from the sky towards Qin Sheng. Obviously, it's not an imaginary metal ball, but a sword ball. Qin Sheng dug it out of the forbidden area in the north and swallowed it in his lungs to nourish it, which has become his life spirit. The sword was so bright that Qin Sheng couldn't open his eyes. The shadow of the sword gathered into a sky sword. With endless sword qi, Qin Sheng's breath rose rapidly. He resisted the whole ancient battlefield. He wanted to return to the cave and behead Qin Sheng. Come on! Qin Sheng roared loudly, and the virtual shadow of the heaven tablet behind it was generated in an instant. He hit the dragon whale fist, and the 2 fists were like 2 big rounds of sun, smashing down against the light of Qin's towering sword. Sonorous! Qin Sheng's fist erupted countless sparks, like a Mars waterfall, pouring down. At the same time, Qin Sheng madly urged the 9 dead magical skill, and his soul was sacrificed, and the sword qi, through his double fists, was devoured by Qin Sheng's soul. Qin Sheng's black flame crackled and ignited the fierce sword spirit of Lin. He shouldered it and slapped Qin Sheng in front of him. Pa! Qin Sheng fell down in response. He covered his face, which was unbelievable. How can it be? How could I have failed? Luwei real fire can't kill Qin Sheng. Instead, it's like adding fuel to the fire. It's more powerful. The sword pill dug from the forbidden area in the north is a real artifact. It can't kill Qin Sheng. I can't lose. Qin Sheng is gnashing his teeth. He has a place to enter the secret world of Hunyuan mineral vein. If he fails, he will lose a big chance. Don't want to attack the Holy Land again in his life. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng thought of his last card, a black talisman, a talisman that can only be ignited by sacrificing half of his spirit. Once ignited, it's like signing an agreement with the devil, to sacrifice half of his soul. This price is absolutely shocking, killing thousands of enemies and self-injuring 800. More than half of the time passed quickly. Fan Hong's face was already a little ugly, and some sweat had appeared on his forehead. Although this is just a broken ancient battlefield, that is to say, it is just a defective product, forged by imitating the ancient battlefield in the north restricted area. In order to run this ancient battlefield, the yuan force needed to be expended is absolutely unimaginable to ordinary warriors. The mysterious power comes out from Qin Sheng's eyebrow and heart. His hands are in the shape of claws, and he probes into Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai like lightning. Qin Sheng's whole body is bristling. He looks at Qin Sheng with strange eyes. His face changes greatly. Everything comes too soon. Even he can't make any response. The virtual shadow of the god-made steel is unprecedented. Suppression. Qin Sheng roared up to the sky, and the steels of the heaven were shining brightly, illuminating the whole ancient battlefield. In the sky curtain it suddenly fell into the gray, so that all the onlookers could not see the virtual shadow of the heaven tablet behind Qin Sheng. What is that? That one has long hair of gold, just like the most powerful one from the golden family, stands up abruptly. He has sharp eyes and substantive light. He wants to break through the barrier and see what is hidden behind Qin Sheng, Poof. But in the next scene, everyone made a big jump. The most powerful man from the Emperor of Heaven bled through 7 holes. His soft blonde hair oozed blood. He was in a mess. He sat on the throne and gasped for breath, as if he saw some horrible picture. Obviously, when he saw the pictures he shouldn't have seen, his handsome face was full of fear. He was the younger brother of the Emperor of Heaven. He had tremendous power and his own strength was also powerful and incredible. He was unexpectedly backfired by the horror because he peeped at the hidden mystery of Qin Sheng. What's the matter? Xiao Wu raised his eyebrows and asked. The old hunchback woman took out a cracked turtle shell from her arms, and then she chucked out 3 old copper coins. Ferocity, a great omen. As soon as the old woman saw the result of divination, she immediately wrinkled the old face layer by layer and raised the color of fear. This sun is pregnant with the omen of great calamity. People who are going to die must not get close to him. They should be contaminated with unnecessary causality. As soon as the voice of the old woman fell, everyone was shocked. They recalled that there was really a situation like this. There were few talents who were too close to Qin Sheng. Shachuan, Shuheng and others never die, never recover. Boom. The sky is breaking and the ancient battlefield is cracking. The battle between the 2 men has obviously surpassed the critical point and will be destroyed. Qin Jingrong holds the spirit sword, tears the void, and cuts out the galaxy like sword. Hiss. Qin Sheng ignited the black flame all over his body, and his eyes were like black holes, breathing the flame of death. The steels of heaven came down from the sky and suppressed Qin Jingrong to the ground. Ah! Qin Jingrong's face is ferocious and roars to the sky. He can't accept this scene. He has sacrificed half of his soul, but he is not Qin Sheng's opponent. He doesn't like it. Bang! Qin Sheng stepped on Qin Jingrong's chest with 1 foot, the black armor burst, and the core holy stripe was burned to ashes. Tell me the truth about the war between you and my father. Qin Sheng's murderous spirit is awe-inspiring. He challenges Qin Jingrong from a commanding position. Chasm. Qin Jingrong's chest collapsed in a large area, his sternum was broken, and his blood flowed out. He was seriously injured. Ha ha, do you want to know? Qin Jingrong gnawed his teeth and looked very angry. In that case, I will satisfy you. Qin Zhongtian is a lost dog. I broke his leg. That's the truth you want to know. You are the lame son. Qin Jingrong knows that he must die today. He wants to feel sick before he dies. I really want to die. Qin Sheng's eyes were cold, and a cruel color flashed between his eyebrows. He knew that this was not the truth of the matter. Do you think it'll disgust me? Qin Sheng scoffed, I have 10,000 ways to tell you the truth. Who is Qin Sheng? He inherits the memory of Emperor Wanjie, and his predecessors have experienced various ways of tormenting him in 9 days and 10 years. Those are not punishments that human beings can bear at all. Emperor Dan remembered that now Qin Sheng wants to use them on Qin Jingrong. Qin Sheng doesn't worry that he won't get the truth. Pa. Qin Sheng slaps on Qin's towering Tianlingai, and his head bursts directly, forming a blood mist. The second successor of the Qin nationality, the strongest successor of the previous generation, has fallen. Extraordinary. On the magic dragon wasteland, Qin Su yells, his body is shaking, his eyes are full of blood-red killing intention. Qin Jingrong is not as good as his younger generation of Qin soaring, but it is also the second talent of the Qin people. Other royal families should envy the talent of drooling, because such a talent as Qin Jingrong, in other royal families, is definitely the first successor. However, the general genius of treasure has fallen, and the body has been destroyed. Unless the spirit can escape, otherwise, it will surely die. Phew. A gray and translucent virtual shadow exploded from a blood mist. The translucent virtual shadow is only as big as Pom-Pom, which is similar to Qin Sheng's. That's the spirit of Qin Sheng. However, his spirit is weaker than half of its heyday. Well, you want to escape? Qin Sheng's mouth was cold with a smile. With a big hand, the hot black flame force burst out of his body, faster than lightning, and seized Qin's towering spirit. Ah, let go of me. You are such a humble branch dog. Qin Sheng's spirit roared, as if he had experienced some terrible punishment. He was burned by the black flame, and the spirit, which had already been weakened a lot, was becoming more and more dim. Qin Sheng took out an ancient lamp from the ring. It was a soul lamp bought in the black market. Go in. Qin Sheng thought a move, the spirit of Qin Sheng shut in the soul lamp. Hiss. The soul lamp gradually lights up, but Qin Sheng roars up to the sky, with a look of agony. This is an ancient torture of 9 days and 10 places. It was lost in the 36th dynasty of the Magic Dragon, but now it has reappeared in front of countless onlookers by Qin Sheng. It's killing me. Let me go. Don't burn it. Please let me go. Have a good time. Qin Sheng didn't have the courage for a long time, so he knelt down and begged for mercy. There was no just arrogance. All of us were shocked by the images from the sky. Although there was no voice, we can imagine what kind of suffering Qin Sheng experienced just through the images. Fan Hong. Qin Su can't sit any longer. He starts, turns into a streamer, and appears in front of Prince Fan in full view of the public. Let's admit defeat, let's release people. Qin Su was too worried, his tone was stiff, and he had a light tone of command. Prince Fan frowned. As a great general with a different surname, Shanyuan Yanjun, his rank and strength were higher than that of Qin Su. How could he bear the disrespectful tone of Qin Su? Before the war, it was determined to be a battle of life and death. It's not up to you to intervene in the outcome. Fan Hong sneered and refused Qin Su's unreasonable request. Fan Hong, this is the main and branch of the Qin nationality. Do you want to interfere? Qin Su's face was unhappy, so he directly put on his hat to Prince Fan. Qin is the first of the 10 royal families in Dian dynasty, with tremendous strength. Even the royal family should be afraid of 1 or 2 points. Qin Su is used to being arrogant and domineering. In addition, Qin Sheng is suffering from non-human torture, and there is a risk of falling at any time. Go away. Fan Hongling had a drink, and his eyebrows shot out a flash of soul, which hit Qin Su like lightning. Ah! Qin Su screamed and fell on the cold wasteland. The wasteland is still, especially the most powerful people from the 5 dynasties. They all look shocked. This Prince Fan is too powerful. He manipulates the ancient battlefield and expends so much yuan power. He can even distract himself and suppress Qin Su. Qin Su's strength is very strong. Even if we look at the whole Qin family, we can also rank in the top 10. In the ancient battlefield, the mountains cracked, the thunder burst, and the void cracks appeared, as if they would collapse at any time. I said it all. At this time, where does Qin Sheng still have the arrogance before, crying for mercy? Qin Sheng thought a move, the soul of the soul lamp to the lowest fire. Qin Sheng finally can speak normally. He looked at Qin Sheng outside the soul lamp, showing fear and evasion. You should know my temper, dare to say another word lie, I will burn you for 100 years. Qin Sheng's voice was not loud, but Qin Sheng's face was white and shivering. Is this man a demon? Qin Sheng is suspicious. I did have a war with your father. Qin Sheng began to tell the truth. Your father, like you, came out of the border wasteland and entered the holy palace of Lingxiao. He suppressed all the holy sons and daughters. Qin Sheng said, he never competed for the position of the Son of God, but he was much stronger than the Son of God. I've fought your father 3 times, and they've all lost. As the ancient battlefield was in a state of fragmentary, the sky was just a picture, and the voice was intermittent, but even so, it was enough to shock countless onlookers. A double hero, also from the branch, but will suppress the main pulse. Who is the branch? And you say that breaking my father's leg is a lie? Qin Sheng asked. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, it's true, but I can only succeed if there are several powerful people in the cave. Qin Sheng finally tells the truth of that year. Qin Sheng is shameless. He can't defeat Qin Sheng, but he claims to suppress Qin Sheng by sending out a group of powerful people in Dongtian. Hearing this, Qin Sheng could not help but take a breath of cool air. He felt that his father was very strong since he was a child, but he never thought that he was so powerful. Qin Sheng was encircled and killed by the people in the main vein. He only paid the price of breaking a leg. If we change to other martial artists, even those in Shinfu, we will definitely die. Qin Sheng thoroughly counseled him. His instinctive desire for survival made him speechless. He told Qin Sheng the truth about Qin Sheng's struggle with the main vein. My father was set up by your people and then put down in prison? Qin Sheng asked questions that had been bothering him for years. 10 years ago, the Qin family in Dian City suddenly lost its pillar, and Qin Sheng lost his father. These years, he was shivering. Even his life was almost impossible to protect. His bones were buried in the random graves in the wasteland mining area. Qin Sheng hesitated a little. He even hesitated. Qin Sheng snorted coldly, clapped the soul lamp in his hand, and the soul flame rose in a flash, making a hissing sound. Don't. Burned by the soul fire, Qin Sheng was in agony and cried out for mercy. This kind of punishment, which only exists in the records of purgatory, cannot be accepted by human beings. I say everything. Qin Sheng, who dared to hide hold, immediately said. In fact, your father's imprisonment has nothing to do with our main network. We are just a guide. It's the royal family who really wants to suppress Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng has a shocking secret. Qin Sheng's heart beat inexplicably. He didn't expect to have a great relationship with the royal family. However, how could the royal family imprison their father for no reason? Not long ago, Qin Sheng also met the emperor of Dian dynasty, Shanyuan Yanjun. His attitude towards the people of the branch was not bad. There was no need to lower his identity to suppress a small family disciple in the frontier. Qin Sheng concluded, it should be related to those forces in the North Restricted Area. Your father went to the North Restricted Area through heaven. Maybe he offended the Aborigines in the North Restricted Area and was punished. The 36 dynasties of the wasteland seem to be the supreme ruler of the wasteland, but compared with the big powers in the forbidden area of the North, it was not worth mentioning at all. In the forbidden area in the North, especially those legendary big forces, but it's not polite to say that even if you jump out of a slave and a servant girl, you can also compare with the royal highness and princess of a dynasty. This is the gap between absolute strength and identity and level. When Qin Sheng is silent. Is that the truth of that year? How could father offend the big forces in the North Restricted Area? Qin Sheng's eyes are at a loss, and the face of handsome Shunlang is changing. Suddenly, he thinks of a mother he has never met. Is it related to her? Or does my mother come from the big forces in the North Restricted Area? Qin Sheng has never met his mother. When he was a child, when he asked Qin Sheng, he only had a deep look at Qin Sheng and said meaningfully, your mother is in a very remote place. When your strength is up, I will take you back to your mother. For a long time, Qin Sheng didn't speak until the small battlefield was shaken violently, and the time for incense was up. I said to give you a good time, and I said to do it. At the moment when Qin Sheng was rolled out of the ancient battlefield, a group of soul fire burned the few remaining spirits of Qin Sheng to ashes. Qin Sheng, the second successor of the Qin nationality, died. The sky above the sky flickered for several times, and finally the picture disappeared with a bang, and the mourning voice of Qin Sheng suddenly stopped. Extraordinary. Qin Su's face was red, his brows were full of violence, so gloomy that he could drip water. Although the sky screen disappeared, the idiot could guess the tragic ending of Qin Sheng. Boom. Prince Fan's fingerprints changed, making hundreds of rune marks, and a straight figure burst out. He was bathed in black flames, like a young king, coming out of the abyss purgatory. He stood in the middle of the sky, his eyes were cold, his eyebrows were glaring at the world, and his hands and feet were all accompanied by the innate breath of the King of Heaven. The breath of the King of Heaven not only frightens countless onlookers, but even the 5 most powerful people from the 5 great emperors sitting in the sky are secretly shocked. This kind of king's breath, they only feel in the emperor, even if they are from the royal family, they have never had this kind of breath. Xianyuan Dongjun naturally felt the heavenly king's breath emanating from Qin Sheng. He could not help frowning. Isn't this Qin Sheng just a branch of the Qin nationality, a humble person? How can there be a king of heaven atmosphere? Xianyuan Dongjun clenched his fists. Qin Sheng was arrogant and overbearing. He didn't pay much attention to it. He killed his reading companion indirectly. So he got angry. Now, he can't suppress him, but he has an irresistible rise. Qin Feixiong was frightened and galloped. When he looked at Qin Sheng, he had a feeling of looking at the towering mountains, which made him very powerless. Why do the humble people with branches have this kind of fortune and this kind of heavenly king's breath? Qin, soaring in the heart of the roar, handsome face twisted up, is full of jealousy. Grandfather, I want him to die. Qin soars to transmit the sound to Qin Su. The sound contains endless killing meaning. As you wish. Qin Su agreed. He started to approach Qin Sheng. Before the engagement, even if Qin Su had heard of Qin Sheng's brilliant achievements like the sun, in his opinion, it was just a child's family and playing. Under the Shenfu, there are all ants, and the martial artists in Shenfu, even those prodigious talents of the emperor in the summer, are only powerful ants in the eyes of the most powerful people in Vientiane. That's all. However, this century war between the main and the branch can be called the most eye-catching engagement of the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland before the coming of the small annihilation, which has attracted the attention of many powerful people from Vientiane. The result is self-evident that the main pulse of the Qin people lost completely. 10 years ago, Qin Jingrong also had a war with Qin Zhongtian, Qin Sheng's father. Of course, Qin Jingrong lost the war. Qin Zhongtian left Qin Jingrong with his life, which was the price of being surrounded and killed by his family, and his leg was broken. 10 years ago, Qin Jingrong failed. 10 years later, Qin Jingrong still failed. This time, he lost to Qin Zhongtian's son. The only difference in the same outcome is that the war 10 years ago was well buried by the Qin people. There is no leak. Otherwise, the reputation of the Qin people's main line will be long gone. Qin Zhongtian doesn't care much. Maybe in his opinion, Qin Jingrong is just the most common cat and dog on the road. It's not worth mentioning. This time, Qin Su felt that he was sure to win the attention of all the people. However, he never thought that Qin Sheng, who came from a branch and was too humble to be any more humble, should hit him in the face in public. It's not only a face fight, but also a talent loss for the Qin people. If Qin Jingrong follows the order, in 9 out of 10, he will be transformed into one of the few powerful people in the Vientiane world. Qin Sheng, take your life. Qin Zustorm a drink, the whole sky is filled with a very oppressive atmosphere. This sun is too rebellious. If he doesn't strangle it in the cradle, as long as he doesn't die in a small way, he will become a major trouble in my main vein. Between the lightning and flint, Qin Su's mind was filled with many thoughts. 10,000 years of Qin's basic industry must not be destroyed in my hands. No matter what the cost is today, it must also be killed. Qin Su's eyes shot out a substantial killing intention. He clapped it with a big hand. The gray yuan force spewed out and twisted a section of rune marks. The constant yuan force turned into 3 gray, god-eating Sirius. He opened his blood plate with a big mouth and spewed out a stinking hurricane. He wanted to devour Qin Sheng. What is Vientiane? It's all-inclusive. You can change into Vientiane situation by playing between fingers. Some of the most powerful can turn into candle dragons, some of the most powerful can turn into gods and phoenixes, some of the most powerful can turn into sabers, some of the most powerful can turn into earth-shaking seals. The truth of Vientiane is that different Vientiane states and strong ones have different visions. The god of food, Sirius, is a kind of fierce beast in the legend. It's extremely fierce. It feeds on the corpse of the god. You can imagine how terrible it is. This kind of fierce beast only exists in the magic dragon wasteland. Even in the ruins deep in the forbidden area in the north, the excavated murals have been recorded. Qin Su must be in a Jedi. He has seen this legendary mural and understood the skill. He can sacrifice 3 god of food Sirius in one breath. He can imagine his strength and determination to kill Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng felt that his head was going to burst. He had just stepped out of the broken ancient battlefield, but before he could respond, Qin Su, the old dog of the Qin people's main vein, killed himself, and the air of destruction was everywhere. In the face of the angry attack from the most powerful in Vientiane environment, Qin Sheng felt the unprecedented depression in his chest. The purple Yuan Mai, which was dormant in his body, surpassed the Xingjie Yuan Mai, and even was suppressed to death, unable to move. This Qin Su really can't afford to lose. The most powerful man in the Vientiane world is still attacking me in full view. Qin Sheng despised it in his heart. At the same time, he also offered the black rune made by the master of Wan Gaofeng. Boom! The black rune paper was ignited. It was only half of it. Qin Sheng didn't grudge it. It was all ignited. The power of black destruction broke out in an instant. Originally, the 9 dead magic skill was used to sacrifice 6 flavors of real fire, but in a short period of time, Qin Sheng's combat power was promoted to the cave. However, in the face of the threatening Qin Su, there was no reservation, and all black runes were burned. Qin Sheng felt that he was full of power. He thought of making heaven steel and punched dozens of dragon whale punches at 3 bloody and cold-eyed god of food Sirius. The left fist turns into a dragon, the right fist into a whale, and dozens of dragons collide with the divine whale under countless hot eyes. As never before, the steel of heaven is as solid and shining. It is like the law power of the order of heaven, shaking all people. However, due to the 5 failures of heaven and man and the terrible rule power of self-protection, even the most powerful people in the Vientiane environment can't see through the steel. Suppression. Qin Sheng's face was red and his neck was thick. His veins were twisted like a green dragon. Boom. It is the first time to crack down on the 3 god of food Sirius. Ouch. From the gray air flow, flashing the endless and complicated runic god of prey, Sirius, as if they have already produced wisdom, looked at the god of creation steel that came down from the sky contemptuously. The gray and Mengyuan force is too delicate, even the hair of the god of prey, Sirius, can be simulated. One of the gods of food, Sirius, roars up to the sky. The blood plate bites heavily and falls on the steel. With a click, the extremely solid steel of the heaven 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 of. Poof. Once the heaven steel was broken, Qin Sheng was backfired and spat out blood. The dragons and whales in the sky also fell. Bang! 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 The god of food, Sirius, is like the god of heaven coming down to earth, destroying the dragon and whale in an instant. Finally, Qin Sheng fell on the wasteland. He was severely damaged, blood gurgling out. It's too strong. Even if Qin Su is placed among all the powerful people in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, he can also rank as the top one. His angry attack, let alone Qin Sheng, who has not completely gone through the storm and thunder, will be severely damaged, even the most powerful who just stepped into the Vientiane. What? Not dead? Qin Su's dry and thin face showed a startling color. His narrow eyes looked at Qin Sheng in surprise. The killing intention between his eyebrows did not weaken, but became more and more intense. In Qin Su's opinion, Qin Sheng's son is too rebellious, and his angry strike power is terrible. He is the most clear, but he was only seriously injured, a long distance from his death. This made his heart set off a stormy wave, more firm his determination to make Qin Sheng hand. This son must die today. He is more terrible than Qin Zhongtian 10 years ago. If he doesn't die, our Lord will be in danger. Boom. These thoughts just happened between the lightning and the flint. Qin Su's body suddenly erupted into a horrible aura of Yuanli. He raised his hand in front of the public and wanted to slap the strongest genius of this branch to death again. It seems that the grey Yuanli hand was generated in an instant, which was not as fierce as the god of food Sirius just called out. But it's easy to shoot Qin Sheng, who has suffered a lot. Shwa. Just at this time a beautiful shadow came suddenly, accompanied by a fascinating fragrance. Qianying is slender, close to the body, and covered with numerous and mysterious patterns. She outlines a bright light for all people, including female martial artists. She reaches out her green fingers and draws several symbols on the void. This kind of symbol seems simple, but in fact it is very difficult. Even the most powerful people sitting on the throne can't understand it. When the 9 symbols are generated, it seems that all Xiaobingning's strength has been exhausted at once. Both the Yuan force and the Soul force have been drained. The virtual shadow of a big clock appears, which is tens of meters big, red and black, accompanied by thunder and fire. Dong. This mysterious ancient clock has been sounded, and a ripple that can be seen by the naked eye instantly rolls to all sides, setting off a vortex of terror. Poof. Qin Su flies backward. He is astonished, because he is injured. The corners of his mouth contain blood. How is it possible that the little Xiao girl is so strong? What kind of skill is that? Can she summon the ancient bell and reach the Vientiane realm? All the most powerful people, including Qin Su, can't sit down. They all stare at Xiaobingning, a young woman with a unique appearance. However, in the next moment, Xiaobingning's body will be soft and almost fall on the wasteland. At the critical moment, Qin Sheng, regardless of the internal injury, hugged Xiaobingning's delicate body. Bingning, how are you? Qin Sheng's eyes are red. He did not expect that Xiaobingning would jump out at the critical time to block Qin Su's angry attack for himself. Although he knows very well that Xiaobingning and several big forces in the forbidden area in the north, one of them has a great connection and has a lot of cards, but what's the most powerful card is the 9 death magic skill. If Qin Sheng can't beat it, he can still be beaten. If he is killed accidentally, he will sleep for thousands of years and wake up to be a hero again. But Xiaobingning didn't practice the 9 death magic skill, and she didn't have the gold medal for avoiding death. If she died, she would be really dead. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng was still frightened. "Qin Su, you shameless old dog!" Qin Sheng roared to the sky without any mercy. Hearing this, all the people were dumbfounded and looked at Qin Sheng one by one. His face was full of inconceivable colors. Qin Sheng is really dead. He even humiliates a powerful Vientiane state in front of the public. There is no doubt that he will die, and no one can save him. First, he killed Qin Jingrong, and then he humiliated the most powerful Qin Su. Some are shaking their heads and whispering, others are gloating in the cold. Especially those young talents of the same generation, one by one, would like Qin Sheng to be strangled in the cradle. Because they feel that Qin Sheng is too rebellious, they can't catch up in any way. Anyway, we can't catch up, so we expect Qin Sheng to be destroyed. Qin Su's heart was tumbling. He felt that his chest was stuffy and disgusting, especially his stomach. He felt very sick. He felt that he had been recruited. The bell summoned by Xia Bingning shattered his internal organs, but it was soon restored. His eyes were frightening. He looked at Qin Sheng and Xia Bingning as if they were dead people. "If you dare to hurt me, you will be a pair of short-lived mandarin ducks." Qin Su's whole body was burning gray flames, and the void was twisted, almost collapsing. Enough! A magnificent blast came. With the attention of countless people, Fan Hong's figure appeared in front of Qin Sheng and Xia Bingning. "Well? Fan Hong, let's see." Qin Su frowned and said, "This is our Qin family's internal affairs. Don't be nosy." "Ha ha, how about meddling?" Another fierce and powerful voice resounded all over the world. Everyone turned around and saw only a tall and straight figure coming from a faraway place. His simple armor was not very beautiful, but it was engraved with complicated symbols. This is a middle-aged man who is similar to Xia Bingning. His eyes are as deep as stars. This man is very handsome. He looks like a star with a sword eyebrow. There is a breath of breathlessness in his every move. However, the wine smell of his body led to a faint sense of decadence in his deep eyes. Summer Star Exhibition? Qin Su's thin face showed a trace of shock, because the handsome middle-aged man in front of him is the clan leader of Xia nationality, that is to say, he is Xia Bingning's father. At that time, Xia Xingzhan also became famous as a young man. He once reached the top 10 of the list of Dragon and Phoenix. He was very handsome at that time. He went to fight in the North restricted area within 30 days. In the back, she married a woman in a forbidden area in the North and gave birth to Xia Bingning. However, the identity of the woman in the North restricted area is very frightening. According to the intelligence organization, it seems that she offended other big forces in the North restricted area, and then was purged. That's a big force in the North restricted area. Even if Xia Xingzhan and Xia Bingning's mother fled back to the Dian dynasty, this kind of place is far away from the North restricted area, but it's still being hunted. At that time, Xia Bingning's mother was still pregnant, and Xia Bingning also fell ill. A toad was sealed in the Dantian. It's such a vicious thing that we can imagine the horror of those people who pursued Xia Bingning's mother. Although Xia Xingzhan spent his whole life's wealth, he even built up the Xia nationality to kill all the pursuers. However, no matter how rebellious Xia Xingzhan is, she has not kept Xia Bingning's mother's life. She has no mother for a long time since she was born. And Xia Xingzhan has been drinking too much these years. He has taught Xia Bingning very little and ignored it. "What are you doing here?" Xia Bingning looks at Xia Xingzhan indifferently, but there is no wave rising on her pretty face. Qin Sheng was also a little confused. He couldn't help but look at Xia Bingning. Some doubts appeared between his eyebrows. It seems that the relationship between Xia Bingning and Xia Xingzhan is not very good. Hearing this, Xia Xingzhan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He put away the wine bottle and evaporated all the wine spirit with a powerful yuan force. The decadent color between his eyebrows disappeared at any time. Instead, it was a sharp edge like a spirit sword. I know you're in trouble. Isn't that coming to help? Xia Xingzhan is a bit embarrassed. After all, he is the most powerful man in the Vientiane world. He controls a tiger amulet and tries his best, but he is hated by his daughter in front of the public. It's a bit of a disgrace. Ha ha. Xia Bingning smiled and said, my business, I won't bother you. You. Xia Xingzhan is confused. From small to large, you have time for me, besides drinking? Xia Bingning's voice was extremely cold. Her body could not help shivering. Her eyes were misty, as if she had been wronged. As soon as Xia Bingning was born, she was flawed. A senior alchemist asserted that she could not live to be 20 years old. If not for Qin Sheng, Xia Bingning would have died. Her father, as the most powerful person in charge of Hufu, ignored her. In fact, Xia Bingning's grandfather took care of most of the medical affairs. Xia Xingzhan also choked with sobs. The most powerful one couldn't say a word. He wanted to say that Xia Bingning's mother's death was a great blow to him. There are countless onlookers here, all of them are powerful or prodigious, but I never thought things would change like this. Xia Xingzhan, how famous the name was in those days. If it wasn't 100 years ago, and the event of Xia Xingzhan more than 20 years ago, Xia people wouldn't have declined so far. It's like a meteor. However, the thin and small camels are bigger than the horses. Xia Xingzhan is a royal family no matter how decadent he is these years or how weak he is. Among all the people present, no one can defeat Xia Xingzhan except Prince Fan and the most powerful ones from the 5 dynasties. Qin Su, in particular, had a look of fear on his thin face. In particular, he recalled the bad memories of several decades ago. Qin Su once had a grudge with Xia Xingzhan, and the two fought against each other. However, how could Qin Su be the opponent of Xia Xingzhan, the patriarch of the clan, and was directly hit by hanging? Alas! A sigh reverberated and spread to all people. Xia Xingzhan smiled politely without losing embarrassment and said, don't say anything about the past. The most important thing is to solve your problems. Although Xia Xingzhan has been decadent for many years, he is also very clear that as the head of Xia nationality, the dignity of Xia nationality should be maintained. You are Qin Sheng? Suddenly, Xia Xingzhan's eyes fell on Qin Sheng, and his face flashed with admiration. Qin Sheng was so nervous that he didn't think that there would always be a meeting with Xia Bingning's father, but he didn't think that he would meet him in such a scene anyway. Nowadays, Qin Sheng's accomplishments are not very high, and his achievements are not much. What's more, his body suffered a lot from Qin Su. It's the most appropriate idiom to describe Qin Sheng. Who is the father-in-law who doesn't want the wind to shine and the spirit to shine? Now Qin Sheng is embarrassed. Heir back to the elder generation, I am Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth and straightened his chest. Even if he suffered from internal injury, he responded seriously. Xia Xingzhan looks at Qin Sheng with appreciation. Although this son was born in a branch of the Qin nationality, and his status and identity were humble, he has skills that even a senior alchemist does not have. It's the young man in front of him who saved his daughter's life and gave Xia Xingzhan hope to continue to live. This kind of achievement, Xia Xingzhan can't catch up no matter how to catch up. I don't know who his successor is. If he comes from the North Forbidden area, he may be able to save Bingning's mother's life. Thinking of this, Xia Xingzhan's eyes brightened up, like a hound, seeing a small white rabbit shivering in the corner of the grass. Qin Sheng's whole body was stared at with horror. Who was it? When his father-in-law looked at him like this, he would beat drums in his heart. You saved Bingning's life. I can meet one of your requirements. Say it, anything can be done, even if you kill this person. Xia Xingzhan's tone is very big. His eyes are cold and bright. Looking at Qin Su, he has some bad intentions. Boom. In an instant, Qin Su got angry. He was so despised by a drunkard in front of the public. He even went down to Haikao to kill him in public. Xia Xingzhan, are you stupid to drink? Qin Su bleakly shouted, do you think it's 100 years ago? I really live in a dream. Do you still think you Xia people were Xia people 100 years ago? Qin Su's face showed a hint of sarcasm. He didn't care about the exhibition, even though he was defeated in his hands, but what? 30 years of Hedon, 30 years of Heshi, and more than 100 years later, this summer star show has been drinking alcohol for 20 years, drinking all the spirits soaked with keels, white tiger bones, and even phoenix bones. It is estimated that in 9 out of 10, the body has been hollowed out. What is the remaining strength of that year? Thinking of this, Qin Su's confidence in the bottom of his heart is generated at a leisurely pace. The Xia nationality has weakened a lot, but it's really easy to suppress you. Xia Xingzhan's tiger body shakes away the decadent spirit in his body, and his eyes are sharp as a practical spirit sword. Boom. Just after the voice fell, Xia Xingzhan started. He was like a wild beast that had been dormant for many years. When he started, he destroyed the sky and the earth. All the beasts in the magic dragon wasteland were shivering and the stars in the sky resonated. Over the years, I haven't moved my star punch for many years. The speed of Xia Xingzhan is too fast. It turns into a star light. With 2 feet on the star avenue, it's so bright that countless onlookers can't open their eyes. There have been many versions of this falling star boxing. It is said that it was handed down in the Tianyuan continent. The powers that broke out in each version are different from each other. The starlight rising from the sky, just like a round of stars falling, emits the final light. This light blooms with numerous and incomparable spiritual patterns, one after another, which makes Qin Su despair. Qin Su's sudden outburst of Grey Yuan power turned into a god-eating Sirius. Ouch! The merciless god-eater, Sirius, roars up to the sky and faces the fist of stars falling from the sky. Bang! The falling star fist is so terrible that it will explode the god of food, Sirius, and turn it into a grey force. But it hasn't stopped. In the eyes of countless horrors, Xia Xingzhan's fist hit Qin Su's face hard. With a click, the sound of bone breaking is particularly harsh in the dead wasteland. Qin Su's face bone is broken, and his thin face instantly swells like a pig's head. He flew backward and hit the skeleton of a huge monster on the wasteland, setting off the dust all over the sky. The power of destroying the sky and the earth is like a tsunami. With a wave of his hand, Prince Fan annihilated the after-effect of a real powerful man in Dongtian. On the wasteland, the dust is all over the sky, and the atmosphere of terror is everywhere. Cough. Qin Su coughs up blood in a large mouth. He is seriously injured. His face is almost destroyed in half a year, and some soul light is exposed. Qin Su was trembling, frightened and angry. It's amazing how this decadent summer star exhibition, which has been drinking for many years, is so strong. Angrily, there are so many strong people here. This summer star exhibition is so merciless, and it doesn't slap people. His face is broken, and the soul light almost leaks. Once the soul light leaks, it will suffer terrible trauma, because the body is okay, and the wound of the spirit is not tolerable for a while and a half. Qin Su, after so many years, your skills have not been very long. Your arrogance has increased a lot. Xia Xingzhan strolls in the courtyard. He says with terror power in every step. Qin Sheng's eyes are bright. What is a master? This is a master. Talk and laugh, let the opponent fly to oblivion. It's not just Qin Sheng, including Xiao Bingning. Her phone eyes are shocked. Because in Xiaobingming's view, the alcoholic father, who has been almost indifferent to himself for 20 years, has basically no other ability except to drink alcohol, even if he controls the tiger amulet of the Dian dynasty and has great power. There are 4 talismans in Dian dynasty. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu. Among them, the dragon talisman is in the hands of the Shenyuan royal family, which is the strongest and most mysterious talisman of the Dian royal dynasty. Once activated, it will control the supernatural soldiers in the sky, fall from the sky, destroy, pull and destroy thousands of troops. The rest of the Hufu and Zhuke Fu are also called Fengfu, which is controlled by Shu nationality, and Wufu by Qin nationality. The 4 hand weapons are very powerful and unpredictable. It is said that the 4 hand weapons are from the evil dragon Immortal Mountain. It is also said that the 4 hand weapons are from the North Forbidden Area. It is even said that the 4 hand weapons are from the Tianyuan continent. The mysterious and powerful hand talisman keeps these 4 families strong. If the Xia nationality were not the great change 100 years ago, and Xia Xingzhan married an unknown woman in the North Forbidden Area 20 years ago, they would not be weak. In fact, there have long been people from other royal families who coveted the tiger talisman of the Xia nationality and wanted to replace it, especially the Nashu nationality. Originally, the 2 families planned to marry and let the declining tiger talisman of the Xia nationality be the dowry. In this way, the Shu clan can get rid of other royal clans, even stronger than the royal clan. It's a pity that people are not as good as heaven. When Qin Sheng walked out halfway, he not only revived Xiaobingning, who was about to die, but also beat Shu Hingyi, the first successor of Shu family. Now Shaoxing exhibition is invincible, and Qin Su, who can be ranked in the top 10 of the Qin nationality, has been hit hard by the lifting of his hand. Moreover, people with a clear eye can see that the strength of Shaoxing exhibition is more terrible than that of 20 years ago. Shua. Among the countless hot eyes, especially those from the 5 great emperors, their eyes were extremely sharp, and they all looked at the summer star exhibition with high spirits and arrogance between their eyebrows. This summer star exhibition is so strong that it deserves to be the most dazzling new stars 100 years ago. At this time, the most powerful people from the 5 dynasties have a question in their hearts. If they fight Xia Xingzhan, even if they don't use Hufu, can they fight one of them? Including that Xiaowu, they all beat drums in their hearts, some of them were guilty. Poof. Qin Su vomited a mouthful of dirty blood. He looked up and his eyes were as sharp as eagles. He gnashed his teeth and said, Xia Xingzhan, I think you are playing with fire. This son and I are the family affairs of the Qin nationality. Don't meddle. I advise you to stop the horse at an early time and turn around. If you insist on it. Before Qin Su finished speaking, Xia Xingzhan directly interrupted Qin Su's threat and sneered, I just want to control, who can stop me? Is that all you have to do? What a joke. Boom. Qin Su is furious. He takes a big healing medicine. His body and soul light are healing at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye. You are the enemy of the whole Qin nationality. The consequences are unimaginable. Do you want to start the war between the 2 nationalities? Qin Su roared without any weakness. The earth-shaking roar is like the birth of the prehistoric giant beast of the magic dragon, which makes those talents with low strength, especially those who are only in the Shenfu realm shiver and cannot move. This is the power of the strong when the strength reaches the limit. When the strongest gets angry, the mountain will break and the earth will break. Full of gunpowder, the scene is about to collapse, causing a war between the 2 royal families. However, it is the 2 royal families of Dian dynasty, and they both control the Hufu and Wufu respectively. Their family background is very high. If the war between the 2 ethnic groups, it is bound to affect the muscles and bones of the Dian dynasty. Even if the situation worsens to the extreme, the Dian dynasty may no longer exist, and it will be torn apart from now on. Apart from the terrible destruction, there were also wars among all ethnic groups, which was also a very important reason. Enough. Just at the critical moment when Xia Xingzhan was about to start again, Prince Fan set off. He turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of the two men who were at full swing, resisting their attack. Fan Hong's voice sounded like a big burning bell, with inexplicable deterrent. Xia Xingzhan takes a deep look at Fan Hong with inexplicable fear. He knows that Fan Hong is not simple. There are others in the North restricted area. His strength is unfathomable. He has also experienced several small annihilations, which is one of his predecessors. Xiamishi is ready to come. If you want to die, don't involve the whole Dian dynasty. Fan Hong's voice is full of anger. Although he has spent several times in Xiamishi, he dare not look down on Xiamishi, because he has seen too many such cases. If anyone dare to belittle Xiamishi, then he is not far from death. Fan Hong took the initiative to mention Xiamishi, whether Qin Su or Xia Xingzhan's face changed for a while. Qin Su has experienced little extinction, while Xia Xingzhan is still very young, just over 100 years old, not even 200 years old, and has never experienced little extinction. However, I have never seen a pig run or eat pork. Xia Xingzhan has heard a lot of horror stories about Xiamishi. Prince Fan, today's business is the main and branch of our Qin people. It's not suitable for outsiders to interfere. Qin Su took a deep breath. He said lightly, an opening is to occupy the moral commanding point. Xia Xingzhan also sneered and said, Qin Sheng is my son-in-law. If you want to move my son-in-law, I will kill you. This remark caused a great whirlpool. In particular, those prodigies who were deeply in love with Xia Bingning are all looking up at the sky, sad and unhappy. Xia Bingning is the most dazzling goddess in the past 2 years. She has the temperament and appearance of a goddess. In addition, her talent is terrible. She is connected with the big forces in the North restricted area. If she marries a beautiful woman, she will be tied to the big forces in the North restricted area. If anyone has the relationship of big forces in the North forbidden area, even if he is walking horizontally in the 36 imperial dynasties of the wasteland, no one dares to fart. But now Xia Bingning's father, Xia Xingzhan, has admitted Qin Sheng's identity in full view of the public, which undoubtedly cuts off those escorts who adore Xia Bingning. Especially those strong people from Shu ethnic group, they gnashed their teeth one by one. Not long ago, Shu ethnic group had an engagement with Xia ethnic group. Although they had experienced the event of Qin Sheng, and Xia Bingning had a relationship with the big forces in the North forbidden area, they broke the idea of marriage. However, this summer star exhibition is too shameful for their Shu family. It even announced Qin Sheng as his son-in-law in full view of the public. It's like a red fruit slapping their face. Is there such you? It's just too deceiving. There is the most powerful person from Shu nationality. His body trembles with rage, Yuanli is confused and almost explodes. He was so angry that he stabbed his fingernails into his skin unconsciously, and his blood came out. Who? Finally, the most powerful man from the Shu nationality took a deep breath and recited an old mantra to calm himself down. Xia Xingzhan is too powerful, and he must have the amulet on him. If he forcibly provokes Xia Xingzhan, there will be absolutely no good fruit to eat, and he will only take shame on himself. 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to revenge. People of the Shu nationality, even if they were inflamed again, did not start rashly. Summer Ice is listening to simultaneous interpreting, that is like the art face that handed down to the world, instantly blushed. She didn't even think that her father protected Qin Sheng so much in front of the public, and didn't hesitate to cause war with the Qin people. Think of here, Summer Bingning, that iceberg-like heart, unconsciously melted. After all, blood is thicker than water. The reason why Xia Xingzhan is so decadent is that she loves Xia Bingning's mother too much. Qin Sheng is confused. He looks at the high-spirited Xia Xingzhan with some heroism between his eyebrows. He feels unreal for a while. He really didn't expect to meet Xia Bingning's father in such a scene, and how high his status was as the most powerful person in charge of Hufu. Even though Qin Sheng has long been different from the past, he was granted the count by the Emperor of Dian, which is only a step away from the Marquis. However, for the head of the royal clan who controls the amulet, such an identity is actually a little shabby. Xia Xingzhan didn't look down on Qin Sheng, but agreed with Qin Sheng. In order to protect Qin Sheng, Xia Xingzhan did not hesitate to ignite the war with the Qin people. In the end, the high-profile quasi-Qin was promoted to son-in-law, giving him a place. This happiness is too sudden. However, after a short period of excitement, Qin Sheng suddenly thought of Chu Qiao, the former princess's married wife, who had 2 points of heart. At the thought of the boundless power of the tomb keeper, Qin Sheng was a little bottomless. Before the tomb keeper left, he warned Qin Sheng not to make trouble outside. If they found Xia Bingning when they came back from the imperial ancestral land, it would be another Mars-Earth collision dispute. I didn't have a lot of feelings with Chu Qiao. Qin Sheng suddenly bit his teeth, and he couldn't help being cruel. If it wasn't for nature, the tomb keeper was playing tricks, Qin Sheng wouldn't marry Chu Qiao at all. He and Xia Bingning really experienced life and death. As soon as Qin Su heard this, he was immediately blindfolded. His thin and narrow face was full of violence. If it was true, as Xia Xingzhan said, Qin Sheng would be his son-in-law. He could really manage it. I don't want to fool people here. I don't know. You Xia people and Shu people have an engagement. Qin Su can't control so much. He completely tears his face and pushes Shu people into the water. The Shizu's strong people's faces were gloomy as soon as they heard it. This Qin Su really is damned, does not have the good intention, still disrelish our Shu family, not enough humiliating? Shizu's most powerful people have been scolding for a long time. He has a gloomy face, doesn't answer, and leaves the ancient battlefield with a fierce swing of his sleeve. Qin Su, don't bother. Fan Hongshan said, I've told you for a long time that once you enter the ancient battlefield, life and death will be safe. Qin Jingrong of your main vein is buried in the ancient battlefield, that's his life. Don't be mad here like a bitch. Don't lose your face. In the face of Prince Fan's warning, Qin Su's pair of eagle eyes were very angry, but no one supported him. They are really in fault. Good. Qin Su looks up to the sky and smiles at Qin Sheng. His smile is full of horror. Humble branch ants, I hope you will continue to hide in your little woman. The small extinction is coming, and the strong will be reaped like bandit vegetables. You ants may be annihilated in the first wave of terror. Before Qin Su left, he put down his cruel words. He was totally ungrateful. When things got to this point, the onlookers looked at Qin Sheng as if they were dead. To offend the most powerful royal family in Dian dynasty, how miserable the end can be imagined. Wait a minute. Qin Sheng stood up and shouted to Qin Su, who was about to leave. Well? Qin Su turned around and reflected his face as gloomy as water. His mouth was slightly cocked up. He sneered and asked, How are you? Afraid? You can kowtow to me and admit your mistake, and then set up a soul pact to work for my main vein. I can make cattle and horses for 100 years, and I can let you live. Qin Su set out his own conditions in the crowd of countless people. Such shameful and harsh conditions, in their opinion, have already been in large numbers. Are you getting old, and Shou Yuan is running out, and your memory is declining so badly? Qin Sheng said with a sneer, leave the quota to enter the secret place of the Hunyuan mineral vein, and you old dog can go away. Boom. Qin Su is furious. The spirit ignites the gray flame. There is a black snake lurking behind him. If there are not too many strong people here, Xia Xingzhan is also here. Qin Su slaps Qin Sheng to death. The strong wind with the hot breath shrouded Qin Sheng's body, but Qin Sheng was just like a war sort of emperor. His waist was very straight, and his mouth was full of mocking smile. Are you an idiot? We have made a soul pact. If you dare not, wait for the long curse. The soul pact is very powerful. However, for a strong person of Qin Su's level, he can still withstand the backfire of the soul pact. The most important thing is that Qin Sheng's spirit realm is still very low. If the 9 stars of life soul are lit up, Qin Su will not die or lose his skin only by the counterattack of soul covenant. Don't deceive too much. As soon as Qin Su heard the curse of Hunyue, his cold face suddenly appeared a bit flustered. If it was normal, he would not pay attention to Qin Sheng's request at all, and the curse would be cursed. He had enough strength and time to fight against the curse. But now Xiamishi is about to come. In this period, Qin Su dare not let his soul curse casually, because if he is a little careless, he may be stared at by the big terror. I've also heard some legends about Xiamishi. It's said that the so-called great terror of Xiamishi is that there's evil cause and effect in it. At this time, Xia Xingzhan also said with bad intention. At that time, Qin Su, you will become a sweet cake, and it is estimated that you will be robbed. Xia Xingzhan's voice made Qin Su fall into the ice cellar. He felt that all over his body, countless pores, even the yuan veins that were dormant in his body were frozen. Xiamishi has experienced it personally, and knows how terrible it is. If he is really infected with the curse of cause and effect, the light will be stared at by the great terror, and the heavy will be entangled in the fire of karma, and the body and spirit will be destroyed. Even if Qin Su is not willing, he has to throw a token from the ring, which is the quota of Hunyuan mining area. Qin Sheng took the token. It's a keepsake forged by the emperor himself. No one can fake it. Long Wei for you. Qin Sheng just took a look and threw the token to Long Wei. Quack. Long Wei jumped up excitedly, opened his mouth, swallowed the token and melted it. Seeing this scene, Qin Su's heart is bleeding. That's the place to enter the mystery of the Hunyuan mineral vein. It's extremely precious. The whole Dian dynasty only has 10. Originally, the Qin people had 3 of them, which was extremely powerful. Now it's not only Qin Jingrong, the second successor, who died, but also lost a place. Qin Su is so angry that he can't be angry. There are not many people who can make Qin people eat flat. However, this humble branch disciple did it, and over again, he shamed Qin people's main vein. However, the situation is stronger than that of others. Even if Qin Su is unwilling and angry, there is no way to change this scene, unless he can take the last step and become a strong man in Holy Land. No, even if it's only half holy, it's enough to change the scene. However, semi-saints are hard to touch. Even in the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland, those weak imperial dynasties, their emperor only touched the edge of semi-saints, not real semi-saints at all. Originally, Qin Su had no chance to touch semi-saint in his life. Now the appearance of Hunyuan mineral vein has rekindled his hope. You are a reptile. I'll let you hop for a while. When I get the Hunyuan ore and touch the Bansheng, who can protect you when I see it? Qin Su waved his sleeves hard and took Qin soaring away from the ancient battlefield. Boom. Fan Hong also recovered the ancient battlefield. After Qin Sheng's experiment, he also estimated the true power of the great weapon dug from the Jedi. It's broken. I'll let the Soul Man repair it later. It's estimated that it will do a lot in the small world. At the end of the gambling fight, the most powerful people of the other 5 dynasties also left. Xiaowu's face changed and his eyebrows were full of dark clouds. He took a deep look at Qin Sheng and left, without leaving any cruel words. At first, Xiaowu didn't care about it. He thought that if he entered the mystery of the Hunyuan mine, he would only touch the genius of the cave, especially Xiaoyue. He could suppress this eyesore with his fingers. However, this gambling fight was greatly beyond his expectation. In particular, the Lingguan ice lotus in Qin Sheng's eyebrow, with the existence of treasure level, could also have it. If we get to the secret place of Hunyuan mineral vein, what kind of amazing base card does Qin Sheng have? Xiaowu left with a worry. Qin Sheng, you have done well and deserve my daughter. Xiao Xingzhan slaps Qin Sheng heavily on the shoulder. Hearing this, Qin Sheng was flattered and saluted respectfully, saying, I've seen you before. Xiao Xingzhan nodded and looked at Qin Sheng with some kindness. He walked upstream and downstream of Qin Sheng, completely without the breath of controlling the amulet, staying high and invincible. You, very good. Xiao Xingzhan is very satisfied. After more than 20 years, I seem to see my shadow in you. All the people left. Long Wei and Gong Yunping were very interesting and didn't follow Qin Sheng. Let's talk as we go. Xiao Xingzhan waved his hand, and a star burst out of his sleeve, enveloping Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingning. In the face of absolute strength, especially Xiao Xingzhan controls Hufu, in fact, the force is enough to touch the edge of semi-saint. It's impossible for Qin Sheng to resist at all. Of course, with the strength of Xiao Xingzhan, there's no need to choose to blackhand him at this time. After a while, a group of 3 people came to an ancient temple. It is vast and vast, with huge pillars that need to be surrounded by dozens of people. Each pillar is engraved with various spirit beasts. Even though the years are merciless and experienced, it still flashes the spirit patterns that make the semi-saint tremble. Qin Sheng looked around and found that this place should be an ancient temple, once worshipped gods. Most of these temples are the same. They are worshipped in 9 days and 10 forbidden areas. Obviously, this place has been broken down for a long time. Even the statues of gods have been removed, leaving only a temporary altar. On the altar, there is an ice coffin. The ice coffin is crystal clear and flows with colorful spiritual patterns, which is extremely complicated. In the ice coffin, there is a gorgeous woman lying quietly. Although her eyes are closed and separated by an ice coffin, it can't cover her gorgeous outgoing temperament. She looks like Xiao Bingning, but she has no vitality. She is. Xiao Bingning's body is delicate, and her green fingers cover her red lips. Her face is as beautiful as the face of a decadent work of art. Well, she is your mother, a mother who has never met before. Xiao Xingzhan turned into a streamer, came to the ice coffin, stroked the ice coffin, couldn't help but take out a pot of liquor, but after seeing Xiao Bingning again, he didn't drink any more. He knew that his daughter hated his drinking. Hearing this, Xiao Bingning's body suddenly crumbled. Qin Sheng's response was very quick, and he immediately embraced Xiao Bingning. Who is the murderer? Xiao Bingning's body is bathed in strange fire, her eyebrow is about to crack, and her 3,000 blue silk is twinkling with numerous and incomparable spiritual lines. Her strength has increased a lot. Although Xiao Bingning has never seen the so-called mother side, after all, blood is thicker than water, and the hatred of killing her mother is not the same. Xiao Bingning's breath is a little unsteady. Her eyebrows are bursting. She seems to be out of control. Freezing. Qin Sheng hurriedly printed the Lingguan ice lotus on Xiao Bingning's eyebrow and shouted, Bingning, calm down, your mother has not died yet. Boom. Before Xiao Bingning could react, Xiao Xingzhan suddenly burst out a horrible starlight, illuminating the whole abandoned temple. His handsome face is full of blood. He holds Qin Sheng in one hand. This summer star exhibition is the most powerful one with Hufu. How powerful it is. With a click, Qin Sheng's hand was pinched. Hiss. The hand bone was crushed, wearing severe pain. Qin Sheng couldn't help but take a breath of cool air. Senior Xia, hands! Qin Sheng couldn't help shouting. Xia Xingzhan immediately took back his strength. Hearing Qin Sheng scream, he immediately knew that he was out of control. His Xingchen Yuanli, from his body, surged out and wrapped Qin Sheng's injured hand. These stars, Yuanli, are all the essence of summer DBS's hardened years. Every drop is precious. If it spreads in the black market, it will definitely cause a bunch of powerful people to rob. Qin Sheng's palm glows and heals at a speed visible to the naked eye. I'm sorry, Qin Sheng, I lost my temper. Xia Xingzhan said apologetically. Qin Sheng shook his head and smiled to understand. Qin Sheng, what you just said is true. Xia Bingning grabs Qin Sheng's hand, showing some expectation on her stunning face. My mother is not dead yet? Hearing this, Xia Xingzhan's eyes were full of expectation. He touched the most powerful person on the edge of semi-saint. He could destroy a small country with one slap. Such a powerful person even trembled in front of Qin Sheng. Yes, no. Qin Sheng said seriously. Xia Bingning's eyebrows show a trace of doubt. What is it, isn't it? Is it dead or not? Can I get close to the ice coffin and observe clearly? Qin Sheng made a bold request. Xia Xingzhan pondered a breath time. Sleeping on the ice coffin is his favorite. In his eyes, it's 10 million times more important than Hufu. He will never allow others to profane his wife. Yes. However, in the next moment, Xia Xingzhan nodded his head and agreed, because the person in front of him is definitely not an outsider, at least in his opinion. Qin Sheng has been regarded as a son-in-law and a relative. It's also a matter of course for the son-in-law to visit his mother-in-law. Qin Sheng slowly approached the ice coffin. He saw that Xia Bingning's mother really had a gorgeous face. Even though she was sleeping, she still exuded noble temperament, as if she was a mysterious woman of 9 days. Qin Sheng puts his hand on the ice coffin, and then runs the 9 death magic skill. A trace of dead air penetrates into the ice coffin. Boom. The altar on the ice coffin is giving out the fierce spirit pattern light. The whole temple is shaking violently, and it will collapse again and again. 9 death magic can steal the sky and change the sun, hide the sky and cross the sea, and even reincarnation can muddle through. What is the abandoned temple altar? Dark as ink, the dead air seeped into Xia Bingning's mother's body, and Qin Sheng felt an extremely cold breath lurking in her body. Wow. Qin Sheng didn't stay for long, so he took back his dead qi. Xia Bingning's mother and Qin Sheng have just guessed that they are inseparable from each other. How is it? Xia Xingzhan asked anxiously. My aunt's body is dead. If you hadn't planted many precious medicines for her body, it would have rotted. Qin Sheng said seriously. Hearing this, Xia Xingzhan nodded. He couldn't bear his wife's face to be corrupted and turned into a pink skeleton. In the 36 great Jedi of the wasteland, he searched for many legendary treasures and medicines to revive her. No use. Qin Sheng was very cold, and said firmly, unless you find the real phoenix grass, it is possible to regenerate its flesh and blood. Phoenix grass, which is the legendary medicine, is too precious to imagine. Not to mention the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, even the forbidden area in the north, and even the endless Tianyuan continent cannot be found. Although Xia Xingzhan has terrible strength and mastered the amulet, some Jedi who can step into the forbidden area in the north cannot find the legendary phoenix grass, even the real strongman of Holy Land. Bang! Xia Xingzhan's body was soft, and he sat beside the ice coffin with a decadent face. Is there no other way? Xia Xingzhan is unwilling to ask. In his opinion, Qin Sheng can save Xia Bingning's life. Maybe he has a chance to save his wife's life. Qin Sheng nodded and said, "The body of the elder is dead, but the spirit still has a trace of life." "There's really a ray of life left?" Xiao Xingzhan's tall and straight body trembled, leaving 2 horizontal tears. He insisted, but he didn't expect to find hope in Qin Sheng. "Tell me, what kind of treasure is needed for my wife to be reborn? I don't care if I break into the deepest part of the North Restricted Area alone, or even if I am chased by the big forces in the North Restricted Area again." Xiao Xingzhan said definitely. Qin Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, "It's not necessary to save my aunt's spirit treasure. It should be found in the mystery of Hunyuan mine." Qin Shengkai won't tell Xiao Xingzhan that he has cultivated the 9 dead magical skill, and can steal the sky and change the day, muddle through the customs for his wife, and find 3 souls and 7 spirits. Such a ridiculous thing has gone beyond the realm of Holy Land. How can Xiao Xingzhan, who touches the edge of semi-holy land, believe it? Really? Xiao Xingzhan felt that he was living in a dream. He didn't know how many alchemists he had been looking for about his wife. He said that even if Deluo Jingxian came, he couldn't go back to heaven. Now Qin Sheng says it's okay. The gap between before and after is too big. However, Xiao Xingzhan did not doubt Qin Sheng's ability. After all, Xiao Bingning is a living example. Under Qin Sheng's treatment, he not only saved his life, but also resurrected with blood. His practice is as fast as flying. What was the origin of your enemies in those days? Xiao Bingning asked suddenly. All the reasons are that Xiao Bingning's parents were hunted down. Otherwise, her mother didn't need anyone in the ice coffin, and she didn't need to go to Dian City to die. Xiao Xingzhan's face suddenly changed. He shut up. At last, he just told Xiao Bingning about revenge. Let's not think about it for a while. Her mother is so big that she has enemies in the North Restricted Area. She is still a big revenge. If it's not for the natives in the North Forbidden Area, they cannot walk out of the Forbidden Area at will. Let alone Xiao Xingzhan, even the whole wasteland and the 36 dynasties will no longer exist. Don't underestimate the terror of the big powers in the North Restricted Area. This is Xiao Xingzhan's final advice. Of course, they are still a while away from the North Restricted Area and have a chance to grow. Dong dong. At this time, the big fire clock rings, and finally the full moon night. In the 6 dynasties, all the people who want to enter the secret place of Hunyuan mine have expired. There are 6 royal capitals gathered here. The Hunyuan mineral vein has an unprecedented attraction for them. Let's go. Shanyuan Yanjin's voice. As soon as the voice came out, the 6 great emperors made tens of thousands of fingerprints. In the execution of their power, the Hunyuan mine vein was torn into a white channel. If you don't enter the secret place at this time, when will you stay? The majestic voice of the Emperor of Diwu spreads to every conceited son of heaven. The white light in the sky is woven into an ancient altar passage with ancient scriptures. Bora Bora. This passage is unprecedented, ancient and difficult. Even the Emperor of Diwu is extremely difficult to understand. This is the scripture before the Great Annihilation? Diwu's face couldn't help but change. Obviously, the implication is that the secret place of the mixed mineral vein sealed the treasures before the Great Annihilation. Otherwise, how could this passage be preserved to the present? Boom. With a wave of the big hand of the Diwu Emperor, a golden warship burst out, and on top of the warship sat 9 Tianjiao from the Diwu Emperor, one by one, all of them with their swords, eyebrows and stares, all of them confident, and all of them looked down on the world with a unique air. This is the 36 imperial dynasty of Wasteland. It's more powerful than any Shanyuan Dongjun when ranking in the top 3. Different emperors have different backgrounds. There are people outside, there are days outside, that's the truth. It's worthy of Dayu dynasty. There are 9 places, 8 of which are under 100 years old talents in the cave. Ha ha, Do you think it's a joke that you can get into the top 3 emperors? Well, the inside story of Diwu's dynasty is amazing. Outside the secret world of Hun Yuan, there are onlookers who are hidden in the dark. They are all the most powerful of the 6 dynasties, each with a high vision like Mount Tai. However, when meeting the Diwu emperor, they still need to have a low head of insight. The golden chariot erupts the dazzling golden light like the sun, weaves into the spiritual patterns one after another, sweeps through the void, spews out a golden avenue, then blends with the white ancient altar, and finally disappears in the eyes of countless people. The Great Zhao Dynasty, Drive. That hunchback old woman, Xiyin voice shout, the voice is not big, but let the temperature of the scene all plummet, as if in a world of ice and snow. In the Great Zhao Dynasty, the arrogant sons of heaven were all dressed up in strange clothes, or they were driving turtles, or they were twining silver snakes around their waists. Then it was the Qin dynasty, the Zhou dynasty. It can be seen that this time, all the candidates who participated in the mystery of the Hunyuan mine are the dragon and phoenix among the people. They are both talented and powerful and frightening. Soon it was the turn of the Great Xia dynasty. With a big wave of Xia Wu's hand, the team led by Xia Yu, a demon who is not male or female, stepped forward. Xia Yu, you should be very clear about the task. In addition to looking for treasures such as Hunyuan stone, you must bring back the head of that reptile. Xia Wu's voice was cold and gloomy, with a chilling sense of killing. He didn't hide it at all. Xia Yu's silver robe sent ripples from his eyebrows, which covered his face. However, he could still see the killing intention of his eyes. He looked at Qin Sheng and made a cut of his throat. This scene disgusted the people of Dian dynasty. Of course, some people were blaming Qin Sheng for bringing bad luck to them. It's no wonder that the onlookers of other dynasties are used to this. The grudges between the Great Xia dynasty and the Great Yan dynasty have been overstocked for a long time. Looking at the figure of the disappearance of the people and horses of the Great Xia dynasty, Shanyuan Dongjun came to Qin Sheng and said, Qin Sheng, you and the Great Xia dynasty have some deep grudges. The overall situation is important. It is feasible for us to separate? Hello, what do you mean? Qin Sheng didn't even make a sound. His first hitter, Long Wei, jumped up and tried to beat the prince. Are you going to cross the bridge? Why did Qin Sheng offend the people of Daxia? Not because of the face of Dian Emperor. He was born in a royal family, but he didn't have the strong point of the hereditary emperor. He was just a Great Xia dynasty, so he was afraid of what he did. Long Wei swears. There is no tolerance in his words. Qin Sheng, take care of your people. Shanyuan Dongjuan's face changed, commanding. The atmosphere is very strange. Shanyuan Yanjun and Fan Hong can't help shaking their heads when they look at Shanyuan Dongjun. The pattern of the Prince's Highness in the current dynasty is too low. They even say such words in front of the public. Although he was born in the emperor's family, his heart was very dark. He died of cunning rabbits, cooked with running dogs, and hid all the birds. This kind of thing is the most normal thing, but it can never be said in public, which will affect the military heart. It's not blackness, it's stupidity. Just ask, how could Shanyuan Yanjun give the whole empire of Dian to such reckless and stupid people to govern? Qin Sheng patted Long Wei on the shoulder, narrowed his eyes into a branch line, and said, this is the best way, but the oil bottle is the most useless. The Emperor Dian was not a good place either. Qin Sheng's heart had been cold for a long time. At the beginning, the Emperor made an appointment to fight for the so-called Marquis list. Now it seems that there is no need to fight for any king. It is the most fundamental thing to strive for their own strength, let alone account. In the eyes of such a huge thing as the Emperor, even a royal family is abandoned at will. Shanyuan Dongjuan's face is gloomy, and his Yuan power is unsettled. In fact, his strength is very strong. He is only one step away from becoming the strongest in the Vientiane realm. If there are not many Vientiane realm strongmen here, especially his father and emperor, Shanyuan Dongjun would like to kill Qin Sheng with a slap. Hum. Shanyuan Dongjun gave a cold hum. He and Qin Gaoxiang set foot on the channel, turned into a streamer, and disappeared in front of Qin Sheng. Some clowns. Qin Sheng's mouth is slightly drawn into a joking arc. He has long known that the Qin people and Shanyuan Dongjun, the prince's royal highness, are allied. Even if they want to use their toes, they can see that if they enter the mystery of the mixed mineral vein, Qin Sheng will definitely be killed. However, how could Qin Sheng be afraid, especially around him are Long Wei and Xia Bingning. Let's go, these things that don't have eyes, if they're not lucky enough to meet us, they're unlucky. After that, Qin Sheng took Long Wei and Xia Bingning to enter the passage that played the scriptures before the Great Annihilation. On the vast land, it is a large area of barren land, dark stone mountain, accompanied by the ghost-like storm. The sky is red with blood. The three suns are burning, which makes this place very dry and barren. Under this extreme environment, the martial artists in Shenfu cannot survive for 3 days and 3 nights. And in this vast plain, a huge tree stands like a mountain. The towering trunk, with a large mushroom cloud-like crown, twists as dense as stars. Those fruits are covered with a layer of mysterious spirit lines. They shine in a flash. You can see that they are not ordinary things. After a while, Qin Sheng felt only a twist. Wow. Qin Sheng spits out an unknown liquid. When he wakes up, he feels submerged in a pool of water. Instead of water, it's a warm tonic. Where is this? Who am I? Qin Sheng felt that he was moistened both physically and spiritually, and that the surface of his skin was filled with thick black impurities. Qin Sheng's body has been tempered and polished again and again. Unexpectedly, when he came to this strange place and experienced a strange baptism, he was able to secrete black impurities. Where and what kind of liquid is it? It has the function of washing muscle and cutting marrow. What quality of liquid is it? Qin Sheng woke up completely. Although he felt that his body and spirit had been sublimated, he still felt that these liquids had great side effects. And the side effect is, he lost his memory. Click. Qin Sheng's boxing seal glows. With one punch, it pierces a diaphragm, and thick black liquid pours out. Shwa. Qin Sheng burst out, standing in the air. Here is it? Qin Sheng looked around, his handsome face was shocked. 3 suns, bloody sky, endless stone mountain. What shocked Qin Sheng most was that he was on an ancient tree, 10,000 feet high. Ancient trees as lofty as mountains? Is it Jianshu? Qin Sheng was confused. In 9 days and 10 places, there is an ancient tree called Jianshu, which is infinitely tall and supports the whole 9 days and 10 places. Legend has it that Jianshu was cut off by a god king and turned into scorched earth. Qin Sheng suspected that it was the seedling of Jianshu, otherwise it would not be so lofty, even higher than the ordinary mountain. Not only that, Qin Sheng also saw that under the crown of hundreds of li trees, there were many things like placenta hanging like stars. I just came out of this place? Qin Sheng Meng, what kind of tree is this? Why is he here again? My head. Qin Sheng suddenly covered his head with his hands, and a sharp pain spread from his head to his limbs. He instinctively operated the 9 dead magic. Who? Qin Sheng's eyes are red, and countless memories are played as fast as a movie. I remember. My name is Qin Sheng. I come from the small town on the edge of the magic dragon wasteland. Qin Sheng raised his head, his eyes became more and more clear and murmured, this is the secret place of Hunyuan. This is the secret place of Hunyuan. Coming in from the White Channel, you are entering a mother and child? Mother and child god tree. Qin Sheng wakes up completely. He gets rid of the side effect of washing marrow of the mother and the baby god tree. The so-called mother and child god tree, which is a very strange god tree, it can make people reborn in blood, or even return to the soul, with a corpse. This kind of tree only appeared in 9 days and 10 places. How could it appear in such a small place as the 36 emperors in the wasteland? This is Qin Sheng's doubt. Although the divine tree of mother and child is magical, it is also very dangerous to experience the mystery in the birth after birth. Some martial artists may forget the martial arts they have practiced directly. If they are light, they will practice again. If they are heavy, they will go into the devil and explode themselves. The blood of this mother and child god tree is not very pure. It is estimated that it is a hybrid. But even hybrids are incredibly powerful. Moving his fingers, I also know that Qin Sheng just stayed here for a long time, which has caused the mystery of the fetus and short-term memory loss. If he hadn't practiced the 9 dead skill, the mystery in the fetus would not have been so easy to get through. It's a big secret place. It's not much smaller than the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Qin Sheng's eyes lit up the black flame, just like obsidian, which emitted brilliant light. He could see far and far away places, all of which were under his eyes. At present, his Taoism is not enough. If the 9 death skill can be practiced to the 3rd death, then it can also be accepted thousands of miles away. It's said that some gods can see through the world at a glance. Such a small interface as the 36 dynasties in the wasteland can easily penetrate everything, and all secrets can be penetrated. Those who can be associated with the word Hunyuan will definitely leave traces of gods. And the hybrid mother and child god tree may be planted by some god. Within 100 miles, there are no people. Qin Sheng frowned slightly. He did not find Xiaobingning or Longwei. Moreover, Longwei and himself have a master-slave contract, spiritual connection, but now there is no trace. It's not as simple as you think it is. Who would have thought that stepping into the channel would be accepted into a mother's womb and nourished by the divine tree in the secret place of Hunyuan? Qin Sheng couldn't help laughing in a low voice. At this time, a small crack voice came out in the mother and child god tree. Well? Qin Sheng was so keen that he could immediately hear the change of the divine tree. Someone's going to wake up? Split as a mother, crazy twisted up, there is a terrible figure, desperately burst the mother. Bang! In the end, the mother's fetus is blasted, and the black viscous liquid bursts in all directions. The bright green light illuminates the whole sky. It's only 1 meter high. The green skin is covered with purple lines. A single angle of jade grows in the center of the eyebrow. To Qin Sheng's astonishment, a pair of squint eyes of the good shoot out brilliant light and make him look down on the sky. I am Longwei, finally born again. How many years has my prestige been spread over 9 heavens and 10 lands, and all heavens and 10 kingdoms? Longwei is very narcissistic. The jade corner in the center of the eyebrow glows. It seems gentle. In fact, Qin Sheng doesn't get close to it, so he feels the death of destruction. I even nourish myself from the legendary mother and child god tree. I'm really a dragon and phoenix among people. I'm going to leap into the dragon's gate and become a prodigy of heaven. Longwei's narcissism is at its peak. Suddenly, his squint eyes are smart and full of brilliant light. He finds Qin Sheng. This man is familiar. Longwei frowned, and the single corner of the jade in the center of his brow was shining. He shouted, "Hey boy, you can't see Wei Xiao coming to prostrate and worship? I'm just born and in a good mood. I'm going to kill you for 9 days and 10 places. Let the gods worship you. Don't hurry up and hold your thighs. Don't blame me for not reminding you that there is only one chance for the rise of God in 10,000 years. I can hold your thigh, which is the blessing you have built in 10 lives." Longwei's mouth foamed flying, even boasting in front of Qin Sheng. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, 3 thick and black lines appeared on his forehead. It seems that the dragon descendants who claim to have ancestral dragon blood flow in their bodies can't break the mystery of birth. Qin Sheng said with a smile. The jade single horn of Long Wei is flowing with a light golden light. He is also shocked by Qin Sheng's words. He looks up at Qin Sheng and asks, "How do you know I have ancestral dragon blood?" "Well, it's good to know. I think your cultivation is humble. You haven't even been melted in Shenfu. But I'm in a good mood when I'm born today, so I'll let you be a junior attendant." Long Wei stands with his hands down and makes a cool temperament of a peerless master. However, Qin Sheng was not moved. He just pulled the joking arc from his mouth and watched Long Wei pretend to be forced. "Hello, my time is precious. What are you still doing?" Long Wei saw Qin Sheng, a low-level human warrior, invited him again and again, but he didn't know how to be funny. "It's just like you. Who has no temper, let alone is the descendant of Zulong. Don't you want to wake up? With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult to solve the mystery of the fetus." Qin Sheng squints at Long Wei with a smile, and Long Wei's heart bristles. In fact, at the moment when Long Wei broke the mother's womb, he found the existence of Qin Sheng. He felt that the human had a very familiar feeling, but he was not sure where he had seen him. Long Wei is very confused. His memory is still 10,000 years ago, sweeping the whole 9 days and 10 places. Long Wei is doubting that at present, this human being may be reincarnated from the great annihilation in the mother tree like himself. Buzzing. The blood vessels of Zulong, who is dormant in Long Wei, are shining. A layer of memory has been dispelled. When Long Wei woke up a lot, but he still hasn't remembered the sanctity of the cold young man in front of him. What's the mystery of the bullshit fetus? I'm a descendant of Zulong and a genius of Tianzong. How can I experience the mystery of the fetus? Long Wei's vertical eyes split, and the jade corner on his forehead was as dazzling as a laser. He started to suppress Qin Sheng, and then asked. "Suppress you?" Long Wei's body rose in response to the storm, and his hands flashed out like lightning. Like a big mountain, he swept across and pulled the withered and decayed body, turning into a virtual shadow of a swimming dragon. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, and his handsome face was a little more frightened. Long Wei is a prehistoric genius with ancestral dragon blood in his body. He also experienced the nourishment of mother and child divine tree. It's clear that it's still Dongtian realm. But now, he has reached the strength of Yantian realm when he moves at will. In other words, before entering the secret realm of Hunyuan, Long Wei also had to sacrifice ancient methods to achieve this power. "Wake up!" Qin Sheng burst out and offered up his soul. The soul light is dazzling, writing out his contract with Long Wei. Moo! The dragon roared to the sky and then turned into nothingness. "When did I enter into a master-servant contract with you?" Long Wei wanted to vomit blood, his eyebrow was almost open, his face was twisted, and he could not accept the fact. "No way, I am such a prodigy. I was a first-class prodigy in 9 days and 10 places. How could I fall into such a contract with you, a humble human warrior?" Long Wei shakes his head desperately. He has gone through the mystery of birth and lost his memory. He can't accept the fact at all. "Wake up!" Qin Sheng waved his hand and threw the contract of master and servant to Long Wei to read it carefully. Bang! Long Wei saw it with 3 eyes, and felt his body hollowed out and limped on the ground. "It's over, it's over. What a glorious achievement I have made in 9 days and 10 places. Long Wei is stupid. His murmur clearly can't accept such a result. I really didn't expect that Long Wei would have such a day. When the tiger falls and the sun falls, the dog bullies him. Bang! Qin Sheng slapped and laughed and scolded, "Who are you calling a dog? Hey, don't face me." Long Wei gnaws his teeth, and his Yuanli is vast, just like a wandering planet in the endless void, so bright, so dazzling. Qin Sheng holds Long Wei in one hand and silently runs the 9 death magic. The cold dead air penetrates into Long Wei's skin. After a few breaths, Qin Sheng recovered the 9 dead qi. Long Wei's muddy eyes finally wake up. He looked at Qin Sheng in a daze and asked with a squint, "Qin Sheng, why did you press me on the ground? You've just been troubled by the mystery of the fetus. I'll break it for you." Qin Sheng squinted and explained with a smile. Long Wei is suspicious. He feels uncomfortable all over. It seems that there is something mysterious flowing in his body. It's cold and weird. However, as a follower of Qin Sheng, Long Wei knows that he won't kill himself. This is the secret place of Hunyuan? Long Wei looks around. He was born in the wilderness of 9 days and 10 places. He has seen many famous mountains and rivers. However, in this mysterious place, he is deeply shocked, especially the mother and child god tree standing beside them. Qin Sheng, the mother and child god tree, is in the deep wasteland of 9 days and 10 places. It's said that there is also one here. Unexpectedly, there is also one here. Long Wei said slowly after pondering for a moment. All of a sudden, Long Wei seems to remember some terrible legends. Let's hurry up and plant the mother-child tree. If it's not the spirit, it's the beast. Long Wei said anxiously. There may be no gods in the Hunyuan secret place, but there may be other gods or spirits. That's the mother and child god tree. How can there be no other fierce beasts around such a precious god thing? No, Summer Bingning still has a broken baby. Qin Sheng shakes his head. He can't give up Xia Bingning. Don't you have a secret way to contact her? Get in touch quickly. Don't wait. This mother-child tree is nourishing though. Long Wei's words are not finished. Boom. 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 The earth is shaking, the stone mountain is breaking, and in the far place, there seems to be some kind of giant beast approaching. Every step, there is an angry roar like thunder. What is that? Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line. He asked Long Wei to open his vertical eyes to see what was approaching. Let me see. Long Wei's face also changed a lot. His vertical eyes cracked in the center of his eyebrows. He shot a purple light, crossed the mountains, rivers, and seas, and finally saw what kind of deity was close to the mother's holy tree. Poof! Long Wei's vertical eyes were backfired by terror, and the golden blood flowed out. His face was so frightened that he took Qin Sheng and fled. Run away, it's the astral beast. Long Wei was terrified. He seemed to be frightened by some terrible beast, and he escaped into a mountain regardless of Qin Sheng's resistance. After that, he made hundreds of fingerprints, bit his tongue, spit out 3 mouths of blood essence, forming a border, and converged all the breath. Long Wei. Qin Sheng's face was angry. He roared loudly and asked Long Wei, "What are you doing?" Xia Bingning is still in the mother-child tree. Long Wei is so scared that he covers Qin Sheng's mouth with one hand and almost kneels down. Qin Sheng, keep your voice down. It's the star beast. Long Wei didn't dare to make a sound, so he sent it directly to Qin Sheng. I don't care what Yuan beast it is. Should I give up Xia Bingning? Qin Sheng was angry. The truth killed the toad. This toad is really nothing. It was sealed in Xia Bingning's dantian before. If it hadn't met Qin Sheng, Xia Bingning would have died. Now I meet the so-called star beast. Well, it seems to be very powerful. Now he gives up Xia Bingning, which makes Qin Sheng unacceptable. Can you calm down? Long Wei explained patiently, that's the star beast. Even if it's just a cub, its strength will reach the holy land of your human beings. Do you think you and I can compete with the strong in the Holy Land? I know that you have practiced a magic skill, but if you are rebellious, in front of absolute strength, any skill is futile. Long Wei is persuading Qin Sheng that the 9 death skill is not the absolute immortal skill, but also will die. Qin Sheng doesn't care about anything. He wants to go out to save Xiaobingning. Boom. Boom. At last, the animal is approaching. It's huge. It's like a star falling from 9 days and 10 places, covering the sky and blocking the sun. In front of it, it's like a small tree with waist. It has 3 heads, antlers on its head, dragon head and tortoise body. On the tortoise shell, it controls a black castle. On the castle, there is a big colorful poisonous snake wrapped around it. This is the astral beast? Qin Sheng was stunned and deeply shocked. As large as an asteroid, it drives a city like a dragon or a turtle. Poof. The animal's nose spewed out 2 hot flames. The rocks in front of him turned into nothingness in an instant. The eyes were as big as lakes. The fierce scanning looked around him. The creatures in all directions felt like the oppression of mountains. With a puff, they crawled to the ground and did not dare to look up. Are those the aborigines of the Hunyuan secret land? Qin Sheng's pure light was shining. He saw a native with a red fruit body, a small braid, and an ancient mark on his face, jumping the god and beating the ancient drums on the fortress above the so-called star and Yuan beast. They are sacrificing. It's obvious that the aborigines of the Hunyuan secret place are building an altar to sacrifice something. As they get closer and closer to the mother and child god tree, the frequency of those aborigines jumping the god is faster and faster. Not long ago, an old man with a hunchback held up his scepter and pried open a stone, in which there was blood pouring out, and then he threw it at the foot of the mother-child god tree. Buzz. The mother and child tree shine like the sun in an instant, and the mother and child that were not mature were ripened in an instant. Li Cheng, you are not going to reap the spiritual fruit of the mother and the fetus? Qin Sheng couldn't understand the old aborigines' language. However, dozens of young people burst out from the castle, controlled by the Xingkong Yuancher. They were either armed with swords or armed with axes and spears. Their breath was cold. Their eyes were on the mature mothers, and their eyes were burning. Phew! A red light bursts out. It's a spear. It's very fast and frightening, with the smell of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. That spear, not to mention the warrior in the state of God's mansion, even the strong one in the state of Dong Tian, will be pierced. The spear broke through the sky and hit one of the mother and child lingua with a puff. Ah! What's going on? Among the fruits of the mother's birth, a young man appeared. He was familiar, like a genius of the Zhou dynasty. Before he was born, he was pierced by a spear and turned into a blood mist. The thick blood gas turns into a fruit. The surface of the fruit depicts numerous and incomparable spiritual lines. But that fruit also has the shape of a genius from the Zhou dynasty on it. It looks creepy. Click. However, the aborigines in the mixed secret place can't control so much. When he extended his hand, he would crush the fruit and devour it 3 or 2 times. Under the belly of a fruit, the aborigine with the spear suddenly glowed, spirited. Hundreds of braids on his head had no wind and self-discipline, and his strength was obviously improved. They are reaping the fruit of the mother tree. Qin Sheng and Long Wei finally understood. The mother and child god tree may have been planted by the aborigines or managed by them. Now it's finally the season of mature harvest. I'm going to save Xiaobingning. Qin Sheng starts. He will break the seal and go to save people. Wait, Qin Sheng, calm down. Long Wei embraces Qin Sheng with one hand. It's too dangerous. You'll die if you go. Is it possible to see Xiaobingning's body pierced and her mother's spirit eaten by the aborigines one at a time? Qin Sheng's eyes are red. It's time for him to save Xia Bingning even if he ignites his own life, 100 or even 1,000 years. Go away, if you don't help me, I'll help you. Qin Sheng pushed away Long Wei with a slap, and made dozens of marks, easily breaking the seal arranged by Long Wei himself. Boom! The mountain was broken by Qin Sheng's foot. He stepped on a cloud and drove out a Hongqiao. He came to the edge of the mother and child holy tree in an instant. Stop, you all stop. Qin Sheng's whole body ignited the flame of death, and his eyes were cold. Shwa. Dozens of aborigines on the mother-child god tree have fierce breath, and the lowest strength is also the martial arts in Shenfu. From the perspective of their yuanli breath, even the weakest martial arts in Shenfu, their refined Shenfu is of high quality. Qin Sheng, who jumped out of the sky, startled the aborigines who were harvesting the fruits. But the next moment, he felt the weakness of his yuan power, and immediately sneered. Where are the insects jumping out? The head of the cold man with a spear, he glanced at Qin Sheng displeased, said Qin Sheng did not understand the language, said, maybe it is the scouts of the Silver Moon, 39, you go to kill him. That 39 is still a child. It seems that he is in his early 10 years old. He is still childish and has a bloody fruit in his mouth. There is a tiger-like spirit beast carved on the fruit. Okay, brother. 39 should be a, he took his huge tomahawk, leisurely, toward Qin Sheng, came. Is it true that people are more popular than people? This little guy, whose name is 39, is only in his early 10 years old, but he has melted the Shenfu? Don't you start from your mother? Qin Sheng's mouth is slightly cramped. He has enough talent. He has not arrived in the 20th century. He is ready to cross the triple storm and thunder robberies under the surplus in one breath, and then melt the god's mansion in one breath. But at present, the aborigines in the mixed secret place are just children. They are already so strong. Even if they operate the 9 death magic, Qin Sheng still feels that the child is not easy to deal with. 39 shoulder carrying a larger than his battle axe, nostrils looking up at Qin Sheng, arrogant, said, Silver Moon country slag, not creeping on the ground, I can give you a happy. Silver Moon country? Qin Sheng finally understood the language of these people. Is there a country in the secret world of Hunyuan? 39 is a young boy with a bad temper. When he saw that Qin Sheng didn't crawl on the ground and worship himself, he became angry. He took the tomahawk and turned it into a shadow. The tomahawk came down from the sky with great power. It was pure. There was no martial arts, but it was covered with a strong yuan power. He wanted to split Qin with one axe in two. Qin Sheng looked up and saw the axe coming down from the sky. It was a frightening light and breath, not to mention just a warrior in the realm of life. Even if the goods were real, those who smelted the powerful Shenfu realm could not bear the axe. But how could Qin Sheng be a human being? He has already promoted the 9 death magic to the extreme. His strength has already soared to 2 great realms. He clapped the hatchet falling from the sky in one hand and clamped 39's neck in the other hand, as if twisting a chicken. Unique, stop. Or I'll break his neck. Qin Sheng raised the 39 high. He felt suffocating and blushed. There was a general silence, especially for the old people sitting on the altar of the beast of the sky. They were all scared. They didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so strong. However, in the next moment, the young aborigines smashed their swords, spears, and fell to Qin Sheng. What's the situation? Qin Sheng snorted. His arm was pierced and blood came out. This group of people are so violent, and there is no fear in their hands. Run away. Long Wei emerges from the bottom of the earth, and there are many fruits in his arms. Qin Sheng threw away the 39 that had been dead for a long time. He was killed by his companion's weapon. Long Wei led Qin Sheng to flee madly. He knew Earth's skill and walked inside the ground like a fish in the water. Thief, thief of Inuit country, has stolen all our spiritual fruits. The old man on the altar roared up to the sky and drove the animals in the sky to chase Qin Sheng and Long Wei. Rumble. The three-headed astral beast tramples on the earth like a fallen star, smashing it hard on the ground, breaking down mountains and earth, and a large area of land collapses. Poof. Although they are far away from each other, in the deep land, Qin Sheng and Long Wei are still suppressed, their viscera are cracked, and they cough up blood with a large mouth. Xingkong Yuancher, my mother, I went to provoke a Xingkong Yuancher. Long Wei is screaming loudly, which is also due to the nourishment of the mother and child god tree, the awakening of part of the inheritance and memory, and the understanding of this earth skill, otherwise, they are absolutely dead or not. Buzz. The power of a holy step swept down, and Long Wei and Qin Sheng both felt imprisoned. Burn your fire. Long Wei's crazy voice said, this is the power of Holy Land, we are imprisoned. The beast of the starry sky is indeed the existence of the Holy Land. The power of the sanctuary? Qin Sheng was confused. He had never seen the existence of terror in the Holy Land in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. At most, he was also the emperor of the 6 dynasties. They may have reached the level of semi-holy, with some connection with the Holy Land. Only half holy is half holy, and the gap between the two is as far as 18,000 miles. At this time, Qin Sheng doesn't need to use Yuan Li, even if it is difficult to use his fingers. I can't move. Qin Sheng has already ignited his own Shouyuan. It's not a long time to escape. He hasn't had 100 years, but he can't move. Ignite Shouyuan and enhance the 2 realms, but it's still a long way from Xingyu. What to do? If the astral Yuan beast is close, once it is surrounded, it will definitely have no life or death. At that time, facing the aborigines in the mixed Yuan secret place, it may be a luxury to die gracefully. At this time, Qin Sheng thought of the old work of the dancing god of the beast. We still have lingua. If we sacrifice those fruits, we may still have a trace of life. Long Wei wants to vomit blood. He also overdraw his own life to get these fruits. Now, should he sacrifice all of them? But in order to survive, Long Wei can't care so much. He hands Qin Sheng half of lingua. It's not too late. The flame of Qin Sheng's death ignited those spiritual fruits, and a vast energy flowed in Qin Sheng's body. With a click, Qin Sheng and Long Wei broke the so-called Holy Land. The thief of Inuit kingdom, where can I escape? The old man sitting on the altar of the astral beast roars angrily. He controls the astral beast to trample Qin Sheng and Long Wei to death. You're going to die. Qin Sheng felt that his strength had never been expanded before. Even though he had reached the edge of Holy Land, he opened his hand and a spear was formed by the combination of Yuan force and death gas. Go. Qin Sheng put his feet into the rock, his hands were like bows, and the spear broke the ground with a hiss, turning into a flash of lightning and stabbing the old man who jumped the god. Bang! The old man who jumped the great god turned into a blood mist and died. Qin Sheng looked at his hands, his face also showed an unbelievable look. Is this the power of the borders of the sanctuary? Qin Sheng couldn't help exclaiming. Stop dawdling and run away. Long Wei takes Qin Sheng and runs for his life. After dozens of breaths, Qin Sheng's breath was restored. Burning money, it's really burning money. In a flash, most of the fruits are gone. Long Wei and Qin Sheng didn't know how far they had escaped until their Yuan power was exhausted. Qin Sheng immediately checked and found that there was no Xia Bingning, maybe she didn't come to the mother and child god tree. Ha ha ha, it doesn't take much time to break through the boundless world. At this time a familiar voice came into Qin Sheng's ear. Qin Sheng, don't you come here to die? Qin Sheng looks up and finds an acquaintance, who is Xiaoyu. Qin Sheng and Long Wei are panting for each other on the rubble in the wilderness. Qin Sheng's face is white, obviously overdrawn. The 100-year-old Shouyuan was ignited, and anyone who did it would spit blood. However, in order to survive, it doesn't matter so much. Come on, one mother, one child, to nourish the body. Long Wei hands Qin Sheng a spirit animal with the shape of a lion carved on its surface. Qin Sheng was not polite either. He took a bite. If the maternal fetal fruit absorbs the essence of human beings, Qin Sheng will feel nausea and some scruples, but now the spirit fruit in his hands is obvious that the spirit beast is illusory, and Qin Sheng has no scruples. The glittering liquid overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Qin Sheng quickly caught it with his hand and absorbed it completely. Buzzing. Qin Sheng felt that there was a large stream of spirit lines in his body, which were sprayed from numerous pores on his whole body, and then condensed into a mark similar to the golden family in his eyebrows. I feel blood boiling all over my body, blood changing. Qin Sheng could not help but whisper, without any pain, the speed he could see with the naked eye was changing. No, I can't help it. I think I'm going to rob here. Qin Sheng raised his head to the sky and roared. Just when his mouth opened, he emitted a lot of holy stripe light, illuminating the whole bloody and gray mixed secret place. In the distance, Xiaoyu was stunned. He was angry, frightened and distressed. What was angry was that Qin Sheng, a humble insect, ignored him directly. What was shocked was that Qin Sheng was devouring a fruit with endless light. What was distressed was that it was a fruit. Even the most powerful people in Vientiane had to be jealous. The reptile devoured it directly. That's lingua. It's covered with a lot of linguine. It is very difficult to find a complete holy stripe in the 36 dynasties of Wasteland. Even the most powerful in Vientiane, it will take a lifetime to dig out a complete spiritual fruit in the forbidden area of the north or other Jedi of the 36 dynasties in the Wasteland. After the strong get the fruit, they definitely need to find the best alchemist to refine it well. After 79 or 49 days, they can refine it into a spirit pill, so that the power of the medicine can be maximized. Like Qin Sheng and Long Wei, they gobble up the liquid and fall on the ground. It's just a monstrous thing. Qin Sheng, are you deaf or mute? Xiaoyu left and came across in a small black warship. If you wait for such a monstrous thing, you will be condemned by heaven. Xiaoyu stood at a high position, holding hands. He looked at Qin Sheng, as if he was going to act for heaven. Roaring. Xiaoyu's voice just set, and the sky of the secret place of the Yuan dynasty was covered by dark clouds, and the 3 suns were covered. There was no light, and the terrible darkness was all over the place. One thunder, one electric snake is flying wantonly, or the power of terror breaks out. When such a lightning comes down, even the martial artists in the Shenfu area will turn into powder, and the form and spirit will be destroyed. Ha ha, this reptile's atrocity annoys the law of heaven, and thunder punishment will come soon. Hello, Dian Dynasty Bug, now I will give you a chance to live and give all the fruits in your hands to Grandpa. I can let you board the ship to avoid this thunderstorm. The arrogant sons of the great Xia dynasty are shouting, their eyes are red, full of greed and plunder. They were afraid that Qin Sheng, who had no way to go, would die with the same idea and burst himself with a pile of fruits. Really? Qin Sheng felt that his body energy had been dissipated. This time, he could not suppress it. It was imperative to cross the storm and thunder. Hearing this, the genius from the great Xia dynasty was stunned. He had no idea that Qin Sheng was so easy to hook. That's natural. At this time, Xiaoyu also received the words. He said with a smile, as long as you offer half of the fruits, I can not only guarantee that you and my gratitude and resentment of the great Xia dynasty will be eliminated, but also guarantee that you can be treated higher than the Great Yin dynasty in the Great Xia dynasty. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line, pondered for a moment, directly holding 5 fruits, slowly boarded the small warship of the Great Xia dynasty. Your name is Qin Sheng, isn't it? I think your strength is good. I'll follow us later to make sure you can eat delicious food and drink spicy food. The big fish got hooked, which made the Great Xia dynasty's prodigies show a sense of superiority one by one. How arrogant and domineering he was in the demon-dragon wasteland. Now he is planted in our hands. In order to survive, he doesn't want to bow to us. Not really. It's a once-in-a-thousand-year peerless genius. That's all blood. The geniuses of the Great Xia dynasty were all elated with each other. In particular, Xia Yu, who was in high position, looked down at Qin Sheng, reached out his hand and said, "Give me lingua, and even make a soul pact to protect you from death." Qin Sheng got on the thief boat, but he was indifferent. He didn't mean to be timid at all. He asked indifferently, "Where are you from, not in the mother tree?" Xia Yu listened to it, then he was a little stunned, and soon there was a look of impatience between his eyebrows. "What mother and child god tree? When we enter the mixed Yuan secret realm, we fall into a lake, where there are many Yuan beasts, but the strength is just not strong, just a Yuan beast equivalent to the Vientiane realm, is suppressed by us. That's what it is." When Qin Sheng heard the words, he was suddenly enlightened. The original entry of all the Wizard of Heaven, they are basically random landing sites. That's why summer beginning is not in the mother's holy tree. I'm still in a hurry to do something. I'll improve my contribution, otherwise. A ferocious genius in the cave, he opened his teeth and danced his claws to capture the spirit fruit of mother and child in Qin Sheng Hui. Don't worry. Qin Sheng turned sideways. His body swelled to a limit. He dodged the hand. Are you sure the sword can withstand the thunder punishment? Qin Sheng asked slowly. Of course, even the most powerful in Vientiane will be able to resist the time of incense. Xia Yu's face was arrogant and assured. That will do. Qin Sheng nodded with great satisfaction and said, I'll take the robbery here. I'll take care of you. Don't be a waste of time. Some people can't hold on to it. They want to rob lingua. Boom. At this time, the cloudy sky seemed to be chopped down by an emperor's sword, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket and covered with a layer of spiritual patterns. Click. The thunder was deafening, the sound waves that the naked eye could catch fell from the sky, and the black warship was hit. For a moment, the sword runes were bright, and the terrible waves were interwoven, and then they were turned into nothingness with a bang. The sudden scene stunned everyone. The rune of the warship is half off. The genius of the Great Xia dynasty, who had the helm, screamed loudly. What? Half peeled? How could that be? Xia Yu's face suddenly changed. This warship was forged by the emperor himself. It was not only extremely fast, but also terrifying with high defense. But, just to thunder, let its rune peel off half, it is obvious that the defense will be greatly reduced. Xia Yu is flustered. The reason why they can survive the siege of a group of Yuan beasts in the newly arrived Hubo is that the warship's defense has collapsed. Then, when they explore treasure in the secret land of Hunyuan, their danger level will soar. The genius who can enter the secret world of Hunyuan has a profound background in the Great Xia dynasty. Once there is no protection of warships, no matter who dies, the leader will be questioned. Think of here, Summer Yu's mouth corners mercilessly twitch a few times, he cloudy and sunny change, the eyebrow quickly filled with a touch of violence. Is this your storm? I'll take you on the road. Xia Yu started. He took out a purple whip from his waist, which was woven from the fur of the spirit beast, and depicted several complete lines of spirit. The top of the whip, even hanging some bones of the spirit beast, was extremely sharp. The whip turns into a purple dragon. It's ferocious and cruel. It's covered with extremely sharp scales. Everywhere it passes, the void is cracked and terrifying. After all, the Hunyuan secret place is just a broken secret place. The law of heaven is weaker than the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. The genius of the cave, like Xiaoyu, who controls the spirit instrument in his hand, is also very normal to tear the void. Boom! A huge whirlpool broke out in the sky, and then 3 buckets of thick and thin thunder came down from the sky again. At the same time, there was a black wind disaster. The people on the warship were blown to the top of their heads. There was a relatively weak God's Mansion genius. He was blown out of the warship. The terrible black wind broke him up. "A Master Xiaoyu, help me!" The genius of the Shenfu area screamed bitterly. He begged Xiaoyu to come to him, but it was too late. When the wind blew, all the semi-spiritual tools covered with a layer of spiritual patterns and all the reliable internal armor were broken. "No, I haven't lived long enough. I want to go to heaven step by step. I want to melt the cave. I want to fight in the forbidden area in the north. I want to." The screams came to an abrupt end, leaving only the black storm. Boom! The warship rolled, 3 buckets thick and thin, with the power of terror, which was even stronger than the previous 6 colors of wind and thunder, and finally came. The warship reluctantly creates a border, but in just one breath of time, the border bursts, like the wind passing by, and the runes on the warship peel off quickly. Bang! Finally, I can't bear it any longer, falling on the wasteland, smashing a big hole and raising the dust all over the sky. Long way in the distance also looks stupid. What's more, it's still a thunderstorm robbery. Is it a saint robbery? It's too far-fetched. Even if Longwei fights himself, he won't die. Go to see Qin Sheng. Longwei is worried about Qin Sheng. Such a terrible storm and thunder robbery is rare in the world. It's much more outrageous than the last 6-color storm and thunder robbery. "Qin Sheng, where are you? Still alive?" Longwei shouted loudly. The warships were in a mess, scorched and blackened, and dozens of places were lit by thunder. Many of the Emperor's sons of heaven in the Summer Dynasty were howling in the end. At last, their warship did not hide from the lightning strike. They disintegrated in mid-air, and they were also struck by lightning. It's not a storm and thunder disaster. Most of them are also strong in the cave, but they didn't resist it and suffered a lot of injuries. "I'm here." Qin Sheng bursts out of a corner. His face is ruddy, his eyebrows are shining, his eyes are clear. He seems to have been punished by thunder. He is also joking. He pulls a joking arc out of his mouth. He is just watching. Qin Sheng clenched his fists. In fact, he was also struck by lightning. The law breath in the thunder was still in his body. No matter the rules or the rules, they are far beyond the spirit lines, but the power of the rules left in Qin Sheng's body is too thin. With Qin Sheng's current strength, we can't realize it in detail. Through 8 robberies. Qin Sheng's eyes are sharp. As long as he gets through the last and 9th storm and thunder, he can go to smelt the Shenfu. This day, he waited too long. Under the situation of Shenfu, it's all ants. If Qin Sheng didn't have the body of rebellious against the sky, as well as many basic cards such as Zhaohua Tianbei and Jiushi Shengong, it's impossible to defeat one of the martial artists in Shenfu, even the weakest one. This is the huge gap between the strengths. It seems that the two are only one big gap. In fact, they are far from being correct. "Qin Sheng, go away." Xiaoyu is muddled. His hair is a little messy, his chest is a little blocked, his mouth is open, all of which are electric arcs. He is the peerless genius in the cave. He is so smart. When his brow turns, he knows that they are trapped by Qin Sheng. The dark cloud in the sky is not the punishment of thunder at all. It is not the punishment of the spiritual fruit in his arms, but the cultivation of his own can no longer be suppressed. He needs to cross the storm and thunder. They didn't believe Xiaoyu at first, but Qin Sheng said the truth. 10,000 steps back to say that all the people who are present have experienced such abnormal thunderstorms. Master Xiaoyu, this son used to do too much evil in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. He was sinful, so he caused the peep of the law of heaven and wanted to hurt this man badly. Some people fall in the pool of blood. Eyes want to be absolutely, look up to the sky and smile, we are trapped. Tut tut. Qin Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, obviously you are greedy and have no way. You warmly invited me to board the boat. What's more, are you still doing little in the Summer dynasty in terms of furtive business? Smell speech, Summer you is not from rage, whole body is beating up and down angry flame. Kill you, the storm and thunder will be over. At this time, it's not the reason why Qin Sheng caused such a terrible storm and thunder. It seems that Qin Sheng wants to survive the triple storm and thunder, including the 9th one. The 8th thunderstorm can make the warships forged by the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty useless. How terrible will the 9th thunderstorm be? Maybe he can carry it by himself, but most of the companions behind Xiaoyu can't. Even if it's immortal, but it's suffered a lot of damage, dragging the disabled body, how can we explore treasure in the Hunyuan secret land? You want to kill me? Qin Sheng has a sneer in his mouth. Even Qin Jingrong, an old-fashioned Dongtian strongman, can't kill Qin Sheng. In turn, Qin Sheng will kill him. How can Xiaoyu harvest his head? Through 9 robberies. Qin Sheng whispered, over the sky, the fury of plundering clouds twisted wildly, a terrible vortex blew out, and Xiaoyu was shaken away. It can't be stopped. Let's run. Xiaoyu looked up and saw the terrible clouds above the sky. There was a strong color of fear between his eyebrows. The remaining 7 Tianzi Jiazi of the Great Xia dynasty, who had never been hidden, offered their own life protection cards and fled everywhere. Their faces are extremely ugly. They are all the talents worshipped by thousands of people in the Great Summer dynasty. How high is their status? There are all kinds of powerful road protectors around them. When did they try to be so down to earth? Qin Sheng, with one hand out, was quick and frightening. He sacrificed a fruit of the spirit of the mother and the child, and held Xiaoyu's shoulder in the other hand. Are you going to leave in such a hurry? The door is also a guest. Will you let me go without a reception? Qin Sheng's cold voice rang in Xiaoyu's ears, frightening him into a cold sweat. How did you get so strong? Xiaoyu is confused. He doesn't know what weird secret method Qin Sheng used. He has raised his cultivation to 2 great levels. Get away from me. Xiaoyu screamed loudly, as if he felt disgusted when he contacted Qin Sheng's hand. His backhand to Qin Sheng is a whip. The spirit whip that can cut a mountain actually leaves a shallow white mark in Qin Sheng's hand. Don't you just touch you, as for the violent reaction? Qin Sheng is not happy. Xiaoyu looks like he is not a man or a woman. He seems to have a habit of cleanliness. He doesn't like men very much. Please, you are a man yourself, okay? As soon as Xiaoyu turned his hand, he offered a purple rune paper from the receiving ring, and the horrible holy meaning broke out in an instant. There is a holy meaning left in the Fuwen paper. Although it's just as thin as ever, it's also a holy meaning. Poof. Qin Sheng is shaken and flies, his chest collapses, and spits blood. The rune paper containing a wisp of holy meaning can't be finished by Qin Sheng's offering a mother and child fruit. Xiaoyu takes out Beihai clean water, cleans his shoulders, and then drives purple rune paper to kill Qin Sheng. No man has ever been able to touch me. I want you to blow your bones. Xiaoyu's eyebrows and heart are shining. The mysterious power hidden in them is finally breaking out. A purple-faced spider crawled out of the crack in the center of his eyebrow. The pale face, looking at the mother and child fruit in Qin Sheng's hand, suddenly gave out a greedy red light. Fuck, you are a demon. How can you keep insects? Qin Sheng was shocked. This is not an ordinary face spider, but a king of insects and insects. It can be changed. The appearance of this face spider is just one of the illusions. In fact, it's not very strange to raise insects. In the 36 imperial dynasties of the wasteland, especially the one near the edge of the wasteland, it's very popular to raise insects. However, it's very rare to raise insects on his own as cruel as Xiaoyu. The breath of Yin and evil filled the air and covered Qin Sheng's whole body. Chatter. The pale face is approaching at a high speed, almost close to Qin Sheng's face. It opens the blood plate and pours the cold breath into Qin Sheng's mouth. Qin Sheng takes a sip and wants to retch. The spider's mouth is really stinky. He looks at Qin Sheng and dribbles. Qin Sheng's flesh body has experienced about 10 times of washing marrow. The materials for washing muscle and cutting marrow are more expensive. The flesh body has been more attractive than those high-level monsters. Especially after just eating a mother and fetus fruit, the medicine has not completely dissipated, and the body still exudes the fragrance of medicine. This makes the human face spider want to swallow Qin Sheng. At this time, the sky was shaking, and the 9th heavy storm and thunder that belonged to Qin Sheng came. The black hurricane swept over and turned into one black tiger after another, like a tiger descending the mountain. Those talents of the great Xia dynasty who had just fled all over the country were swept and spat blood, especially those who only lived in the god's mansion, and died directly. Chong. In the huge whirlpool of the cloud-robbing center, a golden thunder turned into a sword and fell from the sky. Buzzing. The sword is golden, and the spirit lines are generated. It seems that it is not thunder at all, but a real sword. Besides the harsh sound of the sword, there are songs praising the Emperor of War. Qin Sheng, protect your life. This is the Emperor's sword. Long Wei is awakened by the inheritance and memory. I don't know whether it is inspired by life or death, or whether it is the breath of Emperor Sword that touches his inheritance and memory. Imperial Sword? What is Emperor? The inheritance and memory of the Emperor was touched in an instant. People, demons, gods, immortals, emperors. The one who can be called Emperor is the real strongest in the long history of all living beings. Long Wei ran as soon as he could, but he was imprisoned and couldn't move. Holy Land. Holy space, caused by Emperor Sword. Long Wei's face turned white. He looked back hard and saw the Emperor's sword falling from the sky. Where is Qin Sheng, holy? Is it a god? Is it not the reincarnation of the Shenzhou? Long Wei's heart was stormy. Qin Sheng was also horrified. However, he didn't think that he was only crossing the 9th heavy storm and thunder robbery. How could he pull out the Emperor's sword? Even if it's not the real imperial sword, it's just the imperial sword made of thunder, but the breath of terror has made the spider's body collapse and become nothing. Sacrifice. At the time of his life and death, Qin Sheng sacrificed all the spiritual fruits of his mother and fetus, and then put the 9 death skills to the extreme, which ignited the 300-year-old Shouyuan in one breath. Sonorous. The horrible sword light passes by, the sword chi is close to the body, Qin Sheng's body can't bear it, and he is constantly collapsing. I am immortal. No one can kill me, not even the Emperor. Qin Sheng is totally crazy. He ignites the remaining 200 years of life in one breath. Life and death in one fell swoop, failure, Qin Sheng frustrated, mixed yuan secret is his bone. Successful, he experienced the test of Emperor Sword, absolutely broke and then established, and his strength soared. Pooh. The emperor's sword cut through, destroyed and destroyed, the warship was annihilated, Long Wei and Xiaoyue, who were far away, were lifted, and all the other people of the great Xia dynasty were annihilated. After dozens of breaths, the clouds are gone. The light sunlight is shining again. Qin Sheng kneels down on one knee and is burnt black. When the emperor's sword comes out, who will fight with him? It is said that there once was a real emperor on the 9 heavens and 10 earth. It's not common to see a real emperor. It's like the title of emperor. It's a high-level race, nobler than the fairies. However, the emperor family has withered since hundreds of years ago, and now there is the sword of war. If there are 9 days and 10 places of the most powerful people in the world, they will absolutely frighten the shit and worship Qin Sheng like a god. It is impossible to have an idea in mind to suppress Qin Sheng. What a joke! Even the emperor's sword was startled in the storm and thunder. This is a legend for the gods. How could it suppress Qin Sheng? Within 100 miles, the vitality is exhausted, and most of the living creatures are dead, including the Yuan beast, which is dormant in the depth of the rock stratum. Tong Tong is annihilated by the terrible imperial sword breath. All that can live are lives. At this time, Qin Sheng kneels down on one knee. All the armor and defense treasures in his body are melted into coke. His breath is so weak that even the strong in the cave cannot be detected. He will feel that Qin Sheng's life is gone and he died young. Click. The original dead Qin Sheng has become a crack in the brow and heart of coke, and a vibrant green light bursts out. A little green on your head? If Long Wei is sober, he will probably make fun of him. Coke-like skin, more and more cracks. Originally even the cave environment strong cannot detect out the vitality, now more and more intense. Finally, Qin Sheng Hua becomes a green sun, illuminating the whole sky. Countless black coke fell, revealing the healthy color of bronze. He was full of vitality, Yuan Li was brilliant, his eyes were as deep and bright as stars. Is this the power of the emperor's sword? Qin Sheng murmured. He looked up at the sky. In the dissipated clouds, there was a terrible smell of the emperor's sword. He could not help but yearn for it. This is the breath of the emperor. It's just the sword simulated by the storm and thunder. It's so terrible. Qin Sheng's face was full of fear because he almost died. It ignited all Shouyuan, sacrificed all the spiritual fruits of the mother and the fetus, plus the 9 death magic power, and created the heaven steel and other terrible base cards. Even if it is the strong in Dong Tian, it is not necessarily able to get so many cards at once. Even so, Qin Sheng won the bet. He sacrificed all his life dollars. That's the fight. He succeeded and survived the 9th storm. Chong. Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart glowed faintly, as if they were sword light. They were so horrible that they were sealed by some regular force. That's the breath of the emperor's sword? On my eyebrow heart, sealed the imperial sword breath, this how to return a responsibility? Qin Sheng is stupid. He has never heard of it. It can be sealed when crossing the wind and thunder. And he is just going through a 9 dead life. How could he still have the heart to leave the breath of the emperor's sword? Although it's in line with his usual way of doing things. Qin Sheng tried to stimulate the breath of the emperor's sword, but he found that he could not control it at all, so he stayed in the deep of his brow, and then gradually restrained the breath. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. Qin Sheng's face was slightly changed. After all, it was the breath of the emperor's weapons. It was so terrifying that even the gods would tremble. I don't know how the dragon pattern is. Qin Sheng suddenly thought of Long Wei. After a long time of searching, he finally found Long Wei in the corner of a scorched earth, which was crawling on the ground, shrinking into a group and growing weaker and weaker. Qin Sheng picked up Long Wei. He was very embarrassed. His skin, which was originally glittering and shining, peeled off in a circle of purple rings. Under Qin Sheng's call, he gradually woke up and looked at Qin Sheng at a loss. I'm not dead? Long Wei has a soft air, a small voice, and a dry mouth. Qin Sheng said with a smile, you can't die. You have the blood of Zulong in your body. And I see your face, it's not a short-lived species. Water, I want water. Long Wei asked, for water. Qin Sheng's ninth storm and thunder disaster, there was Emperor's sword. Fortunately, Long Wei was far away, and he passed on countless cards to survive. Even so, Long Wei's whole body was drained and his body was very dry. Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out some big medicines from the receiving ring. He had sacrificed all the spiritual fruits of mother and fetus. Fortunately, he had many other big medicines. Gollum Gollum. Long Wei looked up and drank a lot of Dali Yuan liquid, all kinds of 8-level goblin blood, as well as the tonic medicine collected from other great Xia emperors. These tonic drugs, even if the ordinary people who are strong in the cave take so many at once, may explode directly. But Long Wei's body structure is different from that of ordinary people, and the people who are strong in the cave don't know how to be strong many times. He is like a dried sponge, crazy to absorb the most pure energy, soon recovered the majority. Ha 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 ha, I am a prodigy who has never been born. Facing the legendary sword of the War Emperor, I have never died in battle. This achievement, spread out, will definitely shake the past and shine on the present, and attract the attention of all. Long Wei's pair of squint eyes are turning, which is a very bad show-off. Qin Sheng couldn't help being white and didn't tear him down. He was just dying. Long Wei suddenly asked, huh? Qin Sheng, saying that a group of dregs of the great Xia dynasty, all belch farts? I'll have to explore. Qin Sheng's soul power came from his heavenly cover, which covered 100 miles. 9 stars of life and soul? Long Wei's squint almost fell to the ground, completely stupid. Qin Sheng lights up 9 soul stars in the soul sea. How can the realm of spirit suddenly soar to the sky? Is it related to that emperor's sword, wind and thunder? The legend of the emperor's sword appeared in Qin Sheng's thunder and wind. At first, Long Wei thought it was a victory. Qin Sheng's talent was so great that it even shocked the power of the laws of heaven and earth to kill him in the cradle. Now it seems that most of them are not. I'm afraid it's a test. In fact, even Qin Sheng himself, at this moment, did not want to understand how he could cause such a storm and thunder. Maybe it's the 9 dead magic skill, maybe it's the cause and effect of the celestial steel. Such a terrible storm and thunder disaster, maybe another 1 million generalists, none of them can survive. But Qin Sheng did it, which made Qin Sheng's transformation absolutely beyond imagination. Life Soul 9 stars. Qin Sheng's eyebrow is like a sun rising slowly. It is dazzling and powerful. It sweeps all over the place in an instant. Every inch of land is clearly explored by Qin Sheng's soul. And life. Qin Sheng's eyes are moving. Who can survive the storm and thunder? Shua. Qin Sheng's approach at idle pace did not use his yuan force at all. His speed was frightening. He shot dozens of miles in a flash. Is it him? Tens of meters away, there is a demon lying quietly. He is more beautiful than most of the women, and his figure is peerless, which eclipses the beauties of Fengbang. Xia Yu was in a coma. He also suffered from the after-effects of the emperor's sword and thunder. However, he didn't have many scars on his body. That is to say, his hair was messy, which cost a lot of high-level monsters, and even the clothes and skirts forged from the fur of the spirit beast burst. Exposed a large white skin, especially at the chest. Qin Sheng's startled glance unexpectedly saw a business line. What's the matter? Qin Sheng's face was very strange, a face of cold sweat. Even to a demon heart, I depend on. He is a man, listen to him as a man. I am a man of 7 feet. I like women. He said no, but Qin Sheng's eyes were honest, and he took a sneak look. Qin Sheng is spitting blood in his heart. He really wants to slap himself. Hello, what are you looking at? Long Wei appears like a ghost, which frightens Qin Sheng. His face turns white, and he cannot help feeling guilty. It's not right. What's wrong with your face? A pair of squint eyes of Long Wei despised Qin Sheng, which made him more guilty. Long Wei slapped Qin Sheng on the shoulder and said, there are few people who can bear the power of Emperor Sword. Apart from the Buddha, Qin Sheng is lucky. You have fought hard in the past, but there is still a gap between you and Ben Long. Long Wei is stinking again. The devil is not dead? Long Wei suddenly finds Xiaoyue. He is caught by the devil and approaches Xiaoyue. Qin Sheng frowned and asked, what do you want to do? Long Wei turned around and smiled mysteriously, explaining, what are you doing? It's a treasure. I'll search for it. Emperor Jian Yubo, even the most powerful people in the Vientiane environment have to burp farts. Xiaoyu is not dead, and it seems that he is not as miserable as Long Wei. Qin Sheng can't believe it without treasures to protect his life. Is it really good to search like this? Qin Sheng couldn't help whispering and asked. His face was burning, especially when he saw the more magnificent curve and snow white on his chest. Long Wei didn't think so. What's wrong with him? He's a loser. What's more, he's not a woman. He's just a demon. The essence is still a man. Search for it. Long Wei said, and ran to him. Hearing this, Qin Sheng also thinks that what Long Wei said is reasonable. It's just a man search. What's the big deal? Qin Sheng is also close, but just close, so close to watch Xiaoyu. The exclamation color on his face is more and more intense. The snow-white skin, the closed delicate phoenix eyes, the mark of the eyebrow and the heart are shining. The neck is like the proud little swan. The burst group, revealing the amazing clavicle, the slender Ingzi, is just more than a woman. However, this is a monster, in essence, a man. Search. Long Wei didn't have so many mental activities as Qin Sheng. He stepped on Xiaoyue's hand with one foot, which was so rude that he walked away from the ring. I depend on it. It's made of mother gold. It's valuable. It can be worth dozens of slaves in the cave. Long Wei was screaming. At the same time, he found a sword beside him. Sonorous. Long Wei draws his sword, and the light of the sword suddenly rises to the sky, illuminating the whole sky. At the same time, there is the sound of the dragon singing. Good sword, this is a unique, good sword. Long Wei's mouth and saliva almost flowed to the ground. He could not help but feel the endless and complicated holy lines on the sword. It's worthy of being the first genius of the great Xia dynasty and the existence of the most chance to become the emperor. These two treasures are already invaluable. Long Wei couldn't help exclaiming loudly. He wanted to reap the spoils, but when he saw Qin Sheng, he was embarrassed. He was just a follower of Qin Sheng, but he harvested the two treasures at once. Although Long Wei's face is thicker than the wall, if he continues to scrape, Qin Sheng will probably turn over all of Long Wei in 9 out of 10. Qin Sheng, there seems to be a gem hanging under the demon's neck. Long Wei Xianmei points to Xiaoyue's chest, which shows a large area of snow white. Drum. If you didn't know that Xiaoyue was a demon before, you should suspect that it was a fairy. It's amazing. Qin Sheng was embarrassed. What? Hurry up to collect and scrape. The devil is not a good person. I don't know how many people's cream of the great Xia dynasty has been collected and scraped for this treasure. Long Wei's chest was held high with slanting eyes. There was a look of hatred on his face. Others didn't know it. They thought that Long Wei was the people of the great Xia dynasty and loved the people of the great Xia dynasty. Qin Sheng saw that Long Wei couldn't do it again. He really wanted to slap him away. However, Long Wei is right. Xiaoyue is definitely not a good man or a good woman. At least he has to face himself again and again and again. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng was furious and reached for Xiaoyu's jewel necklace. The gem necklace seems to be proficient in spirituality. Seeing Qin Sheng's approaching, it even gives out a crystal light, interweaves into a large spiritual pattern, and insulates Qin Sheng from the outside. The gem has been channeled? Qin Sheng sneered and said, it seems that it's really a treasure, maybe it's a spiritual treasure. The so-called Lingbao is a fearsome existence at a higher level than the ordinary Lingji. The value of the difference among runes, spirit weapons, and spirit treasures varies greatly. One of the most common spirit weapons can be changed into 10 or even 100 of the most advanced runes. One of the most common spirit treasure can be changed into 10 or even 100 spirit weapons. If Xiaoyu is really holding a treasure, Qin Sheng will make a lot of money this time. Boom! The yuan power in Qin Sheng's body was a sensation. The original purple yuan vein turned into a purple dragon. On the body of the purple dragon, there was also an emperor sword crawling. It's the emperor sword that Yuan Li has turned into. It's terrible. Qin Sheng not only has the breath of the emperor sword in his eyebrows, but also can Yuan Mai simulate the model of the emperor sword? Who can fight when the emperor sword comes out? Qin Sheng's hand was full of fierce sword spirit. With the breath of emperor's sword, he broke a large holy stripe on Xiaoyu's chest with a puff. Hiss! Long Wei, who was beside him, took a breath of cool air and exclaimed, Qin Sheng, you've only survived the 9 storms and thunderstorms. It's so terrible that you can tear the defense of the powerful in the cave with your hands raised? Think carefully and be afraid. Qin Sheng has not smelted the Shenfu. He is so powerful. If he smelted the Shenfu, he would not be able to shoot a strong man in the cave with his hands raised. Smell words, Qin Sheng quietly nodded. This time through the storm and thunder, especially the 9 dead life, ignited the lifelong life of Shu Yuan, and just managed to cross the emperor's sword. Qin Sheng's harvest is still unprecedented. It's not worth mentioning at the time of the small extinction. Qin Sheng was not complacent. There is no end to the way of cultivation. Shenfu realm is just a beginning. Even in the cave realm, even in the Vientiane realm, it is vulnerable to small destruction. It's just a small extinction. 10,000 years ago, it spread to all the heaven and all the world. Even 9 days and 10 lands were destroyed. The Holy Land, the saints, and even the gods didn't know how many were lost. After the suspected gem necklace was broken by one of Qin Sheng's fingerprints, he could no longer resist it, but hid in Xiaoyu's business line. Tut, this business line of Xiaoyue is really wide and deep. It's just not deep. Hiding? Long Wei is also stupid. Such a clever treasure is absolutely extraordinary. Can you hide? Long Wei sneered and said, Qin Sheng, I have stripped the clothes of this goods. They are not human or demon. They are men. They wear skirts. They are disgusting. Qin Sheng is also angry. He reaches out his hand and hisses hard. His dress is torn open, showing the purple fruit cloves, which makes Qin Sheng and Long Wei marvel. He reached down and pinched it to a soft spot. How can I be a woman? Qin Sheng is a little confused. At this time, Xiaoyu woke up and opened her eyes. Her long and narrow eyelashes were very flexible and clear, like the eyes of the lake. The water was wet, big and round. Wake up? Qin Sheng and Xiaoyu look at each other in 4 eyes. Xiaoyu just woke up a little confused, but he felt that there was a big hand in front of his chest. He was furious. His eyes were as clear as those of the West Lake. He killed all kinds of people in an instant and shot out substantive murderous ideas. Qin Sheng, I will kill you. The breath of terror burst out. Xiaoyue was completely exposed, and a large number of runes peeled off. Invisibility? Or the sea-crossing technique? Qin Sheng was also startled. He saw Xiaoyue's face peeling off. It was like a woman's face, peeling off, directly to show her real appearance. The appearance of Zuan is so gorgeous that it is in a mess. A pair of Danfeng eyes like black and white impermanence, as long as a man looks at them, he will fall into the whirlpool of their eyes and never escape. The curve of exquisitely floating and protruding, under the broken clothes and skirts, exposed a large piece of snow-white long legs. Are you a woman? Qin Sheng is stupid. This Xiaoyu is disguised as a man. No, she should be disguised as a demon. This is amazing. The first day of the great Xia dynasty is a gorgeous woman. Why does Xiaoyu dress up as a man? Xiaoyu's murderous mind is awe-inspiring. She recites the mantra crazily, and 9 hands appear behind her. Xiaoyu's eyebrow and heart radiated holy light, which was a sign of touching the Vientiane realm. Otherwise, it would not be possible to visualize such an image like Thousand Hands Guanyin. Thousand-handed Guanyin, it's a legendary skill. It was lost long after the Great Extinction. Unexpectedly, it was controlled by Xiaoyu. Bang! Qin Sheng was hit by 9 palm prints. His chest hurt so much that when he pulled off his clothes, there was a deep palm print that almost broke his chest. Thousand-hand Guanyin, a spiritual skill that has been lost for thousands of years, is precious even when it was destroyed thousands of years ago. The skill is divided into many levels, among which the spirit level is above the holy level. How precious is the spiritual level skill? What's more, even the strong in the Holy Land can't practice without any scruples. Because there are many taboos in the spiritual level. Some need special vessels, some need special blood to sacrifice in order to practice. Even, some of them can only practice if they have the racial blood with spiritual level skills. This involves the legendary power of those bloodlines. Qianshou Guanyin, a treasure-level spiritual skill, only exists in the frescoes buried in the abyss of the magic dragon wasteland, which is the legendary skill. Qin Sheng didn't think of it anyway. At present, Xiaoyu, a woman dressed as a man, practiced this skill. The terrible power made Qin Sheng suffer a lot from chest pain. If his body hadn't experienced the washing marrow of Emperor's sword, it would have been reborn, and he would have been slapped to death by Xiaoyu in a rage. Apprentice, you should go to hell. Xiaoyu's hair is full of hair, and the terrorist power that lies in his eyebrow is like the wind and rain. She is going to step into the edge of semi-saint. All of her body radiated dazzling light of holy stripe, just like the ripples on the other side. Where she passed, those hard and incomparable runes turned into powder. Xiaoyu's eyebrow and heart radiated purple light, twisted the numerous and incomparable holy stripe, and interwoven them into horrible holy stripe and spear. The terror is huge, just like Mount Tai. The space to solidify is also a big surprise for Long Wei. Qin Sheng, that's a semi-saint. There's a semi-saint in the body of this fairy. Take a step back and run. Long Wei screams loudly. It's a saint and a semi-saint. It's not the same as his Long Wei. It's just that the hero doesn't suffer from the loss in front of his eyes. The witch is going to hang up. We'll stay away from her. We'll see each other later and beat her ass. It's only a short breath or two, and Long Wei's goods have escaped. Qin Sheng suddenly rolled his eyes and said, Long Wei. No follower can escape faster than his master. Before the words fell, Qin Sheng also set off. Although he had just experienced the baptism of Emperor's sword, his body and spirit had been thoroughly tempered. Even though he had not smelted the Shenfu, his real strength was far beyond the ordinary Shenfu strongman. The purple dragon in Qin Sheng's body roars up to the sky. In a moment, it reflects a large piece of purple cloud. He steps on the purple cloud, and then he crosses 100 li at once, and then another 100 li. This kind of magic skill is like the Monkey King in the Waguashan mountain in 9 days and 10 places. A loop cloud is 108,000 li. Of course, Qin Sheng's speed is far less than that of the Monkey King. Even so, the speed that makes the strong of Vientiane realm marvel is just too slow for Xiaoyu, who is half holy. Boom. Xiaoyu is like a gorgeous crescent moon. It is extremely sharp and easily tears the void. There are horrible cracks in the void. Some unlucky Yuan beasts are strong enough to reach the cave, but they are strangled into a blood mist by the merciless space storm. Qin Sheng looked down, and his face was pale with fear. Xiaoyu, who had broken the seal, was too scared. Although he has just crossed the last several thunderstorms, especially the 9th one, the Emperor's sword has undergone a great transformation, both in body and spirit. However, this distance from the edge of the semi-saint is still 18,000 miles away. Escape. At this moment, Qin Sheng has no other superfluous ideas. What face and what represent Dian Emperor to fight? Go to hell. Life matters. Moreover, Qin Sheng can't take any more risks to ignite his Shuyuan. Now, every inch of time is very important to him. Before he smelted the priest, Qin Sheng didn't have much left. What's more, it's not worth taking a chance for a Summeryu. Apprentice. Can you escape? However, the ghost and cold voice came into Qin Sheng's ears. Qin Sheng looked back and almost peed. Xiaoyu's eyes are white, and his killing intention is blooming. Her eyes are as bright as Jade's hands. The most terrible thing is that her eyebrows are split, and her hairy spider claws are bound to Qin Sheng. Fuck, what's this disgusting thing? Qin Sheng felt creepy. He roared. He lit the flames of death all over his body. He shook the spider's tentacles, but Xiaoyu grabbed his shoulder. Xiaoyu's nails are crystal clear, which seems nothing special. In fact, they are portrayed one after another. They are terrifying and sharp. They break Qin Sheng's skin in an instant. The sharp pain makes Qin Sheng take a breath of cool air. This crazy woman. Qin Sheng was also angry. Without any hesitation, he sacrificed the god-made steel. The mysterious and magnificent steel power made Qin Sheng's power get an unprecedented promotion. The breath of Emperor's sword seems to touch the steel of heaven, which makes its strength soar. Generally speaking, I don't beat women, but if you do too much, you're looking for cigarettes. Qin Sheng is also thoroughly angered. What about Semi-Saint? He can't live if he is wronged. In this way, it's not like an immortal battle of life and death. Moo. Roar. At the same time, Qin Sheng's eyebrow and heart also split. A vast and invincible imperial sword broke out, just like the mysterious power of gods breaking all rules and orders. Rumbling. The sky is collapsing. Qin Sheng's fist pierced the void and swept everything with the power of destroying and pulling the decadent. It fell ferociously on Xiaoyu's chest, without any pity. Bang! Xiaoyu was punched through his chest. At the same time, the endless spider tentacles were seized by Qin Sheng, and then pulled hard. With a puff, the secret power of staying in Xiaoyu for many years was pulled out. Chatter. The voice of terror is flying all over the sky. For a moment, there are clouds and thunder. Behind Xiaoyu, there is a gray shadow, like a gray fox or a mouse. Demon rat. Longwei's voice, with some tremors in it, was a tremor of fear. Qin Sheng frowned at the words. Longwei was born in the deep wilderness of 9 days and 10 lands. He was not afraid of heaven and earth. How could the demon rat spit out from his mouth seem timid? It's against common sense. What is a demon rat? Qin Sheng couldn't help sending a message to Longwei. At this time, Longwei had already escaped, and had fled far away. He lurked back to Qin Sheng's side and pulled him to escape. The demon rat is a kind of great harm in the wilderness. It specializes in all kinds of treasures, whether it's flesh or spirit. Longwei looked at the virtual shadow of the demon rat on the sky, and his eyes were still scared. That's it? Qin Sheng was puzzled. Like this kind of monster, let alone the vast wasteland over 9 days and 10 lands, even in the demon dragon wasteland there are many. If I told you, the legendary demon rat, it's a godlike diet. The explanation of Longwei Yin sound measurement. God is the main food? Qin Sheng was completely stupid. What is God? Man, devil, god, fairy, emperor. This is the 5 races that have been established since Pangu. The human race is the weakest, but there are also some anti-heaven saints. They have cultivated the golden body of all calamities, and they can seal the gods in the First World War, or they can directly call themselves emperors. In addition, the human race has the strongest ability of reproduction. It can generate 5 generations of people in 100 years. There are thousands of worlds in the sky. The individual human race is not strong, but all of them together seem to be extremely terrifying. And the Protoss are very powerful. They once led the world of the human race, turned into gods, gained the power of the belief of the human race, and cultivated themselves into monstrous terror. Some people have dug out the murals that have been handed down from ancient times to the present. They have clearly described that the reason why the Protoss are so powerful is that they get the god. The source of the divinity is very secret. It's said that it can be found in the deepest part of the Great Wasteland. Anyway, as long as the divinity is melted, it can soar to the sky and leap to the Dragon's Gate. Both the body and the spirit can get a qualitative leap. However, in Longwei's mouth, the voles, especially the adult voles, even take the divinity as their main food. It seems a little scary. How hard the god is. The demon rat can bite it. That's right. Even in the world of demons, the street mice-like demons are very annoying to demons. Longwei took Qin Sheng to escape, and then quickly explained, they are insidious, vicious, greedy. Smell words, Qin Sheng is also nodding, even God are coveted, this is not the general greed. Chatter. The ghost of the demon rat appeared, and the breath of terror covered the whole area for 10,000 years. Qin Sheng looked back and saw only the green eyes of the demon rat that day. He looked at himself and even drooled. Emperor's breath, I smell Emperor's breath. The chilly voice of the demon rat makes people confused about men and women, but it makes Qin ascend like an ice house. It's over. This fully awakened demon mouse even thinks of me. Qin Sheng is also flustered. After just a short fight, he has felt that this demon rat is not good at stubbing. It is usually entangled. Even if it does not die, it may also attract the attention of the aborigines in the secret area of Hunyuan. At this time, Xiaoyu has no breath. She has been encroached on the body. There is no doubt about the ambition of the demon rat. Chatter, is it possible to escape from the things I am staring at? It's too fast. It's faster than lightning, and it's still silent and colorless. Xiaoyu, with empty eyes, appears behind Qin Sheng in an instant. He leans out with one hand and presses it on Qin Sheng's shoulder. What? Qin Sheng looks back at Xiaoyu's pale and cold face, like being shocked. Go away. Longwei roars. His slanting eyes almost pop out. His eyebrows are also split. They are full of holy lines. A sudden blow drained Longwei's whole body. This strike has surpassed the power of Dongtian state, and even swept all the strongest in Vientiane realm. However, it's not enough. Xiaoyu, who was completely controlled by the demon rat, sneered at him. His pale face was full of coldness and arrogance, which was the temperament of Superman, as if he was born with a noble temperament. Pa. Xiaoyu is just a little waving of crystal clear hands, just like swatting flies, swatting the horrible light of Long Wei. Rumble. The horrible light shot into the distance, within 100 miles, all of them were destroyed. This is the power of the most powerful in the Vientiane realm. It's so powerful that it was defused by the devil mouse that day? Get out of the way. The demon rat looks like he's on the top. He looks at Long Wei and despises him. He takes Long Wei away with a slap. Click. Long Wei fell into the group of stone mountains. He didn't know how many of his bones were broken. He was seriously injured. This is the semi-holy power. He is invincible and can eat the earth when he raises his hand. Although you have dragon blood in your body, I can smell it very thin. You can't even count as a real dragon. Frankly speaking, it's a toad. It seems that the demon rat is not willing to eat Long Wei at all. You. How can I be disrespectful of my inferiority? Long Wei spits out blood in a big way. He is so angry that his qi and blood attack his heart and he faints. Long Wei. Qin Sheng roared. He was worried that Long Wei would belch like this. Although the dragon's mouth is very cheap, it has also saved Qin Sheng several times. Qin's root didn't really regard the dragon as an ordinary follower. You are a man and a woman. Go to the dead side. Qin Sheng didn't hesitate at all. He ignited 100-year-old Shouyuan and made the Tianbei more solid than ever before. He came down from the sky to suppress the demon rat. What is this? The demon mouse was also blindfolded. He looked up and saw the god-made steel coming down from the sky. His heart was inexplicable and strange. Yes, it's heart tremor, it's instinctive fear. How can I fear this? I'm a demon rat that doesn't even fear the gods and feeds on the gods. Although I have suffered heavy losses, I am not a mere ant-like human being who can frighten me. The demon mouse was frightened and angry. She didn't know how many years she had been sleeping and how many hosts she had tossed. At present, Xiaoyu is also the latest one. In the view of the demon rat, this human skin bag is a kind of humiliation for her, but it can't be helped. She came down from 9 days and 10 places, and suffered from the enemy's pursuit. If she didn't hide in this remote area, there would be no chance to live. I thought that in such a place as the Magic Dragon Wasteland, her noble demon rat would be able to bully and do whatever she wanted. However, I didn't expect that I met the ancient thing of Zhaohua Tianbei in such a place. No, it's not a real steel. It's just a model. The demon mouse felt that it was suppressed, but after a careful look, it found a flaw. Die. Qin Sheng's double fists broke out, and the imperial sword breath in the center of eyebrows broke out in an instant. The sea of spirits rolled violently, shooting out a translucent imperial sword. The spirit attack with the breath of Emperor's sword and Qin Sheng's 9 soul stars have been ignited. The power of the horrible spirit is a little stronger than that of the strong in the cave. Plus the steel of heaven, 9 dead magic skill. This is Qin Sheng's most powerful attack. Life and death are in one fell swoop. The strong breath came out of Qin Sheng's body. He had not smelted the Shenfu, but he could only rely on the power of Yuan Mai. However, he had already reached the goal of destroying and tearing up the weak void of regular power. Boom. Not only the mountain is breaking, but also the secret place of Hunyuan is breaking. Because in this moment, the power of Qin Sheng broke the seal of Meishin Emperor's sword breath, which has transcended the Vientiane environment and touched the edge of semi-saint. No. The demon rat was also covered and screamed loudly. The smell of both the heaven tablet and the imperial sword made the demon rat's scalp numb. Pooh. The gray shadow of the demon rat was pierced by Qin Sheng, and Xiaoyu also spits blood crazily. Ant-like things, how dare you hurt me? The demon rat was furious, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and it rained heavily. The dark man's lightning reflected the fierce appearance of the demon rat. He had suffered a lot of injuries before. After hundreds of years of dormancy, he recovered a little. Unexpectedly, he was hurt by Qin Sheng, an ant who could trample to death with one foot. The damage of the demon rat was too serious before. Although it had been dormant for hundreds of years and had stopped the injury from deteriorating, it was backfired by Qin Sheng. That's why the vole is so furious. Chatter. The demon rat opened its blood plate and its shadow expanded 10 million times. It was as horrible as the stars. Qin Sheng had an illusion that the demon rat was more terrifying than the beast. Go to hell, you reptile. The voice of the demon mouse, which was cold and full of death, was introduced into Qin Sheng's ears. Qin Sheng lies on the ground powerless. Is he really going to die? He has been drained of all his strength. At this time a terrible breath came. Qin Sheng looked up, showing a startled light. It's a starry beast with boundless strength. On top of it, a cold young man, with a sword eyebrow and a star eye, is extremely handsome. He holds a star war bow, which is like a full moon. A magic arrow bursts out. Ouch! The vole is arched. His body is ignited, twisted, and pounded the mountain crazily. The hard and incomparable mountains were smashed and turned into powder. The demonic mouse was screaming wildly. She looked back at the celestial Yuan beast coming from afar, especially the cold young man on the Yuan beast. And the stars and bows in the hands of cold young men. Stars War Bow, what kind of people are these? How can there be the legendary Stars War Bow? The vole panicked. Her breath was weakening as fast as the naked eye could see, and faster and faster. It turns out to be the legendary demon rat. This creature is a sign of great evil. The young man holding the Star War bow has a rainbow-like atmosphere and a silver star mark on his brow and heart. He pulls an arrow to his back, and 3 star arrows are in one breath. What are the 3 arrows? That's a star arrow. Each one is worth a lot of money. Even the stars in the sky can be shot down. It's so powerful. The demon rat is scared to piss off, tears open the void crack, and runs away. The sky is exploding, and endless empty storms roll out. On the far-off astral beast, the sharp young man with a sword eyebrow and a starry eye blooms in the eyebrows. He has no hesitation. 3 star arrows are set on the Star War bow, and the bow body, with endless complicated and spiritual patterns, erupts the dazzling light like the sun. At this time, the cold young people, like in the 9 days and 10 to come to the goddess residence, between the action and the foot all vaguely exude the terrifying majesty. Within 10,000 miles, he is the master of the general existence of terror. All the living creatures trembled, and they crawled on the ground, afraid to fight with them. Can you escape? Beside the cold young man, there was a terrible old man who was full of holy ideas. Qin Sheng was watching from afar, but he felt numb all over. That old man is a strong man in Holy Land? Qin Sheng is confused. He never thought that there could be a real saint in the secret world of Hunyuan. Isn't it said that the rules and powers of the Hunyuan secret realm are broken, which is hard for even the martial artists of the Vientiane realm to bear? Qin Shingyuan thought that the semi-saint level strongman had already reached the limit in this Hunyuan secret place, but now he didn't expect that this Hunyuan secret place could withstand the pressure of a saint-level strongman. It seems that this secret place of Hunyuan is far from as simple as you think. Very deep. Qin Sheng's breath gradually converged and gradually retreated. At the same time, he watched the 3 star arrows burst out and crossed a rainbow, which was faster than the loop cloud of Monkey King in Huagua Mountain, and shot into the void crack in an instant. Ah, you humble people here should be killed. In the endless void cracks, the scream of the demon rat came out. It's a big whirlpool if it's passed back to 9 days and 10 places. I will come back to avenge myself. Finally, before the void cracks healed, there came the threat of the demon rat, accompanied by a strong sense of terrible killing. The cool young man sneered, and looked at the void crack that had already healed, and his clean face showed a disdain. What demon rat even lost his body and wanted to revenge? I will kill you again. Cold young man is very confident. He is one of the most famous geniuses here. He is only one step away from achieving all things. There are still people there? Suddenly, the cold young man's eyebrows and heart glowed, as if he found Qin Sheng, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. It's not the breath of our Hunyuan secret place, it's the invaders from other countries. Once again, the cold youth drew the bow and set up the arrow, which was also a star arrow. I depend on it. Qin Sheng almost died next time. He threw Xiaoyu high into the air and dragged the unconscious dragon Wei to escape. Well, I threw a woman over here? Lung Jun finally put down the Star War bow, and the star arrow was precious. Just now, he was just bluffing Qin Sheng. Because he obviously felt that Qin Sheng's Yuanli breath was weak, and he was just a warrior in Shenfu. Every star arrow is worth a lot of money. In ancient times, the star arrow can shoot down even the god's residence on the sky. Now the so-called star arrow is just a fake. Its power is at least 10,000 times weaker than the real star arrow. Even so, the imitated star arrow is precious and incomparable in the eyes of the cold young people. Come here, bring back the woman from other countries, and give good treatment. When I wake up, I have something to ask. Cold young man's indifferent command. Your Highness, don't be afraid. All these people from other regions are not good at coming. They have no good intentions. At this time, the most powerful man in the Holy Land bowed his body and said solemnly, and this woman has a strong smell of demon rat, which is absolutely unknown. If your Highness comes to rescue, be careful to raise the tiger. The cold young man, who was called His Highness, smelt his words, and there was a touch of displeasure between his brows. Ha ha, curse? Am I afraid of the so-called curse? His Highness sneered and said, we have been trapped in the secret place of Hunyuan for many years, because we have touched the so-called curse. There are treasures of Jinshan and Yinshan Mountain in the sky, but we can't explore them outside the country. What's the difference between this and prison? If Qin Sheng heard the words of the Aborigines in the secret place of the Hunyuan, there would be a huge wave. These people are cursed and imprisoned poor people. The old man in Holy Land opened his mouth, and his face was blank. Well, it's just that the old slave has the obligation to remind His Highness that no one who wants to untie the curse and leave the secret place of Hunyuan has a good ending. It's very miserable to die. I hope your Highness will be careful and stop when you click. After all, isn't it good to live even if you're imprisoned? To say the least, the Hunyuan secret place is not necessarily smaller than those outside the world. Even as a real saint, he did not fully understand the Hunyuan secret place. There are still many dangerous places. The Jedi dare not touch and explore them. The cold young man nodded his head indifferently. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was unconscious. Especially when he saw his face clearly, he suddenly gave out a startling light. How can such a gorgeous woman collude with the demon rat? There must be something unknown in it. At the same time, the cold young man looked at the direction of Qin Sheng's escape, which was the territory of Zihuang country, and he could not get close. Suddenly, the old man of Holy Land, he stroked his pale beard, and said lightly, the just extraterritorial kid is not strong, but it gives me a sense of soul power. He fled to Zihuang country, but it's not good for me to sneak into Zihuang country, to catch people. Hearing this, the Prince's Royal Highness, with a cold face, is also very unwilling. After all, the country of Zihuang has undergone drastic changes these days. His identity is sensitive, so it is not easy to lurk in. If it's not found, it's okay. Once it's found, it will jump into the Yellow River and wash it up. It may be an invasion of the party in disorder and cause disputes between the two countries. Go back. Ordered by His Royal Highness, the Cold Prince, the beast of the starry sky suddenly took a long leg. One step was 100 miles. Where it passed, endless creatures were crawling on the ground, afraid to look up. Qin Sheng's crazy escape, even if his body is dormant in a spirit vein, but also infected with the Emperor's sword breath, but also was drained. He didn't know how far he had escaped. As soon as the star arrow came out, he was really shocked. Qin Sheng came to a lake. It was very quiet around him. On the mountain far away, there was a Yuan beast sleeping in the cave. This is a great lake. The water is calm and full of spirit. There are golden lotus in the water. What a land of geomancy! As soon as Qin Sheng's eyes lit up, he had run out of oil for a long time. He just wanted to find a place to heal his wounds. I don't know if there is any terror beast under the lake. Qin Sheng, with Long Wei, who was still in a coma, was a little hesitant. He was so hurt that he was hurt by the demon rat. He left an indelible scar, like the pawn of the tarsal bone, as if thousands of ants were biting him. He was in great pain and didn't know whether he was cursed or not. Generally speaking, this kind of geomantic treasure land, as well as the mature golden lotus to be plucked, is generally a thing of lord, either a powerful Yuan beast or a powerful indigenous. The ordinary Yuan beast is okay. Qin Sheng can cut it if he bites his teeth. But if he meets the kind of star Yuan beast, or the cold young aborigine holding the Star War bow just now, Qin Sheng will die even if he practices the extreme kung fu of 9 dead. Poof. At this time, Long Wei spits out a black blood, his breath is rapidly fading, the Indian hull is black, and his eyes are deep, like the dragon family waiting for death when the oil is exhausted. I can't care so much. Qin Sheng gnaws his teeth and sneaks into the lake with Long Wei. The lake was warm, and there was no big spray. Qin Sheng didn't dare to move the lotus. There are many levels of Jinlian. Even the lowest level of Jinlian can increase its longevity and strength by absorbing the energy of runestone, rune bone and rune blood. According to the inheritance and memory of the Emperor, there was once a golden lotus among the Jedi in 9 days and 10 places. If you eat it, you can coagulate and become a god. It's such a terrible power. Even the Emperor of 10,000 robbers envied it. He had been looking for it for hundreds of years, but he didn't find it at last. Qin Sheng dived deep into the lake, which was getting hotter and hotter. Suddenly, his body was stiff, and he was in the pool like an electric shock. That is? Qin Sheng was confused. Under the lake, he found a lot of golden lotus. Each golden lotus is mature and full. It blooms with light spirit lines, like the ripples in the water, accompanied by bursts of fragrance. Hiss! So many golden lotus? Qin Sheng felt that he was living in a dream and could not believe it. He counted, there are about thousands of golden lotus here, gathered into a big lotus in full bloom. In the core of the lotus, it seems that there is a woman lying down. Unique appearance, tall and straight figure, a head like the golden family, but also accompanied by a high temperament. Sweet. Long Wei wakes up and drinks a lot of water. The lake water is soaked by these golden lotus all the year round, which is also a kind of medicine. Long Wei drinks a lot and the injury is better. What is this place? Long Wei couldn't help asking, and then found Qin Sheng in a daze. Following his eyes, Long Wei smiled. You think that's a beauty? Qin Sheng didn't find that Long Wei woke up. He frowned and asked, isn't it? Long Wei said with a light smile, of course, it's not a beauty, but a 9-turn golden lotus that is about to turn into a spirit. When Qin Sheng can't help but be disappointed. He thinks he's going through the best of times, and starts to go lucky. He can meet beautiful women by entering a lake. Listen to Longwei's words. It's not a human at all. It's just a golden lotus about to turn into a spirit. What is 9-turn gold lotus? Qin Sheng can't help being curious. There are so many kinds of Jinlian. Even the Emperor of Wanjia has never heard of the so-called Jiuzhuan Jinlian. As soon as Longwei heard this, he immediately suppressed the joy on his face. He was so excited that his voice trembled. He said, Qin Sheng, we are in great luck. 9 turns of gold lotus is the main food of the gods. What? God's staple? Qin Sheng's face was horrified, and he had already set off a huge wave in his heart. That was the spirit. It was beyond the human race and saints. It was extremely powerful. It was said that the lifespan was endless. As long as there was no accident, it would not die. Completely and properly out of the terrible existence of reincarnation. And the so-called 9-turn gold lotus in front of Qin Sheng's eyes is the staple food of the gods above? What does that mean? It means that in front of Qin Sheng and Longwei, it's a kind of food against the sky. Only the gods can think of using Jiuzhuan Jinlian. Now Qin Sheng and Longwei meet. Who? Qin Sheng took a deep drink of the lake water, and felt the pure energy of Jiuzhuan Jinlian. The original spirit vein, which had run out of oil and was dry, suddenly became crystal clear and vigorous. Recovered? Qin Sheng is silly. It's just the lake water soaked by 9 turns of Jinlian. Moreover, the lake is more than 100 miles around, and how much water it contains. However, it seems that the 9-turn golden lotus is not mature. There is only one golden lotus goddess. Longwei frowned and said, the mature 9-turn golden lotus should condense 9 golden lotus goddess. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he felt that it was a pity. At the same time, he deeply lamented that the ingredients of the god were so exquisite. He was also a man-god. Otherwise, how could even Jinlian look like a gorgeous woman? The most terrible thing is that the eyes of this golden lotus goddess are bright and full of terror. It seems that this is not a dish Chinese food at all, but a real immortal goddess. How about a big one? Longwei's slanting eyes are shining, without any concealment, which is the light of greed. God's staple food, just like this, who cannot be greedy? It's a terrible place. I don't know how many years it's been buried. The 9-turn golden lotus survived. Even so, this kind of fruit belongs to the gods. Let alone them, even the strong ones in the Holy Land, they should be jealous. Qin Sheng's eyes are changing. He sweeps around and carefully doesn't find any terrible array buried here. Just do this. He is worried that he has no materials to smelt the shinfu. Qin Sheng clapped his chest and said firmly in his eyes. Small annihilation is coming, and he offended many big people in the 36th imperial dynasty of the wasteland. Each of them is so powerful. With Qin Sheng's strength, they may sacrifice all the cards, light their own shouyuan, and fight with a group of powerful people in the Vientiane environment. However, shouyuan is limited. If Qin Sheng continues to overdraw his shouyuan, it will soon fall. The 9 death magic skill is just indestructible, not real indestructible. If you are suppressed badly, you will die. So, as soon as possible to improve their accomplishments, for Qin Sheng at present, is the most important. Good. Longwei's eyes were bright, and his eyebrows were to crack. If you don't fight it this time, when will you wait? Set up the array first. Qin Sheng and Longwei worked together to arrange a large array here. There are 9 levels of array. It took several days and nights to do well. The existence of these large arrays is to prevent 9-turn Jinlian from turning into spirit. As soon as they get close, they will shoot away, and then they will get nothing. There is also a very important point, that is, on the edge of the lake, there is a powerful Yuan beast dormant. It is sleeping. If it was not Qin Sheng who used the real dragon blood of Long Wei to cover the sky and cross the sea, he could not break in without a sound. Now a powerful nine-fold array is arranged to block out the sun. No one affects Qin Sheng whether he practices in it or smelts the god's mansion. After all these preparations, Qin Sheng and Long Wei really have no strength. They suffered a lot. Even after drinking a lot of lake water soaked in 9 turns of lotus, they did not fully recover. Qin Sheng and Long Wei can clearly feel that the breath of the demon rat is still dormant in the depths of their bodies. If the spirit is not very sharp, it is difficult to detect it. This is the terror of the demon rat. After all, it's a kind of terror demon that feeds on the god. As long as a ray of demonic spirit of the vole is touched, it is like being planted, sprouting and rooting, and then constantly devouring the body and soul power of the host, and finally becoming one of the countless incarnations of the vole. That's why the adult rats are so horrible and can devour the deity. After stealing the deity, the rats run away. That's why the Buddha is destroyed. They may have hundreds of millions of incarnations in other places. These billions of avatars, as long as one can grow, can be reborn. Do it. Qin Sheng and Long Wei have a look at each other, and then they hold a jade in their hands. That is the core of the array, which allows them to freely enter and leave the 9 array. What a rich Yuan Li. Qin Sheng just entered, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. There are endless golden lotus. Each golden lotus is covered with dense holy lines. Take a golden lotus to go out, you can make a group of powerful people desperate to fight. Long Wei experienced the great extinction 10,000 years ago, experienced a lot, also saw a lot of so-called treasures, but also was shocked by the scene in front of him. 9 turns of Jinlian, even if it's only the first turn now, and it's still 8 turns away from the 9th turn, but the energy contained is far beyond our imagination at this level. Long Wei's saliva has been left all over the place. There are many cultivation realms under the gods. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, even the saints in the Holy Land are the most humble existence in 9 days and 10 places, which is not worth mentioning at all. Especially in front of those terrible powers, they are just a big ant. Gulu. Qin Sheng's stomach makes a violent noise, and every cell seems to be roaring loudly. He eats the golden lotus. Let's go. Qin Sheng put his hand to it and gently broke off a golden lotus. At such a close distance, even if it is as strong as Qin Sheng, it is difficult to open your eyes completely. The texture is similar to that of Fujin. There are a lot of holes on the surface that spray gold. Qin Sheng confirmed that the lotus was completely non-toxic, and finally swallowed it. The golden lotus flowed with light and color, which was dissolved at the entrance and turned into endless energy, moistening Qin Sheng's viscera. Ouch! Qin Sheng suddenly felt a fit of nausea and spit out a large mouth of black blood. Then, Qin Sheng felt a sharp pain coming from his viscera, which went deep into his marrow and soul. Even Qin Sheng, whose heart was as firm as a rock, couldn't stand the pain. He covered his stomach with his hands and bent his body into a cooked prawn. It hurts. Qin Sheng couldn't help shouting. How can it hurt so much? Isn't it the main food of the gods? Long Wei has been rolling with pain for a long time. He didn't care about any image at all. He beat the hard rock on the bottom of the lake with his hands as hard as he could. Where is the treasure drug? It's poison at all. No, it's too painful. Qin Sheng, please give me a good time. Our family has the secret of nirvana rebirth. 10,000 years later, it's a hero again. Long Wei climbed to Qin Sheng's side and asked him to help him to have a good time. It's only 10,000 years. For Long Wei, it's just a nap. Maybe after waking up, he's hiding in the body of a gorgeous beauty. Even when he wakes up, He hides in the body of a big man with his feet cut. Long Wei doesn't care, because he just ate 7 or 8 golden lotus at once. The sharp pain in his body makes him miserable. Bang! Qin Sheng's leg lifting is to give Long Wei a kick it away, and roll it to the edge of a boulder. With great strength, the boulders covered with runes are all split. However, this kind of pain is not worth mentioning at all with the deep soul pain accompanied by eating Jinlian. You want to die, I don't want to die. Qin Sheng can't help swearing. At this moment, he finally feels the sharp pain in his body is getting lower and lower. Qin Sheng's foot hurt for an hour before he stopped. He felt that black impurities were sprayed out of his pores, which were accompanied by the breath of the devil mouse. Long Wei's sharp pain hasn't stopped. Qin Sheng comes to him and says with a smile, "This lotus is not a poison, but a big medicine for washing marrow. It's just that people use it to wash divine bodies. We can't even count as holy bodies, so we will have sharp pain naturally. Since the 9-turn lotus is the main food of the gods, it must not be a simple matter of filling the stomach, but with the most pure energy in the world, it is a tonic for the gods to wash the muscles and cut the marrow, and refine the body and soul. The realm of Qin Sheng and Long Wei is really too low. It was originally a tonic, but for them, it is undoubtedly a poison. If we don't have the cold breath of the demon rat in our body, I think we just died." Qin Sheng pondered for a moment, then said slowly. In the dark, that day, the smell of the devil mouse made Qin Sheng and them live. Only when the yin and yang of the two were reconciled, Qin Sheng and Long Wei could get great benefits. Day and night, Long Wei wailed and rolled day and night, then there was no pain. Long Wei felt that his body was at least half light, that is to say, more than half of his weight was washed out, all impurities. Go on. Qin Sheng took 2 golden lotus seeds this time and put them into the import, but Long Wei was a little bit counseled. The pain was really too outrageous. He was careful that you took 1 golden lotus and broke the 2 halves, without leaving any trace. However, even if Long Wei did it in secret, how could he hide it from Qin Sheng? Qin Sheng smiled and said, "Ha ha, is this golden lotus so terrible? 1 grain needs to be split in 2. Are you so afraid of pain?" Long Wei was torn down by Qin Sheng. He was embarrassed. His face was hot. However, he had a thick skin and a thick mouth. He said, "What do you know? This is great righteousness. 3,000 gold lotus, I only take 1. Smell words, Qin Sheng can't help but give Long Wei a white eye. Others are, if the water 3,000, only take a scoop. Boom. Boom. Qin Sheng's voice just fell, the sharp pain in his body came again, but this time it was not so painful for the first time, but it was enough to make Qin Sheng's forehead emit a lot of sweat. Not enough. Qin Sheng's eyes light with fierce light, he picked 10 golden lotus in one hand. Boom. The whole 10 golden lotus let Qin Sheng's 7 orifices spurt out golden light and gather into a golden dragon. The golden dragon roars up to the sky. It seems that it is going to spray out. Break the 9-fold array and soar to the sky. Hum. Qin Sheng gave a cold snort, and offered the steel of heaven and turned the 9 dead magic. Shenlong. The voice of the avenue reverberated, and the heaven steel of Zhaohua fell from the sky. It suppressed the golden dragon, who wanted to break the 9-fold array back into its body. This steel is also a kind of strange thing. Qin Sheng just had a look at it in the holy palace every day, leaving indelible marks in his spirit. Hum. The steel of nature not only suppresses the pure energy of Jinlian to Qin Sheng's body, but also flies to the sky of Jinlian goddess. Where it passes, all Jinlian are suppressed into golden spirit. Who are you? I am the goddess of Jinlian. I will become a god in 10,000 years. Dare you destroy my foundation? The goddess of Jinlian actually has the intelligence. In a moment, her strength has surpassed the Vientiane realm and reached the peak of the Holy Realm, and her breath is still improving. Here. No matter Qin Sheng or Long Wei, they are both shocked. The 9-turn golden lotus is only the first turn of maturity, and it has really produced wisdom? And from the breath point of view, the strength is far greater than the old man holding the Star War bow. If she can go out, she will kill the star beast with one slap and the old man in the Holy Land with one foot. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng and Long Wei look at each other. Their faces are full of fear. If they moved the golden lotus goddess just now, they would be sneezed and belched. There is no evasion in the steel of heaven. Ancient scriptures seem to be transcendental scriptures of Buddhism. You, what on earth are you? You want to surpass me? The golden lotus goddess can't sit any longer. She stands up and waves her hands. The endless golden lotus turns into a big golden sword. She is so sharp that she even wants to kill the heaven monument. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. You devour a plane and kill an endless number of creatures. Then you can have a foundation. It's really the first time that Zhao Hua Tianbei can utter words. However, Qin Sheng can't fully understand this language. The so-called living creatures, in my opinion, are just a pile of nutrients. When they are done, they will be done. The golden lotus goddess is very indifferent, and there is no hesitation on her delicate golden face. With a big wave of her hand, the big sword immediately cuts to the heaven tablet. Ridiculous. It seems that it was born to restrain such precious creatures. When the steel was suppressed, the sword withered. No, don't kill me. The golden lotus goddess howled loudly, making a shrill scream that had never been heard before. However, the heaven steel of Zhao Hua is merciless. It seems that it has practiced the legendary merciless extreme research skill, a model of heaven steel, and even sent out the emotion fluctuation of the spirit of all things. Rest in peace. The sound of merciless praise for the scriptures from the steel completely suppressed the goddess of Jinlian. Rumble. The fury of Jinlian goddess erupts, the golden flame turns black, and the whole space seems to be purgatory in a moment, which is bleak. This large area of golden lotus seems to be very prosperous, melting the most pure power, but the price is to absorb the flesh and blood of countless creatures. This is the true face of God's staple food. The sad voice of the golden lotus goddess finally came to the news. It was completely suppressed by the God tablet and died without any life. Qin Sheng and Long Wei are stupid, especially that Qin Sheng. He never thought that the God-made steel had such a terrible power, even the Jinlian of Hualing could be suppressed so easily. At the same time, Qin Sheng has a deep fear of the steel. If he deals with it in the future, can he bear it? Qin Sheng was very skeptical about this. Buzzing. With the fall of the golden lotus goddess, all the golden lotus have become a golden pool, which flows the most pure energy. This is the best chance to smelt Shinfu. Qin Sheng's eyes were shining. He plunged into the golden pool and absorbed the energy of the golden lotus crazily. Bang! Bang! The intense pain made Qin Sheng gnash his teeth. Every inch of his skin seemed to explode, and he experienced the energy of Jinlian to wash the tendons and cut the pulp. That's the staple food of the gods. Let alone the martial artists in the state of God's residence. Even the saints in the state of Vientiane and even the state of Holy Land can't have a chance to try it. This may be an ownerless thing. The god who planted this kind of 9-turn golden lotus has long fallen. Otherwise, how could it be Qin Sheng's turn to finger die? Generally speaking, even if the god planted 9-turn golden lotus, it would leave a mark. Now Qin Sheng's blundering in has not touched any terrorist attack. It is obvious that Qin Sheng has not known how many years since the god fell. Qin Sheng's body is changing, his skin is turning golden, his eyes are turning golden, his blood is turning golden, even his hair is turning golden. It looks like a terrible group in 9 days and 10 places. The power of Jiuzhuan Jinlian crushed Qin Sheng's body and soul, especially the life soul of the Sea of Spirits, Jiusheng, and it changed. In the end, Qin Sheng carried it, and a huge virtual image of golden lotus appeared behind him, swinging one by one. At the same time, Qin Sheng's Dantian was just a chaotic sea of Dantian, and quickly built a mansion. This is the so-called Shenfu. The god's mansion is golden, with delicate golden lotus on its surface. Who? Qin Sheng spits out a mouthful of turbid qi and opens his eyes, which is like 2 golden lotus flowers blooming, dazzling and able to break the 100 heavy array. This is the eye of golden lotus, which is weaker than the eye of fire. Qin Sheng murmured, the Shenfu has been completed, this is called Jinlian Shenfu. Besides the golden lotus pond, it is vast and more than 100 miles around. In addition to the dense jungle nearby, there is a terrifying Yuan beast sleeping. Who? Boom. Yuan beast is black as a mountain. It lies on the edge of the lake like this. It breathes through its nostrils. It spews out the extremely hot animal fire, which burns the hard and incomparable runes into liquid and slowly leaves them in the golden lotus pond. It's strange to say that the golden lotus pond was burned by such a hot animal fire, and the water on the pond was not evaporated, as if it was not affected by the animal fire at all. All of a sudden, the eyes of this huge Yuan beast, like a mountain, moved for a moment, and there was a terrible smell of destruction between the opening and closing. It seemed to have thunder coming. It slowly stood up, its slender body stretched for more than 10 miles, and its tail swept like an iron pimple at will. The surrounding mountain split and collapsed into powder. The huge beast of Yuan dynasty stands up, its majestic body is even bigger, its eyes are like 2 big suns, looking far away, and its face is a little more joyful. Phew! At this time a dazzling light burst from afar. An ancient chariot, fully pulled by 9 phoenixes, was full of destructive atmosphere, making the void collapse. After a few breaths, the chariot of Jiufeng comes to the beast of the starry sky and comes out from the chariot. The one who nods is a gorgeous woman. She is dressed in a phoenix robe, which outlines a long and attractive arc. Her face is beautiful, her temperament is noble, and her actions are naturally cold. However, the woman in Fengpao looks pale, her chest seems to be stained with some wounds, and her Fengpao is dyed red, which is really painful. Who is it? It's so cruel. Even the gorgeous phoenix girl is so cruel. Her chest seems to be pierced. Master. The Xingkong Yuancher crouches on the ground. It doesn't have the dignity of a saint. So he kneels on the ground and salutes the old woman who is wearing the phoenix robe. The old lady was dressed in gray robes, with silver hair and sharp eyes. The most remarkable thing was that she was carrying a silver snake sword. The sword seems to have melted the flesh and blood of the ancient snake demon, which is lifelike from a distance. If the weak warrior can't help looking twice, he will be enchanted, and then the sword chi will touch the body, and the spirit will be destroyed. This is not only a spirit sword that can cut the body, but also the soul. Well, kneel down, he eyes. It turns out that this beast also has a name, called he eyes. The old lady with silver hair nodded indifferently and said, I want you to guard the golden lotus here, especially the 9-turn golden lotus in the middle of the lake. Is there any difference? This kind of thing is of great benefit to the young lord. If there is any difference, you know the consequences. The eyes of the old woman with silver hair are frightening, and her voice is not very loud, but it sends out the cold breath that makes the black color all creepy. Hei's huge body, like a mountain, could not help shivering. He is as sleepy as life. He can easily fall asleep if he is not careful. But his strength is also very important. No one dares to approach Jinlian, the human warrior in semi-holy land, even the strong one in holy land, if he wants to steal Jinlian from him, it is absolutely impossible. Go back to the master, everything is okay in Jinlianqi. Hei's respectful response, creeping on the ground, said that he was not unhappy at all, but he knew the terror power of the silver-haired old woman in front of him. Although Hei's, as a beast with the power of terror, can let the creatures within 100 miles, even within 1,000 miles, clean coal with a roar to the sky, but in front of the silver-haired old woman, it is just slag. Hei's once saw that a fully grown-up astral beast has reached the level of the holy land of the human warrior. However, I can't bear the silver-haired old woman's sword. With one sword, he beheaded a completely grown-up star and sky beast. With such terrible strength, Hei's didn't even have any idea of resistance. He bowed down to call him God. Compared with Xiaoming, what's the lost dignity? What's more, the silver-haired old woman has rich family wealth, never treated Hei's badly, and awarded many precious medicinal materials. After eating, she is closer to the real adult. That is to say, the old lady with silver hair never treated Hei's badly. In fact, the astral meta-beast is also a kind of spirit beast. They respect force more than human beings. The stronger their strength is, the more they respect it. Hearing this, the old lady with silver hair nodded indifferently, turned her head and looked at the wounded woman in Fengpao Qin Sheng. Instead of being so callous, she smiled a long-lost smile and said, Mingxi, which is one of the 9 ancestral places of our Zihuang kingdom. Cough. Shen Mingxi coughed violently for a few times, and his chest was stained with blood again. The servant girl nearby took out her handkerchief to clean the blood in his mouth. My purple phoenix blood is black. Shen Mingxi's face was terrible. She knew that she was poisoned, but she didn't expect that the purple phoenix blood in the conjoined body could not suppress the poison. That group of eunuchs are really vicious. I don't know what kind of strange poison they put on you. They can't even suppress the blood of purple phoenix. The silver-haired old woman gnawed her teeth, and the horror of killing made the whole space depressed in an instant. Bang! When the strong man of Holy Land was angry, he was forced to crawl on the ground. His mouth was on the ground. He could not breathe too much. He was afraid to provoke the silver-haired old woman in front of him. Just. Now it's too late to say that. After a few breaths, the silver-haired old woman asteringed all the evil qi on her body and said, Mingxi, the most important thing for you now is to enter the ancestral land, wash your muscles and cut marrow, and fully activate the blood vessels of purple phoenix in your body. Now that group of eunuchs control the whole purple phoenix kingdom, the hope of the royal family is on you. Shen Mingxi raised his head to reveal his pale face, but his delicate and disorderly face showed an unprecedented firmness. At the same time, a purple phoenix hovered in its heavenly cover, as if building a nest on its head. Seeing this, the old lady with silver hair was overjoyed and cried out, God Phoenix builds a nest. This is a sign of great auspice. Dreamstream is a sign that our purple phoenix country is saved. Green spirit. The old lady with silver hair cried out, and a woman in a green dress and a perfect figure came out. Although this green woman is only a maid, it may be imperceptibly influenced by Shen Mingxi. Her influence is very great. Her temperament is clear and refined. In the 36th dynasty of the wilderness, she is definitely a noble princess of the Royal Highness. I've met Aunt Ine. The respectful salute of Green Spirit. Silver Goose in different commanding way, you accompany Princess Highness to the Golden Lotus Pond to wash and wash. Yes. Green Spirit takes command without any dissatisfaction. Mingxi, under the Golden Lotus Pool is the ancestral land, where the legendary 9-turn Golden Lotus is planted. Ingu suddenly sent a message to Shen Mingxi, who was pale. She was afraid that she would support Shen Mingxi for a long time. Shen Mingxi listens, Daimei slightly wrinkles up, cannot help but convey a voice to ask, what is 9-turn gold lotus? Is this treasure able to untie the shackles of purple phoenix blood in my body? Qin Mingxi is very curious about how hard it is to break the blood of Zihuang. Even though she is the legitimate daughter of Zihuang country and has a strong blood of Zihuang, she is the weak branch of the ancient blood of Zihuang. What's more, she is now deeply trapped in the absolute poison, not to mention breaking the shackles of Zihuang's blood. It's hard to guarantee her life and death. Now it's not easy to untie the legendary high-level blood. With a wave of her hand, a silver spirit line was formed in an instant, which cut off everyone's breath. After all this, Yinggu was relieved and looked at Qin Mingxi solemnly to explain, according to the ancient records, my master's master once said that the 9-turn golden lotus is the staple food of the legendary gods. That is to say, only the legendary creatures like gods can enjoy the 9-turn golden lotus. After hearing this, Qin Mingxi couldn't move for a long time. According to the legend, the main food of the gods is those who only exist in the ancient murals, and the recorded gods are entitled to enjoy it. Now it's Qin Mingxi's turn to enjoy it. At that time, the absolute poison given by those eunuchs to themselves was not easily broken. In 9 out of 10, she can completely untie her blood chains. Green spirit, take off. Qin Mingxi's pale and colorless pretty face finally showed a tinge of blood, while the eyes of Xueling were in a mess, showing the expected light. Yes, Your Highness. With the help of the green spirit, Qin Mingxi entered the depth of the golden lotus pond. With a wave of her big hand, the silver snake and sword on her back came down to the sky. The horrible silver light lit up the whole sky. In a moment, she made thousands of handprints, sealing all the places within 100 miles. Hei's, we will plunder for Your Highness. Yinggu's indifferent voice came into Hei's ear, just like a thunderclap. She hurriedly set off and sacrificed her own terrorist power. In the deepest part of the golden lotus pond, there are some golden lotus-like duckweed, which are dotted in the pond and send out fragrance like flowers. Qin Mingxi just took a breath and felt that the fragile body had recovered some strength and the pale face was ready. The spirit here is dense, and the golden lotus is floating. It's really like 9 heaven fairyland. Qin Mingxi looks back at the green spirit, and she shows a smile that hasn't appeared for a long time. Since Zihuang's sudden change, Qin Mingxi's royal family members, the father and the emperor were unconscious, the mother died unexpectedly, and a group of brothers and sisters fled everywhere. Qin Mingxi took off the bloody phoenix robe and revealed a large white skin like sheep's fetus jade. The amazing figure curve, even the ferocious wound that was almost pierced in the chest, affected the aesthetic feeling. But such a unique color, if there is a man here, the jaw that would be absolutely amazed would fall off. Green Ling is really quietly watching Qin Mingxi undress and bathe. Even this kind of picture, I don't know how many times it has been experienced in these years. Even if she was a woman, she would marvel at Qin Mingxi's figure. Let alone a man. Even a princess like Greenling could be a princess in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. Qin Mingxi's jade-like fingers, holding a golden lotus, almost without any hesitation, swallowed it directly. The surging energy burst out in an instant, and Qin Mingxi's whole body was shining with dazzling golden light, and behind it was a very clear purple phoenix. Bang bang. At the same time, Qin Mingxi faintly felt a pulse of blood, and clearly felt that there was a terrifying life in his body. Is that the legendary purple phoenix? Qin Mingxi is very excited. It turns out that the legend is true. They are the true descendants of Zihuang. At this time, a golden figure burst out from the bottom of the lake, setting off a huge wave. Jinlian Shinfu, I finally melted Shinfu. Qin Sheng looks up to the sky and roars, melting the Shinfu, which makes him feel the unprecedented power. He can feel that his combat power has increased at least 10 times, and he can crush a large number of martial artists in Shinfu with his bare hands. Even Qin Sheng has a feeling that he can kill within 3 fists even in the face of a real Dongtian strongman. What is inside information? This is inside information. After melting the Shenfu, Qin Sheng slaughtered the Bei Shenfu in 10 steps and killed Dongtian in 100 steps. Well, how can anyone? Qin Sheng's divine sense was so keen that after a few breaths, he found an unexpected visitor in the pond. When he looked down, he saw a white and delicate body exposed to the air. Even though Qin Sheng knew a lot, he saw many beautiful women. Like Chu Qiao, like Xiao Bingning, or even like the elder martial sister who has passed on his 9-death magical skill and slept for thousands of years, it's not unknown. However, this gorgeous beauty in front of us seems to be no less than the above-mentioned arrogant people. Shua. The 4 fields are dead and silent. Qin Sheng and Shen Mingxi and Green Spirit are also stupid. Well, do you bathe here? After a few breaths, Qin Sheng took the lead in responding and asked slowly. It's such a familiar scene. In the Magic Dragon Wasteland, he found the ruins of Dali Dynasty at the bottom of a lake. After he came out, he also met the Princess of Baichen in the bath. What kind of luck did I take, or was it mildew? Qin Sheng murmured, how can there be such a picture of beautiful women bathing after some adventures? This kind of picture, for ordinary people, may be a blessing of 3 lives. But for Qin Sheng, he obviously felt the strong breath of the 2 girls. Now he has run into other girls taking a bath. What kind of revenge will this encounter? You can think of it with your toes. Hello, who are you? How are you here? Qin Sheng was a little upset. His tone was not very good. He forced the 2 girls to take the initiative. Here is the first thing he found. The golden lotus at the bottom of the lake has been used up for a long time. Now there are only these golden lotus on the surface of the pool. Although Jiuzhuan golden lotus is the main food of the gods, and these golden lotus can't even talk about appetizers at best, but the smallest mosquito leg is also meat, how can Qin Sheng let it go? Now suddenly 2 beauties appear, one of them is still bathing here, while bathing, eating lotus. This is the thing in his bag. No one can move it. Even if it grows more pure and beautiful, it's not negotiable. That's the food of the gods. Even the leftovers can make a group of Holy Land strongmen fight for each other. Ah. Shen Mingxi finally came to her senses. She couldn't believe that she had been seen through by a man. She was the eldest daughter of Zihuang country. Her blood was hidden in her body. She could completely open the shackles of blood just a little, and her accomplishments soared to the sky. Now he has been seen by a man. Shen Mingxi feels that he has been polluted. He is very angry. Green Spirit, kill this apprentice. Shen Mingxi was so angry that her chest was stained with blood again. She put on her clothes again with a wave of her hand. She ate 5 golden lotus at a time. Boom. The energy of Jinlian suddenly explodes. Shen Mingxi has purple phoenix blood, as if he was born to be able to eat this kind of Jinlian without any side effects. It's even less likely to cause self-explosion. If Qin Sheng knew that this was the birthplace of Shen Mingxi, would it be so upright? Who's making a noise here? At this time, the confused Qin Sheng also burst out from the bottom of the lake, and he also ate a lot of Jinlian liquid, which was suppressed by the heaven tablet of Zhaohua, and the violent atmosphere had disappeared for a long time. The blood of Zulong is flowing in his body, which is merging with the liquid of Jinlian. When he wakes up, he is waiting for transformation. But I didn't think I nearly fell asleep, so I was woken up. Longwei was so angry that he was afraid of getting up. Toad all the time? Green Spirit face a cold, indifferent said. Hearing this, Longwei got up a little angry. Now he was humiliated as a toad by the Green Spirit. He became angry. You are the toad, and all your family are toads. Longwei is full of fighting spirit. He wants to have a fight with the woman named Green Spirit just by pulling up his sleeves. I am the descendant of Zulong. I have the blood of Zulong in my body. I am the descendant of a serious dragon. Not a toad. Long Wei yelled in a positive voice, naming himself. Well, Toad, don't you want to eat swan meat when you are dormant here? Green Spirit sneers. She turns her hand and holds a sword. It looks like grass and rattan. It's a serious spirit sword. Go to hell, Dante. The Green Spirit has completely changed. Her 3,000 green threads are flying wantonly, blooming with unprecedented killing intention. The whole person is like an ancient sword buried for hundreds of millions of years, which is dug out again, and then exposed. Green Spirit's eyes are full of sword meaning. In a flash, Qin Sheng frowned. These two gorgeous women are afraid that they are the Aborigines living in the secret place of Hunyuan. If they don't agree with each other, they will die. Are these Aborigines addicted to killing? Hey, I thought I was afraid you wouldn't make it? Long Wei is also angry. He didn't beat women, but the Green Spirit really stepped on his Tian Lingai. Boom. Long Wei has activated the Yuan Mai and the inheritance secret. His hands are crystal clear, just like jade, but there are very clear spiritual patterns on the surface. That's right. It's the tattoo. Generally speaking, the holy stripe is portrayed on the weapon, but Long Wei, a wonderful creature, actually portrays the holy stripe on the body. The sky seemed to crack, and the green sword body fell instantly. Long Wei is also fierce enough, without any flinch. His hands emit crystal light, and he holds the sword. Sonorous. The fiery sparks were pouring down like a waterfall. It hurts. Long Wei falls back and shouts loudly. His jade-like hands seem to be burned red by different fire. It's very painful. I'm glad I didn't hurt the bone. At this time, Qin Sheng also came, his handsome face some warm anger. Hey, stop, or. Before Qin Sheng finished, he responded with another sword. This sword is more terrible than the one just now, and it also gives off the spirit of saints. Semi-holy? Qin Sheng is completely stupid. Who could have thought that the Green Spirit, which is at least more mediocre than Shen Mingxi's, could emerge a semi-holy breath? Get out of the way, you're a semi-saint. Qin Sheng pushed away Long Wei with one palm. Without any hesitation, he directly sacrificed the heaven steel of Zhaohua, and madly operated the 9 dead magic power. Boom. At the same time, his Jinlianfu appeared, the golden lotus shadow in the sky. Qin Sheng's breath expanded countless times in an instant. If Qin Sheng can kill a warrior in the cave with 3 fists by the strength of his body alone, he is now unreserved and able to fight against the General Vientiane strongman. It's a terrible talent. Looking at the whole Dian dynasty, except Qin Sheng, it's impossible to find another prodigy like him. Eating the god's staple food, melting the god's mansion, the most direct strength improvement, let Qin Sheng feel unprecedented confidence. Dragon Whale Fist. Qin Sheng didn't sacrifice the semi-holy weapons. The Green Spirit of the other party used the real spiritual weapons, and they were suspected to be semi-holy. So don't take out his half-spirit weapons as cannon fodder. The sword of Green Spirit is like the sword of heaven and earth. The power is unimaginable. Qin Sheng felt a stabbing pain before he was near the body. The dragon and the whale are swimming, and they rush to the sword that is flying to the sky. Bang! There was no miracle. Qin Sheng flew backward and fell into the lake, setting off a huge wave. The lake gradually returned to calm, but Qin Sheng was gone. Don't you want to come out yet? Green Spirit sneers and wants to cut another sword. At this time, the celestial steel of Zhaohua falls and suppresses the Green Spirit, making it unable to move. What is this? Isn't it an illusion? How can it be so strong that it can suppress me? Greenling is ignorant. She has never imagined this. She doesn't put the shadow of the heaven tablet in her eyes at all. She thinks that Qin Sheng is at best a warrior in the Vientiane realm, and she can't be her own opponent in any case. Shua! Qin Sheng burst out from the bottom of the lake. A half-spirit dagger was put on the slender neck of Green Spirit like a white swan. With the help of external forces, will you forcibly ascend to semi-saint? Qin Sheng's hands were shaking, his fists were bleeding, even his bones were broken, and he was frantically interwoven with golden holy lines. That's the holy stripe sprayed from Jinlian God's palace. If you let others know, you will definitely be scared and sweat. Qin Sheng is rebellious. Even the Shenfu can weave holy stripe. The dazzling holy stripe shocked everyone, especially Shen Mingxi, who was the first princess of Zihuang country. She had seen people and had Zihuang's blood. At present, even in her heyday when she was not injured, there was no such complicated holy stripe. But the holy stripe is extremely powerful, especially some holy stripe with special meaning, which can kill the saint. It doesn't look like the person from the other side of Heifeng Kingdom that this student is holy. After a short period of consternation, she finally came back to her mind and doubted Qin Sheng's identity. Boom! Green Spirit spits out a mouthful of blood essence, which forms other holy lines on her delicate face. With a click, she almost gets rid of the repression of the heaven tablet. How powerful the steel is, even the strong in the Holy Land can be easily suppressed, not to mention relying on external forces to forcibly promote it to a semi-holy green spirit. Poof! The green spirit was backfired, and blood gushed out of the mouth. Apprentice, I command you to release the green spirit immediately, otherwise. Shen Mingxi is in a great hurry. Livling has been with her for a long time. She doesn't regard Livling as an ordinary maid at all. Qin Sheng sneered, and the short blade spirit sword pressed against the pale green spirit's neck, as if his body had been hollowed out. He was unhappy and said, "What else? I came here earlier than you. It was a misunderstanding. You just want to see blood. If my strength is really an ordinary warrior in Shenfu, I'm afraid it will be a miserable ending for me. Now that I can't fight, let them go?" By what? Qin Sheng has never been a lecherous apprentice. It's impossible to watch two girls go out to bath secretly. This is a misunderstanding at all. When Shen Mingxi arrived, he could not help but say that he was dead to Qin Sheng. Originally, Qin Sheng saw Shen Mingxi's body carelessly, but he still felt a little guilty about it. Now he had a fight, and the little guilt disappeared completely. Just me. When Shen Mingxi was about to cry without tears and hesitated, a cold voice rang. The voice is not loud, but it makes Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly shrink into a little, his pores are all standing up, and the steel of the heaven is teetering and dim. Qin Sheng looks around, his soul is decorated with 9 stars, just like a substantial divine sense, covering the whole space in an instant, but he doesn't find any creatures. Back! Qin Sheng suddenly fell into the dark forest. The invisible enemy was the most terrible. Chong! A sword light came from a very far place. Qin Sheng melted Jin Lian's mansion, but he couldn't catch its track. The next moment, Qin Sheng did not dare to move, because a silver sword against his neck. This silver snake sword is very strange and extremely sharp. It's no surprise to cut mountains and rivers. Moreover, Qin Sheng feels that this silver snake sword is absorbing his soul power continuously. The gray-haired old woman appeared in Qin Sheng's eyes. She was not tall, but she felt like a mountain. People dare not climb it. Silver Lady. When Shen Mingxi saw who was coming, he was overjoyed and shouted. Yinggu nodded indifferently, and didn't even look at Qin Sheng. It's just a minion of Shenfu. It's not worth mentioning in front of Yinggu. Who is Yinggu? As early as 1,000 years ago, the most powerful people in Zihuang country had become the strong men in Holy Land, whose strength was immeasurable. A saint like Yinggu, who killed a warrior in Shenfu, was really no different from stepping on an ant. Even normally, this kind of low-end warrior, even in Zihuang country, is just the bottom of the food chain, which is not worth her fighting. Of course, Yinggu drew her sword, which proved that she also recognized Qin Sheng's strength, especially the god-made steel suspended above the head of Green Spirit. The old lady is the most taboo to this kind of thing. How can this stone look more and more like a tombstone? Even the green spirits in the semi-holy land can suppress the terror. This is definitely not an ordinary tombstone. In 9 out of 10, it may be some kind of evil god, with all kinds of cursed tombstones. Although it took some time to come to the rescue, it was enough for her to have hundreds of thousands of ideas. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. It's easy for Yinggu to kill Qin Sheng, just because she's afraid of contaminating the shadow that looks like a tombstone of an evil god. The lower martial artists may not believe in evil. Heaven is not afraid of the earth. But after living for so many years like Yinggu, how can there be less weird things that she has seen? Not to mention her, even the little sage, who is much stronger than her, has fallen sharply because of touching some strange substance, and has lived a miserable life in her old age. Yinggu doesn't want to follow suit. Well, how do you want him to die? Silvergu indifferently asked. The voice is not big and not small, as if to say a smallest thing. Shenmingshi's big, watery eyes thought of the grievance he had just suffered, and his pure body was seen by Qin Sheng, the apprentice. Who is she? The 3 big countries of Hunyuan secret land, the legitimate princesses of Zihuang country, are the strongest among the young generation of the 3 countries in terms of status, talent and strength. How arrogant Shenmingshi is, even though his strength is no less than the Silver Moon country of Zihuang country. Their Royal Highness, the prodigy of heaven, has achieved great success in his youth. No matter his status, appearance and temperament, cultivation talent and potential, he is no less than Shenmingshi. It's such an excellent young man. He has been pursuing Shenmingshi for nearly 100 years, but he still can't capture Shenmingshi's heart. This shows how high Shenmingshi's requirements are. Over the years, Shenmingshi has been practicing hard and keeping herself as a jade. That's to wait for one day. Outside the country, there's an arrogant son of heaven and man coming in, taking her away, walking out of this mysterious world and seeing the vast world outside. However, all of this was destroyed by Qin Sheng. Her purity turned to nothingness. Dig his eyes first, then his spirit, and make a soul lamp to lead us into the dark forest. Shenmingshi's voice is cold, and his killing intention is not concealed, so he is exposed in the air. Hello, you crazy woman, are you crazy? Before Qin Sheng intervened, Long Wei jumped up discontentedly. He was not afraid of the silver hair and holding the silver snake sword. Long Wei stood up with his hands in his hands and walked to the silver lady without hesitation, saying, "Isn't it just a look at her bathing, as for digging people's eyes? Qin Sheng, what are you waiting for? Suppress the goods. Let him know how good we are." After Long Wei finished, he jumped behind Qin Sheng. Long Wei is very clear about the horror of the steel, controlled by Qin Sheng. The god made steel, but even the goddess of Jinlian can suppress it. What's more, is this bad old woman with bad thoughts? Qin Sheng nodded, and he urged Xiaohua Tianbei crazily. However, Xiaohua Tianbei was not moved at all. It was always floating above the green spirit's head, and there was no such magnificent, withering, sweeping all over, and isolating the terror of the eternal. It's not the moment of truth, the moment of life or death, that you drop the chain? Qin Sheng's face is very strange. He has a silver snake sword on his neck. Even if the other side is not a strong one in the Holy Land, it can make him different. Hey, come out quickly. Have you been spiritualized for a long time? Just living in my spirit? Qin Sheng's heart was shouting. When he dismantled it, he shouted. However, no matter how Qin Sheng shouted, his throat was about to bleed, and the steel of heaven was still like this, and there was no change. To die. When Yinggu heard the words, she was immediately angry. She had been a strong man in the Holy Land for 1,000 years. If she hadn't been in the dark forest hundreds of years later, she would have been severely damaged, and her origin would have been destroyed. It's impossible for her to practice in the realm of little saint or even king. In recent years, Yinggu's mood has not been well suppressed, that is to say, she is more amiable when she treats Shenmingxi as her granddaughter. In other times, she treats other people coldly and mercilessly. Silver Gu's shriveled, black hand, like the dried old tree skin, was clapped out like lightning. Longwei's squint eyes were dry, and her body couldn't make any evasive action. She was clapped away like a fly with a bang. Rumble. Longwei turns into a rainbow light, which hits the forbidden area arranged by Yinggu, setting off countless thunder lights. Ouch. Longwei finally lies on Qin Sheng. He is like drunk, weak and full of hematemesis. Devouring a large number of Jinlian, combined with the secret code of self-cultivation, both the body and the spirit have reached the edge of semi-holy, and the strength is far beyond the ordinary Vientiane realm. However, I can't bear the slap of an old woman named Yinggu. Longwei. Qin Sheng shouted. He could feel Longwei's weakness. He was hurt too much. Both the body and the spirit were falling apart. She's so strong. Longwei reluctantly opens his mouth, and the blood gushes out like spring water. His eyelids seem to weigh 1,000 jin. He is a little sleepy and wants to have a good sleep. Don't move. I'll save you. Qin Sheng's tears filled his eyes, madly urging the 9 death magic, and the flame of death instantly overwhelmed Longwei. If other martial artists are swallowed by the flame of death of Qin Sheng, it is absolutely impossible to leave any slag. However, the flame of death, which contains a lot of poison, and those dead qi, can not only kill people, but also save people. Finally, Longwei's injury stabilized and fell into a deep sleep. Take it. Qin Sheng's idea is to collect Longwei into the ring that can store living things. That's too much. Qin Sheng sneers, eyes gradually become cold. Pooh. His dagger stabbed the green spirit and pierced his chest. His sharp spirit eroded his wound and he lost half of his life in an instant. Worm, dare you? Yinggu was furious. She didn't think that Qin Sheng, like an ant, really dared to move her people. Besides, Green Spirit's injury was very serious. This sword made her totally incapable of fighting. The warm blood spurted Qin Sheng's face, making him look very strict. He said, "What dare I do, old man? You should be glad that Longwei is not dead, or one life is worth another." Things have developed to this point. It is impossible for Qin Sheng's character to have any grievances. You have destroyed the foundation of the ancestral land of Zihuang Kingdom. The 9-turn lotus has been ruined. Don't say you have been hurt. Even if you slap yourself to death, it will be cheaper for you. Yinggu is very confident, leisurely walk, gradually approaching Qin Sheng. 9-turn gold lotus, which is the staple food of the gods in the legend, the flesh and soul of the marrow-washing gods, and these expensive things, let alone a warrior in the state of God's mansion, even in the state of Holy Land, even the king also wants to be jealous. The sanctuary is divided into several levels. The most common is to enter the Holy Land for the first time and cultivate a holy land. They are all called saints. When the practice reaches a higher level and the Holy Land is small and successful, it is called Little Saint. Above the Little Saint is the Great Saint. It is easy to be a little saint, but difficult to be a great saint. A great sage is invincible in strength. Even in the high-level position of 9 days and 10 places, he is also a famous figure. Just like the monkey king bursting out of a stone in the wilderness, he was also a great saint at the beginning, called the Great Saint of Heaven. He is extremely powerful and has achieved 8 or 9 Shandgong skills, which can change a lot. In the end, the great sage of Qi Tian made a famous reputation throughout the whole 9 days and 10 places. Some people say that the great sage finally became a god. Others say that he just smashed the vacuum, built a god bridge, and went to a distant and vast place. These kinds of clouds are only recorded in ancient books. Due to the age is too long, the truth and falsehood have reached the point where they cannot be confirmed. This is the most famous saint. As for the king, it is even more powerful. A strong king is almost immortal, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and even someone born with a gold medal for avoiding death. It is absolutely impossible to die in the process of growth. Hearing this, Qin Sheng sneered and said, "It's so easy. You say it's your ancestral land, your ancestral land?" As soon as Antine heard this, her face became colder and colder, and the murderous intention on the corner of her mouth became more and more intense. It's interesting enough. For many years, no one has bargained with her in such a tone in front of her face. Let green spirit go, everything is easy to say. I can promise you a decent way to die. Silver goo is merciful, voice indifference says. I advise you to give up the unrealistic escape in your mind as if you were referring to the ancestral treasure of Zihuang Kingdom, which is hard to escape today. The old silver-haired woman was very cold and callous, and her tone was plain, as if she was telling the most common thing. Qin Sheng is silent. He now fully inspires the Heaven Monument. Even though his strength has been increased many times, and he recklessly ignites Shouyuan and works the 9 death magic, he has only raised his strongest strength to the semi-holy land. However, at this moment, standing in front of Qin Sheng, he said that he was a real saint. If the powerful of Vientiane is okay, even if he doesn't ignite his life, he can simply run the 9 dead magic power, or call out the god made steel, and fight with a real powerful Vientiane. However, if we want to promote a larger realm, even if the Emperor's sword breath is sprayed out, it will not help. There is no possibility. If you want to do it, just let it go. Qin Sheng sneers, why waste time here? Qin Sheng's face did not show any confusion. He was gambling. In front of him, the Holy Land strongman named Yinggu, who had a sharp sense of God, was able to detect the extraordinary nature steel, and then cast a rat's contraption. Only in this way can Qin Sheng have a glimmer of life. To die. Yinggu is angry. Qin Sheng loses the bet. She has no weakness at all. She slaps Qin Sheng with one hand. In addition, her eyebrow splits and shoots a translucent spirit sword. That's the spirit attack. It's like the palm of the bark of the old is fast approaching. It's too strong. Everywhere it goes, the void splits, and a terrible space storm blows. Give it back to you. Qin Sheng threw the green spirit without any combat power into the air, trying to block the terror attack of the silver girl. It's just that Yinggu is a Holy Land strongman with real value. How could she be so easily fooled? The terrorist attack cleverly avoided Greenling, and then she took a picture of Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai with the terrorist power. This slap, like covering the sky, blocked all the retreats of Qin Sheng and cut off all the vitality of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's body began to collapse before the palm print was ready. His bones cracked and he couldn't carry them. At the time of life and death, Qin Sheng urged the 9 death magic to protect the origin of the body. Bang! Qin Sheng was like a fly. He fell into the lake. There was no intact bone on his body. He was hurt so badly that his body couldn't support him anymore. He began to disintegrate. Dying? Qin Sheng is not willing. His vitality is gradually dying out. There are too many things not finished. He has not yet gone to the ancient battlefield of the North restricted area to save his father Qin Sheng. He has not yet passed through the North restricted area to enter the Tianyuan continent, or even go to the broader 9 days and 10 places to avenge for the emperor. Qin Sheng is very clear that once the physical body begins to disintegrate, it is irreversible, as all disintegrates. Even if the great Luo Jingxian comes to the world, it is impossible to save Qin Sheng. It's ironic. I tried my best to enter this secret place, but I didn't think it was my burial place. Qin Sheng doesn't give up. He runs the 9-turn magic skill crazily. He doesn't care what the source is. Now the most important thing is to protect his life. Shouyuan was burned, and the strong in Shinfu could live for 1,000 years at most. Even Qin Sheng had been nourished by many big drugs, and his body was tempered to a far more extraordinary warrior in Shinfu. At most, it's 2,000 years of Shouyuan. Qin Sheng burned his own Shouyuan long ago, and there was not much left. Ha ha, I have died twice. Qin Sheng was paralyzed on the calm lake of Jinlian Pool. He suddenly smiled and said, I've died once in the disordered tombs of the magic dragon wasteland and once again in the mysterious mine of Hunyuan. Since the destiny is inviolable, then die for the 3rd time. Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp, just like the gods coming down to earth, which made people dare not look at them directly. Let's die together. Qin Sheng bares his teeth and wants to split. His body will disintegrate. Today, he will definitely die. In this case, even if Qin Sheng was going to die, he would have to pull back. 9 death magic will be disintegrated. This legendary research skill is not invincible after all. Qin Sheng's body ignited the black flame of death, and the Jinlian god's mansion in Dantian began to collapse. The god's mansion, which was melted with the god's staple food, was about to collapse after such a short time. This is really a great waste. It's the main food of the gods. Phew. At this time, the spirit of the silver girl attacked, and with a puff, she hit the steel. Poof. The blood rushed to the sky and fell. Some people were spitting blood, but it was not Qin Sheng. But silver goo. God, everyone was scared, including Qin Sheng. This silver ant is so powerful that she can disintegrate her body with one slap. How can she spit blood with a big mouth at this time? What happened? Silver Goo's face is frightened, the corners of her mouth are still dripping blood, she is tottering, and finally she is really out of strength, kneeling on the ground with one knee. What is that? Which tombstone of the temple? Ingu did not even dare to look directly at the steel, and was afraid to suffer more terrible backfire. Boom! The celestial steel of Zhaohua is shining all over, absorbing the spirit attack of Ingu, gaining a great deal of soul power and becoming more solid than ever before. Even Qin Sheng can see every inch of inscriptions, but these inscriptions are very difficult to understand, and it is impossible to understand Qin Sheng's cultivation. But at the top of the steel, the peak that soars into the clouds, those are only simulated mists, but they are unprecedented reality, and they seem to be true. In the deepest part of the mist, there was a gold medal, which fell from the sky and fell on Qin Sheng. Clang. The gold medal makes a clang metallic sound. This is? Qin Sheng's body has begun to disintegrate, his limbs have already lost their strength, but he still grabbed the gold medal with his mouth. Gold medal? Qin Sheng is confused. Isn't this the god-made steel he illusions? How can we make a real gold medal? This is the death-free gold medal? Qin Sheng was completely blinded by the ancient metal texture, which gave off a light cold air and had a terrifying high temperament. It can be felt that it is absolutely nothing with the taste. I will not let you die. The magnificent and vast voice suddenly spread to Qin Sheng's ears, which made Qin Sheng's spirit suddenly vibrate. This voice is too terrifying. Qin Sheng has never been exposed to such a powerful and invincible voice. She is no more powerful than the cheap elder martial sister she met in the secret mine of Hunyuan. Humming. Qin Sheng's death-free gold medal is suspended in the air, blooming thousands of splendors, covering Qin Sheng's disintegrating one. The endless golden light and spiritual lines penetrated into Qin Sheng's body. Taiku's death-free gold medal and ancient war emperor's voice are thunderous. Qin Sheng's enhanced imperial sword breath resonated with it, breaking out endless brilliance, making everyone can't help but cover their eyes. In these lights, with the power of terror, if you don't close your eyes in time, you will be burned. If you are unlucky, you will even be hurt. Buzzing. The legendary death-free gold medal is suspended in the air, and the endless golden light covers Qin Sheng. Soon Qin Sheng, whose body was about to collapse, was shining with endless spiritual lines. He healed with the speed that the naked eye could see. The flavor of Emperor's sword was more and more strong. Chong. All of a sudden, Qin Sheng opened his eyes and shot two fierce swords. With a puff, he hit the silver lady who was kneeling on the ground. Bang! Silver goo flies upside down, her chest collapses, and she bumps into Hei's. No. Hei's face was frightened and he wanted to avoid, but Ingu's speed was too fast. In fact, the power was just the same as that of Hei's, a semi-Holy Land strongman. The destruction and fierce pressure hit Hei's huge body like a storm. Hei's face was desperate. He had been following this silver ant for many years, and wanted to rise up at the shortest speed, but he didn't expect to die like this today. Rumble. The surface of Hei's body seems to be invincible, but the interior has been filled with thousands of storehouses and hundreds of holes, even the spirit has been annihilated. Wow. Ingu spits blood with a big mouth and looks pale as paper. She looks at Qin Sheng in fear, and her eyes are frightened and angry. How do you so strong? Ingu doesn't want to believe it at all. Qin Sheng's accomplishments at present seem to be the ones in the Shenfu realm at most, even though he has captured the original creation of Shenmingxi and thoroughly washed his muscles and cut his marrow. However, in any case, it's impossible to cross the three realms and create yourself. The most desperate thing for Ingu is that Qin Sheng just stared at him, and he was badly hurt. Even his war favorite just touched a trace of the after effect of the battle, and he died. Green spirit is scared to lose color. At this age, it doesn't look very big. Even young people who are younger than themselves can even hurt such saints as Ingu. It's too scary, isn't it? Shenmingxi's face is very complicated. It's amazing that the apprentice in front of him is not even Ingu's rival. Is it true that she is destined to be unique here? In fact, when Shenmingxi was young, there used to be an ancient diviner who divined for him, so he decided that this place is the most important place of Shenmingxi, and she will be buried here in 9 out of 10. Shenmingxi's talent was peerless, and Zihuang Kingdom was very powerful. How could he be willing to believe this kind of ogre's nonsense? Unexpectedly, today is really fulfilled, she is really going to die. Qin Sheng has taken away the nature of his turning over. Qin Sheng has seen all of his body. Shenmingxi's mouth is full of blood. Under the desperate attack, his injury is more serious now. The blood on his chest is more and more bright. No, it's not your own breath. Ingu looks up and suddenly finds that Qin Sheng is abnormal. At this time, Qin Sheng's whole body exudes the breath of Emperor Zhan, which is superior to the spirit. It doesn't belong to Qin Sheng at all. That's the spirit of the emperor. Even the gods should crawl on the ground and worship. Coming from outside, the sky is full of wonders, with the breath of fighting emperor. Is he the real dragon son of an ancient diviner who divined for Mingxi? Ingu licked her dry lips and her heart leaped violently. She just looked at Qin Sheng like this. The more she looked at the old face, the more satisfied she was. How can it be a little like mother-in-law's look at her son-in-law? Bang! Ingu suddenly kneels down to Qin Sheng. Silver Lady. Everyone was shocked, especially Shenmingshi. Although she had a sharp pain in her chest and the toxin seemed to be about to break out again, she was still suffering from the pain and needed to hold up Ingu. Silver Gu, you get up quickly. Even if we die today, we don't want this kind of apprentice. Shenmingshi's face is determined. Zihuang Kingdom is unable to return. Her father is in a coma, and she can't help it. The first princess of Zihuang Kingdom has come to such an end. It's a bit painful to think about it. This is the cruel reality. The people who want to clean up their Zihuang royal family are too terrible to bear. Even Shenmingshi's father is a strong man in Holy Land. Ingu breaks away from Shenmingshi's hands and makes 3 kowtows and 9 bows to Qin Sheng. Her body is shivering, obviously for fear of provoking Qin Sheng. Mingshi, kneel down, too. There is the blood of the War Emperor in his body, which is stained with the breath of the War Emperor. Only when he was the War Emperor could he hurt me badly. Silver Gu meaningful said. What do you want me to kneel? Shenmingshi's face changed a lot. Anyway, he didn't expect to educate himself and accompany him when he was young. The silver ant, who was once regarded as her family member, even let her kneel down. I won't kneel down to this peep at my bath. Shenmingshi's face is determined. There are more and more black corrosive gases in her chest, and her chest is more and more painful. But she still grits her teeth and resists it, because of this humiliation. It's really too aggrieved. Shenmingshi secretly wipes his tears. It looks so painful. However, the next sentence of Aunt Yin directly caused Shenmingshi to collapse, and she said, if you look at it, you will see it. He is the right man for you. He was not worthy of him because of your background and position. Now when he looks at you, he will take the opportunity to let him take charge, even if he can't be the main room or a side concubine. When Shenmingshi heard the words, he immediately opened his mouth and couldn't speak to himself for a long time. The impact of this message is just too terrifying. Who is Shenmingshi? She is the legitimate princess of the 3 big countries in Hunyuan's secret land. She has the appearance and temperament like a 9-day Zuanv. In addition, she has become a semi-Holy Land terrorist cultivation since she was young. If she had not been secretly calculated and poisoned by an unknown poison some time ago, how could she end up like this? At present, the young man doesn't know the origin of this. Aunt Yin even asked herself to please him and strive to become a concubine? Ingu just wanted to kill first and then quickly. Now she felt the so-called illusory breath of War Emperor. It turned out so fast that Shenmingshi couldn't accept it. At this time, Qin Sheng finally regained the control of his body. He had just been dominated by a strong breath that would suffocate him. His will was the center of his mind. What is the origin of the steel? It's not only the trigger of the Emperor's sword, but also the gold medal for saving from death. Qin Sheng said in his heart. Mingshi, you'd better be obedient. This prodigy in front of you knows at a glance that it's from outside the country. It's impossible to stay in the secret place of Hunyuan for a long time. Silver Goose spreads a voice to persuasive say, don't you think of the outside world to see? The outside world? Shenmingshi slowly said to himself that as a semi-Holy Land strongman, both her strength and talent have actually touched the ceiling of the mixed secret land. The limit is the real Holy Land strongman. But how about reaching the Holy Land? They are all cursed. They can't leave the secret land of Hunyuan. They can only be Holy Land in this life and can't go further. If they can leave the secret realm of Hunyuan, the curse will be released naturally, and they can practice to the greater realm of Holy Realm. As long as you marry him, you may leave here. I'm old, I can't walk, but you're still young, said Aunt Yin. Between the electric light and the fire stone, Yinggu and Shen Mengxi communicate a lot. But Shen Mengxi can't stand it. Such a reversal is too big. The first moment or peep at their own bath, the next moment let themselves marry the apprentice? Hey, don't say anything. Qin Sheng is finally back to normal. His breath is stronger than before the disintegration of his body. It seems that this gold medal from Zhaohua Tianbei can not only save his life, but also make him indestructible. His strength goes further. I've explained it many times. Before I came here, it was ownerless, so I got the golden lotus. Qin Sheng was patient and explained it carefully again, saying, and I'm earlier than you. I haven't even pointed to you and watched me take a bath. You. Shen Mengxi was so angry that she vomited blood. She didn't expect Qin Sheng to have such a thick skin. Instead, she slandered himself for peeping at him to take a bath. Such a cheeky and shameless person wants to be her husband, and in that silver ant's mouth, she is a prodigy who can sweep all over and destroy the dead? I believe you, little friend. Shen Mengxi didn't answer, and Yinggu took the lead in praising Qin Sheng. After hearing this, Qin Sheng was also confused. He just said that Shen Mengxi, a goddess-level beauty, was hurt badly, but Qin Sheng could feel that Shen Mengxi's cultivation realm was far beyond his own. If you don't fully activate the heaven steel and touch the breath of Emperor Zhan at the time of coincidence, how else can you frighten the poor old lady in front of you? Now the poor old woman has completely reversed her view of herself. She looks at herself like her mother-in-law, which makes her feel a little embarrassed. Qin Sheng asked, "Do you believe me?" Silver Ant smiled and nodded, "Yes, I believe you. You are the real dragon son of Mengxi. Let's go back 10,000 steps. Don't say you didn't really watch her take a bath, even if you did. Nature makes a fool of people. You've got a collision just because of misunderstanding. Or you can marry Mengxi tonight. That's the best thing. Marriage? No way. Shen Mengxi is silly. She didn't think that Auntie really opened her mouth. Is her condition so bad? She looks like she sent her home. Qin Sheng refused. I'm kidding. He's married Chuqiao. There's his girlfriend in the secret world. Xiao Bingning's temper is not playful. If she knows that she is married to the Aborigines in the Hunyuan secret place, she will definitely die. Why not? Yinggu is not willing. She looks at Qin Sheng's eyes, which are shining. She is a genius with the flavor of Emperor Zhan. Let alone in the small position of Hunyuan secret place. Even in the vast place of 9 days and 10 places, it's hard to find it. Even according to the records of their family, there are many gods in the legend of 9 days and 10 places, but that was before the Great Extinction. 10,000 years ago, the world was destroyed, and the gods fell to the ground. Now it's hard to find a god. Don't say it's a war emperor who can make gods prostrate and worship. Yinggu is very determined. At present, Qin Sheng must be the descendant of Emperor Zhan, a prodigy of Tianzong. Although the strength at this stage is not very good, even on the surface, it is just the melting of Shenfu. Ha ha, a warrior in Shenfu. If it's in the past, let alone the warrior of Shenfu realm, even the genius of Yantian realm, Shen Mengxi won't see it more. Now the young people in the divine kingdom refuse to marry themselves? Am I so bad? Shen Mengxi can't help but doubt his charm. Isn't the sun playing the childish trick of hard to get? Shen Mengxi couldn't help but have such a guess in his heart. After all, over the years, no one in front of Shen Mengxi refused to accept him. Why can't you marry Mengxi? Do you despise my Zihuang kingdom? Silver Gu's eyebrow gradually some cold. She had regarded Shen Mengxi as her granddaughter for a long time. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng refused, and there seemed to be no room for discussion. Qin Sheng explained, I've already got a wife. Hearing this, Antine immediately waved her hand and said indifferently, you are the empress of the war, 3 wives and 4 concubines are very normal. I don't have high requirements. If you marry Mingxi, you can take her out of the secret place of Hunyuan. Silver Lady. Qin Mingxi feels her face is hot. She has never reflected this situation. It's too embarrassing. Take her out of the secret world of Hunyuan. I can try, but I can't guarantee success. Qin Sheng pondered for a moment and finally agreed, but I can't marry her. It's not that this girl is bad, but that I can't bear it. Qin Sheng's words are all big here. Yinggu is also a real saint territory strongman, and she still has the pride of saint. Qin Sheng refused one after another. Her holy man dignity did not allow her to ask Qin Sheng for it again. It's strange to say that just now Qin Sheng's breath of war emperor hasn't gone away. Yinggu directly kowtowed to Qin Sheng 3 times and 9 times. Now, with the gradual disappearance of the meaning of war emperor, she has recovered her original cool and proud temperament. Elder, you just said that you are from Zihuang Kingdom. Qin Sheng couldn't help asking, we just came to the Hunyuan secret place. Can you tell me about the forces of the Hunyuan secret place, and the dangerous places and Jedi? Qin Sheng didn't forget his real purpose, which was to seek treasure and create. Good. Silvergu very readily agreed. There are 3 big countries in the secret land of Hunyuan, namely, Zihuang, Yingyue and Heifeng. Among the 3 great powers, the most powerful was our Zihuang country. In the words, Silvergu's face is full of pride. Qin Sheng could hear that Yinggu had a great sense of honor for her purple phoenix. Ever? However, Qin Sheng, with a keen mind, naturally realized that there was something in this silver girl's words. Well, just once, in the past few decades, my purple phoenix country has declined too much. Mention the sad past, Silvergu's eyes can't help blushing. Yinggu has always said a lot, including all kinds of secret things in the 3 kingdoms of Hunyuan. Heifeng country is the worst, planting all kinds of strange things. As soon as Qin Sheng heard it, he knew that they had appeared in the mother and child god tree, which was planted by people in Heifeng country. The place where the most treasures are given to the Hunyuan secret place is the so-called Dark Forest, where countless treasures are buried, as well as the legendary Hunyuan mineral vein. Yinggu is not willing to talk too much about the mixed mineral vein. In the mixed secret place, all the topics about the mixed mineral vein are taboo topics. As long as the Aborigines are not willing to disclose too much. It's about a curse 10,000 years ago. Boom. At this moment, Silvergu's face slightly changed, said, you stay here, don't move, someone is near here. Smell speech, whether it is Shen Mingxi or Green Spirit or Jiao body a shock, face white for a while. Antine left and came back soon. Ha ha, Mingxi, look who I brought. Antine laughed happily and her voice spread all over the pond. He is. Shen Mingxi is a little suspicious. She seldom sees Yinggu so happy. It seems that she must be the extraordinary person she brought back. Qin Sheng was also a little curious, looking at the man who came behind her. A spiritual robe is made of the feathers of the spirit beast. It has a terrifying smell. In the palm of the hand is a red furnace burning with different fire. It's a multi-treasured Danlu. It looks like it's only the size of a palm. In fact, it has heaven and earth. It's too big. Maybe at this time, it's burning a starry beast as big as a mountain. He didn't look very old. He was like a middle-aged man in his 30s and 40s. His temples were red with fire. He was also burning a strange fire. He was thin and accompanied by deep purple lips, which made people feel very uncomfortable. The most disgusting thing for Qin Sheng is that this middle-aged man with a Danlu in his hand, his eyes are full of sting, and he doesn't look like a decent man. Doctor. Shen Mingxi's face was startled. She never thought that Yinggu could ask for the legendary doctor. In fact, Shen Mingxi saw this legendary doctor for the first time, but he could only recognize it after he had seen the picture of the doctor before. Well, this doctor is very arrogant. He takes a look at Shen Mingxi, and then he takes back his eyes indifferently. As for Qin Sheng, who has a little face, he is a subordinate in Shenfu. As a pharmacist in Vientiane, he can refine all kinds of big medicines, and his followers are numerous. With his terrible medical skills, his identity and status are no less than those of some real saints. How could such a powerful person spend his time on such a small minion as Qin Sheng? Let alone the doctor, even his followers, the weakest one, are also the strong ones in the cave. One slap can kill a group of martial artists in the Divine Kingdom. However, when the so-called doctor saw the golden lotus beside Qin Sheng, his eyes flashed a greedy color. This is the legendary golden lotus? The doctor asked for more than 10 golden lotus. Although the medicinal power of these golden lotus was far less than that of the 9-turn golden lotus at the bottom of the pool, it was very special for the martial artists in the Vientiane realm. Yinggu frowned, but she asked for the doctor. Even though her accomplishments were higher than those of the other side, she still dared not offend the doctor at will. Yes. Silver Ant said truthfully. The sage doctor nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, I've heard it for a long time. There are many ancestral places of Zihuang nationality, all of which are treasures. Today, it really opened my eyes. Silver Gu smiled, and flattered each other a few words, directly into the main topic. Doctor, I think you are very clear about the purpose of inviting you today. Silver Gu Light said, Dreamstream cannot die. The doctor took a look at Shen Mingxi's wound and said with a confident smile, Don't worry, Antine. I can get rid of this poison. Smell speech, Silver Gu immediately overjoyed, this kind of poison has already died many Purple Huang's prince, now even Shen Mingxi has been contaminated. But the doctor is ready to talk again. But what? Yinggu could not help asking, Doctor, no matter what the price, I will save Mingxi's life. At all costs? The doctor saint smiled, but the smile was a little strange. This kind of strange smile can be seen by Qin Sheng. This princess is infected with the curse, the voodoo in the dark forest. The doctor said indifferently, I can guarantee that if you look at the whole Hunyuan secret place, there is no other person who can save her life except me. From the dark forest? Silver Gu's heart has been cold for a long time. The dark forest is the most horrible and dangerous place in the whole Hunyuan secret place. Even if it's better than her, she dare not say that she can get in and out of the dark forest at will. In fact, Yinggu went in when she was young and when she was promoted to the Holy Land. However, the great terror that she met in the Holy Land almost died. Some people who have been contaminated with poison have died miserably in 10,000 years. The reason why Yinggu respects the medical saint whose strength is one level lower than her own is that the medical saint has gone deep into the dark forest and inherited a world-shaking medical skill, which has cured many wounded strong people. This time, Silver Gu also spent a very high price, just let him reluctantly come to see Shen Mingxi. 100 Qin of mixed gold, plus here. A doctor's mouth is a lion's mouth. 100 Qin of mixed yuan mother gold is the thing that the Holy Land needs to be envious. It's not the ordinary mixed yuan ore, but the mother gold. As long as the fingers are so small, a group of powerful people in the Holy Land can fight for life and death. And this doctor opened his mouth to ask for 100 Qin. Even the national treasury of the whole Zihuang country could not have 100 Qin mixed yuan mother gold. And far more than that. The doctor wants this large golden lotus pond? God, this is the ancestral land of Zihuang royal family. After selling the ancestral land, Qin Mingxi has no face to go back to Zihuang Kingdom. Doctor. Yinggu's face also became very unnatural, and her eyebrows gradually became cold. If she was a warrior in other Vientiane environment, she would be so hot-tempered that she could die without knowing what was going on in front of her, and the man with the lion's big mouth would die. The ancestral land of Zihuang family, plus 100 gene of mixed yuan mother gold, can't be gathered even if it's like Yinggu, who has been a strongman of Holy Land for many years. Qin Mingxi's face is also hard to see. The doctor in front of her is so big that she has been famous for a long time and has spread all over the Hunyuan secret place. However, in order to treat Qin Mingxi's severe poison, it costs so much. You're taking advantage of the danger. You don't know the current situation of Mingxi. If she can bring out so many treasures, the Zihuang family can't fall so fast. The silver goo is pressing the heart that kill meaning, light say. However, the doctor didn't put the cold breath of Yinggu in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "You should know what scene you are now. I also spent a huge price to hide from the world and get rid of those strong people who want to pursue you, Zihuang. Well, if you don't have enough mixed gold, I'll give you a 10% discount and only take you 90 gene mixed gold." The doctor said with a smile, "This is really my bottom line." Although there is not much arrogance in this doctor's words, it is no doubt that this is a warning to Aunt Yin that he took such a big risk to come and save people. It is normal for him to charge more. Silver Goo's face is green. What's the difference between the 90 gene mixed gold and the 100 gene mixed gold? That's the mother gold of Hunyuan. As long as you take out the nail size, you can cultivate a new Hunyuan stone, a treasure of great profits. Even the strong people standing at the peak of all Vientiane situations should be jealous and fight for life and death. You don't know my medical skills. As long as I can do it, there will be no dead people. The doctor was very arrogant. You have to think about it, but don't blame me for not reminding you. I have a lot of time to wait, but Princess Highness is afraid that there is not much time to spend. Poof. Just as the words of the doctor just fell, Qin Mingxi suddenly felt a huge pain in his chest, and his mouth could not help spitting out black blood, which corroded a large area of the ground. Dream stream. Silver Goo immediately flustered. She obviously felt that Qin Mingxi's breath was weaker, and her face was whiter and whiter. "If you don't save her, you're going to die." Yinggu murmurs that as a real saint, she can't even save Qin Mingxi, a semi-saint. "Well, I promise you. 100 gene of mixed yuan mother gold sounds like a lot, but a small half of Zihuang's national treasury can be emptied." Silver Ant Light said, "First give you 10 gene mixed yuan mother gold, after success, I promise to pay within a year." Well, yes. The doctor didn't refuse. Anyway, as long as he made a soul pact, let alone a year, even if it was 100 years, he had enough confidence to complete the excavation of the mixed yuan mother gold. Wait a minute. At this time a discordant voice reached all people's ears. Well? Who is it? Who is messing with my business? The medical saint's eyebrows were gloomy and very unhappy. He was cold, with green eyes, sweeping around. There are few people here, except a group of their own followers, that is, Yinggu, Qin Mingxi, Ling, and so on. All of a sudden, the doctor noticed that the one who had just uttered his voice was a warrior in Shenfu who he had never noticed. Ha ha, the martial arts in Shenfu are just ants to me. At the same time, he stared at Qin Sheng coldly with his green and fire eyes, accompanied by the terrifying pressure of his soul. The reason why the medical saint can become the medical saint is that it has a super-spiritual realm. Hundreds of years ago, he lit up the 9 soul stars over the sea of spirits. Now, so many years have passed, even though he has not yet reached the legendary Holy Spirit, he has also reached the horror realm of semi-Holy Spirit. Boom. The eyes of the medical saint, even with a very fierce spirit, are no less than a meteorite, heavily hit the spirit of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's response was also extremely swift, and the 9 soul stars over his sea of spirits were also quickly lit up, and the surging soul power was released from the sky like a storm, and the spirit attack of the medical saint was resolved by light description. Seeing this, the expression on the doctor's face suddenly became very shocked. He was very clear about how terrible the spirit attack he had just released was. Let alone the warrior in Shenfu, even the strong in Dongtian, could not resist at once. Even if he did not die, he had to spit out a lot of blood. His face was pale, as if his body had been hollowed out. However, this doctor had seen many scenes for a long time. Even Qin Sheng's spirit power was so profound that he was amazed, but he soon took back his astonished eyes, and became more and more gloomy. "What's the matter?" the doctor asked. Yingu's face is also slightly coagulated. Qin Sheng is the descendant of Emperor Zhan. His fighting power is far higher than that of the same level. Moreover, with the help of his ancestral force, even Yingu will suffer heavy damage. It can be imagined how terrible Qin Sheng is. However, it's one thing to be strong. The level of medical skills is not really determined by the level of martial arts cultivation. Just like the medical saint in front of him, his combat effectiveness is just like that. There is still a long way to go from the Holy Land. But it is because of the fact that the medical skill inherits a unique alchemy of the dark forest. It has all kinds of amazing and reviving medical skills. This makes the doctor have a large group of followers, including some semi-holy places, even real holy places strong. However, today's powerful people in Holy Land haven't followed them. There are 2 followers in semi-holy land. They were a man and a woman, both of them were introverted, wearing black robes, hats and metal masks. This kind of mask is forged from the famous Hunyuan mother gold. It has a strong shielding effect. Even the strong in the Holy Land can't see its true appearance. Shua. As the voice of the medical saint just fell, some people's eyes were all focused on Qin Sheng, especially the 2 semi-holy men and women. Although they couldn't see through their looks, they could still see Qin Sheng looking up. Qin Sheng felt the pressure to solidify all over. Yes. Qin Sheng looked directly at the so-called doctor, narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, "My charge is not so expensive. I only need a gene of mixed Yuan mother gold, and I don't want your ancestral land." Smell words, everyone is stupid, all of them are thundered down. Where are the suckling children who have just smelted the Shenfu, and then they expand and compete with the doctors? It's true that people don't overindulge young people. I don't know the height of the earth. This kind of person dies quickly. Yingu and Shen Mengxi are okay. They don't have much hatred for the descendants of the war emperor. However, the followers of the doctors are not so polite. In their view, even if we look at the whole Hunyuan secret place, there is no one who has higher ability to save people than the doctor. The reason why doctors are called doctors is that their medical skills have reached the realm of holy territory. It can even be said without hesitation that there are no people who can't be saved by doctors in the Hunyuan secret place. Now the young man in front of them looks very young, not to mention 100 years old, even less than 30 years old. Let's ask, what does a child like this with a dry and rainy smell compare with a doctor? He will compete for business with a doctor. It's just madness. I'm afraid it's because I want to mix Yuan's mother gene and get mad. How precious is the mother gold of Hunyuan? As long as the size of a thumb is used by an ordinary god, a very solid cave can be smelted. Get out of the way. The doctor said coldly, looking at Qin Sheng as if he was looking at a dead man. Ha ha, funny. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "You can't save her, and I smell a breath of black wind country on you. You may have colluded with Haifeng State. If I'm not wrong, Shen Mingxi's poison has something to do with you, at least?" Qin Shingyue said more calmly, "I'm sure that when you come here to make an appointment, you're just going to start the battle. In a short time, a group of people from Haifeng country will be killed. Qin Sheng's words were like midnight thunder, which made everyone jump. Including the doctor. His face was already unnatural, and he had already set off a storm in his heart. In his opinion, Qin Sheng was too evil to guess that he could not leave. Bewitching people with evil words is just like spitting blood. After the shock like lightning and firestone, the doctor suppressed the panic in his heart and shouted, "Take this son down, I'll ask him why you should spit blood on me." "Yes, my lord." A burly man in black armor, with a spear in his hand, jumped out of a group of followers. His eyes are bright and sharp. Although his accomplishments are only in the cave, he is also infinitely close to the Vientiane realm. However, his real combat effectiveness is absolutely no less than that of the ordinary Vientiane realm powers. Even in some extreme cases, he can kill one or even two of the most powerful in Vientiane. "Oh? I've uncovered the intrigue, and now I'm angry?" Qin Sheng's face was calm with an indifferent smile on the corner of his mouth. He was not at all strong in the dark armor. "What are you doing?" Antine was also shocked. She just talked about it well. It didn't take a long time, but now she is in a state of tension. Shua. Ingu turns into a silver lightning. In an instant, Qin Sheng and the man in the black armor cave appear. She is the strong one in the Holy Land. Just standing there quietly, Qin Sheng and the strong man in the black armor can't fight. "I have something to say. Dr. Sheng, he is Mingxi's fiancé. Please forgive me." Ingu is a strong man in Holy Land. From this point of view, she has put her posture very low, almost at the same level of dialogue. However, the medical saint's eyebrows were full of violence, as if he had no intention of letting Qin Sheng go. "Do it." The doctor's face was cold and merciless, and said, "Don't blame me for not remembering the old love, Aunt Ine. Now I'll give you two choices. The first one is to change my fiancé. Do you think it's worthy to be the legitimate princess of Zihuang Kingdom, just like aunts in Shenfu?" The doctor said lightly that there is no doubt about the taste in the expectation. It is felt that no one can change his medical saint's decision even in the whole mystery of Hunyuan. Second, I choose to watch. I don't care much about the life and death of your legitimate princess. The doctor is a doctor, indeed. He will play with his medical skills in a few words. But who wants Shen Mingxi to live or die? On the one hand, after Qin Sheng was the Emperor of War, 9 out of 10 people in his body kept the blood of the Emperor of War. If he is lucky enough to awaken the blood lineage inherited by the Emperor of War, then it is not to say that he is in the secret of Hunyuan. Even in 9 days and 10 places, it is difficult to find his peers who are fighting. Qin, this is definitely an investment for Ingu to make a lot of money. On the other hand, Ingu has always regarded Shen Mingxi as her granddaughter. How can she watch Shen Mingxi die? Just when Ingu was in trouble and struggling, Qin Sheng said with a smile, "Ingu doesn't have to be in trouble, just let my group fight against each other, and life and death are safe." Qin Sheng's eyes glowed with unprecedented war. "All right." Silver Gu's face is changing. At last, she grins her teeth and nods. No matter how big the background and talent of Qin Sheng is, he is only a young cultivator. It is impossible to catch up with the doctor in a short time. It will take a short time to melt the cave. To die. He left, holding the same black spear. The spear was carved with ancient spirit patterns. Facing Qin Sheng from afar, he was a flying spear. The spear gives out a dark light as deep as the stars. It cuts through the sky. It can tear the void slightly. This is the cultivation of the cave. A spear thrown casually can tear the void. It's too horrible. Pooh. The spear hit Qin Sheng in a flash. It's really boring. It's almost as difficult for me to kill an ant if I want to kill a warrior in Shinfu. Black armor youth's mouth corners contain the sneer cold meaning. But in the next moment, the mocking smile on the face of the young man in black armor solidified, because he heard the most terrible voice in his life. Happy so early? Qin Sheng's cold voice pierced into the ears of the black Jia youth. The young man in black armor was frightened, as if he had seen a ghost. He said, "How did you come here?" "It's impossible. Why didn't I catch your action track?" Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "I won't tell you. Go to hell with this regret." Bang! Qin Sheng's clap of the big hand, accompanied by the dragon chant, turned into a dragon. The black armor youth's head burst by the way, and the body collapsed at the speed that the naked eye could see. Doctor, help me." Black armor youth hard look back, he big breath air, but discover own throat already collapsed, what voice did not send out. In the end, the youth of Heijia turned into a mass of flesh mud, and even the spirit broke down. They would never be born again. Hiss. Everyone takes a breath of cool air, especially the followers of the doctors, who are very clear about the strength of Black Armor Youth. Black Armor Youth is not weak at all. Once they were able to cross a great realm, but they were beaten up by the unknown subordinates of Shinfu. The doctor's face was very gloomy, and he said, "It's a waste. A god's house can't clean up any ants. You two, together, I want this son to go to hell today." The doctor was really angry and lost his mind completely. He even let two followers of semi-holy land do it. The two followers opened their eyes and shone as if they were real. They met each other with an awkward look. They are powerful in semi-holy land. How could they fight against a warrior in God's palace? However, the doctor saved them when they were very weak. He had already made a soul pact to follow the doctor for thousands of years. "Yes, my lord." Two semi-holy strongmen took the order. Although they were reluctant, how dare they disobey the master's words? Qin Sheng looks at the two semi-holy land strongmen coming in front of him. He is under pressure. If we don't let Zhaohua Tianbei wake up, with his strength, we can't compete with the semi-holy land strongmen at all. I don't think I can last 3 rounds. That's a semi-holy land strongman. Their strength is no less than that of the Emperor.From, or even stronger than that of the Emperor.From. Without the activation of the heaven steel and the ignition of several hundred-year-old Shuyuan, Qin Sheng could not bear any strong semi-holy land. What's more, now Qin Sheng is facing 2 strong semi-holy land alone. Even if Qin Sheng had a breath of imperial sword in his body, he could easily kill the strong in the cave, and even the most powerful in the Vientiane could fight for a long time without dying. It's just that the strong of semi-holy land really surpasses Qin Sheng too much. Pooh! A flash of blood came out. A head rolling to the ground. "Silver Goo, you crazy woman, why kill my man?" The doctor can't rest his anger. He directly scolds Ingu. Well? Ingu is a fist to the doctor. Bang, the doctor flies away. The strong one in the Holy Land only has the strength of Vientiane. How can she compete with Ingu? Whoa. The saint doctor spitting blood, he took out all kinds of hemostatic drugs from the receiving ring, but no matter how precious the pills are, they can't bear their own heavy injuries, and the blood can't stop at all. Run away. What does it mean that a group of followers watched the doctor saint's adult being severely hurt by Ingu? It means that Ingu wants to protect Qin Sheng. If they don't leave, they will never have a living. Ah. Pooh. Sword light and shadow, fist print and palm light, illuminate the whole golden lotus pond. Soon, the screen gradually disappeared. Except for the doctor, all his followers fell down and dyed the golden lotus pond red. The doctor was desperate. He sat cross-legged and the pool beside him was all dyed red. The doctor suddenly raised his head and his eyes were red with blood. He said in a deep voice, "Antine, you are cruel. Not a single living one is left." The indifference of Ingu's face made her need the followers of the doctors. It was really no different from needing the ants. "You're hiding deep enough." Silver Goo also sneers at this time. Say, what collude is Black Wind country or that group of eunuchs in the dynasty after all? I can give you a good time if you say it cheerfully. Ingu is a strong man in the holy territory. With some clues, we can infer the intrigues behind the medical saints. Smell speech, Dr. Saint smiled, just smile some somber terror. Do you want to know? Go to hell with me, I'll tell you. At this, Antine was furious and shouted, "You want to die? I have a million ways to make your life worse than death." Is it? I am the sage of medicine. I want to live and die. I am the master. The doctor looked up to the sky and roared, and then black congestion came out from the corners of his mouth. It was obviously poisoned. Antine was shocked. She didn't expect that the doctor would take poison to kill herself if he didn't agree with her. It seems that it's not a simple poison either. After 1 or 2 breaths, her neck would be crooked and her life would be gone. Qin Sheng didn't agree with you to die. You can't die. Qin Sheng took a quick step and turned it into a terrible streamer. He put his hand on the holy Tianlingai. Boom! The flames of death instantly drowned the dead doctors. The doctors were crazy and twisted. The naked eye could see that the black toxin was continuously discharged from the doctor's body. At last, Qin Sheng was crazy to operate the 9 death magic power and absorbed the poison of the doctors. Is this the heaven and earth? The doctor saint opened his eyes in a daze, but saw Qin Sheng in the next moment, and sneered at him, "If so, you will go to hell with me." Qin Sheng looked at the doctor as if he were an idiot, and whispered, "It's also said that the doctor, the alchemist, and the spirit are powerful. How can we be like an idiot? The world or hell can't be distinguished." Pa! Qin Sheng's backhand was a slap. The doctor saint was taken away, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and his teeth were broken. When he was spitting blood, he also spit out several broken teeth. What, I'm not dead? The doctor is confused and scared. Ingu and Shen Mengxi were also shocked. In front of them, the sage doctor had already died, but Qin Sheng was able to rise from the dead and come back to life. Although Qin Sheng is the descendant of Emperor Zhan in 9 out of 10, his blood is flowing in his body, the skill of reviving from the dead is too frightening. Isn't it good to live? Qin Sheng squints and lifts up the medical saint with one hand. The strength of the medical saint, including the toxins in his body, has become the purest energy and Qin Sheng's wedding dress. The doctor is a powerful man in the realm of all things. He absorbed the energy transformed from him and immediately transformed from the early stage of the realm of God to the peak of the realm of God. Tell me what you and the forces like Hafeng State know. Qin Sheng's indifferent command. Think beautiful, anyway. The doctor wanted to refuse, but the next moment waiting for him was all kinds of punishment he didn't think of. Finally, the doctor said a lot and was slapped to death by Qin Sheng. I can help you. The goods are useless. Qin Sheng looked back at Shen Mingxi and said indifferently. Shua. Looking at Qin Sheng, the 3 girls felt that his breath had changed again. They killed decisively, with a strong imperial breath. The doctor was shining all over. He wanted to run away and smashed out a piece of paper to protect his life. Unfortunately, everything came too late. All the runes were swept by Qin Sheng and turned into nothingness. I don't like it. I'm the sage of medicine. I'm going to lead the secret place of Hunyuan. I can't die here. The last roar of the medical saint was directly trampled by Qin Sheng and died completely. really dead this time? When Antine arrived, she saw the so-called doctor. Her face was full of shock. She was the only one who could save Qin Mingxi's life in the secret world. Now Qin Sheng has killed her. How can she find someone to save Qin Mingxi? It's over, it's all over. Qin Mingxi is over, Zihuang country is over. There is no other way for Silver Ant. Although Yinggu is very clear, even if the doctor is immortal, she can't really save Qin Mingxi's life. This man has long been colluding with the eunuchs of Zihuang country and Heifeng country, and plans to carve up Zihuang country. Under this background, the ending of Qin Mingxi is doomed to be tragic. The three women's looks have never been dignified before, especially Qin Mingxi, who has left 2 tears. Tears are not because Qin Mingxi is afraid of death, but because she has the burden of saving Zihuang country. Now she is about to die, and the end will never be changed. All of a sudden, Qin Mingxi looked up, and the unique face, with 2 tears, was reflected in Qin Sheng's vision range. He asked cautiously, "What you just said is true. Can you detoxify me?" This is Qin Mingxi's last hope. With trembling words, she can't believe that the young man in front of her can really save her even though he has the fighting ability. You know, Qin Mingxi's curse is actually a kind of rare poison, which can't be solved by all the royal doctors of Zihuang Kingdom. Even some royal doctors are infected with Qin Mingxi's poison and lose their lives because of consultation. It can be imagined how terrible the curse poison on Qin Mingxi is. Smell speech, Qin Sheng nods. He is very confident way, that is natural, the poison of your curse is not difficult. I took the creation of your ancestral land and dispelled the curse for you, so I should end this cause and effect. Yinggu is a little suspicious. It is obvious that Qin Sheng has the breath of Emperor Zhan, whose strength is far beyond the same realm. It is definitely the existence of Emperor Zhan among his peers. But cure, that is not a fight, cure a little carelessly will let Qin Mingxi die directly. The most important thing is that Qin Sheng is too young to be an experienced alchemist. Good. I believe you. Qin Mingxi thought about the time of breathing. Finally, he bit his teeth and a pair of beautiful Danfeng eyes twinkled. Smell speech, Qin Sheng also nods. Way, good, then you take off clothes. What take off? Qin Mingxi was dumbfounded. She had not spoken yet, and her handmaid jumped out and shouted out, "You are an Anting's son, you must take off your clothes, and you have no good intentions to take advantage of your royal highness." Silver Gu is also frown. Dispel poison, what relation does this have with take off clothes again?